Meet Kang Jiyama, the guy at the center of this story. At first glance, Jiyama looks completely ordinary, but he has actually been reincarnated inside his favorite game world. And today, he is taking the entrance exam for Noble's Academy. Everyone around him comes from money, while Jiyama is flat out broke. The moment he shows up to register his sword on day one, the professor absolutely blows a fuse. The professor assumes this must be some senior's elaborate prank, but the kid stands his ground. And these are the swords he brought with him. His family is too poor to cover the academy fees. Then the professor notices the green badge attached to Jiyama's uniform. That badge marked him as a special admission student, and the professor suddenly gets emotional over how hard the kid fought to get here. The wealthy students, however, are anything but impressed. As soon as they hear that a poor kid entered through special admission, they start whining that the academy suddenly reeks. Even with all that hostility aimed at him, Jiyama remains completely unfazed. His previous life was anything but peaceful, so this time he is determined to build the quiet life he always wanted. Jiyama is young, handsome, and blessed with a rare ability. But naturally, that power comes with a ridiculous condition. The ability only works with blades shorter than 30 centimeters. That is one painfully inconvenient limitation. When he tries the awakened power, an explosive surge runs from the sword through his entire body, feeling exactly like lightning. But activating it comes with unbearable pain. If every activation feels this brutal, he is retiring the ability for good. Still, maybe the first attempt is simply the worst. Kind of like a guy's first experience with girls. He tests it again, only to discover that the pain is just as awful as before. Nearby, everyone begins assembling for the ceremony that will determine the students' rankings. Every promising young talent has gathered, along with one of the 7 legendary heroes, Klinga Siegfried von Nibelung, seated above them all. He once trained under Joachim, the legendary hero who founded the academy. Every student respects and admires him, but the elderly hero looks completely uninterested. Even the appearance of another member of the 7 heroes fails to lift his mood. A woman approaches him, famous not only as one of the 7 heroes' sages, but also for curves that are legendary in their own right. Her name is Media, and Siegfried immediately teases her for being 70 while still dressing like a teenager. Media does not take the jab personally. In fact, she treats it like praise. She even claims that accepting her blessing would make Siegfried look 10 years younger. The old man flatly turns her down. According to him, old people should simply accept what they are. Media argues that her youthful spirit is exactly why she still looks so young. Even after all his insults, Media agrees to attend the academy's opening day. She once despised everyone here, yet she decides to come along anyway. Her real reason is simple. She wants to meet Siegfried's granddaughter. With all their brightly dyed hair, the students look like a living ocean of color. Jiyama is the lone black-haired student, so the nobles keep mocking him for not belonging among them. But the moment a certain girl appears, Jiyama is forgotten completely. Her blue hair and captivating presence are enough to make every guy around her blush bright red. She is Siegfried's granddaughter, the legendary Sword Emperor. Her name is Abel von Nibelung, and in this game, she is the main heroine. The entrance exam is finally ready to begin. Long ago, one of the ancient heroes created a special academy zone known as the subspace. Inside it, students can be wounded or eliminated, yet their bodies return to reality completely unharmed. That safety net is why the exam allows every kind of combat, including techniques that would normally be fatal. Siegfried and Media explain that this deadly setup is simply academy tradition. The longer a student remains alive inside, the higher their final rank will be. The 2 veterans keep an eye on the special admission student, while everyone else becomes obsessed with the girl possessing extraordinary attributes. Jiyama could easily join the crowd chasing Abel, but unlike them, he knows the truth about her miraculous blessing. While the other guys follow their instincts straight toward her, Jiyama deliberately walks in the opposite direction. He is so committed to a quiet existence that he is literally reading a guide to peaceful living in this world. Then he remembers the unpleasant truth. Surviving this exam means using that cursed ability. At this point, giving up sounds like the safest option. The announcement that they are all heading into subspace excites everyone, except Jiyama. Still, once the transfer begins, he steels himself for the challenge. Just 7 minutes in, several students are already sent back to reality. The pain they experience during elimination leaves the spectators visibly rattled. After watching the results, Media announces that Abel claimed first place, though her bloodline makes that outcome almost predictable. Media is thrilled by the performance of Siegfried's granddaughter, but Siegfried himself is far less impressed. After all, Abel still failed to beat the academy record that Siegfried has held for years. The old man is about to leave when a crushing sensation suddenly strikes him, almost like a violent stomach cramp. And he is not the only one who senses it. The students stare upward, frozen by a sudden wave of fear. Media asks Siegfried whether he sensed the same thing and knows what is happening. Even the great hero has no explanation, so both of them keep their eyes fixed on the heavens. The sky itself begins to split apart. What they are witnessing looks completely impossible. A moment later, 2 figures plummet from the lee, sky and slam into the ground with brutal force. The entire arena falls into a terrifying, absolute silence. Media immediately orders the medical team to rush over to the fallen students. Now the story jumps back a few minutes to show what really happened. This was meant to be a fight between all the students, but in reality, 2 brothers were demolishing everyone else. With those 2 monsters in the arena, The result of the match is practically settled already. It was decided from the very beginning. This is not some casual battle royale. It is a straight-up deathmatch. Jiyama already knows exactly who turned it into this nightmare. The culprits are the vicious twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, brothers who seem naturally gifted at savage violence. For half an hour, they have been tormenting weaker students on purpose, treating the whole slaughter like entertainment. Jiyama appears so harmless that the twins do not even register his presence. Eventually, all their victims are gone, leaving the brothers bored and searching for someone new to torment. Only one girl remains, trembling in the corner while the brothers single her out. Their intentions are obviously vile, and Jiyama can no longer sit back and watch. Shun Mao approaches the terrified girl and tells her she is exactly his type, pushing Jiyama past his limit. That is the final line he refuses to let them cross. From the back of the arena, Jiyama shouts loudly enough to finally make the twins turn around. He acted before he could think it through, and now the brothers who ignored him moments ago are staring directly at him. The color of his name tag gives away his status, so they laugh and dismiss him as a useless special admission nobody. They plan to dispose of him fast and return to their terrified victim. Standing directly against both brothers, Jiyama desperately thinks through his options. His pain-negating blessing gives him only 30 seconds of relief. That is nowhere near enough time to deal with monsters like them. Only one option remains, and it is hiding inside his bag of sashimi knives. The moment he draws a blade, the sword god's blessing will activate and unleash that impossible pain once more. He came here hoping for a safe and peaceful life, and the first day is not even halfway over. Jiyama reaches into the bag and produces a small knife, making both brothers break into hysterical laughter. Shun Mao gets tired of waiting and charges straight at Jiyama to finish him. Jiyama cannot afford to be choosy here, but he has come up with one desperate strategy. He will use the painless blessing for 30 seconds and use that window to endure the sword god blessing's agony. Everything depends on whether he can endure until the effect runs out. Jiyama activates his pain-nullifying blessing just before pulling the sashimi knife, and the sword god's power erupts at the exact moment. Shun Mao dives toward him with a sinister grin. Jiyama has just one possible route to survival. If he cannot slice his way out of this mess, he is finished. The real question is whether a sashimi knife can actually cut through a human body. He remembers once asking his former master, an ex-gangster, why movie gangsters always fight with knives like this. His master had dismissed the whole thing as pure movie nonsense. According to him, people are not fish fillets, so no one can simply slice a person apart, not even a god. But the blessing gives Jiyama a very different answer. If Jiyama truly intends to cut something, the blessing will make it possible. Choosing to trust the blessing instead of his master's advice, Jiyama drives the knife toward the charging giant, and Shun Mao is split perfectly in two. The surviving students and Mao Jun can only stare at the scene in total disbelief. That silent, gloomy kid has just performed the impossible using nothing more than a kitchen knife. Shun Mao's two halves crash separately onto the ground. His brother lets out a terrified scream. Mao Jun desperately reminds himself that this is only subspace and Shun Mao is not truly dead. That knowledge does nothing to erase the horror he has just witnessed. Mao Jun convinces himself that his brother simply let his guard down. Now that he is the only twin left standing, Mao Jun decides he must finish the job himself. He glances at his brother's fallen body before claiming the power gauntlet as his own. Once both hands are equipped with the gauntlets, their hidden power finally activates. Mao Jun's defense skyrockets. His jumping ability rises by 200%, and his punches become brutally powerful. He is certain that his upgraded defense can withstand even an S-rank weapon. Jiyama, however, is not even watching him. His entire focus is on the countdown and the few seconds remaining before his blessing expires. Seeing Jiyama distracted, Mao Jun charges in to land a surprise punch. Then, in the blink of an eye, the fight is already finished. Mao Jun lies on the ground, soaked in his own blood and barely breathing, while Jiyama calmly completes the timer. The instant the timer reaches 0, the painless blessing disappears, and all the sword god blessing's agony crashes into him together. Still gripping the knife, Jiyama lets out a scream before his body finally gives out. Later, Jiyama wakes in a white room that looks like some sort of medical clinic. Before he can sit up, two unexpected visitors enter the room. Although he has never met them before, Jiyama instantly recognizes them as two of the legendary 7-star heroes. One is humanity's strongest warrior, Siegfried, and the other is the Academy Director, Medea Poison. Jiyama cannot understand why two of the world's strongest figures have come specifically to meet him. Medea asks who he is, but Siegfried skips the introductions and grips his sword anxiously. He demands an explanation for whatever Jiyama did inside the subspace. Siegfried explains that both heroes sensed an immense force during the fight, and it unmistakably came from Jiyama. The tension in the room is so intense that even the knife in Jiyama's hand could probably slice through it. Knowing that the strongest man alive is looking at him as a threat, Jiyama chooses his next move carefully. He starts by apologizing, admits that he may have crossed the line, and declares that he will accept whatever punishment they decide. As the two men glare at each other, Medea steps between them before the room turns into another battlefield. She tells Siegfried to stop intimidating the boy, then drops a genuinely shocking revelation. While Jiyama was unconscious, Siegfried had actually cleared the blockages in his meridians. Jiyama cannot believe the swordmaster helped him, but after checking himself, he realizes his body truly feels much lighter. Medea explains that after reviewing the footage, they concluded Jiyama was only protecting a girl who was in danger. She starts gushing over Jiyama as the handsome prince from her dreams, forcing Siegfried to physically drag her away before she gets carried away. More importantly, Medea assures him that he will not be punished for what he did. Even better, the twins were already infamous, and after this defeat, both of them have chosen to leave the academy. That comes as a massive relief to Jiyama, but the surprises are not over yet. They actually came to congratulate him because he earned the highest score in the entire academy. And with that announcement, Jiyama's dream of a quiet, safe life is officially destroyed. Later, the two heroes meet again inside Medea's office. Medea is complaining about a situation she has never encountered during her 20 years running the academy. A student ranked first among every new candidate, only to reject an invitation to the academy's elite star class. They tried talking him into changing his mind, but Jiyama remains completely against it. Medea asks whether Siegfried is annoyed that Jiyama claimed the top spot instead of his granddaughter. He has seen Jiyama's performance and potential firsthand, but Siegfried does not share her concern. To him, this is simply an immature kid trying to rebel against the system. He points out that the subspace carries the will of the Academy's founding hero. If subspace declared Jiyama number one, then the Academy itself has accepted him as its top student, and no personal preference can alter that. Still, Siegfried has formed his own unusual opinion about Jiyama. To Siegfried, Jiyama is an utterly bizarre young man. His result would be understandable if he had exceptional skills, impressive physical ability, or even some combat experience. But Siegfried could clearly see that Jiyama possessed none of those advantages. And yet, when he replays the footage, Siegfried notices an extraordinary quality in Jiyama's movements. Those movements embody the highest level of swordsmanship. The very ideal Siegfried has chased all his life. While clearing Jiyama's acupoints, Siegfried felt how frail his body was and realized he had received no physical training at all. At the same time, he sensed something hidden within Jiyama, something beyond even humanity's strongest warrior's understanding. That mystery awakens a fierce competitive feeling in him towards someone who is the same age as his granddaughter. Medea, meanwhile, is far more interested in how attractive Jiyama is. She is still completely love-struck over the fact that he showed his talent to rescue a woman in danger. She jokes that if only she were 10 years younger, she would definitely pursue him. Siegfried remains silent, lost in his thoughts, until Medea finally asks what he is thinking about. He ignores the question and instead asks Medea what students usually call someone like her. Curious, the school administrator encourages him to continue. Unfortunately for her, his answer is the exact opposite of what she hoped for, and she completely loses her temper. Meanwhile, Jiyama heads off to his very first class. Since he refused Star Class, Wolf Class is the lowest placement they can give him without making the elders furious. Jiyama initially wanted Tiger Class, but Medea practically had to beg him to accept Wolf Class instead. In return, she promised to hide the fact that he is the Academy's #1 student. Jiyama's plan was to finish school safely in a lower class instead of getting dragged into high-level competition. Wolf Class is somewhat advanced, but it is still close enough to the level he originally had in mind. Jiyama pushes open the heavy doors and steps into his new classroom. For a brief moment, the students glance at him with casual curiosity. But once they notice his special admission badge, their interest disappears instantly. Jiyama is perfectly happy with that. Their indifference proves that Medea has kept her promise. Now he only needs to settle in and enjoy the peaceful life he has always wanted. As Jiyama takes his seat, a familiar girl nervously approaches his desk. She timidly thanks him for saving her earlier, but Jiyama has absolutely no clue who she is. She then reminds him that she is the girl he protected during the exam. Jiyama waves away her gratitude and tells her there is no need to thank him. He insists that anyone else in the same situation would have done exactly what he did. Although it appears that he rescued her, Jiyama believes he was really acting to protect himself. Taking credit for her rescue would only make him feel like a hypocrite. Instead of discussing it further, Jiyama changes the subject and introduces himself. The girl introduces herself in return and says her name is Chloe. It is a strange coincidence that the two of them have landed in the same class. After the introductions, Jiyama searches his memory for any game character named Chloe. He considers that she might have appeared after he quit playing, but that explanation does not add up. By the time he stopped playing, the main story had progressed too far for a brand new character to matter. It seems Jiyama has encountered another background character, someone just as out of place as he is. Jiyama asks Chloe not to tell anyone what happened during the exam. He cannot let rumors about his power spread and destroy his comfortable, low-profile life. Chloe agrees, then begins asking for a favor of her own, only for their homeroom teacher to burst in with a thunderous shout. Jiyama tells her to return to her desk and promises they can talk afterward. The teacher introduces himself as Lee Wanbin and welcomes the new students of Wolf Class. Because it is their first day, he starts them off with basic conditioning: 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and 10 laps around the training grounds. For nobles who have trained intensely since childhood, this routine is barely a warm-up. For Jiyama, however, This workout looks less like exercise and more like a guaranteed shortcut to baldness. Once the other students are gone, he nervously approaches the teacher and admits that he does not feel capable of handling the training. To his surprise, the teacher already knows his name and appears to hold Ziyama in remarkably high regard. Apparently, Media did not manage to keep her strong opinion of him completely secret. Lee Vonbin is also aware that Ziyama can attend lessons from whichever level he chooses. Rather than accept a place in the star class, he tells the teacher that his immediate priority is simply finding the bathroom. That decision leaves Ziyama stuck doing the painfully boring exercise alongside everyone else. The others breeze past him while he struggles to keep up and already feels dangerously close to collapsing. Chloe catches up with him and immediately notices that he looks absolutely exhausted. She casually reveals that this is already her 9th lap, offers him a little encouragement, and then speeds away to finish the final round. When the day finally ends, Ziyama staggers back to his dorm and downs bottle after bottle of water. He has spent barely a week at the academy, yet trouble has already started lining up for him. Following that brutal training session, he rushed to the cafeteria and discovered the shocking truth. The food was not free. The cost of a single serving of spicy pork rice leaves him completely speechless. Even thinking about that price again sends him into such a rage that he hurls his bottle at the wall. His remaining budget is nearly gone, and he bitterly regrets refusing the money his father offered him. For several days, his entire diet has consisted of nothing more than the cheapest water sold at the campus store. He has reached the point where he is actually nostalgic for the free dinners he used to get in the army. With no food in sight, the only option left is to distract himself from the hunger. The first distraction he thinks of is his blessing. Just like always, a status screen materializes and lays out all the information. Compared to before, the screen has become noticeably more detailed. His improved physical level has strengthened the sword god's blessing as well, meaning it can now work with blades that are a little longer. He examines his reflection, and the mirror confirms that his body has genuinely improved. He assumes the change is connected to the swordmaster activating his pressure points. The transformation is so dramatic that his body almost seems to have evolved into something new. Unfortunately, the sword god's blessing still refuses to extend beyond the size of a sashimi knife. If his progress continues, perhaps he will eventually be able to wield an actual short sword. These days, his hands begin itching whenever he is without a blade, which is probably another side effect of the blessing. A knock suddenly sounds from the door. When he opens the door, Chloe is standing on the other side. She checks whether she has arrived at a bad time, while he asks what brought her there. She noticed he never showed up at the cafeteria, so she came to make sure he was okay. He claims that he usually avoids food prepared by other people, even though his starving inner self is practically drooling at the mention of dinner. Disappointment crosses Chloe's face as she admits that she had hoped they could eat dinner together. She barely gets the sentence out before Ziyama is already dressed and ordering her to come along while he buys the ingredients. That evening, the two of them sit down to an excellent meal prepared by Ziyama. Chloe is honestly blown away by his cooking. The pairing could not be better. Chloe grew up by the sea and loves fish, while Ziyama happens to specialize in preparing it. His hands are still desperate to hold a knife, so he decides to use the opportunity to practice his sashimi cutting skills. There is just one serious complication: the sword god's blessing. The blessing activates even when he picks up an ordinary kitchen knife. He asks Chloe whether she has a bigger knife, explaining that using one of his personal weapons for cooking would be a little ridiculous. Chloe disappears into her room and returns carrying a massive sword that is hilariously oversized for one fish. Since there is no practical alternative, he has no choice but to rely on the blessing. The painless effect only remains for 30 seconds, meaning he must complete the entire job before the timer runs out. He was once celebrated as his country's finest swordsman, and slicing fish has always been one of his signature talents. Now he finally gets the chance to demonstrate that reputation. He cuts the fish with perfect precision and finishes in 21 seconds, leaving 9 seconds of painless blessing unused. The result is so flawless that he considers the dish nothing short of a masterpiece. When Chloe asks where his cooking skills came from, he admits that he once had a part-time job at a Japanese restaurant. As a noble, Chloe has no idea what a part-time job even means, making the difference between their social backgrounds painfully obvious. After dinner, Chloe volunteers to handle the dishes because Ziyama prepared everything, so he moves away and gives her room to wash up. For the first time in nearly a week, his stomach is finally satisfied, and a happy hum escapes him. His cheerful humming is suddenly interrupted when Chloe accidentally drops something. A plate crashes onto the floor behind him. She probably has no experience washing dishes, and Ziyama remembers being just as clumsy with plates when he was her age. While he looks out the window and pretends not to hear the repeated crashes, a book falls from Chloe's desk. It appears to be a diary, and by pure coincidence, it opens to the page where Chloe wrote about him rescuing her during the class placement test. Her rounded handwriting and little stickers look adorable, and before he knows it, he has picked up the diary with a smile. A breeze flips the pages to another entry, where Chloe writes about ending up in the same class as him and developing an interest in him. He finds the whole thing unbelievably sweet, so he keeps flipping through the diary while admiring Chloe's adorable side. A few pages later, his name appears again, followed by page after page covered with the words, "I love you," repeated endlessly. Another plate shatters, and when he turns around, Chloe is staring at him with terrifyingly empty eyes. In a completely emotionless voice, She asks whether he has read her diary. Chloe's lack of emotion did not appear overnight. It was forced into her through her upbringing and became a form of self-protection. Heroes build respect by defeating demonic beasts, which helps them climb the social ladder and earn fame across the world. Yet even among these supposedly noble ranks, some factions use their authority to prey on the powerless. Whenever the law fails to punish such criminals, a hidden group is summoned to deal with them. And that family is known as Auditor Sicily. Their family exists to preserve order, even if that means carrying out assassinations. They operate unseen in darkness, yet claim to guide society toward the light. Children born into the Auditora family begin preparing for assassination long before they are old enough to become teenagers. They are taught to suppress every emotion and endure merciless training until they become flawless killing machines. Chloe belongs to this blood-soaked family, and she committed her first killing at only 15 years old. All her life, she was warned never to doubt her skill as an assassin until she became painfully aware of exactly what she was capable of. Over time, that relentless training twisted her natural personality and cast a dark shadow over her heart. By the time almost all of her identity had been erased, leaving behind only faint emotions, Chloe was finally old enough to enter the academy. At Joaquin Academy, students are sorted into different classrooms according to their abilities. Every student possesses talent at least equal to a dragon's level, but the family ordered its shadow-trained members to remain in the common class. This arrangement was part of the agreement between the family and the academy. Chloe was ordered to stay unnoticed, while the family spent her entire childhood stripping away every trace of personal freedom. She accepted the life of an assassin without resistance, convinced that her destiny could never be changed. That belief lasted until she met the one person who would permanently change her life. While the two cruel brothers advanced on her helpless form, the person who seemed weakest in the entire room suddenly rose to protect her. Even knowing that death in the subspace battle royale was only an illusion, the boy still chose to put himself in danger for her. Chloe had already surrendered herself to death and was simply waiting for destiny to take its course. She had abandoned all pointless resistance long ago and had been conditioned to remain quiet, obedient, and invisible. Yet the boy's intervention pierced through the darkness in her mind, and she watched him draw his sword, not for an assassination, but to defend himself and shield her. The instant she saw him fighting on her behalf, she recalled the children's fairy tale she used to secretly read beneath her pillow. It was the story of a princess trapped inside a castle until a prince came to rescue her. Remembering that fairy tale makes her chest flutter and her cheeks turn bright red. Whatever this strange new emotion was, it could only be love. And now Guillaume has committed the one unforgivable crime: reading a girl's most private feelings. Under her terrifying stare, he attempts to stay calm, though deep down he knows he is completely finished. He desperately searches his memory for the exact moment everything went this wrong. Was it the moment he exposed a teenage girl's purest feelings? Or did everything go wrong when he foolishly followed her just because she promised him a meal? However, he ended up face to face with death disguised as a teenage girl. Escaping has to be his first priority. He switches subjects by admiring the beautiful moon, all while quietly searching for an exit that will keep his head attached to his body. Before he can complete the distraction, Chloe cuts him off and repeats her question about the diary. He tries to bluff his way out by claiming it was only a reference book, then praises how hard she must have studied. Unfortunately, sweet-talking her is not going to rescue him this time. He cannot understand how she noticed him, considering she was washing dishes while he read the diary, and she has even dropped the polite, formal tone she used earlier. It is as if someone completely different has taken over her body without warning. He insists that he never read it, but Chloe keeps pressing him until he finally confesses. The moment he admits it, Chloe makes a deadly decision and draws the very sword she had lent him for cutting the fish. Guillaume scans the room and quickly evaluates his possible escapes. They are on the 4th floor, which immediately rules out escaping through the window. The front door is his only realistic exit, but Chloe clearly has no intention of letting him leave in one piece. Chloe is genuinely advancing on him with the sword, and every second brings him closer to death. He searches for an explanation for her sudden change, but her motionless pupils and deep red eyes point toward only one terrifying answer. He is already facing a textbook Yander, but the switch from adorable strawberry to ruthless killer makes the situation far more alarming. She is not merely a Yander. She has a second personality layered on top of it. Handling her Yander tendencies would already be a nightmare, and the additional dual personality disorder makes everything dramatically more dangerous. He realizes that opening her diary was probably what triggered this personality shift. It may be dangerous, but he is certain she will chase him for the rest of his life unless he finds a way to bring her back to normal. He needs to take action now and protect whatever future he has left, or this situation will only spiral further out of control. His only chance of surviving is finding a weapon, but after spending 21 seconds cutting the fish, just 9 seconds of blessing remain. His sashimi knife is back in his room, though the kitchen knife from earlier could still be useful. The problem is that reaching it would probably cost him both arms before he got there. Looking around once more, he spots a box cutter lying on Chloe's study desk. It is the only weapon available, although the tiny blade seems far too short to trigger the sword god's blessing. Chloe finally charges at him, leaving him with only one way to test his theory. He snatches up the box cutter, scatters the stationery across the floor, and slides the blade out. At once, Multiple status windows appear in front of him. His quick thinking under pressure boosts his mental resilience and grants him a temporary intimidation buff. The system recalculates the conditions and proceeds to activate the blessing. As Chloe lunges forward with her sword, Gayama draws the box cutter back in preparation. Just before her blade reaches him, he casually remarks that her hair has gotten a bit too long. The intimidation buff makes Chloe hesitate for a split second, giving Gayama the opening to swing the blade. The world fades into darkness and blur, and when Chloe wakes later that evening, her room is dark, organized, and completely empty. Her first thought is of Gayama, and she starts wondering where he disappeared to. She calls his name several times, but the silence makes it clear that she is alone. Her final clear memory is secretly watching him by the window, while everything afterward remains a blur. A sudden urge makes her search for her katana, but she finds it resting beside her study desk. Holding her katana sometimes causes her to black out, yet it seems she remained conscious this time. At least, that is what she believes happened. When she was younger and still developing her skills, touching her blade would make her black out, and she would awaken covered in blood. Whenever she asked the elders what happened, they simply brushed her questions aside. Instead, they always reminded her that she must never reject her talent for assassination. Not knowing what she did to Gayama leaves her deeply embarrassed, so she hides her face in the bed out of shame. However, the embarrassment soon transforms into a completely different feeling the moment her thoughts return to Gayama. She then spots the box cutter on the floor and realizes that her hair appears noticeably shorter. Her trash bin contains neatly gathered strands of her own hair. She understands that he must have cut her hair while she was unconscious, and immediately opens her journal to add another entry about her feelings for him. Gayama, meanwhile, is nowhere near as love-struck as Chloe currently is. If anything, he is struggling to believe that he survived it all. Hidden behind a quiet wall on the far side of the college, he vomits up the very meal he had just thanked Chloe for. Once the final 9 seconds of painless blessing ran out, he could barely survive another 5 seconds. Even after escaping, his body still feels horribly ill. After losing the only decent meal he has had in more than a week, Gayama sits on a bench and tries to plan his next move. He is hungry all over again and feels even more miserable than he did before Chloe showed up. His thoughts return to Chloe, making him question her true identity. Her swordsmanship is clearly designed to end a fight with one precise strike, whether by killing or incapacitating the opponent. Every movement targets vital areas, making it look as though her entire fighting style was built around assassination. Had she surprised him even once, Gayama would almost certainly be dead. Believing his life was in immediate danger, he instinctively targeted her neck. Fortunately, the blade was too short to reach her neck, so it only cut through her hair. He cleaned everything before leaving to avoid future trouble, but the incident proves once again that maintaining a quiet, safe life will not be easy. For him, living like an ordinary person may actually be the greatest challenge of all. When he was dragged into this game, it was not as though he had no dreams of his own. In his previous life, he had mastered the sashimi knife and reached the highest level of skill, so abandoning those dreams was never going to be easy. Still, every person in this world has a designated role, and his role was to exist as a background character. Miracle Blessing is both the name of the game and the blessing possessed by its protagonist. That same blessing once belonged to the legendary founding hero, Valor Jakin. Across the entire game, only the protagonist and its legendary founder ever carried the legendary blessing, whose purpose was painfully simple. They are destined to save the world from the Demon King, which is why Balmung chooses the protagonist, a holy yet cursed SS rank sword. Meanwhile, Gayama is stuck with nothing more impressive than a rankless sashimi knife. Honestly, his future looks painfully clear. A lifetime of being completely irrelevant. Ever since entering the academy, Gayama has encountered so many bizarre people and unbelievable situations that his original goal nearly slipped his mind. He already had countless reasons to abandon his dream of a quiet life, especially now that the whole world seemed to be running short of normal people. Having played the game before, he remembers the major characters fairly well, but his understanding of the actual world is still pretty shallow. A full week has passed since he entered the academy, meaning the protagonist should have awakened his blessing and started the late admission procedure by now. This is the point where the game's real story kicks off. Gayama knows the broad storyline, but he never reached the ending himself. For once, he genuinely regrets abandoning the game halfway through. Still, knowing the canon route through the first half already gives him a massive edge. His only job is to stay on the canon path, regardless of what happens. The moment he starts interfering with every event, he risks throwing away the one advantage he possesses. He remembers that the story becomes much darker during the second semester of the third year, when the demons discover the hero's awakening and attack the academy under a legion commander's leadership. The conflict soon explodes into a full-scale war between humans and demons, turning the game into a textbook fantasy saga. When he played it back then, all he wanted was to live out the carefree school life he had missed as a teenager, so deleting the game felt like an easy decision. The catch is that he now lives inside a world heading straight for war, and this time, he could realistically become one of its casualties. Fortunately, he has 3 years before that disaster arrives, so it is time to face reality and concentrate on what he can actually control. He refuses to die here, which means becoming stronger is now his top priority. Besides, stories this cliched practically always end with the protagonist saving the world and everyone getting their happy ending. He does not need to become the strongest person alive. just strong enough to defend himself instead of being uselessly killed off. The plan is simple. Train until he can survive, while staying as invisible as possible. That means cutting down on his sword, God's blessing, since even the handful of times he has used it has pushed his body to its limit. The power is incredible, but its side effects are far more trouble than he wants to deal with. The moment he focuses on the blessing again, its status window appears and displays more information. What catches him off guard is that the window now contains several entries he had never seen before. The additions are body, mind, and armament grades, each accompanied by a number that appears to represent its level. These stats measure his growth, and raising them should gradually reduce the physical burden caused by the blessing. There is also a mysterious synchronization stat, though its meaning is unknown and the description is nothing but question marks. He taps the option, only to receive an access denied message because he has yet to satisfy its requirements. That gives him another mystery to solve, but it can wait for later. For now, his attention needs to stay on strengthening his body and securing a better weapon. He cannot rely on 30 painless seconds of blessing forever, so he must master a sword that does not fulfill its activation condition. Luckily, the midterm monster hunting exercise is scheduled for next month. The prize for completing that training is the longsword called More Same. It is a B-tier weapon, but it should be reliable enough to last him until graduation. Since it is too large to trigger his blessing, the sword is practically ideal for his situation. There are still plenty of unknowns, yet he finally feels like his plans are moving in the right direction. A sudden voice pulls him out of his thoughts. When he looks up, he finds himself face to face with the last person he ever expected to meet. It is Abel von Nibelung, the Sword Emperor's granddaughter and exactly the kind of person he should avoid disturbing. Interacting with her could easily derail the game's original storyline. She informs him that he is sitting in her spot, but he freezes long enough for her to shout before he finally understands and shifts aside. Abel's beauty completely overwhelms him, and before he realizes it, he is already staring at her. When he starts to leave, Abel stops him and says he can simply move over instead. Claiming a public bench as her personal seat is strange, but he chooses not to argue because getting involved with her is the last thing he wants. Even after all that, he keeps stealing glances at her. As the game's heroine, Abel is every bit as stunning as expected. Abel suddenly begins speaking, snapping Gayama's attention back to reality. This feels completely wrong to him, because the Abel he remembers is distant and practically never speaks to anyone. Even the game's handsome protagonist failed to make her lower her guard. She keeps the conversation going by asking whether he fights with a blade. He answers awkwardly, then wonders how she figured it out. According to her, her grandfather once said that swordsmen carry a distinct look in their eyes. She then reveals her sword and casually offers to let him hold it. Still uncomfortable with how strangely friendly this is, he refuses, and Abel responds with an annoyed pout. He may have bruised her feelings, but he still cannot process the fact that she is actually talking to him. Next, Abel asks whether he already knows who she is. Gayama is caught off guard, because that is a surprisingly strange question coming from her. Everyone in the school knows exactly who she is. With a completely expressionless reply, he says he knows of her, at least somewhat. Abel immediately points out that she, on the other hand, knows nothing about him. She finds it unfair that he knows her identity while she has no idea who he is. Gayama disagrees, arguing that they have only just met, so exchanging names is hardly essential. Abel counters that he might be a Demon King spy infiltrating the academy while disguised as a student. Being alone outside this late does look suspicious, and although Abel sounds like she is rambling, Gayama turns the accusation around by asking why she is out at this hour herself. Her clothes and weapon make the answer obvious. She has just finished training. She says she was doing breathing exercises, and while pointing at him, accidentally exposes the scars covering her hands. She quickly conceals them, but Gayama has already noticed every mark. Those scars are proof of her relentless effort, something Abel herself readily admits because she has always pushed herself harder than anyone. Most people have no idea what kind of burden comes with carrying the Nibelung name. A Nibelung is expected to perform perfectly at all times, without making even the smallest mistake. One mistake is enough to turn them into someone's target. Abel then confesses that she did not rank first this year, the first defeat she has ever suffered in her life. Oddly, instead of feeling crushed by the loss, she feels a bizarre sense of freedom. Still, she cannot stop thinking about the identity of the person who defeated her and stole the top spot. She desperately wants to meet that person, apparently so she can completely destroy them. Gayama nearly chokes in disbelief and asks why she would take things to such an extreme. Her answer is simple. Losing has left her utterly humiliated. She even begged her grandfather for the winner's identity, only to learn that the person is not even in her class. To make matters worse, the winner skipped the speech, forcing Abel to give it as the runner-up, which made the humiliation even worse. Before the rant can become even more embarrassing, Abel finally cuts herself off. Gayama finds it bizarre that she has dumped all of this personal information on a complete stranger. That finally pushes Gayama to ask the question he has been holding back the whole time. He wants to understand why she chose to speak with him at all, especially given her cold personality and general dislike of people. Her answer is the exact opposite of what he was prepared to hear. She approached him simply because he looks weak. Her family follows a motto of showing no mercy to the strong while extending compassion to the weak. Besides, her classmates are already irritating enough, which explains why she has no friends. That finally explains why she treated the game's protagonist with such icy indifference. After finishing her explanation, Abel stretches lightly and gets ready to go. Just before leaving, she pauses and asks once more whether he truly intends to keep his name secret. Just as firmly as before, Gayama refuses to give in. More time passes, and surprisingly, Gayama's academy life continues without any major complications. Chloe appears to have found new friends and blended into the class, while Gayama keeps himself occupied by avoiding her ever since what happened in her room. Whenever their eyes happen to meet, Chloe's new friends glare at him for being a special entrant, but Gayama has stopped caring about anyone who looks down on him for it. It is not as though he is the class's only special entrant, anyway. There are only a few of them, but every special entrant has become remarkably skilled at keeping their distance from the others. An inferiority complex is clearly driving this behavior, though Gayama is certain it would be far nastier in a higher tier class. By this point, the Star and Dragon class students have probably already divided themselves into rival factions, and naturally, they would already be busy fighting over pointless little power games. Even when he was merely playing the game, witnessing that nonsense had been shocking. Now that he actually lives here, imagining himself caught in that mess is enough to send chills down his spine. At least one thing has improved. Gayama is finally eating decent meals. That change is all thanks to a little gift Medea gave him recently. Because he ranked first in the school, he received a faculty card that lets him eat anything from the cafeteria without paying. He is so grateful for this card that even bowing toward the director's office 3 times a day feels insufficient. He is also handling his student responsibilities properly while carefully avoiding anything that might disrupt the main plot. If he can maintain this routine for 3 more years, everything should proceed without trouble. The days pass peacefully, and Gayama continues attending every class without incident. In one lesson, an elderly teacher explains how the hero Valor Yoken founded the academy after realizing that future heroes needed proper training. Gayama already knows most of this history from the game. The founding hero, Valor Yoken, once battled Lycan, the Demon King's right-hand man and commander of the First Legion. Their battle lasted 20 years, but Valor eventually came out on top. Victory came at a devastating price. Joken lost an arm and was forced to retire from combat. The war left behind unimaginable slaughter, and while the hero won his duel, neither side could claim victory in the overall conflict. In the end, the first Human-Demon War concluded with both sides agreeing to a truce. Joken established the academy to prepare future heroes, while humans and demons signed a non-aggression pact. That agreement is what has preserved 700 years of peace right up to the present day. The students are convinced war will never touch their generation, but Gayama alone knows that this peace is doomed to end. After 7 centuries of calm, their confidence is hardly surprising. Medea is the only person he wants to warn, yet revealing the future could derail the canon route and create consequences he cannot predict. Although Medea constantly complains about quitting as academy director, her perception blessing makes her one of the first people to sense that disaster is approaching. To defend her students, she became the first of the 7 stars to enter the battlefield, though Gayama never played far enough to witness that event. He only knows what happened to her because he read about it on the game's fandom wiki. Medea becomes the first member of the 7 stars to die fighting the Demon King's army. Knowing her fate makes keeping silent about the war agonizing, yet Gayama wishes he had never learned it at all. When class ends, the students rush into the halls after hearing some kind of commotion outside. It seems the story is finally moving forward, so Gayama quickly checks the date on his phone. Just as expected, it is May 5th. The very day the protagonist officially arrives at the school. Gayama joins the crowd at the classroom door, where everyone is already admiring the newcomer and predicting his placement in the star class. Exactly as Gayama remembers, the game's protagonist makes his entrance while the students instinctively clear a path for him. Leon Van Reinhardt moves through the students with effortless confidence. But Gayama knows this is the day 7 centuries of peace begin to fall apart. Gayama watches the entire school swoon over Leon, though none of this surprises him. In the game, practically every woman ends up falling for the guy. If this had been an adult game, Leon probably would not have survived long enough to even meet the Demon King. And among all the women attracted to him, the ones who eventually join his party are especially remarkable. As irritating as it is to admit, Leon Van Reinhardt, the hero of Miracle Blessing M, will be one of the first people drafted 3 years from now. Calling it a draft is generous. It is basically forced military service, and if Gayama is selected too, he will be returning to the army for a second time. The hero barely succeeded in sealing even the First Legion commander, leaving Gayama to wonder just how terrifyingly powerful the Demon King must be. Still, the protagonist cannot possibly lose, right? While Gayama is lost in those thoughts, Leon catches his eye and gives him a charming smile, almost as though he is offering reassurance without knowing the real reason for his worry. He is the protagonist, after all. Someone like him is bound to handle threats of this scale. Gayama turns away from the crowd, only to hear someone call his name from behind. It is Chloe, who timidly asks whether she has done something to upset him. Gayama would love to remind her that she nearly chopped off his head, but they have to share a class for the next year, and making things awkward would be a terrible idea. So he pretends everything is fine, hoping to keep the peace and avoid creating an enemy he does not need. Chloe visibly relaxes and returns to her usual cute behavior, looking nothing like the murderous psychopath Gayama encountered that day. Even while unconscious, her swordsmanship had carried a deep sadness that Gayama could clearly sense. Her technique felt like the desperate cry of a blade begging to be saved, yet the killing intent pouring from its edge was strong enough to make his skin crawl. If killing is truly the sole purpose behind her swordsmanship, she may be even more dangerous than the Mao siblings. Her invitation to buy him dinner again that night pulls him out of his thoughts. She still wants to treat him, though she warns him that her cooking skills are nowhere near his level. The moment dinner with Chloe comes up, memories of her bloodlust rush back, making Gayama almost reject the invitation on instinct. Unfortunately, a cute girl's pleading eyes are a weapon far more dangerous than they look. That adorable face makes refusing nearly impossible, and he already feels guilty for considering it. Still, saying yes could easily leave him waking up inside a refrigerator tomorrow. Rather than risk a dinner date, Gayama comes up with a much safer way for them to spend time together. He asks Chloe for a favor, insisting that only she can help him, and she instantly becomes obedient. Gayama asks her to teach him swordsmanship, which works out perfectly since he needed a sword teacher in the first place. Later, at the academy's training grounds, he practices with a wooden blade while pushing his body to its limits. As he predicted, the sword's size keeps it from interfering with his blessing. That leaves him with only one task: developing actual sword skills. Chloe, meanwhile, is ridiculously powerful. Someone like her would be the ideal person to train him. And conveniently, training also gives him the perfect excuse to keep avoiding dinner with her. From that day onward, Gayama watched a video titled "Surviving a Yander" every night before sleeping. Strangely enough, the advice seems to be helping him handle Chloe for now. Chloe approaches him dressed casually, her katana resting at her waist. Gayama arrives right on time for their 8 o'clock meeting, unaware that Chloe has been waiting since 6:30. Gayama pauses to take in her appearance, and her crop top makes her well-defined muscles impossible to miss. He had never noticed them beneath her school uniform, but now her physique finally explains where all that strength comes from. Gayama hands her a second wooden sword, leaving Chloe puzzled about why they are not using actual blades. Since this is practice and not a fight to the death, using real swords would be completely pointless and unnecessarily dangerous. Chloe happily accepts the wooden blade and tests a thrust, only for its force to unleash a small shockwave between them. The strike is powerful enough to make the surrounding air tremble, and Gayama immediately starts questioning his decision to ask her for training. For the moment, caution seems like the only sensible strategy. Before they begin, he checks the details of his blessing once again. Thankfully, the sword's length is still acceptable, and his body continues to grow at a steady pace. Still, the idea of a divine blessing improving through experience feels strangely abnormal. He cannot remember whether blessings have extra side effects, nor does he know how much stronger he must become before the mysterious hidden trait appears. Chloe approaches and asks if something is wrong, reminding him that his status screen is invisible to everyone but him. From her perspective, he probably just looked like some lunatic staring into space. As training begins, Gayama nervously reminds Chloe that this is their first day and asks her not to go too hard. He raises his wooden sword, settles into position, and faces Chloe. In his previous life, Gayama learned every skill by experiencing it firsthand. He believes true mastery demands more than offering only a small part of yourself. You must be willing to devote and sacrifice your whole existence to it. His rapid adjustment to academy life came from the intense training he had already received in class. From an early age, he learned to recognize progress and stagnation, which lets him notice that both his stance and grip still need work. Even so, all technique ultimately comes down to one thing: the finishing blow has to land on the opponent. The instant he opens his eyes to start the duel, Chloe is already charging at him with everything she has. He narrowly slips past her opening blow, but Chloe changes position and follows with another attack that he can barely deflect. As the exchange goes on, Chloe only seems to accelerate, leaving Gayama struggling to match her speed. The worst part is that she may still be restraining herself because he asked her to take it easy. Their wooden swords collide once more, and this time his blade starts splitting under the impact. Chloe's barrage never lets up. She keeps attacking while Gayama survives by the narrowest margins, parrying and dodging every blow. One direct hit from Chloe could kill him with that much force behind it, yet Gayama cannot find even a tiny opening for a counterattack. Before he can work out a counter, his wooden sword reaches its limit and snaps cleanly in two. Chloe immediately apologizes, claiming she was being as gentle as possible. Apparently, her version of gentle still destroyed the sword. But the broken sword is the least of Chloe's problems, because its reduced size and length now satisfy the conditions needed to activate the sword god's blessing. Unfortunately, something goes horribly wrong. Because the weapon is damaged, the system throws an error. The force that normally restrains the blessing's power malfunctions and begins rewriting Gayama's personality instead. Once the process finishes, Gayama's humanity has been reduced, leaving behind little more than a body built to fight. The sword god's divine blessing awakens completely, and Gayama turns toward Chloe with the broken blade in hand as a terrifying aura gathers around him. Chloe instinctively retreats when Gayama's entire demeanor begins transforming before her eyes. Although his body moves automatically, Gayama's mind has been transported into his former body, where he finds himself standing in his kitchen. The whole scene feels dreamlike, and the only thing occupying his mind is cleaning and slicing the fish lying before him. He has no memory of what came before, but for now, returning to work is all that matters. Since he has not prepared a fish like this in some time, he decides to use a Chinese cleaver for the job. The moment he reaches for it, a system message appears and tells him that the cleaver cannot be picked up. When that fails, he tries another knife, but the system rejects that one too. That leaves only one possible choice: the sashimi knife. The system allows him to take only that blade, although he remembers that holding it should cause him pain. Even so, he grabs it, and nothing happens. If anything, he feels strangely refreshed. A voice inside his mind tells him to stop resisting, accept what is happening, and simply surrender. Back in reality, Gayama keeps advancing toward Chloe with the blade in his hand. Chloe calls his name, but he ignores her and keeps coming. His murderous intent impossible to miss. Without warning, Gayama lunges at her, and Chloe barely manages to stop the strike with her sword. He overpowers her guard and launches Chloe backward into the wall. Compared to their earlier spar, Gayama now feels like an entirely different person. He leaps in and drives the sharpened end toward her, but Chloe barely evades it by jumping backward. Despite taking only a single hit, Chloe is already struggling to move. She cannot understand Gayama's sudden change, yet she has to end this spar before his next move accidentally kills her. She begs him to stop once more, but Gayama gives no response and charges at her again. He is moving far too quickly for her weakened body to dodge the attack. With no other option, she keeps pleading until she finally screams his name just as the sword descends toward her head. Inside the dream, Gayama cannot understand why the fish keeps dodging his attempts to cut it. The fish thrashes around noisily, and Gayama can barely make out the words coming from it. It seems to be shouting for someone. The voice gradually becomes clearer, and he finally hears the fish calling out the name Gayama. Chef Kim's thoughts begin returning, until he understands that he is Gayama, and the fish is actually calling him. He regains that realization at the very last second, just before the broken blade reaches Chloe. Before the wooden blade can touch her skin, Gayama hurls it into the wall, stopping himself moments before killing his friend. When Chloe opens her eyes, she finds Gayama holding her safely and smiling at her. With the sword no longer in his grasp, the blessing shuts down and Gayama returns to normal. Chloe anxiously checks on him, but Gayama calmly assures her that he is fine before thanking her for the training and walking away. Once Gayama is gone, Chloe also returns to her dorm. She has sensed it since the entrance exam, but Gayama's abilities are not simply powerful. They are deeply strange. During their fight, she realized that he was not relying on technique at all, but on pure instinct. Even while activating the divine blessing unconsciously, he completely outclassed her. He overwhelmed her entirely, despite wielding nothing more than half a wooden sword. While Chloe crosses the campus, a figure emerges from the shadows and remarks on how satisfied she looks. The mysterious man is Nox Atator, Chloe's older brother. Nox sneers at her for associating with someone beneath them after entering the academy. Chloe knows exactly who he means and warns him never to insult her friend again. Nox had not even learned Gayama's name until now, but he warns Chloe to stay away from him or the Aditor family will make him disappear. Chloe walks away, declaring that even the Aditor family would be powerless against Gayama. Watching her leave, Nox becomes curious about the man who has transformed his sister so completely. Meanwhile, on his way home, Gayama is also reflecting on the nature of his blessing. Whatever this power is, it feels nothing like a divine blessing or a god's gift. If anything, it resembles a curse. Gayama searched for other weapons, so he would not depend on the sword god's blessing, but that power pursued him anyway and seized control of his body, almost mocking his resistance. While fighting Chloe, he felt no pain at all. Instead, the battle filled him with a drunken sense of pleasure. Like a true curse, the blessing treated him as its puppet, whispering seductive commands to slash, cut, and destroy everything before him. He surrendered control of his body completely, remaining trapped there until Chloe's screams pulled him back from the trance. Those cries helped him remember his own name and brought his mind back to reality. He regained control for just long enough to hurl the wooden sword away, convinced that keeping it any longer would permanently destroy more of who he was. Ironically, the same Yander who nearly killed him recently is now the person who saved him from losing himself. He was furious that Chloe broke the sword, but beneath that anger, he ultimately felt deeply grateful to her. That gratitude is why he chose not to complain after coming back to his senses. Although he fears activating the sword god's blessing again, today's incident proves he cannot avoid dealing with it forever. He may have to live with this so-called gift forever, which could mean his dream of a normal life will never come true. As Gayama drags himself back to his room, he realizes that something inside him is trying to consume his ability to think rationally. There is absolutely nothing divine about this. It is a curse determined to devour him completely. 3 days pass, and although classes carry on normally while Chloe talks with her new friends, something feels clearly off. Gayama has not attended class since their duel, and because they never exchanged contact details, Chloe has no way to ask if he is alright. Whenever she visited his dorm and knocked, the only reply she received was the sound of him groaning in pain. She thought about forcing the door open, but worried Gayama might hate her if she did. Chloe enjoys watching him from across the classroom and has lost count of how often she secretly looks his way. She once told herself that his sacrifice was the reason she liked him, but by now that explanation sounds more like an excuse. Whatever started these feelings, the truth is simple. She misses Gayama. The following day, Gayama is still absent when the teacher begins shouting at everyone to calm down and take their seats. Because of the rain, the teacher announces that today's training will be replaced by a study period. As the students settle down, the instructor also realizes that Gayama has been missing for several days. Knowing Gayama, The instructor assumes there must be a reason and decides to wait patiently for him to come back himself. While he scolds the class, the doors creak open and Gayama walks in calmly, looking completely different. Chloe shoots up from her seat in shock as Gayama apologizes to the instructor for arriving late. His eyes are hollow and nearly lifeless, while one lock of hair has turned ghostly white. The instructor is just as stunned as the students by Gayama's appearance and awkwardly tells him to take his seat. The students whisper that Gayama looks different, and somehow even more handsome than before. When the day ends and the other students leave, Chloe finally approaches Gayama after 4 entire days. She anxiously asks what happened and why he disappeared, but after a pause, Gayama simply says he was feeling slightly ill and tells her not to worry. Her trembling voice makes it obvious that she does not fully believe him, but Gayama has no better explanation to offer. For 3 straight days, he endured brutal withdrawal-like symptoms that left his mind completely drained. He was unable to leave his room or eat, spending the entire time curled up in bed and praying for the seizures to stop. The pain was much worse than anything he had experienced before, and it was clearly the price of using that broken weapon. To make matters worse, the mirror showed a familiar face with a much more hollow expression, while his hair appeared to be losing its color. There was no doubt that these changes were punishment from the sword god. Chloe looks weighed down by guilt, likely because the last time she saw him was during their training, making her believe she caused all of this. To ease her guilt, Gayama asks whether she still wants to have the dinner she mentioned earlier. That surprises Chloe even more than his return to class, and she nearly tackles him with a hug. Clearly, Gayama chose the right way to cheer her up, because she loves the idea. When she asks what he wants to eat, fish is the first thing Gayama thinks of. While they are talking, a strange feeling runs through Gayama, prompting him to look toward a person watching them from the end of the hallway. The watcher is Chloe's brother Nox, and his appearance instantly changes the mood. Gayama walks straight toward him and says that if he has something to say, he should stop staring and join them. Gayama immediately notices that something is off about Nox's eyes, but Chloe quickly steps between them before the situation escalates. Her voice trembles and her movements reveal hesitation, yet she is still doing her best to protect Gayama. Nox asks Chloe whether this is truly the man she intends to defy Adaro's rules for. Chloe says she wants nothing more to do with her family, but Nox reminds her that her inherited bloodshed cannot simply be washed away. According to Nox, anyone born an auditor will remain an auditor forever. Chloe sounds like a rebellious heroine. Her brother talks like he walked out of a period drama, and Gayama is the only one completely fed up with this nonsense. Nox keeps throwing insults at Gayama until Chloe finally loses her patience. She snaps at Nox for disrespecting the man she loves, and even he is caught off guard by the fury in her voice. Gayama had been hoping for a little restraint, but at this point, these daily interruptions are becoming a normal part of his life. What matters more right now is the Auditor family. He knows the Auditors operate from the shadows, focusing on assassination, and that they enter the game halfway through to become major players. They may be considered weaker than the other heroic houses, but nobody can match them when it comes to assassination. Every member of the Auditor clan becomes absurdly powerful through a brutal training program that starts in childhood and turns them into perfectly engineered killing machines. Since Chloe comes from this assassin clan, her sweet and cheerful personality actually makes her the strange one here. Her brother fits the family image much better. Nox wears the calm expression of someone familiar with killing. Gayama has no issue with that, but Chloe clearly wants a normal life instead. Much like Gayama's sword, God blessing, Chloe was also born into the Auditor world without ever getting a choice in the matter. Her future seems destined to turn her into a cold-blooded killer, and honestly, that is a pretty tragic thought. Gayama has never considered himself a hero, and has no desire to become one, but if saving the world is beyond him, he can still save one girl's life. He moves between the siblings and faces Nox head-on. He had tried to run from the sword god's blessing, but escaping it was never possible. So rather than keep resisting, he decides to step forward and accept the curse. After all, the name Gayama literally means sword demon. With his decision made, he walks past the assassin siblings and orders Nox to come with him. Elsewhere, Lee Wanbin sits in his office, unable to stop thinking about his student. The moment Gayama entered class that morning, it was clear that something was seriously wrong. His face showed no emotion at all, yet he looked weighed down by something heavy. While he is lost in thought, another instructor cheerfully enters the room and casually comments on his bald head. Their conversation barely begins before the administrators call Lai Wanbin, asking for approval to let one of his students enter the subspace. Lee Wanbin urgently asks which cadet made such a sudden request, only to learn that Kang Gayama wants access so he can fight Nox Auditor. Everything is ready for the showdown, while our MC calmly waits in the room with 15 minutes still remaining. He expected getting into the subspace to involve a mountain of paperwork, but the process was surprisingly quick. That was almost certainly Medea's doing, since she at least wanted him protected while he faced a professional assassin. Because the battle will not happen in the real world, physical wounds are not a concern, though the mental damage could still be very real. Still, none of those risks matter if he manages to secure the win. The arena's noise reaches the waiting room, proving that this student showdown has attracted far more attention than expected. The irony is that Gayama spent so much effort staying unnoticed, only for all of it to become completely useless now. Next to him, Chloe is completely overwhelmed by sorrow and guilt. She clearly thinks this mess is her fault, so Gayama reminds her that she did nothing wrong and even helped him by lending him equipment. things will work out somehow. Chloe warns him that Nox is monstrously powerful, a once-in-a-generation genius whose talent surpasses everyone in the history of the auditory family. Nobody in the dark arts can stand on his level, and by 14, he had already earned the title of their absolute peak. The title sounds painfully dramatic, but it definitely communicates how terrifyingly strong he is. Gayama looks at the rose-colored blade in his hand and reflects on every choice that brought him to this moment. His former teacher had always insisted that blades were bound to remain part of his life forever. What he never imagined was that even after reincarnating, he would still be running around with something as ridiculous as a sashimi knife. The speakers announce that the subspace battle is about to commence. Before leaving the locker room, he gives Chloe one final assurance that victory is his. The moment he enters the arena, a wave of excited cheers crashes over him from the students. The atmosphere is so intense that Gayama feels like a gladiator being sent into a Roman arena. Looking across the arena, he notices that the entire star class has shown up too. That includes the game's main cast of characters. Nox enters the arena as well, instantly drawing Gayama's attention. The assassin seems personally offended that Gayama had the nerve to challenge him with a tiny, feminine-looking kitchen knife. Nox's murderous aura is already dangerous, so the smart move would be for Gayama not to irritate him any further. Naturally, Gayama chooses the exact opposite approach, and mocks him by saying that a real master never blames his tools. Nox draws his S-rank weapon, a sword known as the Two Hungarian Blades. That weapon is not his only advantage. He also possesses one of the game's strongest auras, the Blessing of the Crow. Gayama, meanwhile, has brought his own weapons, a pair of bargain bin kitchen knives. Clearly, history is about to witness the most ridiculous, legendary duel imaginable. The subspace barrier begins forming, but the two students attack each other before it has even fully settled. Gayama activates the Painless Blessing, then reveals both knives and triggers the Sword God's Blessing. The spectators stare in disbelief, barely able to follow the action taking place inside the arena. Everyone expected the experienced assassin to crush a special admission student, yet their movements are so fast that the audience cannot even tell what is happening. Even the star class students are shocked that this supposedly one-sided battle has become so entertaining. Abel is the most stunned of all, unable to accept that the person she called weak can fight at this level. Steel keeps colliding with steel, but Gayama slips past every one of Nox's attacks without breaking a sweat. Growing irritated, the assassin unleashes a strike so rapid that 3 afterimages appear around him. The attacks seem to connect directly, yet Gayama somehow emerges without even a scratch. The students cheer Nox's power and speed, assuming Gayama is doing nothing but flee from every strike. Abel, however, understands the reality hidden from everyone else. Only someone capable of properly following the duel can grasp what is truly happening. Gayama is avoiding every attack with perfect precision, making it look as though he has not even started fighting seriously. Nox becomes increasingly furious because he already activated the Blessing of the Crow, expecting it to completely destroy Gayama. Yet Gayama handled the entire assault as if it were barely worth noticing. After witnessing Gayama's skill firsthand, Nox changes tactics and prepares a careful, wide-range slash meant to cut down everything in one sweep. Gayama lets the sashimi knife fall and switches to the rosy blade Chloe gave him. The confidence in Gayama's posture enrages Nox even further. In his eyes, a nobody like Gayama has no right to carry himself like a champion. While Gayama gathers power for his own move, Nox activates a devastating technique designed to finish our MC in one blow. But before Nox can make his move, Gayama attacks first. And in an instant, the duel is already over. Gayama only wanted a quiet, comfortable existence, so he followed the rules and did everything possible to remain invisible. But now he surrenders control of his body to the Sword God, intending to slice Nox so precisely that the man would not even realize he had been cut. The arena drops into absolute silence when Nox's blade-holding arm is severed and tumbles lifelessly to the ground. This is where Kangayama's legend begins, and where his dream of a peaceful future finally ends. Gayama turns back and delivers the final cuts, completely dismembering Nox and bringing the battle to its official conclusion. The subspace barrier shuts down, but the audience remains frozen in shock while Nox lies on the floor, struggling to breathe with his arms beside him. Gayama returns the blade to its sheath just as the announcer officially names him the winner. Gayama is not surprised that the crowd is too stunned to celebrate. After displaying unbelievable strength with a knife meant for cleaning fish, he can hardly blame them. Even with all his power, Gayama still finds the act of cutting a human being deeply unpleasant. His only comfort is that the Mao brothers and Nox were inside the subspace during their battles, meaning he was not truly killing anyone. As Nox continues gasping on the floor, Gayama finds himself admiring his opponent. Nox is every bit as powerful as Chloe claimed, with battle instincts sharpened by years of experience. Still, his murderous aura reveals his intentions so clearly that anyone can read what he plans to do. When the announcer repeats Gayama's victory, the declaration finally jolts everyone back to reality. The arena erupts in cheers and disbelief after a first-year special admission student defeats a second-year. Gayama's quiet and ordinary life is now officially finished, but this was the road he chose to walk. With everything reaching this point, all he can do now is endure the consequences through sheer determination. By the following day, the entire school is still buzzing about the battle between the first-year and second-year students. Back in Star Class, Abel gazes out the window, unable to stop thinking about the student who has taken over her thoughts. Thanks to the duel, his name seems to follow her everywhere, as if he is the only person anyone can talk about. That is all anyone seems to discuss. Even Abel could hardly believe what she witnessed. Gayama displayed astonishing swordsmanship while wielding nothing more than 2 kitchen knives. Seeing his command over the blade makes her feel foolish for ever believing that her own sword skills were impressive. He was so exceptional that she becomes convinced he must be the secret top student her grandfather had hidden from her. That realization only worsens her frustration, because she treated him like a weakling when he was actually stronger than her. Abel's irritated outburst is loud enough to wake her desk partner, Rachel. Abel apologizes, but Rachel instantly realizes that something is genuinely troubling her friend. The blue-haired girl blames her mood on missing her workouts, but Rachel sees through that excuse immediately. Rachel throws out a few possibilities and lands perfectly when she suggests that a guy might be the problem. The idea of Lady Abel having romantic feelings sends Rachel into uncontrollable laughter. Meanwhile, Abel desperately insists that Rachel has completely misunderstood the situation. Rachel pays her no attention and instead becomes determined to identify the man who has left her beloved friend so rattled. She starts listing candidates, beginning with Leon, the handsome star of their class. But Abel's completely blank reaction makes it obvious he is not the one. That leaves just one possibility: the special student from yesterday's duel who stunned the whole school with his power. Abel freezes once again instead of denying it, and that hesitation tells Rachel everything. Rachel immediately grabs Abel and pulls her toward Tiger Class to meet the boy occupying everyone's thoughts. The pair storms into Tiger Class, with Abel following behind her friend, despite clearly not wanting to be there. The entire class goes silent when the school's 2 beauties casually walk through the room. Rachel climbs onto a target, prompting someone to rush over and scold her for jumping onto another student's seat. Rachel completely derails his anger simply by turning on her charm, leaving Abel to bury her face in embarrassment over her friend's behavior. Eventually, Rachel spots Giyama asleep at his desk with Chloe doting on him beside him. Rachel assumes Chloe is his girlfriend, but instead of slowing her down, that only makes the situation more entertaining. She approaches Giyama and playfully blows into his ear, leaving both Abel and Chloe completely stunned. As Giyama gradually wakes, Rachel sits on his desk, flashes him a flirtatious smile, and asks what his name is. Giyama already recognizes her, and the sudden appearance of yet another game heroine is the last thing he wanted. Rachel reaches out, taps his face, and compliments his appearance while Giyama simply stares at her in disbelief. He has no clue what is happening, but every instinct he has is warning him that this situation is extremely dangerous. Just before Rachel can touch him again, an enraged Chloe grabs her hand. Chloe demands an explanation, but her fury and murderous aura only make Rachel more amused. It seems Giyama's instincts were not warning him about Rachel at all. They were pointing straight at Chloe. Chloe's personality takes a complete turn as she summons a box cutter from the yonder pocket dimension. If these two start fighting with knives in the classroom, Gayama is going to inherit a massive problem later. He has never seen this combination of characters in the game, leaving him completely baffled about why it is happening now. Abel tries to pull Rachel away, reminding her that they are not even in their own classroom, but Rachel refuses to move. Rachel insists that she only came to say hello, then makes things worse by patting Chloe on the head and telling her not to interrupt grown-ups. That insult pushes Chloe even closer to the edge, and she snaps the box cutter open, ready to attack. Giyama and Abel stare in horror as Chloe lunges with the box cutter, only for Rachel to catch her wrist effortlessly. Rachel is now provoking Chloe for no reason, so Abel shouts at her again to stop before the situation turns ugly. Rachel frowns and flings Chloe aside as easily as a sheet of paper, but Chloe catches herself, sending the boys into wild excitement over the catfight unfolding before them. Giyama, meanwhile, is less shocked than irritated by the bizarre drama unfolding right in front of him. Rachel then activates the blessing inherited from her clan, the lineage of the Spear Saint. Her clan teaches that technique means nothing against overwhelming power, and that raw strength should always crush everything in its path. Rachel Demora, the Spear Saint's niece, follows that exact same creed. Rachel directly asks whether Chloe is Giyama's girlfriend. He immediately says no, causing Chloe to redirect her anger toward him for a moment. When he explains that Chloe is only a friend, Rachel becomes even more intrigued by the situation. While all this unfolds, Giyama is still desperately trying to understand what is happening around him. Now fully awake, Giyama finally looks around and notices Abel, who appears just as flustered as he had been earlier. Giyama gets straight to the question of why they came, and Rachel casually reveals that Abel was curious about him and wanted to see his face. Abel loudly denies the claim, insisting that Rachel was the one who practically dragged her into the classroom. Rachel had assumed Abel truly wanted to meet Giyama simply because she followed her to Tiger Class. With the whole class staring at her, Abel awkwardly tries to explain the misunderstanding, while Giyama reaches the point where he simply wants both girls gone. He says it to them without softening the words, shocking both girls while Rachel struggles not to burst out laughing. His blunt attitude only makes Giyama more fascinating to Rachel, and she has always liked men who keep things interesting. When Rachel invites Giyama to her dorm after class for some seriously inappropriate fun, Chloe finally reaches her limit. Chloe orders Rachel to stay away from her Giyama immediately, but when Rachel starts teasing her again, Abel decides she's gone too far. Even Abel is struggling to keep her temper under control while watching Rachel flirt with him. Realizing the situation is becoming dangerous, Rachel finally retreats, though she first promises to meet Giyama later. He immediately rejects the idea and tells her not to return. Once both girls leave, Giamma simply returns to his nap, while Chloe hurries over to make sure he's alright. Before leaving, Abel secretly pauses to give Giamma a longing look, and nobody catches her doing it. As Abel and Chloe head back toward class, Rachel remains completely fascinated by the way Giamma handled everything. Being emotionally distant was one thing, but those empty eyes carried a quiet warning. If Rachel kept provoking him, she might genuinely end up with her throat cut. Rachel had only wanted to satisfy her curiosity, yet Giamma exceeded every expectation and left her genuinely shaken. Even from that brief encounter, Rachel could tell he stood well above all those star-class students who had plenty of polish but no real depth. Rachel's clan is ruthless about securing marriages with exceptional warriors, so Giamma may be a valuable asset she has no intention of allowing to slip away. All of a sudden, Rachel turns back and apologizes to Abel. Abel assumes Rachel is apologizing to the Tiger-class students for causing a disturbance, but that isn't what Rachel has in mind. Rachel is actually apologizing over Kang Giamma, because now that he has caught her interest, she refuses to back down. Meanwhile, inside the academy clinic, Nox drags himself through the corridors, consumed by a single thought: killing Giamma. He had never tasted defeat in his entire life and was always praised as an auditory genius. Yet some newcomer had just beaten him using nothing more than ordinary kitchen knives. Even remembering Giamma's face is enough to send Nox into a furious rage. If necessary, Nox will mobilize his entire clan to take Giamma's head, then eliminate RMC and reclaim Chloe. Chloe could one day reach his level or surpass it, and Nox refuses to let some nobody from special admissions steal her from him. He only needs to summon his clan's strength, and they will teach Giamma exactly who he is dealing with. Or at least, that was how things were supposed to go. Instead, the very Giamma Nox has been planning to murder is sitting peacefully in his clinic room, casually eating an apple. Before that happened, Giamma had been keeping a worried eye on Chloe during class. The other two girls are gone, yet Chloe is still visibly furious, despite being the one who drew the blade first. While Chloe spirals through her disturbing thoughts, Giamma approaches her and tries to settle her nerves. Giamma is fairly sure he can talk her through the breakdown, but he would still appreciate it if she stopped pointing a box cutter at him. He asks about Nox's condition, and Chloe sadly explains that her brother has been admitted to the Academy's medical ward. That makes little sense, because injuries inside the subspace aren't supposed to be real, meaning Nox shouldn't require medical care. According to Chloe, Nox entered the ward without suffering any actual wounds, but she insists everything is fine, and Giamma has no reason to be concerned. Still, the detail keeps bothering Giamma. Nox may have been cut apart in the subspace, but he is far too strong-willed to be traumatized by something like that. To prevent any further complications, Giamma decides he needs to see Nox himself. So he asks Chloe for the location of Nox's room. He even gives her a reassuring pat on the head, following another piece of advice from his How to Manage a Yander guide. And that brings us to the present, with Giamma facing Nox while the assassin remains stunned to find him inside his room. Giamma looks around and remarks that the auditories must be ridiculously wealthy to afford such a luxurious private hospital room. Before Nox can even demand an explanation, Giamma grabs a skinning knife from the bedside table, instantly putting Nox on alert as he wonders whether Giamma has returned to finish the job. But Giamma has no intention of attacking. He merely grabs another apple and peels it with perfect precision. He then sets the peeled apple back on the table. Giamma stands, walks past Nox, and casually recommends that he eat more fruits and vegetables to recover properly. That casual advice only infuriates Nox further, prompting the assassin to reveal a hidden sleeve knife and prepare a surprise strike. As though he already knew what Nox was planning, Giamma warns that any attempt at revenge will leave both Nox and the entire Aditor clan in pieces. Giamma exits and shuts the door with enough force to split the neatly peeled apple into slices, exposing that he had carved it apart so quickly Nox never even saw the cuts. Giamma leaves the medical unit, hoping his little visit accomplished its purpose. Nox is now like a candle waiting to be snuffed out, his fighting spirit completely crushed. That collapse is entirely thanks to Giamma's wildly confident intimidation, though he hopes the performance won't eventually create problems for him. The Aditors are an elite assassin clan, after all, and 30 seconds of pain neutralization is nowhere near enough to handle all of them. He could probably eliminate 10 people within those 30 seconds, but dealing with everyone else would be a completely different challenge. And that estimate assumes the worst. Giamma would much rather avoid killing anyone unless there is absolutely no alternative. Walking back to his dorm beneath the moon, Giamma strangely feels as though he is standing at the calm center of a storm. Little by little, he is becoming accustomed to this absurd new life. If Nox keeps himself under control, Giamma can avoid letting the situation spiral into something even crazier. Unfortunately, another headache is already waiting for him, the one girl he most wanted to avoid. Rachel. In the original game, Rachel approached the protagonist first and eventually became attached to the main heroine, Abel. Since she has chosen Giamma instead, it is obvious that the timeline has veered far away from its original path. He also has midterms to prepare for, and this time he must actually put in the effort if he wants to claim the reward. For the exam, 5 students will be assigned to subdue a demonic monster. The members will be chosen without regard to class placement, since the real focus of the test is teamwork. Personal strength matters, but on a battlefield, Trusting the people fighting beside you matters even more. For a weaker student, the smartest strategy is to find strong teammates and let them carry the battle. Though, to be fair, the monsters themselves aren't exactly terrifying. The creatures assigned for this exam are D-rank demonic mermen. Giamma remembers how revolting they looked in the game, so seeing them in person will probably be even worse. If they were mermaids, at least the view might be pleasant, but mermen are guaranteed to be disgusting. The problem is that mermaids count as demonic humans, the demon army's primary soldiers, making them vastly stronger. Next to demonic humans, demonic monsters are little more than glorified guard dogs. Luckily, the island is only supposed to contain mermen, so the students won't have to face any demonic humans. A month has passed since Giamma arrived at the academy, and this is the first night he has experienced even a little peace. 700 years have passed since humans and demons agreed to a truce, but just as human history is never free of conflict, their relationship has seen disputes both minor and massive. One major example happened 50 years ago, when Vasmon, leader of the 6th Legion, announced his plan to resurrect the 1st Legion's commander. His decision triggered 7 straight days of combat, leaving the entire city drenched in blood. Humanity ultimately won the conflict, giving rise to the legendary 7 heroes. However, 3 of those heroes had to be sacrificed, and afterward, neither side was willing to push the conflict any further. Aside from that incident, the peace is held until the present day. Still, Giamma cannot help questioning whether this can truly be called peace. The more he considers the history, the more Giamma believes that whoever sealed the 1st Legion commander alone 7 centuries ago must have been an absolute monster. It took 7 people to defeat the 6th commander, and even that victory came with casualties. Now only 3 years remain before the second Human-Demon War begins, and this time the Demon King himself will join the conflict. That future is horrifying to imagine, but worrying about it will not alter what is coming. For now, Giamma's only sensible move is to concentrate on the approaching midterms. His immediate task is finding teammates, though that is easier said than done when he has absolutely no friends. At least he is currently the Academy's most famous student, so perhaps that reputation can help him fix the issue. Since staying unnoticed for the next 3 years is clearly impossible, Giamma decides to temporarily rewrite his personal motto. He will stop chasing a quiet life and focus instead on maintaining a comfortable one. That means his next challenge is convincing other students to join his team. But 1 week later, Giamma remains completely by himself. Not even one student has asked him to join a group. At this point, Giamma suspects they may simply be too afraid of him. Looking across the classroom, he notices that Chloe is the only other student sitting alone. Perhaps the others have started treating her like an outsider. It could be because of what happened with her brother in his defeat, or because of the way she behaved around Rachel. Whatever the reason, Giamma walks over and asks whether she has still failed to find anyone to partner with. Like Giamma, Chloe is still without a team, and that genuinely concerns him. He is accustomed to loneliness, but Chloe once had friends, and now every one of them has disappeared. Chloe assures him that she will be fine as long as Giamma remains by her side. Either way, Giamma invites her to team up with him so the 2 of them can recruit 3 more members. Given Chloe's abilities, having her on his side would be a massive advantage. Since Giamma can only fight for 30 seconds, Chloe is basically 30 soldiers compressed into one adorable package. Their peaceful moment is interrupted when Rachel storms into the classroom, calling out for Giamma. Giamma openly shows how unhappy he is to see her again, while Chloe makes her murderous feelings clear by pulling out a box cutter. Rachel keeps pestering him, eventually draping herself across his desk before asking whether he has found a team for the exam. Realizing she will ignore anything else he says, Giamma answers her question, and the moment she learns he has no team, Rachel invites him into hers. The sudden invitation immediately makes Giamma suspicious. With so many students eager to join Rachel, why would she specifically choose him? Rachel gives him a straightforward answer. Taking the test with him sounds far more entertaining than doing it with anyone else in her class. Giamma explains that Chloe is already on his team, but Rachel is perfectly fine with that because her group still has 2 vacancies. Even then, Giamma remains wary, since adding him is a much bigger gamble for Rachel. If the team performs badly during the island exam, Rachel's grades could suffer because of this decision. Giamma looks toward Chloe, who reluctantly nods and accepts the arrangement. With Chloe agreeing, Giamma accepts the invitation, and Rachel instantly opens her phone to submit the application after warning him that backing out is no longer an option. When Giamma asks who else is on the team, Rachel's first answer is none other than Leon. Not an ordinary Leon, either. This is the world's fake protagonist and the very person Giamma most wants to avoid. Giamma starts wondering what terrible sin he committed in a previous life to deserve luck this awful. Sure, he spent 30 years using knives, but that was simply part of his profession. For some inexplicable reason, he keeps getting tangled up with the heroines, and despite trying to stay unnoticed, he is being dragged deeper into the main plot. At least the heroines are easy on the eyes, so getting dragged into their problems isn't entirely unpleasant. The genuine disaster, however, is Leon Van Reinhardt. He is the protagonist, and getting involved with him is guaranteed to throw the entire central storyline into chaos. Giamma has no idea what the future holds, yet he is somehow certain that every disaster will eventually be blamed on him. He considers switching teams, only to discover that Rachel had already submitted his name before asking for his permission. For the first time ever, Giamma genuinely feels an overwhelming urge to cut down a girl. And naturally, there is still the biggest problem of all: the Yander girl sitting in his class. As if summoned by the thought, Chloe appears beside him and asks what's wrong, since he has looked terrified ever since Rachel walked away. Giamma claims he is only nervous because the exam will include Star Class cadets. Chloe reminds him that nobody in Star Class is stronger than he is, earning a rather unconvincing thank you from Giamma. Since Giamma was the one who asked Chloe to join him, he cannot morally take the exam without her. When he looks at the situation logically, Giamma realizes he could hardly find a better teammate than Chloe. This arrangement might actually work out well, if only Giamma were capable of viewing it optimistically. Giamma asks Chloe about the time and place of their first team meeting, and she says it will be held at a campus cafe. Since the meeting is about to begin, Giamma suggests they leave for the cafe immediately. They arrive ahead of everyone else, and Giamma and Chloe order their own drinks. Chloe treats herself to a delicious avocado smoothie, while Giamma watches enviously and calculates the painful price of just 1 cup. He takes 1 sip of his budget espresso and nearly has a seizure from the horrifying taste. Because the cafe is privately owned, Academy cards are useless there, forcing Giamma to spend his personal money for the first time. While Giamma questions every decision that led him here, Rachel's message makes his phone vibrate. Rachel informs him that she has arrived, and moments later she enters the booth with Leon and another person following behind. Leon and Giamma meet for the first time, after which Giamma turns his attention to the unfamiliar person beside him. From his appearance alone, Giamma immediately assumes the guy is probably a delinquent. Leon introduces himself first, extending his hand toward our protagonist. Giamma shakes his hand, and Leon praises him for the subspace battle from a few days ago. The way Leon speaks instantly tells Giamma that he combines sharp intelligence with effortless refinement. Once everyone takes a seat, Rachel proposes that they formally introduce themselves. Leon starts by presenting himself as the team leader and a member of Star Class. Somehow, Leon has already become the group's leader, and he sounds sincere when he says he is looking forward to working with everyone. Rachel is next, but since everyone already knows who she is, she lets the person beside her introduce himself instead. The boy introduces himself as Speed Weapon, another student from Star Class. His introduction is brief and direct, but Giamma is far more distracted by the bizarre name. Chloe follows, explaining that she is from Wolf Class and joined the team because Giamma invited her. Rachel immediately teases Chloe for calling Giamma Gayam-kun, leading to a tense stare-down until Chloe sighs, regains control, and finishes speaking. Finally, Giamma takes his turn and keeps it even briefer than Speed Weapon, stating nothing beyond his name and class. Everyone accepts the painfully brief introduction, after which Leon opens his laptop to get the meeting's real discussion underway. With a single press, Leon projects a holographic map of the exam region into the air. Their testing ground is Scopuli Island, and a subspace gate will send them straight to their assigned drop point. The subspace effect applies only to the entrance. Once they arrive, everything on the island becomes completely real, including the injuries caused by its demonic beasts. Their team has been assigned the northeastern shoreline, where 3 separate groups will be searching for mermen. Since the number of mermen is limited, the exam simply rewards the team that manages to hunt the highest possible number. Once everyone understands the plan, Leon wraps up the briefing and invites his teammates to ask anything they want. Speedwagon is the first to speak, asking whether the island contains any dangers other than the mermen. The instructors had already investigated the island beforehand and confirmed that no other monsters or demons should be present. Chloe then asks whether the teams are allowed to ambush one another, leaving everyone else staring at her in disbelief. Leon calmly explains that the exam is only about eliminating demonic beasts, meaning any team-on-team fight would instantly result in disqualification. Apparently, her assassin instincts automatically turn the exam into a possible ambush scenario. With the questions over, Leon dismisses everyone and tells them to prepare for the midterms before reconvening tomorrow. The other cadets leave the cafe, unintentionally leaving Giamma behind with Leon. The silence becomes uncomfortable, prompting Giamma to make his exit, but Leon stops him with a sudden call. The supposed faux protagonist suddenly asks Giamma which country he is from. Giamma ruk jata hai, or Leon ke is ajib saval ko samajhne ki koshish karta hai. He has been asked something similar before, but hearing it from Leon gives the question an entirely different meaning. Leon is completely serious as he asks it, making it impossible for Giamma to guess what is going through his head. Leon could have brought it up during introductions, yet he deliberately waited until the cafe was empty. When the silence stretches on, Leon apologizes for asking so abruptly and admits that Giamma somehow feels familiar to him. Korean may be this world's official language because of where the game was developed, but that hardly means every other culture has vanished. Anyone could identify Giamma as Korean at a glance, so Leon's question about his origins, and their supposed similarity, makes no obvious sense. Giamma remains frozen, still trying to process the bizarre conversation, so Leon tells him to forget the whole thing and walks out of the cafe. Before Leon can get away, Giamma stops him and asks the exact same question in return. The question slips out on instinct, and Giamma instantly regrets it, yet he knows curiosity will keep him awake without an answer. Leon simply takes Giamma's hand and calmly reveals that he comes from Germany. Then Leon walks away without explaining anything, leaving Giamma wondering what suddenly changed about him. Leon's question immediately makes Giamma consider an outrageous possibility. Perhaps the game's main character also originated from another world. The idea sounds ridiculous, but it cannot be dismissed as impossible. After all, nothing says that only one person could be pulled into the game, and taking over the protagonist would be far more likely than ending up as some random extra. Jiyama looks at the knife on the table, and a plan suddenly clicks in his mind. Whenever the sword god's blessing activates, Jiyama's senses become unnaturally sharp. Perhaps triggering that blessing can finally reveal the truth. He grabs the knife, pulls off its cover, and receives the exact mental message he was hoping for. The message confirms that Leon truly belongs to this world. The voice sounds just like the one he heard during his battle with Chloe. Whenever he invokes the sword, God's blessing, a faint voice reaches his ears. Unfortunately, dwelling on that voice triggers such a brutal migraine that even his painlessness blessing cannot block it. Even so, Jiyama is certain that today's Leon is the exact same Leon from the game. No actor could imitate him with that level of perfection. Leon asking about his country without warning is strange enough, but his claim that the two of them are alike is even more disturbing. Jiyama checks the wiki, only to find that this world's records contain nothing about Leon. With everything becoming increasingly bizarre, Jiyama decides he is done getting involved with Leon. If another incident occurs, he can always consult Medea, while conveniently ignoring her constant attempts to elope with him. Jiyama is surprised that he has remained so composed despite everything that has happened lately. Perhaps his blessings are affecting his composure as well. He checks his status screen and sees that, as usual, his development is moving along nicely. His mental fortitude and armament remain unchanged, while his physical fortitude has risen because of all his recent training. His armament should receive another boost once he obtains Murasame from the midterms. The assimilation rate is the only stat he still cannot understand. It has climbed significantly, and it seems close to unlocking a special ability or effect. It may be connected to everything he has accomplished up to this point. Not knowing what it does is irritating, especially since there is no one he can exactly ask about it. But a new detail has appeared at the very bottom of the status screen. His painlessness blessing has gained 10 extra seconds, allowing him to maintain it for a total of 40 seconds. After all this effort, it seems his hard work is finally paying off. While the teams spend the following days refining their exam strategies, Jiyama keeps training and sharpening his own abilities. Then, at last, exam day arrives. Every team gathers before the subspace gate, and Jiyama immediately notices that its atmosphere is nothing like the one at the training ground. His teammates arrive soon after, looking every bit as eager for the exam as Jiyama. During their earlier meetings, the team had already assigned a specific role to every member. Rachel will handle the frontline damage, while Leon stays in the center and leads the team from there. Speed Weapon will support Leon from the rear, and Chloe will team up with Rachel to provide extra damage. Jiyama will cover the back as the rear guard, completing a well-balanced formation. Jiyama briefly surveys the team's gear and realizes just how powerful their equipment is. Rachel wields an S-rank weapon called the Vermilion Phoenix Halberd, while Leon, despite not having Balmung yet, still carries an impressive sword. Speed Weapon's equipment, meanwhile, is nothing more than a recorder. Apparently, this support class also comes with live musical performances. Rachel explains that the recorder is one of the rare S-rank items capable of healing, and even Jiyama knows how absurdly difficult such an armament is to obtain. Owning gear like that is practically a dream, so Jiyama moves closer for a better look, surprising Speed Weapon. Their conversation ends when the intercom announces that the first-year midterms are about to begin. Lee Wanbin, the instructor responsible for Wolf class, steps forward to address the students. Since the students already understand the rules, he wastes no time on a lengthy explanation. He reminds them that retreating is perfectly acceptable if the situation becomes too dangerous. No bonus points are worth putting their lives on the line. Anyone who gets hurt or wants to surrender only needs to call the instructor overseeing the test. With the exam moments away, Li Wan wishes them luck and tells everyone to stay calm and give it their best. Chloe looks visibly uneasy, prompting Jiyama to ask what is bothering her. She reminds him that mermaids are known to appear on the island, but Jiyama repeats that the instructors already cleared the area. Chloe wants to believe him, yet her anxiety refuses to go away. In Sicily, where Chloe was raised, mermaid sightings were common, and those creatures had a reputation for leaving massive destruction behind. Humans currently have a truce with demonic beings, which is why they are seldom encountered outside dungeons. Still, the rumors continue because the truce has never fully clarified the exact conditions under which mermaids appear. As the teachers order the cadets through the gate, Jiyama places a reassuring hand on Chloe's head. Chloe smiles, choosing to trust Jiyama's word. Much later, Jiyama's voice reaches Chloe through the fog, clouding her thoughts. She must have blacked out for a moment, because the entire situation has completely changed. When Chloe finally opens her eyes, Jiyama and the others are standing before a huge, terrifying presence. Rachel asks Speed Weapon whether he reached the instructor, but the cave has blocked his phone signal. Nearby, someone lies wounded on the ground, bleeding heavily and barely out of danger. Standing before them is the true source of this sudden disaster, a mermaid. But to understand how they reached this nightmare, we need to rewind a little. The moment they arrived on Scopuli Island, nearly everyone was hit by severe motion sickness from the gate transfer. Jiyama is the only one unaffected, casually revealing that motion sickness does not bother him. Soon afterward, the team comes across its first merman. The creature freezes in surprise for a second, then quickly scuttles out of sight. They look every bit as revolting as expected. but Giamma is surprised by how tiny this one is. Leon confirms that this specimen is too small to earn anything from. It would not count toward their score at all. If they want an adult merman, the team must continue toward its designated area. Chloe moves ahead to scout, while the rest of the group trails behind at a cautious pace. They eventually reach the assigned zone, where Chloe returns and shares the results of her scouting. She has spotted a cave roughly 500 meters ahead and guides everyone in that direction. They have not even stepped inside the gloomy cave when dozens of eyes begin watching them from the darkness. Leon estimates that 50 to 60 mermen are packed inside, all clustered around a campfire. Taking down this entire group would almost guarantee first place, but surviving the fight has to come before chasing the top score. The moment they enter the cave, their internet will disappear, making an emergency call to an instructor extremely difficult. This is a classic high-risk, high-reward choice, and the final call belongs to their leader, Leon. Leon carefully planned everyone's role before they arrived, and now he has to turn that preparation into another victory. Leon reaches his decision almost instantly and orders Rachel to open the assault. Rachel pulls back and launches a golden spear deep into the cave. The spear crashes into the campfire, snuffing out the flames and stunning every merman nearby. Before the creatures can even locate the attacker, Rachel is already among them, sending several heads flying in an instant. Speed Weapon follows by, empowering Rachel, boosting her abilities so she can tear through the merman one at a time. Jima can only stare in amazement at the sheer force Rachel is displaying. Chloe notices his reaction, draws her katana, activates her blessing, and joins the slaughter herself. She immediately starts matching Rachel's kill count, cutting down merman after merman as the two fighters charge toward one another. Neither girl shows any sign of stopping as the distance between them shrinks, making Gayama fear they are about to collide. At the very last moment, they pass within inches of one another, turn, and eliminate the final merman charging between them. They separate without a problem and return to clearing out the remaining enemies, leaving Gayama to finally breathe again. His concern turns out to be completely unnecessary, because together they wipe out all 60 mermen. With the cave cleared, Leon suggests moving to another area and continuing the exam there. That confidence and leadership are exactly why the blonde protagonist serves as the team's central pillar. For Gayama, this is yet another sign that Leon is genuinely the game's main character. No ordinary person could possibly reproduce those unmistakable hero-like qualities. While Jam's mind drifts elsewhere, he looks away from Leon for just a moment. When he looks back, the blonde hero is collapsing after suffering a deadly strike to the stomach. The others can only watch in horror as a powerful presence emerges from the pile of dead mermen behind Gayama. It is a demonoid mermaid, the very monster Chloe was afraid might appear on the island. Gayama had already suspected that their easy run was too good to last. Now they must decide whether to flee or risk facing the monster head-on. With Leon badly wounded, nobody knows whether they can escape safely while carrying him along. Rachel orders Speed Weapon to contact the instructors and report the mermaid's appearance. But Gayama's concern proves correct. The cave has killed their internet connection, leaving them unable to reach the instructor. The entire team starts to panic, while Gayama remains the only one keeping his head clear. With Leon out of action, only one person is capable of taking command. Gayama steps forward and begins directing the rest of the team. His first order sends Rachel to hold the merman back at any cost. Next, he tells Speed Weapon to pour every healing blessing available into Leon. Finally, he snaps Chloe out of her daze and orders her to evacuate the other cadets while informing the instructors about the situation. Chloe needs a moment to process the command, but eventually she runs off to carry it out. Once the team has its orders, Gayama walks directly toward the mermaid, leaving everyone else stunned. He tells Rachel and Weapon to handle the remaining mermen themselves. As for the mermaid, Giamma claims the fight for himself, joking that dealing with fish is his specialty anyway. Demons possess their own special power, one that functions much like human blessings. That power is called magic, and it was strong enough to drop the protagonist with a single attack. That one attack perfectly shows the enormous gap between human and demonic strength. Giamma may possess the sword god's blessing, but it is no guarantee that he will walk away alive. In the original game, defeating a magic-wielding demon alone was considered impossible. A full party was mandatory. Yet Giamma is now standing alone against a boss normally reserved for an entire raid team. To put it mildly, Giamma is in serious trouble, but retreat is no longer an option. Chloe will need roughly 10 minutes to reach help and return. But Gayama has only 40 seconds to defeat this oversized fish before ending up in an even worse condition than the protagonist. That is the fate waiting for him if he fails. Rachel fights desperately to hold the merman back as Speed Weapon concentrates everything he has on restoring Leon. The injury is severe, yet the healing is slowly working. Even with that difficult healing job, Speed Weapon keeps glancing toward Gayama. The mermaid is terrifying enough to make Super Weapon tremble, yet Gayama is seriously planning to face it alone. The demon makes the first move, firing the very same laser that put Leon down. Gayama slips past the blast and charges forward with his knife, determined to get within striking range. The mermaid appears to rely mostly on long-range attacks infused with water-based magic. Giamma may not understand magic, but he knows one important thing. This demon still has a physical body that can be cut, so his strategy is simple. Get close and slice it apart. Giamma leaps in with a slash, but the demon evades him and immediately redirects towards Speed Weapon. Before the creature can reach him, Gayama circles around and severs one of its fins, forcing the monster to cry out in pain. The wound is far too shallow to matter, so RMC attacks again, only for the demon to evade and dissolve into a pool of water. The mermaid targeting Speed Weapon makes it pretty clear that she is hunting the wounded on purpose. Leon has recovered a little, so Speed Weapon immediately calls for Gayama. Seeing that Leon is stable, Gayama checks on him briefly before charging back into the fight. To Speed Weapon, Gayama looks unbelievably cool right now. In one of their earlier conversations, Speed Weapon admitted that he admired heroes willing to sacrifice themselves for everyone else. But ever since joining the academy, he still hasn't encountered anyone who truly deserves to be called a hero. That hope is why he joined Rachel's group, believing Leon might become the hero he had been searching for. Speed Weapon had even honestly told Gayama that he did not consider him heroic at all, yet here they were, watching Gayama be the one putting his life on the line. The mermaid keeps firing fish-shaped magical projectiles, but Gayama slips past every one of them with perfect timing. This time, though, the blasts do not simply fly by. They curve around and start chasing him. The mermaid is controlling them remotely, forcing Gayama to run circles around the cave. With Gayama occupied, the demon sees its chance and goes straight for Speed Weapon again. Gima reaches them at the last possible second and slashes the monster before it can strike, though the wound is shallow once again. Those tiny wounds are not enough to bring the creature down. To finish the demon permanently, Gayama will have to drive his blade deep into its body. Another blast comes flying at Gayama, but he avoids it, sending the attack smashing through the cave ceiling and into the sky. The blast is so huge that cadets scattered around the mountain can see it, followed by an earth-shaking roar. As if that were not enough, rain begins pouring down too. One instructor orders the group to carry the injured and move before the rain makes their condition worse. Inside the cave, the mermen finally pull back, giving the exhausted cadets a brief chance to breathe. The collapsing cave buries the mermaid beneath the rubble, but Gayama knows that cannot be enough to kill her. His suspicion proves correct when the mermaid blasts through the rocks and charges straight at the students. Until now, Gayama has been holding back because he could not stop worrying about the injured Leon. With the merman gone, he asks Rachel to protect Speed Weapon and Leon while he handles the enemy. Speed Weapon is still struggling to process the fact that Gayama is facing a demon completely alone. He used to think RMC was simply insane, but this may be the moment a genuine legend is born. For Gayama, the only good news is that he can finally concentrate without constantly checking on his teammates. His painless blessing has barely 10 seconds remaining, so he must end this quickly before the pain returns and kills him. Gayama and the mermaid lock eyes for one final moment, then launch themselves into the decisive clash. Meanwhile, Chloe races through the forest, desperately searching for someone who can help. She is exhausted, but stopping is not an option when the people she left behind could still be in danger. Every part of her body is screaming in pain, yet each time she wants to stop, she remembers Gayama staying behind to battle that monster alone for their survival. To Chloe, Gayama is without question the strongest person she has ever known. It is obvious that Gayama hates fighting and only reaches for his blade when he absolutely has to. He steps into battle only when every other option has disappeared. Because Gayama chose to stay and fight the mermaid, Chloe knows she must find help, even though she cannot shake the thought that a little more strength might have allowed her to stand beside him. A thunderous explosion rips through the cave behind her, and Chloe instantly recognizes it as the sound of Gayama's battle with the mermaid. Distracted by fear, she catches her foot on a vine and nearly tumbles, but saves herself and continues forward. Until she finds assistance, Chloe cannot afford to slow down or collapse. While rushing ahead, Chloe suddenly detects something nearby. Something is waiting up ahead. Her thoughts are too scattered to sense them properly, but she immediately assumes they are mermen. Chloe draws her sword and strikes the nearest figure, only for the supposed merman to block the attack with a blade of its own. There is a simple reason for that. It was not a merman at all, but Abel. The moment Chloe realizes she has found real people, all her remaining strength leaves her and she collapses. Abel's teammates immediately become wary, wondering whether Chloe is bait for an ambush. Barely able to speak, Chloe urges them to go and save Gima. Fortunately, Abel recognizes Chloe from the time she and Rachel visited Gima's class. Back inside the cave, Speed Weapon can only stare in total amazement at the battle before him. He cannot imagine ever witnessing another day this unbelievable. Gayama moves with such precision that he looks like an expert slicing a live fish on a cutting board without wasting a single motion. By now, this has gone far beyond an ordinary fight against a demonoid. Gayama is dominating the creature from start to finish. Speed Weapon knows this is the kind of sight that will remain burned into his memory forever. Even Rachel, heir to the Spear clan and someone raised around powerful fighters, has never witnessed technique on this level. Still, when a stray attack flies toward them, Rachel is the first one to shove Speed Weapon out of its path. The battle is so intense that Speed Weapon almost forgets he is standing in the middle of it. The enemy facing Gima is not just any demon. It specializes in magic. A knife is already at a disadvantage against magic, no matter how much our protagonist is dominating at the moment. One unavoidable spell could instantly turn the fight against Gayama. The instant Speed Weapon thinks of that possibility, the mermaid raises both hands and activates a new spell known as Needle Squall. The falling rain crystallizes into ice, and the entire scene seems to freeze for one brief moment. When the mermaid lowers her hand, every razor-sharp frozen raindrop plunges toward Gayama. Gayama avoids a portion and deflects the rest, but the frozen drops are tougher than his knife can handle. With every impact, the blade begins crumbling in his hand. Rather than discard the damaged weapon, Gayama turns it into a projectile and throws it at the mermaid. The blade slices through her side and tears a massive hole across her waist. Gayama follows immediately with a powerful finishing slash aimed straight through the mermaid's body. But the mermaid slips away and throws a merman's body into the attack, using it to distract Gima. Before our protagonist can recover, she begins charging an enormous spell right in front of him. The attack is already too close for him to escape, leaving Gayama with nowhere to run. Right as panic begins to take over, Gayama's consciousness is suddenly transported into an empty, peaceful space. There, a red line shows him exactly where to strike, while a voice tells him that anything he can slice will be cut. Rather than retreat, Gayama changes his grip and swings his knife directly through the incoming magic. His slash unleashes a tremendous shockwave, and once the smoke fades, Gayama is standing above the mermaid's lifeless corpse. The dying demon lets out a few final noises before Gayama kicks its body back into the pool it emerged from. Rachel and Speedweapon can only stand there, stunned by what they have just seen. A first-year student had somehow defeated a demonoid without anyone's help. Then Gima suddenly drops to his knees and begins coughing blood. Rachel reacts first and runs to Gima, while Speedweapon turns his attention to Leon. Fortunately, the protagonist is safe, but strange noises behind them make Speedweapon fear that the escaped mermen have come back. Instead, Abel and her team appear, carrying Chloe, who is unconscious and badly injured. The first sight Abel catches is Rachel gently stroking the unconscious Gayama. For some unexplained reason, the sight irritates Abel, but she pushes the feeling aside and surveys the cave. Everyone else looks moments away from death, while Leon somehow appears perfectly unharmed. Abel tells them that the Academy has been contacted, and help should arrive within an hour. With backup coming, Abel wants a clear explanation of everything that happened here. She asks Speedweapon to give the report, but he is too annoyed at the Academy and its instructors, who insisted the island had been fully inspected. He doubts anyone will take his story seriously anyway, but he begins describing what he witnessed. Speedweapon summarizes the incident and explains how Gayama brought down the mermaid by himself. Exactly as Speedweapon expected, Abel finds the story almost impossible to accept. Even her grandfather's wildest stories from childhood sounded more believable. Yet the destruction around them leaves no doubt that this absurd account is real. There would be no reason for them to invent something like this. Even with that proof in front of her, Abel still cannot fully believe it. After all, Abel descends from the famous hero Baylor Joaquin and his disciple Aaron Nebelung. That powerful heritage runs through her veins and granted her a special attribute from the moment she was born. Her bloodline carried enormous promise, so Abel worked relentlessly to prove that her own achievements would not be buried beneath her ancestry. Still, despite every advantage and all the progress Abel has made, Kangama keeps showing her just how absurdly wide the gap between them remains. Abel is overwhelmed by a confusing blend of fear, unease, and genuine admiration. While waiting for the teachers, Abel orders the healer in her group to treat Gima. A closer look reveals that he is battered, exhausted, and barely clinging to life. Yet somehow, this same person fought a demonoid alone and won. Abel finds herself looking at him with unmistakable envy. Speedweapon pulls her back to reality and suggests that they avoid telling the instructors every detail of this incident. The Academy supposedly surveyed the island beforehand, yet a demonoid was hiding inside a cave that even cadets could easily spot. Too many details in this story simply refuse to make sense. Leon gets straight to the disturbing possibility and asks whether Speedweapon thinks the Academy has an insider working with the demon factions. Leon quickly tries to soften his words, admitting that was not exactly his point, though none of them can completely dismiss the idea. There is no denying that cadets should have noticed this cave, and as Speedweapon points out, Gayama was the only reason Leon's group survived. The 700-year truce has seen plenty of major and minor conflicts, but demons have never once attacked the Academy's cadets. The truce even contains a clause declaring that an attack like this would be grounds to start a war. Speedweapon interrupts their speculation and insists they may be making the situation sound far worse than it is. Being cautious about a potential spy is sensible, but deciding the truth this early would be reckless. For the moment, their priority is making sure everyone tells the same version of events. If an Academy spy truly exists, Gayama will become an obvious target as soon as news spreads about his solo victory. Abel dislikes hiding the truth, but because Gayama sacrificed so much for them and the entire group supports the idea, she proposes speaking with her grandfather before doing anything else. The cadets make it back to the Academy, while Gayama is rushed to the hospital. When Gayama wakes beneath the bright sunlight, he is almost shocked to discover that he survived. His final memory is of the mermaid firing a magical sphere just before dying. The attack came too close to evade, though he barely managed to perceive it in time. Using his sashimi knife, he followed the line and split the magic in two before it exploded. In hindsight, Gayama realizes the magical sphere was made of water. He also remembers sensing something indescribable after activating the sword god's blessing. To investigate, Gayama summons the blessing again, causing the familiar status screen to appear before him. His mental fortitude has risen by 1, which probably explains why fear never took over during his fight with the mermaid. His assimilation rate has also climbed high enough to unlock the mysterious attribute. The following attribute will become available once his assimilation rate hits 15%. Perhaps this newly unlocked ability is what showed him the red line during the mermaid battle. While Gayama is examining his blessing, the door swings open and a familiar person rushes inside. It is Medea, who immediately grabs Gayama and squeezes him in a tight embrace. Medea anxiously checks on him while Gayama struggles to survive her painfully tight hug. Eventually, she lets go and apologizes, before explaining the real reason she came to visit. Medea opens a dimensional storage space through her purse. From inside, she retrieves the prize Gayama wanted from the exam: the Murasame sword. The Murasame is a B-rank weapon loaded with impressive stats, making it exactly the sword Gayama needed. Gayama can only stare at the sword in disbelief while Medea asks whether he likes his gift. Medea apologizes that he is receiving it under these circumstances instead of being awarded it properly. Meanwhile, another person secretly watches the entire exchange from the doorway. Medea spots them and tells them to come inside instead of hovering by the door like a creepy, embarrassed stalker. Siegfried Nibeloni awkwardly clears his throat before entering and taking his place beside Medea. The scene feels oddly familiar to Gayama, reminding him of what happened when he first arrived at the academy. He then asks why the Sword Emperor has come to visit him too. Medea says his teammates told her everything, after which she and Siegfried bow and apologize for the academy's failure. They accept responsibility for the disaster that occurred during the midterms. Their negligence nearly cost every person on that island their life. As Medea continues, Gayama is too overwhelmed to find any words. She promises Gayama that they will uncover whoever is truly behind the incident. Siegfried also steps forward to thank Gayama for protecting the cadets. Gayama awkwardly scratches his cheek and quietly says he only did whatever was possible. Medea praises his incredible actions, but explains that the incident must remain confidential. Medea is convinced the mastermind is inside the academy, so silence is essential if they want to prevent the truth from reaching the public. Gayama understands their reasoning and does not blame them for the decision. Medea smiles and jokes that Gayama sometimes behaves like an old man stuck inside a teenager's body. The two administrators leave Gayama's room and head back toward the administration building. While walking through the corridors, Medea asks her old friend whether he remembers their first meeting after they enrolled. Siegfried had been lying on a bench, and Medea had told him to get lost. Siegfried answered by silently drawing his sword. Siegfried acts as though he remembers nothing, earning a faint smile from Medea. The memory still feels fresh, even though 6 decades have already passed. And despite living through all those years, they have not even experienced a tenth of Joaquin Academy's history. The academy was already ancient and overflowing with history when they first enrolled. Through countless major and minor incidents, the academy had spent 700 years raising and safeguarding its cadets. Suddenly, the mood turns heavy, and Medea's aura becomes so intense that the nearby windows explode. Before the midterms began, Medea had been told that the island had undergone several preliminary surveys. Although mermaid sightings were uncommon, Skopuli Island was known for them, so Medea took every precaution to protect her beloved students. Despite all that preparation, a disaster of this scale still happened under her supervision. Siegfried gently places a hand on her shoulder, bringing her back to herself as she apologizes with her eyes. But the very next moment, Medea flips into full fangirl mode while thinking about how incredible Gayama is. She cannot get over the fact that he defeated a mermaid alone, so she asks Siegfried for his opinion. Siegfried has witnessed naturally gifted people more times than he can count. He has watched countless people be praised as the prodigies of their generation, only to see them eventually lose their way. Among hero families hungry for fame and honor, the title of genius is handed out far too easily. The moment a child displays even a hint of talent, their family background is enough for everyone to label them a genius. In fact, he banned people from using that word even for his own granddaughter, Abel. But if anyone deserves to be called a genius, perhaps it is Gayama, whose talent seems impossible to measure. Siegfried can only wonder how powerful Gayama might become if he keeps gaining experience at this rate. For all he knows, Ken Gayama might one day reach a level Siegfried himself could only imagine. Siegfried ignores her question and walks on, only stopping to tell Medea that she should remain at the academy for the time being. Medea simply smiles before following him, and the two continue chatting while walking through the corridors. Sometime later, Gayama leaves the hospital and returns to class like nothing happened. As the headmaster ordered, his defeat of a demonoid on Skopule Island appears to have been kept completely secret. Gayama suspects that his classmates are able to act so casually only because he was the one who stopped the mermaid. Right after leaving the hospital, his first stop was the Academy Forge, where he planned to rework and strengthen Murasame. With the sword, God's blessing involved, the weapon currently felt no better than a metal stick, making a complete reforging unavoidable. That brings him to the blacksmith, Fallender. At this point, all he can do is pray that the enhancement works. While replaying everything that happened recently in his mind, Gayama hears Chloe calling for him. He turns around and finds Chloe approaching on crutches, one leg completely covered in a cast. Because speed weapons treated her immediately, the doctor expects her to walk without crutches in just a week. Even with those injuries, Chloe appears to be recovering surprisingly well. Gayama may have defeated the mermaid himself, but everyone survived because the entire team contributed. Chloe's distress call, Rachel dealing with the merman, and Speed's healing and blessings were all crucial during the fight. The one person who barely contributed anything was Leon. Gayama honestly wonders how Leon plans to defeat the Demon King while carrying that kind of fighting spirit. Then again, perhaps Leon's early injury had something to do with it. Their conversation ends when the instructor storms into the classroom and tells everyone to sit down for several announcements before the training assembly. After everyone settles down, he announces that another person will be joining him as a co-instructor. The class is irritated by the unexpected arrangement, at least until they discover who their new instructor is. Siegfried enters the classroom without a care, leaving everyone stunned while Lee Von Ben immediately bows respectfully before him. Even Gima is left speechless when the strongest human alive shows up as his teacher. Elsewhere, an old man is slammed into a wall, then lifted by the back of his neck and pinned there. A pink-haired woman delivers a slap so hard that the old man goes flying and crashes onto the floor. As Instructor Kim fights to steady her breathing, the old man desperately apologizes to her. The woman beating him without mercy is none other than the 5th Demon Corps commander, and she is absolutely furious. She demands to know why he failed to do it. When she asks why he refused to cooperate while he had the opportunity, his apology earns him another slap instead. Clearly, the purple-haired instructor has had more than enough of his excuses and apologies. The entire plan was supposed to send Leon back from the exams barely alive. Leon might be a hero candidate, but defeating a mermaid by himself should have been impossible. Instead, thanks to the old man's incompetence, Leon is relaxing safely inside the academy. Instructor Kim kicks the elder in the face again, only to regret the move the moment she notices blood staining her shoes. She finds it unbelievable that first years defeated a complete demonoid, yet the unusual talent among this year's new students makes the result less shocking. The elder quickly corrects her, explaining that only one cadet actually fought the mermaid. Instructor Kim assumes he means Leon, but the elder reveals that the cadet was the academy's #1 student, Kang Jiyama. The Demon Corps commander recognizes the special admission student's name, and suddenly the entire situation makes sense to her. Apparently, she has just discovered a brand new target to hunt. Unfortunately for her, this particular prey is far from an easy catch. Wolf class returns to its regular training routine, with Chloe sitting out because she still has her cast and crutches. Jiyama envies Chloe's forced break while he is made to run, like his life depends on it alongside the other students. As if that were not bad enough, an older man keeps right behind him every lap, and he is ridiculously quick for someone his age. Siegfried catches up to Jiyama and tells him to pick up the pace, wondering whether the midterms have left him injured. Seeing the Sword Emperor jogging beside first years is already bizarre, and watching him do it with a special admission student is even stranger. Siegfried von Nibelung will eventually inherit the title of Sword Saint and rise as one of humanity's most powerful figures. During the Second Demon War, he will even train Leon in swordsmanship, becoming a character whose importance skyrockets in the story's second half. So the obvious question is, why is a future legend personally training Wolf class? The original storyline has clearly derailed, and at this point, it is practically collapsing under its own weight. Now that he thinks about it, Leon never obtained the Sword Saint title, which became a serious problem in his previous life. Still, Leon cannot inherit the Sword Saint family line since he lacks Nibelung blood, so that issue is irrelevant here. Even so, the situation remains painfully awkward for Gayama, especially with his classmates constantly glaring at him in jealousy. Siegfried stays so close to Gayama that it practically looks like the two are training as partners. Between laps, Siegfried teaches Gayama that every warrior's true foundation is physical power and stamina. Talent means nothing if the body is too weak to carry that potential. After giving Gayama that motivation, Siegfried speeds ahead and expects his student to follow. Once the laps are finished, the class moves on to field training. For today's exercise, everyone is forbidden from using their personal weapons. They must choose from the Academy's supplied weapons and practice until they understand the fundamentals. Siegfried empties an assortment of weapons onto the ground before them. Among the pile, he spots something as unexpected as a sashimi knife. The students are caught off guard by this strange restriction from their new teacher. One cadet questions why they cannot simply train with the weapons inherited from their families, because nothing matters more than mastering the basics first. Depending too heavily on elite weapons makes people neglect their practice and confuse the weapon's power with their own. A true master, after all, never gets to blame the equipment for failure. Those words strike a chord with Gayama, who quietly nods in agreement. With the lecture over, the Sword Emperor orders the cadets to grab their weapons and begin drilling the fundamentals. Anyone who demonstrates skill with ordinary weapons can earn a strong class score, and that score will influence their year-end promotion review. The promise of better scores instantly excites everyone, sending the class rushing toward the weapon pile. Gayama, unsurprisingly, heads straight for the sashimi knife lying forgotten on the ground. The instant he lifts it, Gayama catches Siegfried observing him closely. Once everyone has chosen a weapon, Siegfried explains that they will spend the day familiarizing themselves with it through one-on-one cadet duels, without using a subspace. To prevent the students from getting reckless, Siegfried decides to demonstrate what a proper spar should look like. Lee Wanbin gets ready to face the Sword Emperor, but his terrified shaking makes it painfully clear that he is nowhere near prepared. This is easily the greatest crisis Lee Wanbin has encountered in his entire life, but Siegfried has someone else in mind for the demonstration. Instead, he summons Gayama to step forward and spar with him. Siegfried chooses one of the beginner weapons from the heap of worn-out tools. Yet in his grip, Even that rusty piece of junk looks deadly sharp. The other cadets remain both jealous and baffled that the Sword Emperor is personally challenging Guyama. Guyama steps forward, and before beginning, Siegfried asks whether his broken bones have fully recovered. After receiving confirmation, Siegfried tells him to draw his sword. It is supposed to be a friendly spar, but Guyama feels that the situation has already gone too far. Clashing blades with the Sword Emperor is obviously not something that will end harmlessly. If things spiral out of control, someone could lose a hand, or, with enough bad luck, even their head. Even while imagining the worst, Guyama's instincts hunger for battle, perhaps because the divine power inside him is influencing them. Guyama attempts to calm things down by claiming he is insignificant beside the Sword Emperor and asking Siegfried to lower his blade. His classmates immediately ridicule him, whispering that he is backing out because he is scared. Siegfried is unimpressed as well, accusing Guyama of hiding both his strength and his pride as a swordsman. Someone with Guyama's incredible talent has no business living like a coward. Ever since Guyama became the greatest swordsman in the nation, pride has been permanently etched into his heart. That pride and those instincts are exactly why he could never abandon the sword. The Sword Emperor's provocation is clearly a test, and if Guyama lets that warning stop him now, he will regret it for years. In the end, Guyama cannot silence either his swordsman's pride or his burning desire to fight. Li Wanbin notices Guyama's expression change and hurries over to intervene, but Siegfried blocks him. It appears Guyama has already reached his decision. Guyama draws the sashimi knife from its sheath and takes his stance. As they silently face one another, 70-year-old Siegfried immediately recognizes the sword-born enlightenment radiating from Guyama. His thoughts return to his youth, when a one-armed wandering knight taught him the true path of the sword. That knight's technique had clearly reached a special realm, and now Kangjiyama, the boy Siegfried has watched since the allocation test, might be the one who guides him there. Guyama attacks first, charging straight at Siegfried, but the swordmaster is prepared and answers with a swift slash. Guyama slips past the attack, spins around, and strikes again, forcing Siegfried to parry as their blades collide once more. Siegfried is almost moved by Guyama's fearless decision to charge directly into the attack instead of retreating. As the duel continues, Siegfried realizes that Guyama's physical abilities have improved dramatically too. Guyama is even forcing the Sword Emperor backward with shocking ease. But Siegfried's blade is no toy, and he has no intention of treating this spar as a joke. The other students watch the duel from the sidelines, completely unable to understand what they are seeing. As far as they are concerned, Guyama only got lucky during his previous subspace match against Nox. Yet the Sword Emperor appears unusually invested in Guyama, despite him being nothing more than a special admission student. At the very least, they hope Siegfried teaches Guyama a lesson harsh enough to make him cry. But after several minutes, the only thing the students see is the pair standing motionless and staring one another down. Li Wanbin, however, understands the reality of the situation. They are not standing still at all. They have entered a level of combat that even the Wolf class instructor once considered impossible. Before the spar began, he warned Siegfried that the headmaster would cause serious trouble if she learned about it. He also worried about the other cadets being caught in the consequences, but Siegfried promised that he had no plan to fight Guyama, seriously. The older man already knows that our protagonist can enter a unique mental space. That place is known as the mental realm. For Guyama to enter that realm and survive a duel with Siegfried, his abilities must be far beyond what anyone originally believed. A duel inside the mental realm is a fierce contest of intelligence, and after only a brief exchange, Siegfried can already see how rapidly Guyama is developing. If Guyama is truly progressing that quickly, Siegfried will have no choice but to raise the stakes too. He activates a formidable blessing known as Sword Spirit Protection, and its force is so overwhelming that even the students outside the mental realm can feel the pressure. The blue glow coating Siegfried's sword is unmistakably some form of aura. Their clash has become so intense that both fighters appear to have burst out of the mental realm and returned to the real world. The duel is spiraling dangerously, and unless Li Wanbin intervenes, someone is going to bleed. Before he gets the chance, Guyama and Siegfried charge at one another, until a powerful shout freezes them both mid-attack. Medea arrives just in time to prevent their blades from meeting again. Her furious arrival is so intense that the ground beneath her cracks apart. The fight is finally stopped, and Siegfried is dragged to Medea's office for a serious dressing down. He apologizes, but the headmaster is in no mood to accept a half-hearted excuse. She tears into him for losing control and challenging a student after all the effort she made to secure his instructor position. During the duel, Siegfried abandoned restraint and released his aura at full power. Medea would have scolded him even more harshly, but the moment she arrived, Siegfried turned toward her and apologized. In the more than 50 years they have known each other, Medea has never heard Siegfried apologize. Yet today, he has done it twice. That miracle is the only reason she is calmly listening to him at all. She then demands to know why he used the Sword Spirit's blessing against a student. Had Medea arrived even a moment later, the duel could have turned fatal. Siegfried explains that without activating the blessing, he would not have been able to overpower Guyama. Medea freezes at that revelation. For a man as proud as Siegfried to admit such a thing, Guyama's strength must be genuinely absurd. Medea is aware of Kangjiyama's natural talent, but nobody understands Siegfried's true strength better than she does. Siegfried then drops the real bombshell. Gayama has already entered the mental realm. For comparison, Siegfried himself did not master that realm until he was almost 30. The idea that a 17-year-old has already achieved it is simply beyond Medea's belief. Siegfried cannot explain it either, but he knows exactly what he felt during the duel. The revelations overwhelm Medea, but they also remind her of what happened when she stopped the fight and went to inspect Gayama. The instant she reached him, every trace of her dignity as an educator and one of the 7 stars disappeared. In that instant, the only thing she felt toward Gayama was fear. The same chilling fear she experienced when meeting 6th Division Commander Vason. Medea cannot understand why one of her own students inspires such an eerie reaction, but that feeling makes Siegfried's unbelievable claims seem more credible. Medea bluntly asks whether Siegfried lost, and the usually composed man instantly explodes with anger. He snaps back that no matter how natural Gayama's talent is, it cannot possibly match his own. He further insists that he was not fully equipped during the duel, claiming that this is why the fight unfolded that way. Medea immediately points out that he is violating his own rule by blaming his equipment. Besides, can equipment honestly be used as an excuse when the opponent is only a student? His exaggerated reaction only makes him look more foolish. Her comment pushes him into such a rage that he attempts to trigger the sword spirit's blessing on the spot until Medea's sharp slap snaps him back to reality. Meanwhile, Gayama wakes from a dream in which he had gone through his battle with Siegfried all over again. Thankfully, the situation ended safely, though the Sword Emperor is clearly someone with a very short fuse. Without Medea stepping in, that situation could have turned seriously dangerous. The mental realm is an incredibly bizarre experience in its own right. A person can reach the mental realm only after gaining complete mastery and understanding of their weapon. This is an active dimension that appears under specific conditions, and only true masters who have spent their entire lives perfecting one weapon are capable of entering it. That is why, even in the World Miracles Blessing game, fewer than 10 heroes can enter the mental realm whenever they want. Even Leon, the protagonist with all the qualities of a hero, required 3 years of personal training before he could enter it once. That was the moment when Gayama finally stopped treating this like a game. Yet Gayama somehow entered it immediately. Perhaps the answer lies in his sashimi knife. Counting his previous life as well, he has wielded that sashimi knife for over 20 years. On top of that, activating the Sword Spirit's blessing always forced him into a level of focus beyond ordinary perception. The experiences from his current life and his past existence are beginning to merge, helping him break through one situation after another. Everything he has experienced so far has taught him that running from problems only makes them grow. Instead of letting events drag him around, he should focus on what is within his control and deal with each problem one step at a time. With the mental realm now under his control, he may finally be able to practice fighting without depending on the sword god's blessing. He rises from the bed and carefully reveals his sashimi knife. After focusing for a moment, he slips back into the mental realm, but the realm suddenly explodes apart, and a massive hand reaches toward him through the empty void. One finger extends downward and brushes Gayama's shoulder, breaking his trance while aura floods into the hand gripping the knife. Whatever entered his hand is far beyond what the knife can withstand, and the weapon crumbles into nothing. Meanwhile, several elders debate in a shadowy room. The same old man who spoke with the Demon Corps commander earlier is now confronting the other Academy elders. His goal is to persuade the council to investigate Gayama because he suspects the boy could be the real hero candidate. The others reject the idea, pointing out that everyone already knows Leon is the hero candidate. The elder counters by arguing that Leon is still incomplete. Leon is barely developed and cannot even properly manifest his blessing, whereas Gayama displayed undeniable talent by defeating the genius twins during the class placement exam. To make matters more suspicious, Medea has been hiding information about him while pretending it is for the students' protection. Every detail surrounding him looks suspicious, which is exactly why they cannot afford to ignore an investigation. He further reminds them that the 7 stars have interfered in their affairs far too often, and Medea becoming Academy Director has weakened the elders even more because she is one of those stars. Once Basman was defeated, the public praised only the 7 stars and started viewing the elders as obsolete leftovers. The arrival of a hero would change the balance of reputation even further. The other elders understand his concern and realize they need a visible enemy to keep their authority intact. Together, they reach one decision. The hero who threatens the Demon King must be removed. This man owes his position as an Academy elder to the purple-haired instructor, which is why he is fighting so aggressively to push the others toward action. If he fails to act now, Air Aker, commander of the 5th Demon King Division, will make him regret surviving. After more pressure from him, the elders approve the final verdict. Kang Gayama must be investigated and eliminated, with the Aditor family receiving the order. Unfortunately, the Academy's decision is not Gayama's only headache. At the moment, Gayama is glaring at the blacksmith he trusted, while the terrified man slowly retreats. Gayama had hoped the Murasami would replace his sashimi knives, but somehow Volander turned his one chance to escape the sword god's blessing into another sashimi knife. As if that failure were not enough, the sword has fallen all the way from B rank to E rank. Even Volander has no explanation, despite spending 30 years forging weapons without ever witnessing anything similar. According to him, the sword practically refused to respond when he tried to forge it. He had to melt the metal in a hurry and reshape it, though getting even a basic form out of it was a struggle. Any regular blacksmith attempting the same job would have produced nothing but worthless scrap. With 2 decades of knife experience, Jiyama can recognize the impressive craftsmanship and how closely the specifications match the sword god's blessing, but its hardness remains only E rank. Still, the knife has the makings of a strong weapon, and reinforcement could bring out its real potential. Jiyama only needs to supply the reinforcement materials, and Volander promises to upgrade the weapon without charging another fee. Jiyama remains unconvinced and demands to know what happens if the weapon breaks a second time. Volander nervously insists that although it is currently E rank, its growth potential matches an A-rank weapon and could eventually surpass that level. There is also a never-fail material that would guarantee the Murasami's improvement, but it can only be harvested from demonic beasts ranked A or above. A-rank demonic beasts are as dangerous as E-rank demonoids, meaning this mission would be almost the same as sending Jiyama back to fight that mermaid. Risking his life just to upgrade a weapon would be insane, especially when even low-rank demons can provide reinforcement materials. Jiyama makes Volander give him his word, and the blacksmith swears by his professional honor. Then Jiyama adds one more demand. At least half the 10 million won value of the leftover metal must be refunded. Volander refuses, arguing that he created exactly what Jiyama requested and had already promised not to charge for the enhancement work. Jiyama fires back that a B-rank sword was turned into scrap, so a refund based on its market value is the bare minimum. Volander attempts another objection, but the flash of the blade and Jiyama's murderous stare instantly silence him. Knowing he cannot escape the deal, Volander offers 500, only for Jiyama to raise the amount to 1,000. Even that amount is far beyond what Volander can afford. Jiyama refuses to lower the price, and judging by the sword in his hand, he is perfectly prepared to collect payment another way. Volander realizes his choices are money or death, so he finally accepts the deal. Jiyama retreats to an empty campus bench to examine his blessing once more. The new weapon has boosted his armament and unlocked several additional choices. His main reason for avoiding the sword god's blessing was its unbearable pain, but the new stats have lowered that pain by 1 stage. Since the effect can improve with further levels, increasing his pain reduction now becomes his top priority. He tested it before, and while the pain remains brutal, it has gone from near-death agony to the sensation of barely being able to breathe. Even so, 1 level has already made this much difference, so enough upgrades might eventually let him use the sword god's blessing without collapsing. A blessing he can use without suffering through agony. It appears that his armament rises whenever he acquires or upgrades a weapon. With midterms finished, weapon enhancement should be his next major step toward raising his levels. If his progress continues like this, he may eventually understand this power, and perhaps even discover who sent him into this world. While having lunch on the bench, Jiyama is startled when someone quietly approaches from behind. The visitor turns out to be Chloe, whose recovery seems to be progressing nicely. She has even removed her cast, so Gayama asks whether her body has fully recovered. She still relies on crutches, but she already feels noticeably stronger than she did before. During their conversation, Gayama spots a grain of rice on her face and gently reaches over to remove it. That tiny bit of contact is enough to make Chloe collapse from sheer happiness. From the ground, however, she spots the Murasami resting on Gayama's bench. It is the first weapon she has seen him carry that is not a kitchen tool, making the discovery feel incredibly important to her. Jiyama is still annoyed that it is only E rank, and even after recovering some money from the blacksmith, he must collect enough materials before the weapon becomes truly usable. Technically, Gayama has no urgent reason to become stronger. Since defeating the mermaid, he has already been capable of handling mid-level magical beasts. His real motivation for upgrading the weapon is simply to lessen the pain. Chloe misreads his serious expression and assumes he is upset because she pointed out the weapon's E-rank status. Using her completely normal Yander reasoning, Chloe instantly concludes that the blacksmith who saddened Gayama deserves to die. Gayama brings her back to her senses, only to realize that someone, or something, is observing them nearby. He approaches a nearby tree and gives it a powerful kick, knocking an unexpected visitor out of the branches. The person hiding there is Nox's editor, Chloe's brother, and he is clearly unhappy about being discovered. Chloe immediately becomes defensive about his sudden appearance, but Gayama detects no blood on him and sees no weapon either. Still, he had been stalking them, which means he must want something. Nox stays quiet long enough for Gayama to expect the worst, but he soon explains that this visit is not about killing him. He has come to warn Gayama that the Academy elders ordered the Editor family to eliminate him. Chloe demands to know whether that is the reason for his visit, but Nox refuses to answer her. Instead, he tells her that spending so long away from home has made her lose her sharpness. Chloe ignores him and orders Gayama to stay behind her while she protects him. The two men watch the injured girl wildly swing at Nox from a distance before he resumes his warning. Nox is not interested in Gayama's recent actions, but the elders have developed an unusual obsession with him. The uneasiness has spread through the entire Auditory family, so they have temporarily delayed carrying out the order. However, the elders issued the request secretly and went around the Academy head entirely. Because it came directly from the elders, the family cannot simply disregard it. If the elders keep applying pressure, the family will eventually be forced to investigate our main character. Whatever the elders' motive may be, Neox believed Chloe deserved to know because she belongs to the Editor family. That makes his real intention pretty obvious. He used family duty as an excuse, but deep down, he had simply come because he was worried about Chloe. Once he has said everything, Nox starts to leave, but Gayama stops him briefly. Gayama wants to question Nox about his earlier claim that Chloe was becoming weaker by staying with him, but the red-haired senior simply turns away and keeps walking. Even Nox can see that Chloe is happiest beside Gayama, so he chooses not to interfere. Chloe herself has never witnessed her brother behaving this way. Before walking away, Nox gives Gayama one simple instruction: do not let Chloe get hurt again. Gayama takes a moment to process the request, making Nox even more irritated, so he quickly agrees. Nox then uses the opening to ask Gayama outright where his strength came from. Gayama looks genuinely surprised that anyone would call him strong. In his view, true strength means being able to face any threat at any moment, just like the Sword Emperor. Since Gayama can hold that kind of power for less than a minute per day, he does not consider himself qualified to brag about being strong. Nox has already used Chloe as a reason to expose family secrets to an outsider, so Gayama cannot risk trusting him with the truth. Instead, he chooses an answer that should satisfy Nox without revealing anything important. He tells the redhead that what he is missing is desperation. No matter how talented Nox is as an auditory, real-world experience gives people a completely different presence. If he remains trapped inside the academy, his growth will eventually hit a ceiling, so he needs to leave and experience the real world. As long as he keeps putting in the effort, he is bound to gain something from it. That is the most convincing nonsense Gayama can produce, so he stands up and leaves before Nox has the chance to dig any deeper. Back in the classroom, the students study history and the true nature of blessings. Gayama barely pays attention to the lecture because the information about the elders targeting him has taken over his thoughts. The academy elders trace their origins back to 5 of Balar Yoachin's 7 disciples. Gayama remembers that their influence extends far beyond the academy and reaches across the entire world. In the game, they repeatedly sabotage the protagonist to protect their own power and survival, earning the player's nickname, the Corrupt Remnants. They are supposed to be after the protagonist, so why has their attention suddenly shifted to Gayama? He begins listing the possible reasons the elders might have singled him out. When he reviews everything he has accomplished since arriving at the school, he realizes he has created quite a mess. At this rate, he may as well be deliberately asking everyone to notice him. Even so, none of his actions fully explain why the elders would choose him as their target. The incident that immediately comes to mind is his battle against the mermaid on Scopulae Island. It is obvious that the mermaid was not hunting him. Leon was the real target because he stood in their way. No matter how carefully Medea concealed the incident, news of Giamma defeating the mermaid must have reached noble society's highest authorities. Since they were willing to target Leon, a hero candidate, at least one of them, or possibly the entire group, must be cooperating with demons. They went beyond merely hindering him. They actually attempted to assassinate him. They are sacrificing humanity's safety and the Academy's future simply to hold on to their authority. The entire scheme is rotten to the core. Gayama could march into the elders' chambers and slaughter them without much trouble, but the timing is not right yet. Still, once that moment arrives, Gayama fully intends to cut every one of them down. This new information only strengthens his resolve to enter the dungeon and collect materials for enhancing his weapon. His first step is forming a party, because tackling the dungeon alone would be far too difficult. Chloe would gladly join him, but he still needs more teammates. Rather than bringing along another powerhouse like Rachel, he needs someone with a more tactical mind. The first candidate who comes to mind is Speed Weapon. Once class ends, he goes to Dragon class in search of Speed Weapon. The moment he arrives, a muscle-bound student confronts him, clearly offended that Gayama is a special student. Gayama can tell immediately that this third-rate nobody is going to be a serious nuisance. RMC turns away and warns the wannabe bully to leave him alone unless he wants his jaw sliced open. The brute draws back his fist to attack, but Gayama instantly recognizes that the punch is painfully slow. Before Gayama can respond, another person strikes first and drives a fist straight into the brute's jaw. The noise draws the other students over, while Speed Weapon blows on his aching hand after punching that ridiculously hard jaw. Gayama has encountered strength mages before, but a healer with that kind of strength is something entirely new. Speed Weapon smiles and asks whether RMC came to find him. Gayama agrees to move the conversation outside and explains exactly what he needs from Speed Weapon. The situation is simple. He needs a party quickly and wants Speed Weapon's help finding the remaining members. If they cooperate, the dungeon rewards will be divided among everyone on the team. In return, Gayama wants ownership of the materials dropped by the magical beasts. He needs backup because the moment he announces a party in his own class, Chloe is the only person who would actually show up. However, with Speed Weapon reaching out to the Dragon class, putting the team together should become much simpler. Speed Weapon believes Gayama could solo 5 or 6 dungeons without breaking a sweat if the Academy rules were not holding him back. That assessment would make sense if Gayama could survive his blessing's side effects without relying on his magical painkiller. Gayama honestly says he cannot finish even a single dungeon by himself, but Speed Weapon assumes he is only pretending to be modest. Their conversation shifts into casual chatter, with idle chatter and Speed Weapon commenting on how much healthier Gayama looks after the midterms. Once the small talk is over, Speed Weapon agrees to join because turning Gayama down would be pointless, and he suspects this team-up could be interesting. Gayama has already chosen their destination, the C-Rank Buffalo Dungeon located in Kowloon. With Gayama, Chloe, and Speed Weapon confirmed, The party has 3 members and needs just one final recruit. Gayama immediately rules out Rachel and Leon, although neither of them would be interested in joining anyway. Rachel has kept to herself ever since Gayama was hospitalized, spending that time training on the academy grounds. Leon is busy with a different assignment, preparing for upper-grade dungeon raids alongside the 2nd and 3rd-year students. That works perfectly for Gayama, though the identity of their 4th member remains a mystery. Speed Weapon has someone in mind, but judging by that person's habits, they are probably sleeping already. Gayama finds that ridiculous because it is not even close to nighttime yet, but that is completely normal for this person, so Speed Weapon is not surprised in the slightest. He promises to make the introduction, though they have to stop by a convenience store first to pick something up. Later that night, they arrive at what appears to be Speed Weapon's home. The building follows a traditional Japanese design, and Gayama never knew the academy owned anything like it. Even when he played Miracle's Blessing M, this was one location he had never visited. In his former life, Gayama worked as a Japanese cuisine chef, yet he never managed to visit Japan despite always dreaming about it. They cross the courtyard and reach the rear of the property, where they find Speed Weapon's mystery recruit sleeping soundly, exactly as he predicted. Speed Weapon tries to rouse her, but she does not react at all. He changes tactics, bends close, and quietly tells her that he brought the thing she wanted. Gayama has no clue what he is referring to, but those words wake her instantly. Speed Weapon points toward Gayama and reveals that the item is in his possession, prompting her to dash over and steal the bag straight from RMC's hand. She moves so violently fast that the momentum sends her spinning through the air before she lands right on top of him. Gayama can only stare in disbelief while the new girl lounges on his chest and happily eats the snacks he and Speed Weapon purchased. As Gayama struggles to process the situation, she remains sprawled across him and asks whether he has any more yanggayang, a Korean bean paste dessert. In his previous life, Gayama had little beyond work, Miracle Blessing M, and the game as an escape from being constantly surrounded by men. Like every hopeless gacha addict, RMC sat on his porcelain throne after spending an alarming sum, begging fate to bless his next pull. The character responsible for draining his entire wallet was none other than Abel von Nibelung. Naturally, RMC's excitement collapses when the game reminds him that RNG is never your friend. Instead, a standard yet equally rare character appears on his screen and immediately asks whether he has any yanggayang. Her name is Saki Ryozo, and even her gorgeous appearance only convinces him further that gacha games are glorified scams. Miracle Blessing M follows its protagonist Leon while surrounding him with a large cast of heroines. According to the developers, Abel von Nibelung is the game's official main heroine. Every heroine brings her own appeal and talents, but the central storyline focuses on Leon and Abel surviving hardships while their romance slowly begins to grow. Even Gayama, back when he was a shameless gambling addict, fell for Abel's charm and emptied a worrying amount of money trying to pull her. That obsession pushed the other heroines into the background, with Gayama's very first 5-star character being forgotten the quickest. Just as she had done in his former life, she dropped onto his chest without any warning and demanded her favorite treat. When Gayama fails to respond right away, Ryozo turns away in disappointment and labels him an idiot. Despite her sleepy, carefree attitude, Ryozo ranks among the strongest ranged DPS characters in the game. Unlike Leon, her strength comes from skill-based combat. Since she has almost no influence on the main storyline, adding her to the party should not interfere with the plot. So from Gayama's perspective, recruiting her should be perfectly safe, right? Speed Weapon nervously offers her another candy, which she immediately steals before demanding that he state his real request. Weapon cuts straight to business, explaining that Gayama approached him earlier to assemble a team for the Buffalo Dungeon Raid scheduled a week from now. Ryozo studies Gayama curiously before asking whether he was the student who fought that upperclassman during subspace training. Gayama stays silent, leading to an awkward stare-down before Ryozo turns away without much interest. The Dungeon Raid would obviously affect their grades, so Ryozo has no practical reason to decline. However, Gayama's lack of determination bothers her. It is ironic hearing that judgment from someone barely awake, but Ryozo makes her position clear. She will not team up with anyone lacking motivation. Speed Weapon defends Gayama by bringing up his recent fight, yet Ryozo remains completely unconvinced. He nearly lets slip the whole mermaid incident from the midterms before catching himself. Before Ryozo can investigate, he quickly changes the subject and fires back that she has no problem drooling over Yanggong in public. Gayama watches their childish argument unfold, and the performance does not impress him. One teammate can be greedy, or they can be rude, but having both qualities is unacceptable. Gayama sees no point in wasting his time pleading with her. He simply turns away and tells Speed Weapon to come along. The last thing they need is her hostile attitude contaminating the team. Ryozo coolly challenges him, asking whether the raid truly means so little, and they lock eyes once more. Without even turning to aim, Gayama draws a knife hidden in his belt and throws it at one of her archery targets. The blade lands precisely in the bullseye, and before Ryozo can react, Gayama sends another knife flying straight into its handle. Ryozo nearly collapses from shock, while Gayama calmly asks whether she is suddenly interested in joining them. By the following day, Ryozo is already waiting in the meeting room before everyone else arrives. Speed Weapon and Chloe enter first and receive a normal greeting, but when Gayama takes his seat, Ryozo awkwardly says hello to him. After that, the group immediately moves on to business. Their dungeon permits are prepared, which means they can finally plan their strategy for clearing it. Speed Weapon walks to the room's board and begins laying out the dungeon's important details. The main enemies inside the buffalo dungeon are C-rank demonoid buffaloes. These creatures are called water buffaloes, and their usual tactic is to rush in from afar before fighting up close. Their obvious weakness is ranged damage. Overall, clearing this dungeon should be simple, but the Academy has one strict condition for anyone entering it. No one is allowed to open the stone gate positioned in the dungeon center. Rumor has it that the gate contains some sort of seal, though nobody has confirmed whether that is true. Their Academy permit specifically orders them to keep it shut, giving them no excuse to ignore the rule. Gayama agrees a little too nervously, making it obvious that he is hiding something about the gate. When they ask what lies beyond it, Gayama pretends he has no idea, and repeats that they must leave it alone. The truth is that Gayama knows a hidden boss is sealed behind that door, which only unlocks after certain conditions are met. For the moment, the system has kept it inaccessible. If they can avoid triggering the gate by accident, this dungeon offers unbeatable efficiency. Gayama then turns his attention to Ryozo, who is happily chewing through yet another Yangang. She clearly loves the sweets and justifies herself by claiming that the brain needs sugar. While the discussion continues, Gayama senses something unsettling nearby. Apart from Chloe looking ready to eliminate any girl who glances at Gayama, the real watchers are still hidden and will reveal themselves when the moment arrives. Later that day, the group sets off for Gemyodo Shirwan, the city where the dungeon is located. After leaving the army, Gayama promised himself he would never return to that city, yet he is now voluntarily leading a group straight back there. At a checkpoint, the bus is stopped, and the driver must prove to the armed guards that his passengers are Hawken Academy students. Apparently, civilian restrictions prevent ordinary people from entering the dungeon area freely. Gayama senses the elders observing him again, along with the uneasy feeling that this journey could end badly. Speed Weapon interrupts his thoughts by offering him a few eggs. Gayama declines, prompting Speed Weapon to tease him for being nervous about something as minor as a C-rank dungeon. He offers the eggs to Ryozo next, but she rejects them instantly. Ryozo keeps gazing out the window, acting as though the rest of the group does not exist. Still, Gayama briefly senses her eyes fixed on him. The Academy elders are already keeping him under surveillance, and now it seems the entire group has joined in. Eventually, the bus reaches the grounds where ancient demons once made their nests. These days, that dangerous location has been turned into nothing more than a basic farming dungeon. Speed Weapon notices Gayama carrying an absurd amount of luggage, only to discover that the entire bag is packed with kitchen knives. As they approach the entrance, Chloe volunteers to lead the way like always, and the group advances with confidence. The entrance guards repeat the same verification process, checking that the group belongs to Hawken Academy before making all 4 students sign the visitor register. One guard pays unusual attention to Gayama while he writes his name in the register. Before Gayama can question the guard, Speed Weapon summons him inside, and the huge mechanical entrance opens. As the doors shut, Gayama looks back once more and sees the guards still watching them from beyond the entrance. The dungeon walls are covered with adorable signatures and drawings left behind by previous students. With all those decorations, the place feels more like a tourist attraction than a dangerous dungeon. Someone tugs at Gayama's arm, and he turns to find Ryozo exhausted and struggling to catch her breath. She asks for something sweet to recover, so Gayama reaches into his pocket and hands her a piece of candy. Unfortunately, ordinary candy is not what she wants. Ryozo asks specifically for Yangang. Gayama refuses to babysit her and tells her to carry her own snacks, but Ryozo says she is keeping hers for later. Their exchange ends when Chloe spots a group of monsters storming toward them from 200 meters away. Speed Weapon turns around and checks that everyone is ready to follow the strategy. He prepares to strengthen the attackers, while Saki draws her weapon and gets into position. Gayama recognizes her weapon as the S-grade Crimson Bow. A weapon of that caliber should make this dungeon clear almost effortless. The real concern is whether Ryozo can be relied on, especially since she pauses to eat another favorite snack bar while the monsters close in. The monsters thunder through the cave, but Chloe charges straight at them without fear, dual crossbows ready. She leaps into the air and fires both crossbows, planting one bolt in the eye of each of 2 monsters. The 2 creatures stagger backward, while the remaining buffaloes charge over them and continue toward Chloe. The red-haired girl draws her sword when Speed Weapon orders a retreat, but Ryozo acts first, firing 3 arrows that drop 3 monsters before they can reach Chloe. Gayama is impressed by her marksmanship, though he is far more worried about her destroying the horns he needs for weapon enhancement. Still, raw power is raw power, and Ryozo proves to be an unstoppable DPS capable of carrying the entire fight. As they move farther inside, one supposedly defeated monster rises again and rushes toward Ryozo before she notices. Ryozo spins around to attack, only for her foot to snag on a rock and send her tumbling. Unable to defend herself, she hits the ground and braces for impact, but Gayama catches her just in time and slices the monster before it can reach her. Ryozo stares up at Gayama in disbelief while he holds her in his arms, and the shock escapes her as an adorably tiny hiccup. Outside the dungeon, the guard who had been watching Gayama earlier receives a call from an unidentified person. Clearly, Someone has been arranging a scheme behind the scenes. With most of the enemies defeated, Gayama calmly gathers the buffalo horns required to reinforce his weapon. While he is collecting the horns, Ryozo approaches from behind and offers him a yanga yang as thanks for rescuing her. Gayama would happily take it, but the murderous yandere energy radiating from Chloe behind him makes that impossible. Gayama calls Chloe over and quietly gives her instructions about the staff member they noticed before. Chloe confirms that she understands, and the two continue discussing the matter. Seeing how close they are, Speed Weapon cannot resist, asking whether Gayama and Chloe are dating. Chloe turns red at the idea, but the protagonist casually rejects the assumption by explaining that a man and woman can simply be friends. Chloe clearly hates that answer and shoots Gayama an icy glare, though she keeps quiet. She quickly shifts the conversation toward the dungeon's unusually low monster count. Even a heavily farmed dungeon should not be this deserted. Ryozo agrees that the small number of buffaloes is suspicious, especially since they appear to be fleeing from some unseen threat. Buffaloes are not supposed to act this way, which makes their behavior deeply unusual. These are normally gentle creatures that the local people even use as farm animals. Gayama finds it unbelievable that anyone would use demonic beasts for agriculture, though this world has shown him stranger things. Ryozo notices another suspicious detail, but chooses not to bring it up. At least they still have mobile reception, meaning they can call for help if necessary. While they continue through the dungeon, Gayama asks Ryozo how she first met Speed Weapon. Their connection began when Ryozo ranked first in the written exams and Speed Weapon finished right behind her. Speed Weapon kept boasting about the result for weeks, and that constant bragging brought them together. Ryozo also reveals that she placed third in the Academy's placement tests. Gayama had never considered Speed Weapon much of a loudmouth, but Weapon reveals that Rachel is his distant cousin, meaning the family apparently inherited the habit. Their distant relationship also explains why Gayama, despite being a former player, never knew about Weapon's connection to those major characters. Weapon's family belongs to a branch of the Changsong clan, whereas Rachel comes from its main line. That family connection is the reason they are acquainted at all. Weapon says this is hardly the moment for family history and assures Gayama that he is already living an incredible life. If anyone deserves admiration in this group, it is Gayama, so Weapon tells him not to worry about comparisons. Weapon goes as far as claiming Gayama could become one of the 7 heroes. Chloe agrees, while Ryozo remains silent. Rather than stay with the others, she steps ahead and openly announces her hatred for the 7 heroes. Everyone stares at her in confusion, but there is no time to figure out what that was about. Their immediate priority is simple: clear the dungeon quickly, then return together. The dungeon only counts as cleared once they reach 20 kills. While moving through the area, Gayama spots bizarre claw marks on the walls that look almost cursed. Weapon and Chloe move ahead, then call Gayama over when they notice him trailing behind in his thoughts. Outside the dungeon, the man keeps speaking with the mysterious figure on the phone. He reports that Gayama's team should have run into the raging buffaloes already and assures the caller that he followed every instruction. In his mind, the buffaloes should have finished them off by this point. The voice on the phone warns him not to get overconfident, then asks whether he is prepared to take the blame if their scheme falls apart. The man is left speechless, so the academy instructor simply orders him to call again once he has actual results. The conversation ends, and he turns his gaze toward the dungeon's open entrance. Since he is doomed regardless, he decides he may as well see the outcome with his own eyes. He deliberately forced the gate open as well, ensuring that the students would have absolutely no chance of surviving. Yet when he remembers Gayama's eyes, he cannot shake the feeling that the teenager can see through the entire scheme. To verify that everything is proceeding as planned, the man enters the dungeon to inspect the aftermath. Inside, Chloe alerts everyone that more magical beasts are closing in from behind. Her blessing allows her to sense approximately 50 creatures charging toward them. Without warning, the ground begins shaking as a stampede of buffaloes storms toward the group. The herd is unbelievably massive, and their ferocity makes it difficult to believe these attackers are really buffaloes. Buffaloes should have been harmless creatures, yet something has clearly driven this group into a furious rage. The sight brings back one of his mentor's old lessons. Every blade is made for a specific purpose. A chicken knife is useless against an ox, just as a sashimi knife is designed for fish, not cattle. But Gayama had asked about beef sashimi, which would basically mean trying to butcher an ox with a fish knife. His mentor suddenly lifts the knife, making Gayama think a blow is coming, but the man only smiles at the fish he has sliced and admits that the lesson is absolutely correct. The memory suddenly clicks, and Gayama understands that he is about to cut through cows with a knife meant for fish. With the herd almost upon them, Gayama immediately begins directing everyone. He assigns Chloe the job of drawing the herd's attention without rushing directly into the attack. Her task is to break their formation while avoiding any direct assault. Next, Gayama faces Weapon with a grin and checks whether he is prepared. Weapon instantly recognizes that Gayama is preparing another impossible stunt, so he answers with a confident smile. He was ready for a moment like this from the very beginning. Ryozo has not yet adjusted to Gayama's absurd level of plot armor, so she cannot understand why the two of them look completely relaxed. Weapon calls to her and instructs her to guard the front, stopping any buffalo that reaches them. She nervously agrees, but then asks Weapon why Gayama looks so unbothered. Weapon only tells her to save her surprise for what is coming next. 50 buffaloes are still a ridiculous number of enemies, which is exactly why Gayama brought an entire arsenal of sashimi knives. When the nearest buffalo finally reaches them, Gayama launches his knives at it like a professional knife thrower. Only a few minutes later, all 50 buffaloes have been turned into piles of meat by Gayama. Ryozo is so stunned that she drops her yanging on the spot. The entire slaughter is over almost before anyone can react. Using her feline blessing, Chloe darts into the herd, striking a few buffaloes and evading the others while creating the opening Gayama needs. RMC follows with a barrage of throwing knives, slicing through dozens until one buffalo's roar makes him stumble and lock up. The remaining buffaloes immediately swarm over him, and Ryozo begins to panic, fearing that Gayama is being buried beneath their sheer numbers. Then, in a flash, the buffaloes covering our main character are blasted apart into chunks, leaving only Gayama's team standing. After displaying that ridiculous skill, Gayama calmly sheaths his knife and collects the horns, saving them in his bag for later. With the painless blessing now lasting 40 seconds, eliminating the herd turns out to be effortless. When Chloe arrives to praise him for another successful job, Gayama remembers that his party's support made the victory possible. While the others casually talk, Ryozo keeps staring at Gayama as if she has just witnessed something impossible. Speed Weapon reminds her that he warned her about Gayama's abilities, though he admits her silence is understandable because even he is struggling to process what he saw. Looking at Gayama and Chloe standing beside the mountain of corpses, the pair cannot help wondering what Gayama truly is. The party resumes its journey toward the dungeon entrance. The dungeon required 20 buffalo kills, and Gayama had personally cleared that requirement 2 times over. RMC starts claiming that he contributed nothing during the midterms, and Speed Weapon almost brings up his mermaid battle before remembering that secret is not meant to be public. Remembering that Ryozo is nearby, he quickly changes the subject, and the group keeps heading for the exit. However, Chloe soon realizes that the surroundings have become strangely silent. They reach a structure resembling a pillar, which appears to be the sealed gate they were warned never to open. Before they can do anything, the gate begins opening on its own, while the chains binding it crumble away. Elsewhere inside the dungeon, the worker from earlier freezes at the sight of buffalo corpses covering the corridors. He cannot understand how the students managed to slaughter so many buffaloes without outside help. The only thought filling his mind is the 20 billion won debt he owes to Chair One Land. Several days earlier, a woman who introduced herself as a Hokken instructor had come to him with a deal. She promised to erase his entire debt if he carried out her instructions. Her plan was for him to use a demon stone to control the buffaloes, then drive them berserk when Kanjiyama arrived. To complete the trap, she also ordered him to open the stone gate deep inside the dungeon. He hesitated at first because the plan involved sacrificing students, but the promise of becoming debt-free was too tempting to reject. He accepted the stone, already dreaming of his troubles, disappearing, while the instructor left after telling him to expect contact and answer every unknown call. Once he imagined his 20 billion won debt disappearing, a few students' lives no longer mattered to him. Now that the stone gates are open, he is certain none of them will make it out alive. Jiyama and the others pass through the stone gates, unsure of what place they have entered. At last, the reason this dungeon felt so easy begins to become clear. They have stepped straight into a trap, all because Jiyama ignored his instincts. This gate is designed to open only after the giant's demon stone enters the dungeon. The demon stone is meant to be obtained during a mid-game quest, while the fragments they found earlier were pieces of the giant's mana stone. What he never expected was for the door to remain open using only those fragments. If the dungeon follows the game's original storyline, its reward should be enormous. But staying alive has to come first. Then he notices something carved into the second door. A lone red line is etched across the supposedly indestructible stone gate. Gayama has already spent all 40 seconds of his painless blessing, but Murasame should last long enough for him to cut the gate and escape before the sword breaks. Before he gets the chance to test that plan, an overwhelming presence makes every student stop and look back. Standing behind them is an enormous buffalo radiating terrifying strength. Defeating this giant buffalo would grant the blessing of transition, an ability that transfers and amplifies its user's blessing onto a chosen target for one use. Guarding that incredible reward is an A-grade demon named Inotoros Monotaurus, better known as the Buffalo King. The room's torches ignite one after another, revealing the Buffalo King alongside 2 equally massive buffaloes. The buffaloes guarding its flanks look far stronger than anything the group has fought so far, while the Buffalo King itself is downright terrifying. Even if Gayama cuts open the gate, escaping without serious injuries will be impossible once this monster awakens. But this battle is nothing like the midterms. The mermaid had been unfamiliar territory, but Gayama has already fought minotaurs in the past. At his peak, Gayama could defeat all 3 by himself, but his 40 seconds of painless blessing are already gone. This time, brute force will not be enough. He needs a proper strategy. Gayama asks Speed Weapon to maintain a pain-reducing buff, explaining that he only needs it to last 2 minutes. If Speed Weapon interrupts the spell even briefly during the battle, Gayama will be finished. Gayama assigns the 2 smaller buffaloes to Saki and Chloe, while claiming the Buffalo King for himself. With their roles decided, the students prepare for battle just as the Buffalo King awakens with a terrifying roar. The moment Gayama activates the Sword God's Blessing, an intense wave of pain hits him and forces blood from his throat. Fortunately, Weapon's buff gives him enough relief to keep his body moving. The demon lunges forward, and Gayama meets it head-on, slipping past the first strike and darting to its side before it can regain balance. The Sword God's Blessing keeps making him vomit blood, but he still has enough strength to stand against the buffalo. Gayama deflects another blow and circles behind the beast for a takedown, only to be launched backward by a brutal kick. He manages to stop his fall, though another mouthful of blood spills out. The painless blessing had numbed sensations he is now beginning to feel again. Strangely, experiencing the sword god's blessing in its entirety makes Gayama feel liberated rather than restrained. Gayama charges again, slips past the Buffalo King's enormous axe, and moves so quickly that the others can barely follow him with their eyes. The two beasts clash repeatedly, but Gayama keeps evading every attack thrown at him. Frustrated by Gayama's evasions, the Buffalo King lifts its axe high and smashes it straight down toward his head. When the smoke fades, Gayama is calmly standing on the Minotaur's axe without a single injury. Ryozo can hardly accept that a human being is capable of moving, let alone fighting, at such speed. She has no time to keep watching Gayama because she is busy battling one of the buffalo guards herself. She understands the fundamental principles of combat. Controlling the muscles, maintaining the right stance, and using kinetic energy together form a combat sense built around disrupting an opponent's balance with minimal force. But understanding those principles in theory and applying them during a real fight are completely different matters. With Gayama occupying her mind, she fires an arrow into the buffalo's eye, provoking it into a furious charge. Even with death staring him in the face, Gayama's concentration never breaks. His composure immediately makes her think of Siegfried, the Sword Emperor. She draws her bowstring to its limit and fires once, completely destroying the charging bull's head. Afterward, she turns back toward Gayama and stays focused on him. She recalls the recent rumor about a special admissions student whose strength was said to rival someone empowered by Siegfried's aura. Gayama's aura is not far below that level, and sensing it drives the Buffalo King wild as it tries to knock him off the axe with a punch. Gayama simply slips past the punch and slices open the very arm the monster used to attack him. At the same time, Chloe defeats her opponent and wipes the blood from her face. Chloe lacks experience against demonoids, but she knows that the more human their appearance and behavior, the more lethal they tend to be. The exact strength may differ between demons, but one capable of behaving that much like a human is unquestionably powerful, which means the monster facing Gayama must be on an entirely different level. Roaring in pain, the monster grips its severed arm, transfers the axe to its remaining hand, and prepares a magical attack. That should be impossible, because demonoids are not capable of casting magic. A closer look reveals that the creature is not actually casting a spell. It is sacrificing its own life force to generate mana instead. The wild magical energy surrounding it makes getting anywhere near the monster nearly impossible. Even while pouring all his strength into the flute, Speed Weapon continues believing that Kanguyama can somehow create another miracle. The monster lifts its axe, now permanently fused with its only usable arm. It brings the weapon crashing down on our weakened protagonist, who is still bleeding heavily from the mouth. Gayama raises Murasame to intercept the first strike, and an enormous burst of energy erupts around him. He attempts to slice through the magical assault, but the energy is far too concentrated. Dodging is not an option either, because his teammates are directly behind him and would receive the full impact. The Buffalo King keeps pressing down, gradually forcing Gayama backward. Gayama appears moments away from defeat, until an arrow suddenly buries itself in the monster's eyes. He turns and finds Saki angrily shouting at him to stop spacing out and finish the monster already. Gayama shuts his eyes briefly, and when they open again, a fresh power surges through him. The axe begins splitting apart little by little as Murasame starts glowing blue. That blue radiance closely resembles the sword aura Siegfried displayed during his spar with Gayama. At last, Gayama cuts straight through the axe and cleaves the Buffalo King in half with one decisive slash. Despite witnessing one impossible feat after another, Gayama's teammates are still stunned by the sheer scale of his power. The once fearsome monster crashes down as two massive pieces of flesh, while Gayama stares at the ceiling, finally relaxing after realizing he truly pulled off the cut. Ryozo can only stare in disbelief, finally realizing why Speed Weapon trusts Gayama so completely. As if that victory were not enough, his assimilation rate jumps from 9.3 to 12.7. Speed Weapon collapses, his lips swollen and painful after playing the flute nonstop. By now, every time Speed Weapon watches Kanguyama, the boy destroys another piece of common sense. The blue glow radiating from his sword was powerful enough to light up the whole cave. He is already manifesting an aura, despite being so young. At this point, calling him human feels almost unbelievable. Ryozo walks up and tells him to breathe, snapping him out of his daze. She says she finally understands his earlier warning about Gayama, as well as the reason he is always following him. Ryozo then asks Speed Weapon whether Academy regulations prevent Gayama from transferring into their class. That restriction might apply one way, but it does not prevent a student from making the reverse move. Ryozo smiles, realizing that she wants to follow Gayama as well. As the adrenaline fades, Gayama struggles just to breathe normally. Speed Weapon's blessing helps, but it cannot erase the tremendous stress placed on Gayama's body. Even so, being able to fight without relying on the painless blessing is a major step forward. Chloe rushes into him in tears, desperately asking whether he is okay. He tries to reassure her, but her weight pressing against his body is making his serious injuries even worse. She quickly steps back, blushing, while Gayama silently questions every decision that led him here. A status window suddenly appears, announcing that Gayama has obtained a new blessing. This blessing was originally destined for Leon, and its spirit rank makes it the rarest type in existence. However, its true potential only emerges when it is paired with another blessing. The transition blessing lets its user pass a blessing they own into another creature or even an object. There is one condition. The user has to physically touch the target. That makes it perfect for controlling Baomeng, the dual-natured sword Leon will obtain later on. Now that Gayama possesses such a powerful blessing, he intends to get every possible advantage from it. That is when he spots someone observing them through the stone door, which is now standing open. Gayama asks Chloe whether she still remembers the favor he requested before. Before the man can even escape, Chloe closes the distance and slams into him. She follows up by driving a knife into his thigh, pinning him in place. Speed Weapon and Ryozo are completely lost, while Gayama calmly approaches the captive and explains that Chloe was carrying out a favor for him. The man pretends he is clueless and demands to know why this is happening, but the other two quickly understand the situation. This was the person responsible for the rampaging buffalo horde and the stone gate being opened. His timing is incredibly suspicious, especially because the dungeon has no surveillance cameras inside. Clearly, he had been aiming for them, although his motive remains a mystery. Ryozo quickly realizes that the staff member could not have planned everything alone. When he refuses to speak, Ryozo and Gayama make it clear that his life depends on his cooperation. Staring death in the face, he finally breaks and confesses that an academy instructor approached him days ago, promising to erase his gambling debt if he helped eliminate the students. Speed Weapon is stunned that anyone would betray an entire group of students just to settle a gambling debt. The man attempts to justify himself, which only pushes Speed Weapon further into a rage. Ryozo restrains him before he can attack and asks the captive to describe the instructor. He describes her as a woman with purple hair and matching purple eyes. He also remembers that she was quite tall. Ryozo immediately suspects that the culprit is the assistant instructor assigned to her class. The woman's piercing eyes made her especially easy for him to remember. Speed Weapon connects the dots and figures she was likely behind the midterm incident too. When Ryozo asks for details, Gayama finally tells her that they encountered a demonoid mermaid during the midterms. Ryozo now understands that Leon landed in the hospital after battling a demon. Since Gayama has exposed the secret, Speed Weapon no longer needs to keep quiet and reveals that Gayama defeated the monster alone. After witnessing Gayama's performance today, Ryozo accepts the claim without even arguing. As the others continue debating, Gayama quietly ends the recording on his phone. The staff member has already given him everything he needed, so his usefulness is officially over. Chloe yanks her sword free from his thigh, making him cry out in agony. Since an impossible dungeon opening has created the perfect cover, Gayama decides it is time to make someone disappear. As Gayama walks away, he orders the group's assassin to deal with the remaining trash. Chloe's eyes instantly shift into full yandere mode, and the man's screams are silenced almost immediately. Leaving the dungeon, Gayama silently dares Haken Academy's elders, instructors, and every enemy hunting him to give him their absolute best. Whatever they throw at him, he intends to wipe every one of them out. Gayama returns to the academy carrying his dungeon reward, the Cow King's Horn. This is the horn of Minotauros, boss of the Hidden Water Buffalo Dungeon, and it guarantees enhancement success for weapons below a certain rank. Gayama asks the blacksmith to use the Cow King's horn to enhance Morasami. The blacksmith is stunned that Gayama managed to return with an A-grade monster material. Even for a Huken Academy student, bringing back something like this is completely absurd. When asked how he defeated the boss alone, Gayama modestly credits his team instead. He then places the badly damaged Morasami on the table and asks whether it can be fixed. Volander's excitement turns into horror when he sees that Gayama has destroyed the E-rank sword he worked so hard to create. Then Gayama gives him a single look, and Volander's attitude changes completely. Once the deal is settled, Gayama leaves the sword behind for Volander to complete. Watching the MC leave, Volander can only wonder how his life reached this ridiculous point. For a little revenge, he briefly considers shortening the sword even more. Before leaving the workshop, Gayama tells Volander to spend the leftover material money on a drink. Volander lets out a tired sigh, still wondering how a kid like Gayama entered his life. Back in class, Gayama pauses to consider just how far he has progressed. His improvement is obvious, though getting a few more blessings from Speed Weapon later would still be useful. When he checks the blessing screen, it seems to have grown longer, yet again. The biggest change is clearly the assimilation rate. Unlike his other stats, assimilation rises sharply whenever he survives a major battle. Another dungeon clear will probably boost it once more, possibly unlocking something even more valuable. His stats may be soaring, but his gray hairs have also been multiplying ever since his first spar with Chloe. Gayama is now starting to wonder whether all of it will fall out once it turns completely white. With enemies constantly coming after him, Gayama knows he needs to stay completely prepared. He refuses to let careless problems like this become the reason he dies pointlessly. He also has to figure out exactly how the transition blessing works. Stealing it from Leon is admittedly a little harsh, but as the protagonist, Leon will probably be buried under buffs sooner or later anyway. His to-do list is getting ridiculous. For the moment, though, recovery has to come first. Looking at his desk, he notices a Yoken candy, a treat so insanely sweet that eating it is almost impossible. The gift obviously came from Ryozo, reminding Gayama that he had finally led his own team through a dungeon for the first time. Assassination attempts have become routine for him, but having actual friends around is not such a terrible trade-off. Weapon and Chloe may not matter much to the original storyline, and Gayama is not even certain that Chloe sees him as a friend. Chloe was hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon, and Gayama plans to visit her whenever he gets a chance. His thoughts are interrupted when the wolf class instructors enter and order everyone to quiet down. His phone buzzes, revealing a message from an unknown number asking what he is up to. Gayama has no clue who sent it and assumes the message may have reached him accidentally. Another message arrives, simply telling him to look straight ahead. Gayama looks up to find Ryozo entering with a smug grin, waving a phone whose wallpaper matches the mystery contact's profile picture. The instructors then announce that Saki Ryozo has officially joined their class starting today. After the announcements, the instructor tells everyone to gear up and reach the training grounds within 30 minutes. The class is stunned by Ryozo's transfer, especially after learning that she personally requested it. Several students attempt to greet her, but she walks past every one of them without a response. As Ryozo confidently crosses the room, Gayama wonders whether she has really transferred into his class. Among the new recruits, Ryozo is part of the so-called Miracle Generation and ranks among the school's 4 best students. The other 3 are Gayama, Rachel, and Abel. She is also the Academy's top academic student, while her combat ability ranks nearly as high. In short, she has both the brains and the muscle to back them up. To make matters even bigger, she is the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes, famously called the Absolute Bow. Kojima Saki is also Japan's prime minister, making Ryozo the closest thing this world has to a Japanese princess. Since Japan remains a global superpower here, the class reacts as if an international celebrity just walked through the door. Everyone is thrilled, except Gayama, who is silently begging her not to come anywhere near him. Ryozo smiles at him, but Gayama keeps pretending she is not there. She responds by vaulting onto his desk, gracefully landing in front of him, and presenting her phone with an obvious demand: save her number now. Once again, Gayama's terrible instincts have turned out to be completely accurate. Meanwhile, at the Buffalo Dungeon Gates in Gemyoto Chiorwan, investigators question witnesses about a person who vanished inside. Before entering, the missing man claimed he was concerned about the cadets and needed to investigate personally. Aside from looking slightly unwell, the guard had seemed perfectly normal when he went inside. The detectives dismiss the guard they questioned so they can resume examining the area. When evening gives way to night, the 2 step outside for a smoke. Deaths inside dungeons are nothing unusual, but even the worst accident normally leaves a body behind. This time, however, the dungeon contained no human body at all. All they found was a massive heap of blood, fleas, and buffalo corpses. It is difficult to believe ordinary students caused such devastation, especially when the cadets came back safely and the staff member who followed them vanished without leaving even a corpse. Something about the case clearly makes no sense, but the detectives cannot identify the missing piece. They consider whether he might be beyond the stone gate, but dismiss the thought because it has never opened before. Besides, they cannot simply storm the academy and question the cadets directly. The academy is packed with nobles, and the higher-ups would never authorize a warrant against it. One detective steps away to use the bathroom, leaving the other leaning against a cargo crate and puzzling over the case. Suddenly, his partner collapses beside him while a pair of long, slender legs emerges from the darkness. The detective instantly recognizes the energy as magic and assumes a demon is close, only to see a human woman approach him. Before he can process what is happening, the woman cleanly severs his head and lets his body crumple to the ground. His final thought is that the attacker must be a human who has forged a pact with a demon. She is a demi-demon, a being that is part human and part demon. In simpler terms, she is one of the villains. Ryozo settles into the seat beside Gayama and cheerfully munches on her snacks. She asks why he left her snack untouched, but Gayama ignores the question and points out that Chloe sometimes sits there. Ryozo is not bothered because, to her, the seat's previous owner is irrelevant. Her rule is simple: whoever gets there first owns the seat. Gayama tries to ask about her transfer, but the teacher interrupts to announce that assembly begins in 5 minutes. The other students leave for assembly, while Ryozo pulls out an eye mask and gets ready for another nap. Gayama asks whether she will attend morning training, but she refuses and claims she would rather meditate. Of course, her real plan is simply to sleep through class without worrying about anything. Before Gayama leaves, Ryozo tells him to stop addressing her as Saki. She wants him to use her first name instead: Ryozo. She explains that close friends in her country use first names, but Gayama reminds her that Weapon still calls her Saki. Ryozo dismisses the argument, sends him off to enjoy training, and immediately settles down to sleep. Elsewhere in Dragon Class, Rachel stretches while complaining internally about how loud everyone is today. Rachel starts talking to Abel and mentions that Ryozo recently transferred away from their class. The transfer is strange because Ryozo is mostly known for sleeping through class and making zero effort. Abel acts uninterested, but Rachel keeps pressing the subject after noticing that it clearly bothers her. Transfers require an empty seat, and their class happened to be missing 1 student this year. Rachel finds it impressive that Ryozo even noticed, considering she is always asleep in the archery hall. Abel cannot see why Ryozo's transfer matters, so Rachel explains that Ryozo recently cleared the Buffalo Dungeon alongside Gayama. Abel finally catches the hint, and her face turns red as Rachel teases her about liking Gayama. Abel denies having a crush, but Rachel has already noticed how strangely she reacts whenever Gayama is mentioned. There is obviously more to Abel's feelings than she wants to admit. Abel shakes her head and insists that she has barely spoken to Gayama a handful of times. She insists there is nothing between them and asks Rachel to stop inventing strange rumors. Rachel interprets this as Abel admitting that nothing is happening yet, which leaves plenty of room for something to happen later. Rachel's playful attitude suddenly disappears, and she tells Abel that deceiving others is one thing, but deceiving herself does not suit her. Abel goes completely still, while Rachel only tells her to give the matter some thought. Rachel's words remind Abel of a recent conversation with her grandfather. He had told her he was joining the school as a teacher, and Abel initially hated the idea, assuming he only wanted to keep following her. That would have been unbearable, since she already receives more unwanted attention than she can handle. Siegfried clarifies that he is joining the staff to supervise the first-year students instead. Abel had asked for his assistance after the midterm incident, which is why he decided to watch over them. He reassures her that their paths will not cross very often. Siegfried attempts to conceal his intentions, but the dangerous gleam in his eyes gives him away. The swordmaster, who once appeared completely detached, is now personally entering the game. Abel can think of only one person capable of changing her grandfather like this: Ken Gayama, the prodigy who ignores status and forces his way through noble society with sheer strength. His talent is absurd enough to defy common sense, and even his academic background shows that he was fast-tracked from the start. When Abel first saw him, Gayama was merely a skinny kid who kept sneaking about. Now he has become a powerful young man with piercing eyes. In Abel's eyes, he has already surpassed even Leon Reinhardt, the supposed hero candidate. Gayama is following the hero's path more convincingly than anyone, yet he never flaunts his progress or brags about what he has done. He simply keeps advancing in silence. If Gayama had shown arrogance even once, Abel might have disliked him, but his unusual nature makes her respect him despite herself. She is even jealous that Siegfried acknowledges Gayama, and realizing that only makes her feel more embarrassed. Rachel's teasing stare pulls Abel out of her thoughts. Abel Rashidi insists she has no feelings for Gayama and claims she is far too busy to even think about him. Rachel says that is wonderful news, because it means she can pursue Gayama with almost no rivals. She only needs to deal with Ryozo, and the field will be completely clear. Back in Gayama's classroom, the teacher begins explaining blessings and the system used to rank them. A blessing's rank depends on the type of spirit dwelling inside it. A blessing containing a guardian spirit is guardian level, while one containing a true spirit qualifies as spirit level. During the lecture, Ryozo suddenly sits up in her sleep, only to lie back down moments later. Apparently, not even the professor has enough power to wake her. The lecture continues anyway. 2 days have passed since Ryozo's transfer, and she still has not explained why she joined the class. That is mainly because she has spent both days sleeping through everything. Naturally, nobody gets a proper opportunity to question her. If sleeping is all she plans to do, Gayama cannot understand why she needs to sit beside him in the corner. It is probably for the best that Chloe is still hospitalized, because having both girls here could become a disaster. Even so, Ryozo took responsibility for him after the dungeon incident, allowing the whole matter to end fairly smoothly. She is in a completely different league, far surpassing weapon. The teacher carries on with the lesson by explaining that blessings are divided into 4 ranks. Personal blessings sit at the bottom, followed by guardian blessings, then true blessings, while heroic blessings stand at the very top. Most Academy cadets possess the weakest personal spirit blessing, though a powerful user can still make it outperform a guardian class blessing. Spirit level blessings are incredibly uncommon, and by sheer coincidence, Gayama awakened one called the Blessing of Transition. Above those are heroic blessings, which most people treat as nothing more than legends. Ever since blessings first appeared, only one person has awakened that level of power: the hero of origins, Valor Hawaken. However, rumors claim that someone else in the modern era possesses one, and Gayama already knows that this mysterious person carries the miracle blessing. The lesson ends with the teacher promising to continue the story later, but Gayama still has one question left. He asks about the faint words that always reach his ears whenever he activates the Sword God blessing. The phrase says, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." The question makes the teacher stop in his tracks, and even Ryozo becomes slightly more alert. The teacher has no idea what Gayama means, though he immediately notices a problem with the question. The reason is simple. This world no longer has any gods, so nobody can possibly share a blessing from them. Once the teacher leaves, Ryozo starts laughing at Gayama for asking such an awkward question. He asks whether she has finally finished sleeping, only for her to turn away and immediately doze off again. Gayama cannot really complain, so he decides to catch a quick nap himself. Just as Gayama begins slipping into sleep, a message materializes before his eyes. He jolts awake to find a massive notification announcing that the GM wants to speak with him. In an instant, Gayama is transported to a bizarre abstract space filled with floating scraps, while the notification hangs in front of him. The notification then turns into a prompt asking whether Gayama agrees to meet the GM. Another update appears, stating that the GM is altering the world line through code. Gayama has never even heard the term world line, and none of this strange situation makes sense to him. The space suddenly falls silent before a new message warns that the dimensional gap is too vast, and Gayama's current level is inadequate. On top of that, he still has not fulfilled the conditions needed to unlock the mysterious new trait. The system now asks whether Gayama wants to continue despite all these obstacles. He pauses, scans the strange surroundings, and tries to understand what is happening. This place feels far too real to be a dream, and it may finally reveal the truth behind his sword god blessing and why he was brought into this world. Gayama accepts the meeting, and the entire world begins shifting as its underlying code is rewritten. Without warning, the surrounding world shatters and throws him into the same area he saw when he first awakened the sword god blessing at the academy entrance. This time, a light shines at the far end of the area, yet just as before, Gayama cannot judge how close or clear it really is. Even so, he can feel himself inching toward it one small step at a time. If he pushes forward just a little longer and gives a bit more effort, he believes he can finally reach it. Then a voice suddenly calls out, ordering him to wake up. A hand tears through the darkness and clamps onto his shoulder. The system registers an outside interruption. As a result, the conversation with the GM is put on hold. Gayama reaches desperately toward the fading reality, but the hand forcibly pulls him out of that strange space. Just before he is completely dragged away, the GM sends him one final message. It contains a simple command: cut and sever whatever the target may be. The message closes by wishing him the blessing of the gods. Gayama is suddenly yanked back into reality while Ryozo loudly demands that he wake up. He is constantly lecturing her about sleeping in class, yet here he is enjoying a comfortable nap of his own. Her complaining stops the moment she realizes Gayama is crying and barely hearing a word she says. Later, Gayama sits on a bench, his thoughts drifting back toward the strange dream. Ryozo had looked honestly worried when she saw his tears, but Gayama cannot recall a single detail of what happened in the dream. Being caught crying by Ryozo, of all people, only makes the whole thing more humiliating. While he is lost in thought, his unusual new group of friends comes over to him. They have gathered to compare notes and review everything they have discovered until now. They are certain that someone within the academy is after Gayama, and they need to deal with that threat. The moment Weapon begins recapping, Ryozo cuts him off because she already knows everything and has no interest in hearing the full story again. Gayama was the one who asked Weapon to brief everyone, but he is already regretting that decision. While the two continue bickering, Gayama notices Chloe coughing behind him. She has a face mask on, making it obvious that she is still not completely recovered. Gayama checks on her, and Chloe says she feels better, though she is staying away from everyone in case she can still spread the illness. Turning back to the arguing pair, Gayama asks Ryozo whether she has uncovered anything new since their previous discussion. Ryozo cares more about the fact that he called her Saki, so she instantly corrects him. Gayama glances nervously at Chloe, but she is either too ill or too worried about spreading her flu to give her usual reaction. To calm the situation down, Gayama agrees to call her Ryozo, and the group returns to discussing the Academy Elders. Weapon believes they need a clearer picture before deciding what to do next. Besides confirming that the Academy Elders are targeting Gayama, they have also received the guard's description of the suspicious female instructor. Unfortunately, none of that answers the real question, because the Elders' motives remain completely unknown. The Adetori family will likely take care of the matter in the end anyway. As for the female instructor, Ryozo thinks she may have spotted her while searching every instructor and assistant through the Academy's internal security network. She located someone matching the description, but strangely, the person's identity cannot be verified. Kuyama is stunned that Ryozo pulled this off, though she considers it routine in the world of Tech Overflow. The Academy's security is world-class, so she could only hack into it at dawn when the system was most vulnerable. She was already running on almost no sleep, and this job has left her even more drained. That explains why she is constantly falling asleep during class. It probably also explains how she got Gayama's number, even though he never shared it with her. For now, they have no solid confirmation, and confronting the Elders with empty threats is obviously not an option. Weapon, however, has another plan in mind. He suggests that the four of them create a club of their own. School clubs are allowed to move around freely and receive financial backing from the Academy. Since the Academy encourages student cooperation, clubs receive plenty of benefits, including official recognition as Academy-affiliated organizations. Becoming an official club would also grant them Academy protection, since their student status alone has clearly failed to keep them safe. With enemies both within the Academy and beyond it, the club could give them an extra shield of protection. Gayama already understands the club system from the game he played in his previous life. In that Academy-based game, clubs were one of the major features, giving players a private room they could decorate with furniture. Players could invite characters over and raise their affection, although the system mostly seemed designed to drain hardcore fans' wallets. That feature was called the housing system, and Gayama ignored it because he never had enough time to bother with decoration. He never imagined that this useless game feature would become valuable in his real life. Of course, creating a club comes with a few strict requirements. They must have at least 5 members and submit a formal club proposal to the administrative office. That means they are still short by 1 member. As people grow older, relationships often become transactional, which makes their complete trust and support even more meaningful despite barely knowing one another. Gayama cannot help feeling grateful that they have chosen to stand beside him through all this. Their first task is to settle on a name for the club. Chloe proposes Memories of Assassination, but everyone else finds the name far too edgy. Ryozo says they should choose any random name because nobody will care, but Weapon immediately dismisses her lazy suggestion. After sitting in silence for a while, Gayama suggests forming a travel club. That way, they can clear dungeons and explore beyond the academy without attracting unnecessary suspicion. Everyone seems to approve, and just like that, their travel club is officially born. Now they need to find an advisor quickly and finish the preparations before next week's exams arrive. Without a faculty advisor, the club cannot be registered. This is the difficult part, because an advisor must hold at least professor rank. Chloe recommends the Blessing Studies professor, since he is both popular and genuinely kind. Unfortunately, he is constantly busy, so getting his approval seems unlikely, even though he would be ideal for the role. The academy employs more than 500 people, but only around 30 of them are professors. Once they limit the list to professors who teach first-year students, only 10 candidates remain. The school claims to support clubs, yet the rules create plenty of contradictions. The group asks Gayama whether he has someone suitable in mind, and he suddenly comes up with a plan. Since the advisor must be professor level or above, Gayama knows exactly whom he can approach. After all, there is one person at the academy whose rank sits above that of a professor. When Gayama reveals the person he has in mind, the others can barely believe he is being serious. To officially establish the club, its president must submit the application personally. Gayama is naturally chosen as president, so he is the one who must deliver the application to the administrative building. The staff woman processing the paperwork instantly doubts that Gayama is capable of running a club. Her attitude makes it difficult to believe she is actually an academy employee. She makes no attempt to hide her contempt for RMC simply because he entered through special admission. Gayama ignores her arrogance and calmly tells her to process the form as long as it satisfies the requirements. The woman rises from her seat, towering over Gayama. She informs RMC that forming a club requires them to have a faculty advisor. And according to her, Gayama has not found a single professor willing to supervise the club. Gayama asks her to clarify, although her insulting implication is already obvious. She assumes that no professor would ever advise a club created by Gayama merely because he is a special admission student. Given his background, she considers Gayama's attempt to create a club completely hopeless. Honestly, this woman's attitude is hardly unexpected. Gayama still had a little respect for the academy, but this woman is quickly burning through all of it. After nearly 2 decades in the service industry, Gayama has met every kind of awful person, and he knows that staying silent is usually the smartest response. That wisdom does not stop him from wanting to plant one powerful punch on this woman. Rather than losing his temper, Gayama takes out his phone and contacts someone who can handle the problem. He explains that he is in the admin office to submit the club registration, but the woman immediately starts shouting at him for taking a call in front of her. The person on the other end says they are close and will arrive shortly, so Gayama hangs up. As soon as the call ends, the woman launches into another tirade about Gayama daring to disrespect her in her own office. Gayama tells her to stick to the procedure, reminding her that the person he called is already coming. Too busy shouting, the imposing woman fails to notice her coworkers lowering their heads and avoiding eye contact. She keeps bragging about being related to the headmaster's close friend and claims she could have a special admissions student like Gayama expelled whenever she wants. That threat only makes Gayama let out a quiet laugh. He leans closer and calmly tells her to lower her voice. That becomes the final trigger, and the woman's expression twists into what Gayama considers her true, unhinged face. The door explodes open without warning, making everyone jump. The furious headmistress steps through the damaged doorway, and Gayama tells the woman to show proper respect to their club advisor. She smiles warmly at Gayama, clearly pleased to meet him in person again. Gayama apologizes for disturbing her, but Medea assures him that she would rush over whenever he called. The moment she hears Gayama's name, the woman realizes she has been insulting the academy's top freshman all along. Medea cheerfully instructs her student to leave the documents with her and focus on his written exams. Since she has arrived, she promises to handle the rest on his behalf. Once Gayama leaves, Medea's entire tone changes, while another staff member rushes to bring her a chair. The woman attempts to claim there has been a misunderstanding, but Medea needs no blessing to realize she mocked Gayama's background, and chose to target the very student personally selected by both the headmistress and the swordmaster. Without saying anything, Medea uses her blessing to put a resignation letter on the woman's desk and gives her 5 minutes to begin filling it out. After settling the entire mess, Medea informs Gayama that the club application is approved and only one additional member is needed. The woman has probably lost her job, and Gayama feels absolutely no pity for her. Medea then asks him to visit her office once class is over. Gayama then returns to Volander, the blacksmith who has somehow become both his friend and his enemy. Gayama has come to collect his equipment, but Volander tells him to wait briefly. Volander finally resembles a proper blacksmith, though Gayama still has no idea how the man truly feels about him. As a former player, Gayama has always had complicated feelings toward him, though recent events have made the negative side much stronger. Still, he cannot help feeling sorry for Volander. In the game, the blacksmith Volander was the primary NPC handling nearly every kind of equipment upgrade. Like many upgrade-focused game characters, he became someone players either adored or hated, especially because he was infamous for emptying their wallets. Gayama had never spent much money in his previous life, so he could not completely relate. But big spenders practically performed rituals for luck and begged Volander to bless them at least once. In practice, most players simply ended up cursing the blacksmith. His upgrades depended so heavily on luck that even Gayama had cursed him when Murasame dropped from B grade all the way to E grade. Volander pulls Gayama out of his memories and asks what is on his mind. He then reveals the upgraded sword and proudly declares that his latest work has gone beyond perfection. To make things even better, the sword has gained special options, delighting Gayama. Its new ability is called Scattered Rain. Murasame now looks polished and brand new, making Gayama call Volander a god for finally giving him such incredible luck. Because of the upgraded weapon, his Painless Blessing has improved as well, extending its activation time to 50 seconds. Thinking about future dungeon runs, Gayama realized that 40 seconds would never be enough, but adding 10 more could seriously change the outcome. Since he plans to combine this blessing with the Blessing of Transition, upgrading his armament later should make its effects even more valuable. For Gayama, that can only be considered excellent news. He used to complain about it constantly, but the Painless Blessing is turning out to be remarkably flexible for something ranked at the spirit level. Volander then reminded him that there was one more thing he needed to inspect on the new sword. The weapon had officially been upgraded to D grade. Unfortunately, the result falls far short of what Gayama expected after putting in so much work. He had used materials from an A grade monster, the Buffalo King, so reaching C grade should have been the bare minimum in his mind. Even so, the blade becoming 2 grades tougher is reassuring, especially since he plans to channel aura through the Murasame on a regular basis. At the very least, it should stop breaking apart halfway through a fight. A blinking button on his status screen practically dares him to press it, yet Gayama can't shake the feeling that doing so will end badly. He gives in and taps the button, revealing a fresh set of details on the screen. Thanks to the successful reinforcement and the TE weapon's impressive growth potential, the sword can now receive as many as 3 special abilities. Each special ability needs a magic stone, and the ability it unlocks will be chosen randomly. Magic stones are incredibly difficult to obtain, so Gayama is stunned to learn that his sword needs them just to keep evolving. Elsewhere, the elder allied with the demon commander hurls a cup into a mirror, keeps drinking straight from the bottle, and eventually tosses that aside as well. His eyes then settle on the portrait of his father, Riemann von Beimhark, mounted on the ceiling. Riemann had been one of the 7 star heroes, famously called the Mad Tiger. But 40 years earlier, he had died in battle during Tay's campaign against Vasman, the 6th Legion commander. The public honored him as a noble hero, yet his own relatives soon launched repeated attempts to eliminate him and seize control of the Beimhark household. Survival forced him to become cold and ruthless, while the relatives plotting his murder were maneuvered into turning on one another. In the end, he rebuilt the family from the ground up while his father was gone. By 30, he had risen to become an elder of Hawaken Academy, dedicating himself to directing humanity and preserving the absolute authority of the ruling elite. Luckily, for people like him, demons served as the ideal enemy, giving their authority a convenient justification. The problem was that unpredictable factors kept appearing and ruining their carefully arranged plans. Then Leon von Reinhardt, a hero born with the power to defeat the Demon King, was marked by fate as its chosen candidate. Still, with the massive power difference between humans and demons, Leon's actual chances of beating the Demon King remain almost non-existent. Their ancestor, the legendary hero Baylor Hawaken, once sealed Lycan, the 1st Legion commander, creating the standard for every legend that followed. One day, a mysterious person came to him and offered to handle the so-called hero candidate directly. She appeared to be an instructor, and at first he couldn't understand how someone so far beneath him would dare address him with such familiarity. The instant their eyes locked, however, the true power dynamic between them became obvious. She was a human who had deliberately turned her back on humanity to form a direct contract with the Legion commander. In other words, she had become a half-human, half-demon villain. Leon had already made the situation troublesome, but the arrival of a low-born special admission student has pushed the problem even further out of control. Even the auditory appears unwilling to move, arguing that they lack enough grounds to take the matter any further. The elder, Clady von Beimhark, responds by ordering him to call in the Undertakers. The following day in class, Jayama begins jotting down his thoughts in a notebook. Most of his thoughts are focused on the Murasame needing magic stones before it can grow stronger. Weapons equipped with magic stones are on an entirely different level from those without them. A weapon offering 3 ability slots is basically a dream drop. These stones only come from certain dungeon bosses or demonic beasts ranked A or above, creatures that are essentially demonoids in everything except their title. Apparently, Jayama's entire journey is going to involve battling demonoids just to keep powering up. Maybe having the word demon in his name is what cursed him with this fate. Jayama looks toward Ryozo, peacefully asleep behind that bizarre sleep mask, and suspects she pulled another all-nighter. A full week has passed since he and his new club members conquered that dungeon. Opening the stone gate in the Buffalo King's territory also requires a magic stone, specifically one taken from a colossal creature called a gigant. Strangely enough, someone appears to have already killed a gigant and claimed its stone. Even the game's giants were powerful enough to make the ground tremble with one step, and a gigant is still considered weak beside the monsters introduced in later updates. Those creatures were basically walking natural disasters. Jayama pauses to question whether sacrificing his life for a few weapon abilities is truly worth it. In his opinion, hunting demonic beasts for magic stones should have been Leon's responsibility. While Jayama is buried in his thoughts, Chloe enters the classroom and says hello. Chloe is caught off guard when she finds Ryozo asleep in her favorite seat, though she keeps her reaction to herself. Jayama checks whether she has completely recovered, and Chloe assures him that she is doing much better now. Jayama had clearly paid a heavy price for releasing that blue light from his weapon, but before Chloe can explain further, he asks her to drop the subject. That blue light was actually aura, a phenomenon available only to people with immense power. The longer Jayama thinks about it, the more worthwhile collecting magic stones begins to seem. Although he once wanted nothing more than peace and security, Jayama now hungers for power instead. Even then, his main objective has not changed. He still wants to survive. Too many new variables have appeared, and entities that never existed in the game are now hunting him without mercy. The storyline he once understood is warping around him, almost as though the world itself has decided not to give him a break. Before he knows it, a month has passed since he joined the academy, and the truth behind the Second World War, scheduled for 3 years from now, is about to surface. For Jayama, improving himself and upgrading his weapon are no longer optional choices, they are necessities. At this pace, Jayama cannot predict how the war will end, especially since he has zero faith in Leon as the hero candidate. Sure, the mermaid was a demonoid, but losing to it because of a single-shot attract spell was unbelievably pathetic for a hero candidate. The situation is too draining for Jayama to even explain, and he is so distracted that he fails to notice Weapon's arrival until Ryozo punches him in the face. Weapon has come to ask about the club registration, and Jayama tells him that the headmaster approved it. They only need one additional member to become official. Speed Weapon also brings news that Leon has been tearing through everything lately. Leon has been conquering one high-ranked dungeon after another without slowing down. For once, Leon is behaving like the main character he is supposed to be, making Jayama rethink his earlier criticism of the blind. Apparently, Leon cleared an A-rank dungeon with a tiny party just yesterday, while Jayama's group barely escaped from a C-rank one. Weapon notices that Ryozo knows an unusual amount about the blonde protagonist, which makes her crush on him painfully obvious. Ryozo says nothing at first. She simply looks at Jayama, turns away, and claims that she is no longer interested in Leon. Leon is clearly getting stronger, and if he keeps progressing like this, he will likely acquire Balmung during the upcoming Survival Island training. Honestly, when Jayama looks at the situation rationally, surviving this long with nothing but a sashimi knife is already a miracle. It is possible that Jayama's presence is unintentionally drawing away the dangers and attention that were originally meant for Leon. But even if that theory is correct, Jayama refuses to simply accept his fate without a fight. If cutting down his enemies is what survival demands, he will raise his blade without the slightest hesitation. He has no obligation to act like some perfect hero, because this world was never built around him as its protagonist. Under his breath, Jayama vows to slice through anything that dares block his path. Ryozo hears the dramatic declaration and asks whether Jayama is an anime fan, because that sounded exactly like a game or anime quote. Meanwhile, a suspicious group of intimidating figures trails behind a maid as she leads them through the academy halls. One member cannot believe that Hawaken Academy's elders are actually hiring their group for jobs. If this keeps up and their reputation continues growing, they might as well establish themselves as a proper assassination outfit. Their short-haired silver boss threatens to knock him down unless he wants every tooth pulled from his mouth. Another thug explains that the newcomer does not yet know how much their boss despises elites, though the money offered for this assignment was far too tempting to reject. Their conversation continues until the boss has to repeat herself and order everyone to keep quiet. When they arrive at the summoning elder's office, the maid announces their presence from outside the door. The elder tells them to enter, and Zhang Taipeng, the group's deputy leader, Pari, an ordinary grunt, and their boss Rui Shen are the first to walk inside. All three belong to the Undertaker Syndicate, an alliance of mercenary villains. After thanking them for making the trip, the elder wastes no time and instructs his maid to hand over a package. Inside is a file on Kang Jiyama, leaving one of the men puzzled about why their target is just some random kid. Ignoring the question, the elder explains that Jiyama must be eliminated during next week's Survival Island training, with the previously agreed 100 million payment delivered up front if they succeed. A separate bonus will follow once the entire assignment has been completed. Rui asks how they should dispose of him, and the elder casually suggests throwing him into the island's surrounding ocean so the fish and sharks can finish the job. Written exam day arrives, with Jiyama reviewing the study material while casually eating a sandwich. Since he already dominated the midterms, he could afford to relax. but the public ranking means slacking off is not an option. The club's other two members are ranked first and second in the written test, leaving Giamma no room to fall behind them. While studying, Giamma receives a message from Ryozo reminding him not to skip breakfast before the exam. Giamma replies that he already had a sandwich, which immediately sends Ryozo into a lecture about why his diet needs more sugar. Ryozo apparently enjoys spouting nonsense the moment she wakes up, making it almost unbelievable that she is the academy's top scorer. Giamma tells her that his country has traditional exam sweets as well, and the moment she hears the word sweets, her interest shoots up. Giamma abruptly ends the conversation by telling her to eat dirt. Ryozo keeps flooding his phone with confused messages, but Giamma has already tossed it aside and switched it to silent mode to escape any more of her nonsense. His priorities are simple: ace the exam, and make sure that Yangang Maniac does not outrank him. Of course, that plan sounds much easier than it is, mainly because Giamma is an absolute idiot. While Ryozo and Weapon debate their answers, Chloe turns to Giamma and asks how his exam went. Giamma claims he guessed every answer, though he actually managed to survive by relying on his knowledge of the game's lore. Still, surely he performed better than Chloe, right? Giamma then asks whether she has received any news or updates from Nox. Chloe says her brother called yesterday, but she was asleep and failed to answer. He called at 7 in the evening, but she had spent the night studying and never noticed the call. Giamma knows Chloe is a night owl, so he suspects she deliberately chose not to answer. Because auditory member contact details are classified, Chloe's information is Giamma's only lead unless Nox approaches him personally. Chloe clearly has her own reasons for avoiding him, yet the two siblings remain visibly uncomfortable together. Personally, Giamma feels that siblings ought to have a much better relationship. Weapon loudly protests that he studied for days without sleeping, only to realize from their answer discussion that Ryozo has probably beaten him again. While Weapon spirals into a panic attack, Ryozo moves beside Giamma, eager to know what he and Chloe are discussing. Ryozo asks whether they are a couple, prompting Chloe to start imagining things while Giamma hurriedly insists that nothing romantic is happening. Ryozo leans toward him and demands to know why he keeps ignoring her messages if he does not even have a girlfriend. Giamma argues that it happened only once, and it is not as though he constantly ghosts her. Their exchange ends abruptly when Chloe learns that Giamma and Ryozo have been messaging each other and gets furious. When Chloe calls his name in an unsettling voice, Giamma turns around and finds her completely consumed by yandere mode. She looks down at them with eerie calm and asks Giamma to explain why he and Ryozo have been texting. Giamma is completely blindsided by Chloe's sudden explosion. The redhead had stayed quiet when Ryozo sat beside him, yet she is now losing her mind over a few messages. Even Weapon cannot figure out what caused Chloe's sudden mood swing, while Ryozo is clearly enjoying the chaos. Ryozo teasingly asks Giamma what Chloe's problem is, but he warns her to stop before she makes the situation even more dangerous. Ryozo ignores his warning and keeps pressing him for an explanation, even though she obviously knows why Chloe is furious. She understands the situation perfectly and is only provoking Chloe for entertainment, completely unaware of how dangerous this incoming yandere meltdown could become. Chloe finally loses patience with their flirting and decides to confront the issue directly. Giamma had never even shared his number with Chloe, but he was already casually chatting with Ryozo. Giamma attempts to justify it by saying Chloe's number is confidential, but she refuses to hear him out. What matters to Chloe is that Giamma once promised to be her one and only prince. Ryozo grabs onto Giamma while eagerly watching the drama unfold, as he tries to explain everything through the killing intent radiating from one of his friends. Giamma tells Ryozo that Chloe is a yandere, but she shamelessly pretends not to understand the term. Weapon grabs Ryozo by the face and pulls her away, clearly being the only one who understands the real danger. Chloe produces the classic yandere box cutter, fully prepared to slice apart anything standing before her. This version of Chloe's yandere mode is far more intense than before, leaving Giamma completely clueless. He had neglected his Neotube research on yandere behavior, and now that mistake has left him with absolutely no strategy. Chloe advances toward him and declares that, from this moment on, she will ensure that her face is the only one he ever looks at. Before Giamma can even react, Chloe lunges forward with the box cutter aimed at him. Only then does Ryozo realize that the situation has gone from funny to genuinely dangerous. Chloe keeps swinging the box cutter at him while complaining that Giamma is constantly hurting her feelings. According to Chloe, he spends all his time with other girls and flirts with them instead of giving her attention. One swing misses Giamma completely and flies straight toward the unsuspecting Ryozo. Giamma reacts in time, knocking Chloe's hand aside before the blade can reach Ryozo. He forces Chloe onto the table and pins her down with his body so she cannot wriggle free. Weapon and Ryozo stare in shock as Giamma attempts to calm Chloe, while the archer appears, especially irritated by how close they are. With Chloe pinned in place, Giamma tries to make her listen and talk things through. Chloe continues struggling to shove him away, but her arms are quickly losing strength beneath his weight. Even so, Chloe has no intention of hearing him out. She complains that Giamma spent all this time refusing to stay in contact, only to suddenly demand a conversation now. Giamma moves closer and says he would rather speak to her directly than communicate through a metal gadget like a phone. His words settle her slightly, though she begins trembling when Giamma closes the distance even more, clearly ready to finish this confrontation on the spot. Giamma thanks her for keeping him in her thoughts, and Chloe instantly goes into full yandere overload. Giamma's charm is so overwhelmingly powerful that even Weapon can't stop himself from blushing. With Chloe totally frozen by his sheer charisma, Giamma stands again and brings up the time they joined forces after he depended on her inside the Buffalo Dungeon. They have already shared plenty of experiences, so Giamma tells her that she should not lose her temper over every little thing. Once Chloe finally settles down, Giamma uses the opening to slip away, relieved that he somehow survived the entire mess. Weapon checks whether he is okay, while Ryozo says nothing and wears an expression of total disappointment. The discussion continues until Giamma suggests cleaning up and leaving, just as Ryozo exits the room. Later, Ryozo and Weapon head toward the dorms together, and neither of them can stop thinking about Giamma. Their earlier meetings had already shown them that Chloe radiated murderous intent whenever Giamma became the topic. Anyone can see that Chloe's feelings for our main character are incredibly intense. The problem is that her affection has taken a seriously twisted form. Even more unsettling was realizing that behind Giamma's soft words and polite behavior, he was still keeping his sashimi knife ready. He prefers talking his way out of danger. Yet it is obvious that Giamma would abandon diplomacy the moment violence became necessary. He understands exactly when to let the threat of violence speak for him, which can make him look like the bad guy at first glance. In truth, those are not villainous traits at all. They are the instincts of a proper leader. Weapon already admired him, but now he is certain that Giamma is meant to achieve something extraordinary. While thinking all this over, Weapon notices Ryozo aggressively tapping away at her phone. She has been sulking for quite some time, making it obvious that something is seriously irritating her. Since she refuses to explain, Weapon simply asks why she is spending so much time messing around on her phone. She is removing a video from her NeoTube channel titled "The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yander" because her subscribers barely watched it. Ironically, that is the exact video series Giamma had been following to handle Chloe. Of course, Weapon has absolutely no idea about that connection. The video has crossed 200,000 views, yet Ryozo still insists on deleting it because she claims it is no longer useful. Weapon wisely shifts the conversation, and the pair keeps talking while walking across campus. Meanwhile, Giamma is in the academy library browsing through books with the other cadets. Beginning next Wednesday, the cadets will spend 3 days and 2 nights in a survival exercise on the deserted Avalon Island. The title makes it sound like an intense survival camp, although the cadets are only allowed to form groups of 1 to 4 members. The school has also sent every cadet an official notice containing all the information. In reality, the event is closer to a school camping trip, which is why Giamma searches the library for survival guides to prepare properly. The academy will judge how independently each cadet manages to survive, though the final performance will not count toward their grades. The more Giamma remembers, the clearer it becomes that even as a former player, this training event had stayed with him. This event belongs to the main storyline, where the protagonist eventually obtains Balmung's hilt, the foundation of his signature weapon. Something that happens during the island exercise will also ignite the romantic feelings between Abel and Leon. Back then, Giamma was deeply invested in that storyline, but these days he no longer feels particularly jealous. Life at the academy and the constant danger he has faced have turned him deeply cynical about romance. With the academy elders targeting him and a mysterious instructor lurking around, romance is hardly something he can afford to worry about. Her beauty does not change the fact that this is the worst possible time for him to fall in love. He can always worry about love in another lifetime. For this lifetime, his priorities as a swordsman are focused on one thing: the holy demon's sword, Balmung. Perhaps it is his swordsman's instinct, but he simply cannot stop himself from craving that weapon. His player knowledge tells him Balmung's location and abilities, but the weapon's scattered fragments are locked behind major story events, so knowing their positions does not mean he can claim them. Since Balmung selects its wielder on its own, anyone seeking it must first awaken the blessing of miracle. In other words, the weapon was practically created with the protagonist as its only intended user. Compared with Giamma waving around a sashimi knife, the gap in their qualifications is honestly ridiculous. Rather than obsess over something currently out of reach, Giamma decides to study the practical knowledge he will need during those 3 island days. After what happened on Scopule Island, the director personally asked the Sword Emperor to serve as a guest instructor for the Wolf class. So now the strongest hero in the world is taking a bunch of first-year students on what is basically a camping trip. The original storyline has been altered beyond recognition, but this change at least lets Giamma pursue his objectives with much less danger. Giamma walks to another shelf, hoping the next book contains the information he is missing. Basic survival tips were available online, so that was not the reason he had come to the library. His real target is a particular piece of information about Avalon Island. He picks up a history book about the island and begins scanning its pages. Far out in the western sea lies Avalon Island, a mystical land whose landscape never stays the same. At the island's heart lies an ancient body of water known as Queen's Lake, which some tribes call the Land of Beginnings. At present, nobody lives on the island. Giamma already knows all of that, meaning he may need to dig through the entire library before finding the detail he actually wants. While Giamma searches the shelves, someone calls his name and gently places a firm hand on his shoulder. The person is Leon, who greets Giamma with a faint smile beneath his blonde hair. Several girls behind them squeal just from seeing Leon, but Gayama's attention is fixed on the book in the protagonist's hands. The book introduces the basics of magic, suggesting Leon is trying to learn from his midterm experience. Even so, Leon's presence here to study magic makes no sense to Gayama at this particular moment. The whole situation immediately puts Gayama on guard. Leon sits across from RMC and asks what sort of books Gayama has been looking through. Gayama tells him that he is researching Avalon ahead of their upcoming expedition. Leon remarks that Gayama is far more hardworking than expected, and RMC has no real way to argue with that. Between training, dungeon runs, and researching magical beasts, Gayama's schedule is packed from morning to night. Because he knows what awaits them 3 years from now, Gayama is preparing as intensely as possible to protect his own future. When everything is stripped down, he is simply doing whatever he can to survive. Leon considers his words before telling Gayama that the two of them are fundamentally different. Leon's comment brings RMC back to the earlier moment when Leon questioned him about his origins. Leon still behaves much like the version who concealed himself in the game, yet something about him feels wrong compared with the Leon Gayama remembers. A trace of sadness rests on Leon's face, while his uneasy behavior suggests that something is weighing on him. Before Gayama can investigate further, Leon stands, wishes him a safe journey home, and leaves. There is clearly more going on with the protagonist than he is letting anyone see. Perhaps carrying humanity's fate as a hero is crushing him, but whatever the reason, Leon is clearly bearing an enormous burden. After Leon disappears, Gayama returns to his search and tries to find the answer before closing time. At last, survival training day arrives, and the students assemble at the training grounds for their briefing. Abel and Rachel join Ryozo and Chloe, leading to a brief but intense staring contest between Gayama's 4 self-proclaimed wives. Abel and Ryozo exchange a little small talk until Rachel jumps in and cuts through the awkward tension. Rachel accuses Ryozo of joining Gayama's class just to snatch him away behind their backs, but Abel interrupts before the accusations get completely out of hand. Rachel refuses to back down and lists every offense. Ryozo explored a dungeon with Gayama, founded a club beside him, and might now spend 3 days and 2 nights with him on the survival island. Ryozo interrupts to reveal that Gayama intends to complete the entire training by himself. He claims there are certain things he wants to test personally, which is why he plans to tackle the whole island alone. Rachel immediately lights up, because this means Gayama will be isolated for all 3 days. Rachel quickly invents a game for the 4 girls to play while searching the island. Gayama only said he would travel alone. He never said the girls had to leave him that way. That is how the Rachel game is born, giving one lucky girl the right to enjoy private time with Gayama. Because Avalon's terrain keeps shifting, the spatial gate will scatter everyone across random parts of the island. Simply finding one another will be difficult, and organizing teams will be even worse. That is why Rachel's game needs only one rule. The first girl to locate Gayama wins, while the other 3 have to drop out immediately. The winner earns the privilege of keeping Gayama all to herself. If the girls run into one another, they may cooperate or split up as they wish, but sabotaging each other is forbidden. Everyone agrees to the rules, though Abel turns bright red, just imagining herself having Gayama all to herself. Abel declines to participate, which only makes things easier for the others by removing one competitor. Meanwhile, Gayama, the sole subject occupying every girl's thoughts, is barely able to stay awake after spending so long in the library yesterday. He recorded all the essential information on his phone and arrived armed with 24 sashimi knives plus 1 concealed secret weapon. Medea kept texting him like an overprotective mother, checking his preparations and even reminding him to pack underwear. At this point, she practically behaves like his school grandmother. Before departing, Gayama carefully surveys the school grounds and every teacher gathered there. He is searching for a tall female instructor who has purple hair and matching eyes. Her intentions remain unknown, but if she is targeting him, this deserted island exercise would offer the ideal chance to eliminate him. The island's shifting landscape would also make hiding the evidence remarkably convenient. The same logic could protect Gayama too, although he is not exactly comfortable stabbing a human being. Still, that does not mean he will quietly allow someone else to murder him. His biggest obstacle is locating the one teacher who matches those exact features. Unfortunately, the academy seems to have a purple hair epidemic, because an absurd number of women have violet hair and eyes. Siegfried and Abel interrupt his thoughts as they happen to pass through the training grounds. The Sword Emperor encourages Gayama to keep working for strong results, while reminding him not to neglect rest and enjoyment during the training. After a few more words, they leave, though Abel pauses for one long look at Gayama before storming off with an irritated huff. Gayama thinks nothing of her reaction and laughs, remembering that the game soon pairs Abel with a boyfriend. While watching Abel depart, Gayama fails to notice Ryozo creeping up behind him with a playful spark in her eyes. That surprise attack lasts only until Gayama spins around and gives her a powerful flick straight to the forehead. She yelps and stumbles backward, completely unprepared for such a brutal forehead flick out of nowhere. She had only planned to wish him luck, but now she is so furious that she refuses to look at him. Gayama genuinely cannot figure Ryozo out. He has barely slept lately because she is constantly hovering around him, and ignoring her only makes her pace around even more restlessly. He has no clue what made her so fixated on him, Though technically speaking, Ryozo is still one of the heroines. That is exactly why Gayama wants to keep his distance from her whenever possible. The spatial gate to Avalon opens, and the students receive instructions to cross through carefully for the upcoming test. Gayama approaches the gate with two goals: locate what he needs, and complete the event without attracting any unnecessary trouble. The gate transports him straight into Avalon's sacred territory. More precisely, he appears before Yggdrasil, the legendary Tree of Beginnings. But sightseeing is the last thing on his mind right now. A survival exam awaits, and with everyone already pushing themselves, Gayama cannot afford to waste time. Fortunately, he had photographed the island's map while he was still in the library. Using his memories from playing the game, he marked the spot where the blessing of regeneration should be found. The map matches his memories well enough, leading Gayama to conclude that the blessing lies near the central lake. So his first priority is reaching the lakeshore beside the World Tree. From there, he will be able to move through both the rocky zone and the forest. The island exercise lasts 3 days, and the academy clearly did not send them there for a casual holiday. Instead, the cadets have been assigned to locate hidden orbs scattered across the island. It is basically a school trip treasure hunt, except the students who collect more orbs receive better final grades. The orbs also work as enhancement materials, giving Gayama another excellent reason to collect as many as possible. Remembering one of the survival manuals he studied, Gayama finally reveals the secret weapon he packed for this exam. It is a medium-sized machete he picked up from the hiking aisle of a supermarket. Normally meant for clearing weeds and cutting wood, its key advantage is being long enough to avoid activating the sword god's blessing. He bought the machete for this exact trip, so he could preserve the blessing of painlessness' 50-second duration for a truly dangerous opponent. While trying out the machete, Gayama notices a tiny rabbit poking its head from a bush and watching him with curiosity. Gayama first sees an easy meal, but the moment the rabbit steps out, it reveals itself to be far larger than he is. The beast looks terrifying, but after defeating a cow king, Gayama does not consider one oversized rabbit much of a challenge. He is confident enough to kill the monster without even invoking the sword god's blessing. Elsewhere on the island, Abel encounters a rabbit of her own. Thankfully, hers is normal-sized and far more adorable than the monster Gayama found. Abel initially wants to guide it somewhere safe, but the rabbit bites her hand and bolts before she can do anything. Abel gives chase with her sword drawn, deciding that the adorable rabbit is now going to become tonight's dinner ingredient. It is also the perfect target for testing the results of her special training. The rabbit speeds ahead, then looks back with a mocking grin, almost as if it considers her beneath it. Its behavior reminds Abel of Gayama hiding his true strength. Abel accelerates after it, only for the shifting ground to throw her off balance and send her tumbling into a lake. From the water's edge, the rabbit stares down at her in disappointment, and Abel once again finds herself thinking of King Gayama. The guy occupying her thoughts is busy dealing with a giant rabbit of his own. He trained relentlessly to maintain this body, yet without activating the word God's blessing, even an ordinary rabbit is giving him a serious run for his money. Eventually, Guyama kutno barajata and admits that he is lost. At this rate, starving sounds smarter than burning more energy for absolutely nothing. He lets the rabbit escape, but the creature flashes him one last, insulting grin before running off. That smug expression instantly changes his decision, so Guyama activates his blessing and finishes the rabbit on the spot. Meanwhile, Rachel tears through the forest, desperate to reach Guyama ahead of the others. She has accidentally been looping around the same area, but giving up is not an option yet. After all, this entire competition was her idea, and she had been bragging about it from the beginning. She suddenly changes course, deciding that running in any direction is better than wasting time overthinking. Rachel is shouting so loudly that Ryozo, somewhere else on the island, can hear her crashing through the woods. Ryozo is searching for Guyama too, and if she is joining this ridiculous contest, she refuses to be the one who loses. After landing somewhere along Avalon Island's beach, she quickly changed her objectives to suit the island's unusual conditions. Since the World Tree is the island's only fixed landmark, and Guyama prefers working alone, she concludes that he is probably making his way toward the island's center. Finding him will be a nightmare, but she cannot risk letting someone else reach him before she does. Chloe, meanwhile, is enjoying herself immensely while frantically hunting for Guyama. The monsters and beasts attacking her barely register as she speeds through the forest in search of him. As one of the strongest scouts among the first years, Chloe is certain she will locate him first and become the only person he notices. A figure appears in the distance, making Chloe accelerate even more as she prays it as Guyama. At the same time, Guyama relaxes by a campfire while roasting the rabbit he brought down earlier. He wasted the whole day removing the creature's hide, but at least his food problem is finally solved. The sound of footsteps racing through the trees instantly pulls his attention away. The movement does not sound like an animal, so Guyama starts wondering whether someone has come specifically for him. He cannot relax for even a second, especially knowing that some people back at the academy want him dead. Fortunately, he has kept his blessing in reserve for exactly this kind of situation. Chloe bursts through the trees, expecting to find Guyama, only to discover that her target is actually Rachel. The moment they meet, both girls start bickering, furious that fate keeps throwing them together. Elsewhere, Abel suddenly tumbles down in front of Guyama, and he barely manages to stop his blade before splitting her in two. They both go completely still, staring at one another until Abel's growling stomach ruins the silence. Abel never intended to join the competition, yet by sheer accident, she becomes the first one to locate Gayama. She surveys his rough campsite and realizes that Gayama is doing surprisingly well out here. He has a thick fur coat for warmth and enough dried meat to keep hunger away. Somehow, Abel is still falling behind Gayama, even in a survival exam where she is trying her best. The realization humiliates her, and her earlier plunge into the lake has left her shivering badly. Gayama walks over from behind and hands her his fur coat so she can warm herself. The delicious smell was what led her here in the first place, but the warm covering he offers is enough to settle her shivering. On top of that, she has badly twisted her ankle while pursuing the rabbit. The instant Gayama notices the injury, he starts wrapping her ankle so it will not worsen or become infected. After treating her injuries, Gayama asks why she has been traveling through the island by herself. The whole Rachel competition flashes through Abel's mind, but revealing that plan to him is clearly impossible. Instead, she claims that solitude simply suits her better, making her somewhat similar to Gayama. She had confidently promised the girls that she would stay out of their contest, but now that she has found Gayama, the temptation to win becomes impossible to resist. Abel pulls out her phone and quickly takes a photo to prove that she reached Gayama before everyone else. She posts the picture in their group chat, officially claiming victory and making sure the others know they can no longer approach Gayama. Ryozo and Rachel completely lose it when the photo arrives, but the victory has already been sealed. While Abel silently stares at her screen, Gayama offers her another piece of meat. An uncomfortable silence hangs between them until Abel finally decides to speak. She wants to know how he reached such an absurd level of strength, but Gayama cannot answer right away. His battles usually end in under a minute, yet the power he displays is so overwhelming that his arrival at the academy must have created quite a buzz. Gayama simply credits his teacher for most of that strength. Abel understands that answer, having devoted 17 years to learning swordsmanship from her grandfather. She once believed nobody could match her knowledge of swords, but Gayama's existence shows her how much she still has to learn. When Abel asks which family taught him the sword, Gayama avoids giving her an answer. Rather than explain his origins, he says that strength alone does not guarantee victory, something he learned long ago. According to him, victory ultimately belongs to the person who refuses to quit. The truly strong are those who withstand everything, keep moving forward, and remain standing until the very end. Abel studies him for a moment before bursting into laughter. His painfully familiar speech makes Gayama sound like a grumpy old man, immediately bringing her grandfather to mind. It also takes her back to their very first conversation on the bench. Since that day, this is the first time they have genuinely spoken with each other. Gayama gives her another slice of meat, which Abel accepts with a quiet thank you. She becomes so relaxed that she falls asleep without noticing, only waking when morning arrives. By sunrise, Gayama is already gone, leaving his remaining food and supplies behind without saying anything. Thanks to his treatment the night before, her injured leg has completely recovered as well. Abel starts crying when she realizes that nobody has ever cared for her this sincerely before. Whatever life threw at her, she had always been forced to handle it by herself. She overcame every major obstacle in the end, but never had anyone beside her while doing it. That was what being a Nibelung was supposed to mean to her, enduring everything without relying on anyone. Yet Kengiyama has helped her through all of this without appearing to want anything back. She used to envy people capable of giving kindness without asking for payment, and now Gayama has shown that same kindness to her. Filled with fresh determination, Abel grabs her sword and gets ready to move on. Sitting around in tears will solve nothing, so she forces herself to take the next step. Proudly wrapped in Gayama's coat, she heads out to resume the survival test. As Gayama makes his way through the forest, his thoughts drift back to Abel. Even Gayama admits that Abel is beautiful, though he suspects she is not particularly fond of him. Still, he is not bothered, because he knows that her personality naturally comes across that way. She has always carried herself as a proud and distant young woman. Their chance meeting led him to help her, but romance had nothing to do with his decision. She looked so miserable that he simply could not bring himself to ignore her. His contact with Abel may alter the main plot slightly, but he expects things to remain mostly on track. This is also supposed to be the day when Abel and Leon begin falling for one another. At the very least, Gayama hopes she does not pass his fur blanket on to Leon. After walking for hours, Gayama finally exits the forest and turns all his attention toward finding the blessing before sundown. He is searching for the blessing of regeneration, a guardian class ability ranked just beneath the blessing of transference. It enhances the body's natural healing, but normally works only on its owner, making it little more than magical performance-enhancing drugs. Fortunately, Gayama's blessing of transference completely bypasses that limitation. It should even allow him to repair his sashimi knives. The ability looks completely broken at first, though it cannot regrow severed limbs. All it really does is speed up the recovery of injuries. The game counts it as a hidden bonus, meaning it does not directly contribute much to Leon's development. Leon will gain plenty of strength and buffs later, so securing this blessing now remains absolutely necessary. A little farther ahead, Gayama finally discovers the prize he came for: the blessing of regeneration. The blessing is sitting beside one of the test's enormous orbs, practically impossible to miss and almost free for the taking. Gayama came for the blessing and unexpectedly gets an orb as an extra reward. Just as he reaches for the orb, someone steps in and cuts off his path. The intruder is Leon, who already understands that Gayama did not come here to admire the world tree. Leon locks eyes with him, certain that Gayama has a very different purpose for being here. Gayama quickly claims that he only noticed the orb from afar and came over to collect it. Leon unsheathes his sword and challenges Gayama to take the orb, provided he can beat him first. Ever since birth, Leon has supposedly had the whole world bending in his favor. At least, that is the story everyone has fed him his entire life. Now he has discovered what he believes is undeniable proof that he is a hero. The weapon in Leon's grip gleams brilliantly while he continues to intimidate Gayama. But something is clearly off, because Leon should be spending this moment with Abel. This day was meant to become a major turning point in the storyline. Instead, Gayama has unintentionally hijacked their big moment, leaving the planned event completely ruined. Even knowing all of this, Gayama still feels that battling Leon over the orb is unnecessary. Leon swings at the wall behind him, reducing it to rubble in an instant. He is completely committed to this battle, and no argument will make him back down. Gayama finally gets a clear look at Leon's weapon and recognizes it as Balmung, the hero's sword Leon was destined to discover. However, something about Balmung's current state immediately strikes Gayama as unusual. Balmung is actually the world's most dreadful demon sword, with the blue jewel at its core serving as a catalyst. That gem supplies Balmung with holy energy, suppressing the dark magic within the holy demon sword. Because Balmung is fundamentally powered by magic, even the Aether Gem's suppression cannot stop the wielder's personality from heavily influencing it. That is why the game allows Balmung to evolve into either a demonic blade or a holy sword based on the player's decisions. Leon tells Gayama not to overreact and frames the battle as nothing more than practice. Still, Leon must be out of his mind, considering he has not even unlocked Mental Realm yet. With their abilities as they are now, Leon has practically no chance of defeating Gayama. Leon advances, apparently hoping to turn Gayama into the first obstacle he overcomes on his path to mastering Balmung. RMC can somewhat summon Saktahe ki Leon asa kyunkarahe, though he is only speculating. What Gayama knows for certain is that the orb is merely a convenient excuse. Leon finally loses patience and lunges at Gayama, officially beginning the duel. Elsewhere in the forest, exhausted Ryozo trudges forward while rubbing the back of her neck. At some point, she crosses paths with Weapon, and the pair reluctantly travels together while searching for Gayama. Weapon never wanted this encounter, but circumstances force them to keep moving as a pair. Weapon guesses that Ryozo is hunting for Gayama, and her silence confirms it. By now, Weapon finds Ryozo's interest in Gayama impossible to miss. Just a month ago, Ryozo did nothing but sleep at the archery range, yet mentioning Ken Gayama now instantly makes her lively and unusually motivated. Weapon has also noticed her taking on extra tasks voluntarily, despite always despising anything complicated or boring. Ryozo suddenly stops, blushes, and asks Weapon whether her feelings for Gayama have become painfully obvious. While they are talking, a thunderous noise erupts in the distance and sends the birds scattering from the trees. It sounds like an earthquake, but Ryozo immediately recognizes the chaos as something caused by Kanguyama. Meanwhile, Gayama finds himself trapped in a rather serious dilemma. Leon is far stronger than Gayama expected, and his secret machete has already been broken cleanly in two. Leon mistakes Gayama's hesitation for deliberate disrespect, assuming that his opponent is not even bothering to fight back. The reality is much simpler. Gayama was caught completely off guard. He never expected Leon to unleash Balmung for real, and he has no desire to enter a battle when he does not even understand the situation. He hesitates because using his blessing could accidentally kill Leon, yet refusing to retaliate might leave Leon free to take his head off. Leon is the protagonist of Blessing of Miracle M, so underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. With the blonde hero advancing, Gayama is forced to draw one of his sashimi knives. He is staring down a monster of an opponent, so refusing to use his blessing would be completely foolish. Gayama has to abandon the childish idea that he can survive this battle while holding his blessing back. Gayama activates the sword, God's blessing, just as Leon charges at him again, and their weapons collide. They exchange blows, but Leon effortlessly slices Gayama's first sashimi knife in half almost immediately. Gayama hurriedly reaches into his bag, grabs a spare knife, and hurls it straight at Leon. Leon destroys every thrown knife before it can touch him, then charges again, slicing through multiple pillars behind Gayama as he advances. Gayama narrowly evades the strike before retreating to create space between himself and Leon. Leon has improved dramatically since the midterms, but even a protagonist's power-up cannot be limitless. Another enormous swing from Balmung tears through the ground and blasts chunks of terrain everywhere. Leon has nearly emptied his reserves, yet Gayama emerges from the wreckage and dust without a single injury. Gayama asks why Leon is pushing himself so hard, making Leon pause and look down at the sword meant to belong to him. Balmung was supposed to bring happiness to everyone through Leon, but Gayama's arrival has made all of Leon's efforts feel meaningless. That is why Leon now wants this battle to prove which of them truly stands above the other. Leon powers Balmung up again, gathers an even deadlier attack, and brings it crashing down on Gayama. Gayama charges into the descending attack, meeting Leon head-on as their powers collide. When the energy surrounding Balmung fades, a small piece of the blade breaks away. Leon freezes, staring in disbelief at the damage carved into his sword. The destiny that once seemed guaranteed for Leon now feels completely beyond his grasp. Standing there, Leon can only conclude that Gayama is the person who should have been chosen instead. Gayama sheathes his knife as the wind sweeps through the ruins, and once the dust settles, Leon has disappeared. The duel caught Gayama off guard, but Leon clearly entered it, hoping to grow into a stronger hero. Whatever the opponent's reason may be, Gayama has no intention of letting them defeat him. Leon gave him no safe opening to finish the battle quickly, and Gayama ended up sacrificing several sashimi knives along the way. Had Gayama held back or misjudged even once, he would have ended up dead. Gayama did everything he could to avoid targeting Leon, which turned the battle into little more than a frantic dodge fest. Even then, Leon's progress is exactly the kind of absurd growth you'd expect from a protagonist. Gayama did chip away part of Belmong, but repairing it and collecting the remaining pieces should still let the sword reach its ultimate form. Thankfully, Leon himself wasn't the one Gayama brought down, because that would have created a completely different kind of disaster. Since nothing else ambushes him, Gayama collects the survival training orb and claims his new blessing. The moment he obtains it, a system notification confirms that the blessing has been added to his abilities. Since it works passively, Gayama tests it by scraping his own skin with a stone. The injury vanishes instantly, leaving not even a mark. Exactly the result Gayama had been hoping for. Of course, obtaining this blessing in the first place was anything but easy. Gayama returns deeper into the forest and settles beside a campfire to sort through everything on his mind. He still can't make sense of why he suddenly ended up dueling Leon. His best guess is that Leon attacked because Gayama unintentionally took away his private time with Abel, though Leon insisted their clash was bound to happen eventually. The situation had been far too tense for Gayama to ask questions then, but now he desperately wants to understand what the blonde protagonist was implying. Gayama knows Leon belongs to this world, yet that still leaves the bigger mystery of what Leon truly is. And the identity of whoever dragged Gayama into this world remains an entirely separate mystery. He has no way to investigate any of it, so for now he can only follow the path that feels necessary. That hot-blooded nature wasn't new. Gayama had carried it since his previous life. He had been suppressing that side of himself lately, but injustice was something he could never simply overlook. Back then, rude customers often dragged him into fights, yet Gayama never retreated, no matter how intimidating they looked. Perhaps that stubborn attitude is simply Gayama's peculiar version of justice. He originally planned to stay away from the main plot, but survival soon pushed every other concern aside. His actions were only meant to obtain a blessing, so they shouldn't have altered the original storyline. Yet today he fought Leon, and on top of that, someone has now sent assassins after him. His survival is genuinely at stake, and if things keep escalating, his next victim might be an actual human instead of a monster. Gayama wants no part in that, but the possibility alone begins to crush him as he realizes it may become unavoidable. While he spirals in thought, Ryozo suddenly appears behind him and sarcastically tells him to quit having conversations with himself and simply behave normally. Gayama turns around, only to find that she has vanished. It was probably only a hallucination, though Gayama knows those would be Ryozo's exact words if she were actually beside him. As he wonders what everyone else is doing, Gayama suddenly realizes that his thoughts have turned to his friends. The word feels embarrassingly sentimental, but at this moment, it brings him genuine comfort. Eventually, the quiet night lulls Gayama to sleep. Then the bushes begin to rustle as a group of sinister figures creeps toward him, weapons glinting in their hands. Their leader, Ri-Shin, gives the signal, and two underlings immediately hurl shuriken at Gayama. His instincts jolt him awake, allowing him to evade the projectiles with only a few shallow cuts on his arms. When Gayama faces the Undertaker Syndicate, he instantly identifies their leader as Ri-Shin. According to the story, she will eventually become the first half-demon Leon ever encounters. She was once a nobleman's daughter, but her family's betrayal and exile eventually pushed her into the life of a contract killer. Her resentment kept growing until she fully embraced the role of a villain, only to be defeated by Leon. Basically, she's a character whose story is destined to end in tragedy. Her past may be tragic, but Gayama has no sympathy left for someone who abandoned her humanity and became a killer. The assassins close in while Gayama carefully maintains space between himself and the group. The men quickly realize Gayama is no ordinary cadet. Despite being surrounded, his expression says he could cut every one of them down. Ri-Shin speaks first and demands to know which organization Gayama belongs to. Gayama stays silent, mainly because he has absolutely no clue how to answer such a question. Why would a bunch of hitmen even assume he had an organization to name? Perhaps his skill makes them doubt that he is really just a cadet. Judging by the others' comments, this is apparently the first time Ri-Shin has shown curiosity about one of their intended victims. They knew he was their target, but they never expected him to resist. Gayama ignores their taunts and calmly studies the entire group. He then concludes that anyone capable of sending assassins after him must be an academy elder at the very least. The deduction catches them completely off guard, since they never expected Gayama to analyze them instead. Gayama sees the Undertaker Syndicate for what they are: mercenaries who butcher people for money. And every word makes them angrier. Gayama steps directly into Rei's space and looks down at her with open contempt. One underling finally snaps at the disrespect and attacks, but Gayama activates the Sword God's blessing in an instant and removes him from the fight. He mocks Gayama for doing nothing but dodge, only to have his cleanly severed head slide from his neck. He dies before his brain can even register that the attack has happened. For the first time outside the Academy's subspace, Gayama has killed an actual person. While the group scrambles in panic, Gayama's assimilation rate shoots from 12 all the way to 88. Meanwhile, in another reality, Chef Kim checks his phone and notices that midnight has already come and gone. He decides to locate whatever he is searching for and wrap things up for the night. The thing he is searching for is his humanity, yet it appears to be missing completely. While rummaging through the fridge, he spots juice boxes arranged to spell out, Blessing of the Sword God. The bizarre arrangement transforms him back into Kanguyama, but his humanity is still nowhere to be found. More juice boxes catch his eye, and this time they appear to be forming a message. Their message is simple. Whatever stands in his way, cut it down. The instant he rids it, a brilliant red light pours from the fridge, swallows him whole, and pulls him back into reality. His left eye darkens, and a crazed glare spreads across his face, making one thing obvious. Gayama is prepared to eliminate anything blocking his path. The remaining goons fail to realize that their fate is already sealed and charge at Gayama together. Gayama wastes no time meeting them head-on, dropping 3 of them with a single flawless slash. 2 more assassins rush in with drawn blades, but RMC leaps over their attacks, twists through the air, and cuts them down from behind. The assassins urge one another not to lose to a single brat and swarm Gayama together, while their leader Rui Shen watches blood and body parts fly everywhere. Watching her entire team get butchered without mercy, Rui begins doubting whether their opponent is truly a cadet. Gayama is operating on a level far beyond their combined strength, and if this continues, not one of them will survive. The nearest goon screams for instructions, but before Rui can even respond, Gayama appears beside him and kills him in a single movement. They had expected this kid to be a forgettable, effortless kill. Instead, every one of her men is dead, and Rui is almost certainly next in line. Only now does she understand why the old man offered such ridiculous money for a supposedly simple assassination. That insane old man had sent them against something that was clearly beyond human. Rui can only conclude that Gayama is a half-human, half-demon hiding behind a cadet's identity. Gayama turns his attention to Rui, and before she can retreat, he has pinned her beneath him with a knife pressed to her throat. He finished the entire massacre with 9 seconds still remaining on his blessing of painlessness. Leon and the Undertaker group consumed all of his available time for the day. He acted in self-defense. Yet Gayama still hopes he never has to repeat it. Killing humans feels completely different from battling demonoids. Gayama dislikes what he had to do, but these opponents were human butchers who came intending to kill him. They deserved no mercy, and Gayama has no regrets about surviving. That leaves only Rui Shen, who has plainly lost every desire to keep fighting. Gayama binds her hands to a tree so she cannot move. He begins the interrogation with one direct question. Who sent her? Even while restrained, Rui remains a professional and refuses to be shaken by Gayama's threats. Gayama, however, has no intention of backing off that easily. At last, he has a chance to uncover who has been trying to kill him. The only challenge is finding a way to make Rui reveal the information. Gayama leans closer and bluntly asks whether she is an idiot. Every subordinate she brought has already become forest fertilizer, and Rui will probably share their fate if she keeps provoking him. Rui finally snaps, grinding her teeth as she becomes certain that Gayama is a demon. At this point, even Rui understands why the Elder ordered his assassination. Before the mission, she investigated Gayama, only to discover that every personal record had been wiped. Even the details about his parents and relatives. Gayama freezes in confusion, barely hearing the rest of Rui's angry explanation. He cannot understand what she means when she says his family records were erased. Gayama reaches for memories of his parents and relatives, only to realize he cannot remember their faces at all. Desperate for answers, he demands an explanation while drawing his sashimi knife from its sheath. His original plan was to learn the employer's name and then release Rui without further trouble. But after hearing something this disturbing, Gayama realizes he can no longer treat the interrogation lightly. He calmly warns that if Rui refuses to cooperate, he will remove whichever limbs he chooses, starting with an arm and a leg. As long as she remains able to speak afterward, he has no concern for how badly damaged she becomes. Without warning, overwhelming magical pressure floods the area and forces both Gayama and Rui toward the ground. Gayama looks back and sees the corpse's blood rising into the air before flowing toward Rui. Rui's usually emotionless expression twists into pure terror as the blood begins wrapping around her. Elsewhere, Siegfried uses the break to enjoy some fishing with his brand new rod. He has not received even one bite, but the rare silence is still pleasant enough. A sudden ripple briefly makes Siegfried think he has a catch, but instead the fish explode into the air as though the entire island is being shaken. He instantly realizes that something is seriously wrong. The magical energy in the air is terrifyingly vast, rivaling that of a demon commander. Once the blood completely engulfs Rui, she cries out in agony and begs Gayama for help. Her skin turns purple, and panic destroys her composure as she begs Gayama not to let her die. A colossal blast then tears apart the spot where Rui had been lying, lighting up the entire island with its deafening explosion. When the smoke clears, Rui is standing in the middle of the destruction. Except the woman standing there is clearly no longer Rui. The newcomer has burning patches spreading across her entire body. She casually stretches first, then remarks that it has been 700 years since she last visited the human world. Compared to this overwhelming magic, the mermaid who nearly killed Gayama seems like nothing more than a tiny fish. The impure flames covering her body remove any doubt from Gayama's mind about her identity. She is Aegor, the bewitching flame, a succubus demon and commander of the Demon King's army's 5th Legion. Gayama has only just begun transforming into a demon, and now he is already being forced to confront a demon commander. The dream demon laughs delightedly, while the heat radiating from her arrival sends birds tumbling from the sky. She casually asks Gayama whether this is not the usual human way of saying hello. After all, She has been away from the demon realm for 700 years and no longer remembers human customs very well. Whether her greeting is appropriate or not, she repeats the introduction, says she is pleased to meet him, and asks his name. Gayama remains completely stunned while she keeps asking questions he can barely hear through the shock. He desperately searches through his memories, hoping even the most insignificant fragment can offer a glimpse of what is coming. The reason Gayama has survived this long is the knowledge stored in his memories of playing Blessing of Miracles M during his former life. As far as he remembers, the succubus Agur is a fire-type demon who commands one of the legions. Her physical power may be ordinary compared with the other commanders, but her mental magic is exceptional. Those are the basic facts he remembers reading about Agur on the game's wiki before he quit playing. What he cannot explain is why Agur would return to the human world after 7 centuries. More troublingly, she descended by possessing Lysian and using her as a host. Before Gayama can think any further, Agur addresses him once more. She asks whether Gayama was responsible for killing all the mercenaries scattered across the ground. The moment she arrived, Agur recognized that Gayama was no ordinary human. Remaining standing and mentally stable in her presence already proves his remarkable ability. Still, his appearance tells her that he is only a young whelp for now, though he seems destined to become impressive someday. Seeing that potential, Agur offers Gayama a contract. As she makes the offer, Agur unleashes her mind control and completely ensnares Gayama's gaze. Gayama tries to question her, but Agur interrupts before he can finish a single sentence. According to Agur, Gayama should feel privileged that a legion commander is offering him the rare chance to become her slave. She claims that humans may pretend to be noble, but they ultimately judge one another and build their own social hierarchies. They pursue selfish desires and hurt or kill others whenever it serves them. Rather than leave him trapped in such a world, Agur offers Gayama the chance to pursue a glorious dream at her side. Her words burrow deeper into Gayama's mind as the control begins taking hold. The longer Gayama considers her argument, the harder it becomes to deny that she may be right. After all, humans do nothing but judge one another and sabotage their own path. If survival is what he wants, taking Agur up on her offer would be the smartest move. And reaching that survival goal becomes far easier if he joins the Demon King's forces. But his enemy is no ordinary demon. He is facing none other than Agur, the queen of the succubi. That is exactly why he must resist her influence and rely on his own judgment. His mind barely breaks through her control, but Agur immediately realizes that he has shattered her advanced spell. She begins to suspect that escaping her control was possible only because she is using a vessel right now. She signed the contract with Li Shan only after all that complaining, and now she is beginning to regret ever agreeing to it. While she keeps grumbling about her host body, Gayama suddenly breaks into laughter. Her ridiculous rant is so absurd that he simply cannot keep a straight face. Agur falls silent for a moment, trying to process his words, while Gayama draws his sashimi knife to give her a very clear answer about becoming her slave. He slashes through the air once and makes his answer perfectly clear. She can get lost. Agur uski badtamizi per muskarati hai, or usi pollen ke charo taraf aag jama hone lagti hai. He slices apart every wave of fire she casually throws at him, while she yawns as though dodging her attacks is barely worth watching. And the crazy part is, RMC has not even reached his maximum speed yet. He accelerates enough to nearly carve her apart, forcing her to leap away while laughing like a maniac. With every exchange, her interest in him grows stronger, even though the slave offer was originally meant as only a half-serious joke. Wanting to discover his true limit, she releases a much larger portion of her power and launches a barrage of fireballs. Gayama tears through the entire barrage without slowing down and charges straight through the flames toward Agur. Every new display of skill leaves Agur even more impressed than before. When he closes in, she has no choice but to flee, with Gayama relentlessly pursuing her. Gayama has already surpassed anything a human should be capable of, while Agur is adapting far more slowly than expected, even after spending several minutes in this world. RMC finally catches her and twists around, aiming to drive his knife straight into her back. This time, Agur is truly alarmed by the sheer speed that allowed Gayama to close the distance so easily. Their clash detonates with enough force to blow apart the ground surrounding them. Once the smoke fades, Agur is standing over Gayama, casually stopping the knife that had nearly pierced her moments earlier. She teases him for being so impatient and asks whether he has somewhere urgent to be. There is no reason for him to rush, because Agur claims she has endless time to spend with him. But Gayama is not interested in waiting around. He knows every second matters. He pours all his strength into breaking her hold, freeing his hand before immediately launching another strike. His aura begins to shine across his body as he forces himself to fight even harder. He is determined to finish this fight. Time is running out, because once his painlessness blessing expires, he will be left utterly defenseless. Agur notices that he is somehow accelerating even further, despite having already exceeded every human limit. They keep trading blows, scattering glowing sparks of fire everywhere while the precious seconds disappear. The battlefield grows brighter with every exchange, until Gayama's painlessness blessing finally expires and leaves him gasping, drained, and barely upright beneath Agur's towering figure. Agur has fared better, but her only real injury is a badly slashed hand wrapped in fire. Without the pact made between humans and demons 7 centuries ago, the outcome of this battle could have been completely different. Agur looks at her hand, still unable to accept the sight of her own red blood spilling from several wounds. For a moment, It feels as though she has started turning human herself. Then she simply covers the limb in flames and restores it completely, looking as good as new. Agar walks toward the barely standing Gayama and says it would be foolish to let someone like him remain merely human. The fierce determination burning through his exhausted body has completely captured her attention. His manners are terrible, but Agar admires that fiery spirit, and for someone his age, he may possess even greater potential than the boy prophesied to become the former hero's vessel. Gayama keeps staring her down without backing off, and Agar responds with amused laughter. Now that her new body is nearly under control, Agar views Gayama in a new light and begins wondering whether he could fulfill the demon's wishes. To get her answer, Agar prepares one final test to determine whether he truly is the person she has been seeking. She rises into the air while gathering an even larger inferno around him, then tells RMC that surviving her next attack will mean he has passed. The fire condenses into a blazing sphere in the Legion commander's hand, far hotter and brighter than every attack she has used before. As the attack continues charging, Gayama's eyes begin losing focus. At this point, it is obvious that he has practically no strength left. Agar tells him that he must withstand at least this much before hurling the miniature sun in his direction. But just then, someone charges in from the side, jumps before the attack, and places himself between the blast and Gayama. It is Siegfried, arriving at the last possible moment to rescue his young student from certain death. Using every ounce of strength to stop the firestorm, he orders RMC to collect himself and wake up from his daze. Agar is slightly irritated that the old man interrupted their fight, so she tells Siegfried to stop inserting himself between them. But Siegfried refuses to let Gayama die here, not after witnessing the incredible potential the boy possesses. Because the Swordmaster is willing to risk his life for Gayama, Agar gladly accepts the chance to test whether he can truly protect the younger fighter. Meanwhile, Gayama's consciousness drifts through a blank void while he desperately tries to recover his senses. His first thought is whether he has died, especially when coughing echoes from somewhere ahead. He slowly regains awareness and makes out a figure standing directly before him. At first, all he can see is a flaming stump where an arm should be. As his vision sharpens, he realizes the Sword Emperor is standing before him with one arm gone. Even after losing an arm, the Sword Emperor is determined not to let a once-in-a-generation talent like Kanguyama be wasted in a meaningless battle. He caught the Legion commander's attack with his bare hand gripping the sword, sacrificed his entire arm to stop it, and still remains in front of his student like a living shield. He is willing to make this sacrifice because he believes the boy he is protecting will become the bridge between humans and demons, and eventually the hope that breaks their endless cycle. Seeing that RMC is finally conscious again, he tells him to stay still and let his body recover. Siegfried understands how desperate the situation is, so he will hold the line while his student regains his strength. Gayama notices the missing arm, but the old man tells him not to waste time worrying about it. After all, a swordsman does not need two hands just to wield a blade. For the moment, Gayama's only job is to recover and pull himself back together. Agar has had enough of their little recovery conversation and calls out to Siegfried. She cannot understand how a man long past his prime is confronting her magic so directly. He is only human, so being near her should have left him barely capable of thinking, let alone standing his ground. Siegfried ignores her and focuses on understanding the battlefield he has just thrown himself into. He is currently confronting Agar, a Legion commander, and the arrival of someone that powerful requires flesh to be offered so the barrier between the demon realm and humanity can weaken. Once that happens, they can take over a human body and use it as the catalyst for their arrival. The process weakens demons and prevents them from using their full power through a host, but even then, their appearance turns them into nearly unstoppable catastrophes. Luckily, it appears that Agar and the body she is inhabiting are a terrible match. Struggling against an absurdly powerful Gayama would make sense, but she is also being forced back by an old man who is practically on his deathbed. Agar has no idea how Siegfried has survived this long, but she vows that her next attack will cost him far more than just her arm. She charges once more, and Siegfried meets her head-on, sprinting forward with his sword and his remaining arm. They cross paths in an instant, and our warrior grandpa pays her back by slicing off one of her arms. Her severed, flaming arm drops to the ground as Agar cries out in fury and agony. She looks at the severed limb in disbelief, while Siegfried asks whether she is finally scared. After all, they have both lost an arm now, so the match is finally even. His taunt only fuels her rage, and she launches another attack that floods the entire area with enormous flames. Siegfried remains calm, letting aura gather around his sword as he prepares to strike back. He may not know why she entered the human world, but he can plainly see the fear hiding in her eyes. The flames lash toward him like a stream of molten metal, but the old man slices them apart and slips out of the way. He launches himself from the ground and moves so quickly that Agar cannot even track him. The succubus still underestimates him, mocking Siegfried so carelessly that his blade nearly takes her head off. In a flash, Siegfried is beside her with his sword aimed at her throat, and she barely manages to evade the slash. The aura surrounding Siegfried is so dense that Agar cannot sense his movements at all. Only then does Agar study his face properly and recognize him as a descendant of Aren, an ancient hero. The realization shakes her, but Agar forces herself to calm down before panic takes over. Even so, Siegfried remains only a human trapped in a body well beyond its prime. There is no reason for her to lose her composure over an opponent like him. Agor ascends into the sky to create distance and calls forth a storm of flaming spears overhead. Arn's descendant or not, Siegfried's fragile old body should have no chance of escaping what comes next. The spears spread across the entire sky, radiating such unbearable heat that even the clouds begin to scatter. Agor laughs wildly while both Gayama and Siegfried realize that avoiding this attack will be incredibly difficult. Before either of them can think of a plan, she sends the blazing spear storm crashing down. Siegfried is elderly, but his movements still have plenty of life, allowing him to weave through the fiery barrage. All Gayama can do is watch helplessly and shout for his master. He wants to help, but staying conscious is already consuming every bit of strength he has left. If he releases his sashimi knife now, he may not have the strength to pick it up again. Abandoning his blessing under these circumstances would be nothing short of suicide. Siegfried keeps leaping from place to place while the molten spears tear the earth apart around him. Whenever a spear comes too close, he uses his remaining arm to split it cleanly in two with his sword. Even Agor has to acknowledge how remarkable that performance is coming from such an aged body. In her mind, he has graduated from an annoying insect to a desperate little rat, yet the flaming attacks keep raining down without end. Siegfried has not been leaping around randomly this whole time. Every movement has brought him nearer to Agor, and now she is finally within his jumping range. While narrowing the distance, Siegfried admits that demons are ridiculously more powerful than humans. When he was young, accepting that truth filled him with resentment, because he realized that hard work alone could never erase such a gap. But after reaching old age, he has finally understood something important. Agor ridicules his speech, yet no amount of sarcasm can hide the swordsmanship refined through the old man's immense experience. Siegfried is nearly close enough to strike, and Agor has yet to discover a single opening. But as he comes nearer, Agor suddenly spots the opening she was waiting for. His exposed left side, the one missing an arm, is completely vulnerable and impossible to defend. An idea forms in Agor's mind, and she smirks before telling Siegfried to continue his little speech. The old man jumps skyward, sword ready for the finishing slash, and shouts directly at Agor. He declares that humans can grow stronger and evolve, even when everything seems hopeless. And that potential is what demons fear most. That is precisely why demons keep attempting to invade the human world. Siegfried reaches stabbing range at last and lifts his sword high overhead for the decisive blow. The moment he gets within reach, Agor bursts into laughter. With one swift gesture, a fiery spear erupts beneath him and pierces straight through his foot. The surprise strike ruins his airborne attack and leaves him completely exposed. Agor takes advantage immediately. She closes in at once and presses her hand against his chest. She is done listening to his speech, and she knows exactly how to silence him. A blast of fire erupts from her palm and rips directly through the Sword Emperor's stomach. The beam detonates and swallows the old man in blazing fire, while Agor walks away looking bored all over again. Siegfried coughs violently, spits blood, and collapses onto his knees. His body is burning, one arm is gone, and a hole the size of a bowling ball has been blasted through his stomach. To put it mildly, this is easily one of the worst days that old man has ever had. With Siegfried completely beaten, Agor plants a burning foot on his head and holds him against the ground. With every ounce of strength gone, Siegfried appears unable to say another word. Agor understands humans better than most. 700 years ago, or in the present, heroic humans still follow the same painfully predictable script. Even the mighty Sword Emperor is too broken to argue while Agor verbally tears him apart. Gayama cries out for his teacher once more, but he can barely move, let alone rescue him. Agor had nearly pushed the boy out of her mind, but his shout quickly brings her focus back to him. For the first time since their encounter began, she addresses him by name and walks over to resume their interrupted conversation. With the interruption dealt with, Agor is ready to reveal the result of the test she gave him earlier. The Sword Emperor desperately tells his student to run, but the warning comes far too late. Gayama has passed the test, and his reward is another dose of Agor's mind control. His battered mind struggles to resist when the Legion commander lays her burning hands across his body. To Agor, Gayama is clearly the ideal vessel for carrying the hopes of the demon race. She sweetly tells him they will meet again in hell, while Siegfried shouts that she should not ignore an enemy just to target a young cadet. Agor laughs at Siegfried's desperate rescue attempt while forming a seal with her tongue. She has no interest in spending any more time dealing with an old man like Siegfried. All of her focus is now fixed on Gayama. Agor leans forward, presses her tongue to his forehead, and brands him with a devil mark to confirm that he passed. Gayama collapses immediately, looking as though the demon woman's magic has completely seized control of him. The demon mark embeds itself in his mind before spreading across his entire body and coating him in Agor's power. The system instantly identifies the unapproved outside invasion and goes into full panic mode. It triggers its automatic self-defense protocol, but just as before with the Sword God's blessing, the command cannot run because both the user's level and the world line are too low. Finding no other option, the system taps into Yggdrasil as a power source, supercharging Gayama's level for a short window. Next, it exerts raw control to stabilize and align the current timeline. In plain English, guys, our main character is about to unlock god-tier broken stats, and Agor's time on this earth is basically up. Gayama's sync rate rockets from a meager 12.7% straight to 99, instantly hitting a full 100%. That surge officially clears the requirements needed to unlock his hidden, ancient power. Our boy Giamma is finally ready to open his eyes. Back on the ground, a battered and bleeding Siegfried is still trying to battle the arrogant demon, though his current condition makes him practically harmless. His speed has dropped drastically, yet even Aegir feels a twisted sort of respect for his sheer refusal to drop dead. To her, it makes sense. After all, even headless insects twitch around for a bit before finally dying. Siegfried keeps swinging, while Aegir casually dances around his desperate strikes like it's a game. He knows he might not survive this, but he's hellbent on dragging her straight to the grave alongside him. His sword suddenly erupts with glowing aura, and the peculiar shade immediately catches Aegir's eye. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the exact energy the legendary sword saint unleashed 7 centuries back during the Great War. His energy blazes violently, marking a desperate final stand pushed by sheer willpower. Recognizing the danger, Aegir decides to finish off the old warrior immediately before things spiral out of hand. She charges in to deliver the finishing blow as Siegfried braces for impact. But before they can clash, a massive magical shockwave crashes down from the heavens, blasting Aegir so hard it shatters her composure. Snarling with fury, she whips around to find the attacker, only for her eyes to widen in utter disbelief. For a split second, she assumes it's Giamma, but the sheer presence tells her there's no way this is the same kid. A deeply unsettling, familiar dread creeps down her spine as the radiant figure glides closer. It's a suffocating aura she hasn't encountered in over 700 years. The system overrides limits, aggressively boosting and triggering every single one of Giamma's buffs, including his pain nullification and high-speed regeneration. Utilizing transference alongside the other 2 abilities, it completely absorbs and cancels out the timeline's destructive recoil. Agor lets out a venomous snarl, glaring daggers at the intruder who dared meddle in her fight. Staring upward at the hovering figure, the name slips from her mouth. Joaquin. Giamma slowly drifts downward through the air, heading straight for her. Right then, the system temporarily deactivates his sword god blessing. In its place, a system alert echoes out, demanding the gods bear witness as he channels the power of pseudo-invocation. Across another part of the island, Abel strolls through the thick woods with her blade resting on her shoulder. It was supposed to be the final day of their training exercise, yet an ominous gut feeling kept nagging at her. Something felt completely off. The clock was already ticking close to 7 in the morning. Raiho glances at her screen, staring at the time with pure bewilderment. Weapon stirs awake behind her and asks why she's wandering in the pitch black before sunrise, to which she bluntly replies that dawn should have broken hours ago. The sun should already be up, yet the sky hangs heavy in total darkness, frozen like the dead of night. Strange sky aside, the hour has arrived for all students to report back to base. Everyone is slated to gather there, including Chloe and Rachel, who are currently knocked out cold, dreaming sweet dreams about Kang Giamma. Across the grounds, other students are shaking off their sleep and making their way toward the rendezvous area. Raiho tightens her grip on her backpack strap, an unshakable bad omen knotting in her stomach. This was a massive red flag. Returning to the battlefield, dense smoke coils through the air as Giamma glides down with eerie composure. Agor's thoughts are in absolute chaos. She can't fathom how on earth Joaquin, of all beings, could suddenly materialize out of nowhere. That subtle hint of panic Siegfried had spotted earlier now completely consumes her face. The moment our MC steps onto the earth with lightning surging through him, Aegir finally gets a proper look at his face. This wasn't the ancient Joaquin she dreaded for 7 centuries. No, it's just Giamma, the exact kid she was casually ragdolling barely 5 minutes ago. With a clearer view, she scolds herself for jumping to conclusions and mistaking him for Joaquin. No matter how godly Joaquin was 7 centuries back, the man was still mortal. There's zero chance he could still be breathing today. Even so, an icy dread paralyzes her as Giamma slowly closes the distance. The pressure is so overwhelming that her razor-sharp instincts grind to a sluggish halt. And what about Siegfried amidst all this insanity? He's completely paralyzed in awe, barely able to breathe, looking as though he's standing before a newly awakened deity. The second Giamma steps near, Siegfried's legs give out, dropping him into an involuntary bow of pure reverence. Giamma holds his gaze for a brief pause before casually lifting his hands. In an instant, Siegfried's brutal injuries begin stitching back together on their own. With the old man patched up, Giamma shuts his eyes to focus his energy. When he snaps them open, pure, devastating power explodes outward, sending wild arcs of lightning tearing across the entire battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes into thin air. Before Aegir can even process it, he's already standing behind her, casually stepping in her direction. The demon commander stands dead in her tracks, her mind utterly unable to comprehend what just occurred. She can't even lock onto his presence or read his form. It feels as though his entire being has ascended past anything she can fathom. She tries blaming it on her weak host body, but deep down, she knows the gap is far bigger than that. This makes no sense, she thinks in panic. The whole scenario defies all logic. Yet, amid the confusion, one fact remains crystal clear. Whatever is standing before her is definitely not human anymore. If that's the reality, she'll have to swallow her earlier arrogance and retract her words. Mockingly offering an apology for underestimating him, she reaches into the ground, dredging up boiling magma for a colossal strike. She hates having to burn through all her reserves just to put him down right here. His physical form would have served as the perfect vessel, but leaving him alive means creating an insurmountable threat to all demonkind. Jiyama simply looks on with cold detachment as she fuels the catastrophic spell. Boiling lava erupts from the fractured ground, coalescing right before her eyes. She condenses the molten fury into a gigantic sphere of fire, hoisting it high above her head. Siegfried's eyes go wide, grit grinding between his teeth at the horrifying scale of her power. Jiyama, on the other hand, watches the blazing calamity loom closer without even twitching a muscle. She hurls the colossal inferno straight at him, bidding him a sarcastic farewell and promising they'll meet again in the underworld. The titanic fireball roars toward Jiyama and Siegfried, gouging massive trenches into the terrain along its path. Siegfried can only stare in sheer terror, completely helpless against the incoming apocalypse. Yet, Jiyama calmly steps forward, walking straight into the path of the roaring flames. And for the very first time in this transformed state, he finally breaks his silence. Within his mind, the system runs rapid-fire calculations. The timeline remains heavily destabilized. He can only sustain this godlike state for exactly 60 seconds. Still, for what he has planned, a single minute is more than enough time. Time itself seems to freeze as he casually walks toward the flaming sphere. His singular goal: execute the most flawless cut imaginable. Dozens of trajectory lines manifest across the blazing sphere, but his gaze ons in on the single absolute slice. He unleashes a brand new technique: 1,000 swords. With one effortless motion, his strike rips forward, cleanly severing the fireball and cutting straight through Ager, who stands frozen with her hands still raised. The bisected fireball erupts into a blinding flash that engulfs the entire area. As the light clears, Ager's body slumps over, cleanly cleaved in half by an invisible cut. She crashes to the dirt, completely drained, her blood sizzling across the ground like molten lava. Her mana core, the very foundation of her life, has been shattered beyond repair. With her final breaths fading, she turns her dying gaze toward the sky. Across the island, stunned cadets look up and point at the heavens in absolute awe. The suffocating darkness blanketing the sky has been sliced wide open by a razor-sharp cut, letting the morning sunlight pour through at last. None of them have any clue what just took place. They just assume this island has the most bizarre sunrise in existence. Back in the war zone, Jiyama's divine transformation finally runs out. The overwhelming power drains from his limbs, causing him to collapse instantly into unconsciousness. Spotting an opening, the dying demon commander drags herself toward the helpless boy. Her pride refuses to let her go out in such a humiliating fashion. More crucially, she realizes that if Kang Jiyama lives, he will become an unstoppable disaster for demons everywhere. Channeling the final scrap of her energy, she begins casting one last spell, only to be abruptly cut off. A steel blade punches straight through the back of her skull, bursting right out of her mouth. Siegfried towers above her, wearing a cold, uncompromising scowl. "I told you," he remarks coldly, "never turn your back on an enemy." He pumps his aura through the steel, smothering her final shrieks of rage as her physical form disintegrates into ash. With her remaining embers scattering into the wind, Siegfried proclaims his true identity to the desolate ruins. "I am not just Aaron's descendant. My name is Siegfried von Nibelung." Turning his attention away, he walks over to the unconscious Jiyama. He quickly checks his vitals. The boy is breathing normally, with no deadly injuries in sight. His life is completely out of danger. Yet staring down at the kid, Siegfried can't help but wonder, what kind of monster is this boy really? He recalls how his own limbs moved without permission, forcing him onto his knees out of sheer instinctual respect. It was an automatic reaction, hardwired straight into the primal instincts of a swordsman. Since the dawn of history, mortals have believed that an unfathomable force governs the universe. Raging tempests, falling comets, unexpected lightning slicing through clear skies. Such terrifying, superhuman phenomena have always sparked mortal fear, but also divine worship. Throughout the ages, mankind gave these forces titles. They labeled them either as natural calamities or as gods. The skyward anomalies and thunderous noise trigger full alarm bells among the cadets, sparking a frantic rush outside. Most of them struggle to wrap their heads around what kind of madness could have unfolded over there. Seeing someone hauled away on a stretcher and watching their legendary idol critically wounded is almost impossible for them to process. Chloe is in utter shock that her own grandfather endured such a horrific ordeal while she scrambled around searching for answers. Distraught and desperate, she tries shoving through the sea of people just to see the scene with her own eyes. Even as staff attempt to manage the chaotic crowd, the sheer speed at which events unfolded leaves everyone dazed. Saki gazes at her friend, heartbroken to see her crumbling under a tragedy she never saw coming. The girl is visibly traumatized, seeing her grandfather missing an arm, his shredded clothes proving he barely made it out alive. Tears flood her eyes, and with her strength completely gone, she crumbles straight to the floor. Meanwhile, student forums are blowing up with wildfire rumors about what happened to the Sword Emperor. Abel scrolls through the feeds, fully aware that no official source will mention Jiyama amid all the chaos. The gossip only hints at a mysterious student going missing, claiming he was secretly evacuated from Avalon Island. Abel boils with anger, listening to random students gossip about the tragedy and her friend like it's cheap entertainment. Fed up with the noise, she snaps directly at two gossiping cadets standing near her. With venom masked behind calm words, she tells them to take their chatter elsewhere because she's sleep-deprived and running out of patience. The two grumble and back off, realizing it's far safer to keep their mouths shut in their own corner. Her thoughts race uncontrollably, refusing to accept that Giamma could ever go down that easily. Heavy-hearted, she glances over at Chloe, noting that her poor friend has been weeping in a corner non-stop ever since the incident. Abel is also eaten up with anxiety, considering it's already been an entire week since she last laid eyes on Giamma. She flashes back to when the three of them tried to push through security, only to be blocked by guards citing lack of clearance. Nobody was allowed through without a direct decree signed by the director himself. Given the total lockdown, Abel assumed the Sword Emperor's injuries must be critical. She knows for a fact that Avalon Island was suddenly scorched with volcanic lava and flooded with that eerie mana she sensed earlier. With a top-tier warrior losing a limb, the collective assumption is that a demon infiltrated the grounds and the Sword Emperor stepped in to repel it. Abel dug through every database she could access, but came up completely empty-handed. On top of that, Lady Media took personal charge of the war report, stating that only official updates would be made public. Hoping for a straight answer from the source himself, Abel opens her phone and starts drafting a text to Giamma. She lingers over the screen, torn on whether or not she should actually hit send. She fondly recalls their last moment together when he playfully flicked her forehead, yearning for his return as she realizes how much she already misses him. Classmates try talking to her, but Abel is completely zoned out in her own thoughts. Beside her, Rachel attempts to get her attention multiple times before finally losing patience and calling her name louder. It wasn't that Abel meant to ignore Rachel. Her brain was simply running on pure overload. As wild rumors continue to swirl, Chloe's grandfather does everything he can to spare his granddaughter from panic. In time, she would piece together why he stepped up personally to look after this particular student. Deep inside, Abel strongly suspects Giamma was injured while rescuing Chloe's grandfather, but she lacks any hard proof. Rachel can tell her friend is hurting, but feels utterly powerless to do anything about it. The mood was grim across the board, and for some, drowning it in a drink was the only way to cope. Inside a lounge, a man slams his bottle onto the wood after a heavy swig, cursing the whole ordeal as one massive migraine. He glares down at the latest papers, writing off every headline as complete trash. As the man sips his tea, the green-haired Media presses him for the boy's true status, to which he replies that his recovery is almost done. Media boasts that she rounded up every available healer and doctor, even confessing she had to strong-arm a few of them to move faster. She brushes off Kling's sugar-coated reassurance, having never seen the veteran warrior this battered in all their years together, needing absolute certainty that he will survive. Kling lifts his missing sleeve and shrugs with a laugh, joking that losing an arm isn't nearly as inconvenient as people make it out to be. She reminds him that the chief doctor claimed he hadn't seen such a critical emergency in 3 decades of practice. The medic sounded like a madman, swearing the patient was in prime health and that even his chronic ailments had magically disappeared. Now, Media suspects Zeke is the reason Giamma ended up broken, growing even more wary since he refuses to step away from the kid's bedside. Zeke even threw down an insane fortune to lock down an entire hospital wing, behavior she's never witnessed from him before. With the kid finally conscious, she demands the full, unfiltered truth of what went down. Placing his cup down, the man admits he's still sorting out his thoughts, needing time to wrap his mind around the whole spectacle. Media isn't buying his stalling and demands hard facts right now. He starts by revealing that the 5th Legion commander herself invaded Avalon Island. Media braced herself for bad news, but this completely blew past her worst expectations. The man adds that, as wild as it sounds, that very commander was the monster who ripped his arm off. Panic-stricken, she shoots to her feet, asking if Giamma was smashed up because he fought her, realizing what a terrifying nightmare that matchup must have been. Once the shock settles, she slumps back into her seat upon hearing that the old man didn't do the heavy lifting in that fight. She knows he's being honest, no matter how legendary his skills are. Taking down the 5th commander solo was impossible. Stunned, her eyes widen as she demands to know who on earth took out the commander if he didn't do it. Zeke takes a breath, clearly reluctant to spill any more details for the time being. Lifting his cup, he brushes it off, saying the story can wait for another day since the kid has far bigger things ahead than chatting with 2 old folks. Media bristles at the remark, considering herself a 20-year-old at heart and finding Zeke thoroughly irritating. He dragged his feet, telling the truth, and is now gatekeeping all the juicy details. A moment later, an energetic cadet starts unrolling a bright poster, hollering for everyone's attention and insisting they can't stay depressed forever. He was hyping up a recruitment pitch, inviting everyone to sign up for the travel fan club. Saki was stunned that he had managed everything alone, but the boy insisted that vibrant colors were the secret behind any great poster. Sadly, the poster barely got its moment before Chloe's patience ran out and she chopped it into scraps. When the poster's creator protested, Chloe simply blamed her recent impatience, completely ignoring the fact that the poor guy had worked on it all night. As Saki sat on the bench, the rising noise only made the loneliness surrounding her feel heavier. Even her favorite red bean treat no longer tasted the way it used to. She desperately wanted Giamma to appear, because his continued absence was hurting her badly. Lost in her thoughts, Saki suddenly heard that Jiyama had left the hospital and whipped her head toward the voice. She jumped to her feet as quickly as she could, eager to see what was happening. A little farther away, Chloe and another friend had already cornered Jiyama and were talking to him. Jiyama assured everyone that he was perfectly fine, until a glance in one direction changed his expression completely. His eyes nearly popped out when he spotted someone charging at him like they were about to land a full power hit. Naturally, he shut his eyes tight and braced for impact. Instead of a punch, all he received was a tiny flick to the forehead. That was Saki's unique welcome, and the blue-eyed girl looked absolutely delighted to have her friend back. Jiyama gave her a knowing glance, seeming to catch the message, while their orange-haired friend attempted to bring up the beautiful poster they had made. King Jiyama kept having the same strange dream, always beginning with him standing before the academy. Each time, his small blade was in hand, and an intense urge to do something consumed him. Then the scene would abruptly change, with the blade releasing energy that seemed intent on annihilating him. Yet he could read every attack and used his finest technique to cut through whatever stood before him. No spell could stop him. He sliced through space, sky, and ground alike, never bothering to ask whether the power was righteous or wicked. Jiyama refused to surrender whenever something tried to control him, determined to fight rather than join anyone unwillingly. The pattern never changed. An enormous force would surge directly at him. With the blade in his grasp, he could sever even space's thinnest boundary and look through the slash carved into the earth. He never fully understood the scene, but it felt like a voice from some distant galaxy was trying to enlist him. Just before he collapsed, he always woke up. The nightmare was not only disturbing and tiring, it left him completely emptied of energy. As if the nightmare were not enough, his phone began buzzing endlessly while he complained about it. He wondered what sane person would be messaging at such an hour, but the flashy poster attached to the text revealed that one of his friends was responsible. While dressing in front of the mirror, Jiyama realized his body had recovered tremendously, possibly putting him in better shape than before. The comfortable rest he received in the VIP ward was probably responsible for that recovery. He had been told that after he collapsed in the Battle of Agor, the Emperor personally paid for his hospital room and treatment. As Jiyama put on his uniform, he could already imagine the enormous bill waiting for him. While preparing for the day, his thoughts returned to the island and the chain of events he still could not properly digest. He had endured an awkward encounter with a girl, fought a nasty kid, nearly been recruited by a demon, and then watched the Sword Emperor suddenly step in to protect him. All of it was far too much for him to process at once. In the end, he chose to take his friend's advice and stop pretending to be someone else. On his way there, he promised himself not to alter anything or waste time complaining, genuinely looking forward to another academy day. The moment he arrived, the blue-eyed girl greeted him by offering one of his favorite sweet bars. Ryozo kept insisting, but Jiyama stayed suspicious because she turned practically every opportunity into a prank. Around her, Jiyama had to remain alert, especially now that she was determined to interrogate him about the island. Jiyama's silence only made her push harder for answers about Avalon and his long stay in the hospital. He kept his mouth shut, but she was clearly ready to squeeze the truth out of him by force of persistence. When Jiyama told her to drop it, she challenged him, claiming that her position as travel club leader entitled her to every detail. But before she could continue, her phone stole her attention and Jiyama stopped listening to her entirely. It looked like Jiyama had texted her deliberately, probably creating just enough distraction to escape. On her screen, she found the strikingly colorful poster created by their mutual friend. She had no clue that the boy had put the poster up without asking her first. Elsewhere, unaware of this entire mess, media was questioning her friend's opinion of her because his comment about her tea making had hardly felt flattering. In the green-haired woman's eyes, that remark sounded more like an insult than praise. Their calm chat was cut short by a knock, followed by Jiyama asking permission to enter because he feared he had shown up ahead of time. From there, the discussion turned into a conversation involving all three people. The man joked that after 70 years with 2 arms, functioning with only one still occasionally confused him. Then the woman decided to stop wasting time arguing with her old friend and shifted her attention to Jiyama. She directly revealed that she already knew he had defeated the 5th Legion's commander. Jiyama remembered nothing about it, yet the claim somehow sounded believable, even if it left him feeling uneasy. As she continued talking, he found himself stuck, trapped inside the confusion of his own memories. Media noticed his delayed reactions and apologized for pushing too quickly, figuring that he still needed time to recover from the hospital. Still, she pressed him further, insisting that neither Jiyama nor her old friend would dare deceive her. At that moment, Zeke backed up her claim, confirming that he had witnessed Jiyama defeat Okori himself. With a gloomy expression, Zeke admitted he had contributed very little and apologized for waiting so long to reveal the truth about Avalon. He said the demon race had left him no alternative, pointing out that the situation should already seem suspicious because modern humanity had no hero capable of defeating a commander-class demon. That very fact was likely why the commander entered the human world in the first place, undoubtedly hiding another agenda. The man's statement shocked her, but he calmly lifted his teacup and warned that doing nothing would only make matters worse. He described the demons as both reckless and calculating, predicting a future clash that would surpass the disaster of 50 years earlier. Jiyama understood that exposing Okori's defeat could hand the demons the perfect excuse to start a war. As Jiyama reflected on the Sword Emperor's greatness, The man announced that he had come with an important message. Touching his remaining arm, he revealed that frontline battles were no longer something he could continue. Media shot to her feet and angrily snapped at him, saying he could not make reckless declarations whenever he wanted. She argued that losing an arm and almost dying did not justify his attitude, while he believed their shared duty was to raise heroes who could improve the world. Even as the director, she had no idea what he was trying to say. He attempted to explain himself, but she dismissed the subject and walked out, leaving the two men to speak alone. The room became painfully tense after Media stormed away over what she considered nonsense, while the man continued sipping tea like the argument had never happened. He next told Jiyama that he intended to step down as a 7-star hero soon. That was exactly the announcement Media had feared, which was why she had left. He assured the student that this was not an impulsive or sudden choice, while the woman outside quietly examined the books on the shelf. He clarified that resigning did not mean abandoning the battlefield forever. Media suddenly rejoined them and challenged him, warning that the world's press would hound him nonstop. The man calmly replied that he had already arranged an interview for the near future. She seized his collar and shook him, ranting that age had changed nothing about him in 50 years, while Jiyama stood there watching their personal argument unfold. Until then, Jiyama had carefully avoided disturbing the original storyline, aware that different character choices could create a huge mess. However, reflection made him see how selfish and arrogant he had been. These people had free will and were not simply pieces from a game. He resolved to face whatever decisions and consequences came his way, understanding that ignoring reality was merely a childish refusal to grow up. While the two old friends carried on with their bizarre quarrel, Zeke still had another bombshell waiting. After the awkward exchange, Zeke turned serious and declared that Jiyama would inherit the title of 7-star hero. Once the commotion died down, the principal's office went completely silent. She could not grasp what her old friend hoped to accomplish, especially after trying every possible argument to change his mind. She proposed waiting to see how the demons reacted and handling the media through interviews, but Zeke insisted that the timing was wrong. In his opinion, they needed at least 12 months to prepare. The principal remained deeply worried, but Zeke answered with nothing but jokes and casual confidence, despite knowing that handing the 7-star title to a newcomer was incredibly serious. Hardly anyone could qualify for that role as convincingly as 17-year-old Kang Jiyama. If the truth about his achievements became public, the entire world would be thrown into chaos, because he looked like a heaven-sent prodigy. By then, Jiyama had already entered the legendary realm, prompting the principal to compare him with several extraordinary figures. One comparison especially unsettled her, and she leaned back as it dawned on her that her old friend was planning far beyond the present. Despite her objections, she secretly understood exactly how he was thinking. Keeping the 7-star hero seat empty could create major trouble and split human society into opposing camps. They would also require approval from the association representing the remaining 7-star heroes. The principal rose and approached a framed picture of her former class, believing they would all reunite before long. Meanwhile, in a lengthy corridor, the Sword Emperor walked beside someone. That person was Jiyama. The boy broke the silence and asked for a short conversation to resolve some questions troubling him. The man already knew the subject was the succession and admitted that Jiyama probably deserved a warning before being hit with the news. The Sword Emperor asked whether Jiyama understood why the 7-star heroes consisted of only 4 members. Jiyama hesitated before suggesting that the empty positions were meant to honor the heroes who had died. The man admitted that was the obvious assumption, but explained that their sacrifices had secured humanity's safety, so those empty seats could not be filled casually. He then revealed the real reason. Humanity's strongest warrior had been missing from the group until this moment. The demons possessed overwhelming superiority over humanity, something the game itself had realistically built into its strategy. The Sword Emperor explained that true negotiations required strength, because weak power could be more dangerous than possessing no power whatsoever. That explanation finally clarified the purpose of the 3 vacant positions for Jiyama. He realized that humanity could collapse completely if even one 7-star hero were brought down by a demon beast. Being a 7-star hero once meant carrying humanity's hopes, but that significance had gradually faded. Certain people exploited that reputation for influence, like the Divine Archer, who rose to prime minister and ruled dictatorially for 4 decades. The game only referred to her without ever showing her, leaving even Jiyama uncertain about her true nature. Ryozo kept his family completely out of conversation, while the quiet Chloe revealed only rare details about her clan. Jiyama personally had no love for the 7-star heroes. Although he accepted the Sword Emperor's reasoning, Jiyama still wanted to know why the choice had fallen on him, making the man pause and study him. The Sword Emperor wondered whether Jiyama was pretending to be clueless or genuinely missing the point. The answer was brutally simple. Jiyama had surpassed him in strength. Jiyama knew he had brought down the 5th demon commander, yet he was unsure how much of that victory truly came from his own power. He could understand the man's feelings after watching a younger, more powerful warrior suddenly appear. Zeke shifted the subject to Jiyama's ability, pointing out that it appeared to come with a severe time restriction. The question made Jiyama feel completely seen, and he wondered how Zeke had discovered something he had told no one. While the boy struggled to process that revelation, the man rested a hand on his shoulder and assured him it was only an assumption. He had detected the restriction after watching Jiyama collapse only a minute into the Avalon Island test. Steeling himself, Jiyama tightened his fists and decided to disclose the truth behind his power. He told the Sword Emperor the entire story, leaving the man to wonder why activating the blessing caused such devastating pain throughout his body. Apparently, that pain was the cost of wielding the ability, and only a second blessing could keep it under control. The Sword Emperor came to that conclusion after hearing about the Celestial Sword's blessing. Even knowing Jiyama's advantages and vulnerabilities, the man promised to keep the secret completely confidential. To him, using one blessing to restrain another's drawback was a groundbreaking concept. When the man observed that Jiyama was learning to handle power on his own terms, the boy finally understood what he meant. The Sword Emperor proudly acknowledged his talent, while warning him that he could not keep battling against a countdown forever. He told Jiyama that mastering this power required an experienced teacher, conveniently adding that he was searching for a disciple himself. The man turned and declared that after selecting Jiyama as his successor, becoming his master was the obvious next step. He passed Jiyama a tie and explained that Abel wanted it returned. Jiyama was still trying to absorb the conversation and had not accepted any of it yet. Becoming both successor and disciple seemed absurd to him, so he decided to revisit the matter with the Emperor later. When night arrived, Jiyama attempted to sleep, only for the nightmares to come crawling back. This time, he found himself beneath a clock tower as countless blades rained down from above. Inside the nightmare, Jiyama defended himself while questioning why this identical scene kept repeating. The torment became so unbearable that an unseen voice told him to surrender and accept it. Believing none of it was real, he wondered what might happen if he accepted the offer. He hoped acceptance might finally grant him complete power, as the voice grew more forceful in ordering him to obey. Overriding his instincts, Jiyama spread his arms, convinced that death inside a dream was impossible. Without warning, an enormous blade materialized against the blood-red sky. He remained confident he would be fine, until the massive blade pierced straight through his stomach. The agony felt so real that he started questioning whether this was actually a nightmare. Gradually, his eyes transformed and released a blinding radiance that ripped apart his upper clothing. A violent wave of power erupted from his core and consumed his whole body. Now profoundly transformed, he steadied himself against the ground once more. When Jiyama examined himself, the change was unmistakable. Electricity coiled around his skin while raw energy seeped from his hands. Then someone suddenly rushed past him, triggering a familiar sensation he had not experienced for ages. Staring at the fading shimmer, he questioned whether the figure could be the GM. Oddly enough, the luminous illusion seemed unhappy with the very world it had created. The figure explained that it had recreated the place familiar to Jiyama, adding that he was the first person it had ever encountered, which caused its confusion and prompted an apology. The entity insisted that it was not the Game Master, yet Jiyama could barely accept that explanation coming from such a mysterious being. Things became even more confusing when the glowing being said the difference was meaningless, suggesting that it could be the Game Master if the Game Master was capable of being it. That unexpected philosophical statement only made Jiyama more eager to discover the entity's true identity. A brief silence followed, but the figure soon found the question hysterical and erupted into laughter. Watching someone laugh alone without any explanation was honestly anything but entertaining. Realizing Jiyama was not amused, the figure produced an hourglass-like object and said it had just recalled something from long ago. It assured Jiyama that his curiosity was perfectly natural, but warned that the full explanation would take too long for the time available. Since they were racing against time, the entity promised to make the explanation as brief as possible. The being revealed that humans had called it disaster, nature, and even the universe, though at its core, it was simply a god. That revelation instantly sent Jiyama's curiosity through the roof. The answer came immediately. It was none other than the god of the sword. This was probably far from the divine figure Jiyama had pictured, but the entity said names did not matter because it would remain what it was either way. Done with the jokes and philosophical detours, Jiyama cut to the chase and asked why the god had appeared at this exact moment. The sword god linked its arrival to the restriction that had recently been lifted, then asked whether Jiyama still remembered that event. That reminder brought back the memory of the sword god's blessing being deactivated. The god confirmed that Jiyama had understood the situation correctly, but with the seal only partially undone, the god could manifest only in an incomplete form, which made their conversation nothing short of a miracle. Without warning, space and time started consuming the hourglass, making it obvious that their remaining minutes were almost gone. The sword god called the meeting over, but Jiyama still had plenty to ask and could not accept that their time had already expired. With countless questions still unanswered, Jiyama was nevertheless dragged back toward the mortal world. Before disappearing, the god told Jiyama to continue cutting whatever he wished, but cautioned him against attempting something beyond his limits. It looked ready to explain the strange power Jiyama was controlling, but ultimately decided that he was not ready to hear it yet. That only made Jiyama more irritated, especially since he desperately needed those answers right away. Just before the rift sealed shut, the final message was a warning not to repeat his mistakes, along with a reminder that the sword god still placed its trust in Kang Jiyama. The moment the entity disappeared, the dream came to an end. Jiyama could barely process how quickly the entire encounter had unfolded. As always, after these strange dreams, he woke feeling exhausted and thoroughly frustrated. This time, however, there was a major change. His assimilation rate had climbed to 21.3%. Afraid the crucial details might fade, Giamma immediately grabbed his notebook. Unfortunately, he still reacted too slowly and managed to retain only the names Game Master and Sword God. Giamma understood that every clue mattered, even if he had to piece them together gradually. Rain pattering outside drew his attention, and he wondered whether the monsoon season had already arrived. Assimilation had caused no trouble so far, yet the sudden jump in its rate left Giamma deeply uneasy. Just as he struggled to recover more pieces of the dream, his phone suddenly rang. The moment he picked up, a noisy uproar exploded from the other side of the call. Even through all that noise, it was obvious the message was urgent. Not long afterward, the entire team regrouped at a nearby diner. Surprisingly, the over-the-top poster one member had designed actually drew someone in, even catching its own creator off guard. Ryojo found the poster-driven applicant suspicious and volunteered to investigate her properly. Chloe supported the idea, since both of them suspected the newcomer might be hiding something. At the same time, Giamma's thoughts remained fixed on the truth instructor Lei Shen had promised to expose. After bribing the dungeon guardian, Weapon asked Giamma whether he knew what was scheduled for the next evening. That announcement instantly excited Chloe, and the group revealed that they were heading to a seafood restaurant. Looking pleased with herself, Saki explained that the dinner was meant to celebrate Giamma's hospital discharge and the club's upcoming official launch. Giamma attempted to escape the invitation by claiming he was a fussy eater who disliked seafood. Weapon immediately jumped to his feet and warned that getting a table at the Academy's most famous restaurant was nearly impossible. Seeing how genuinely happy everyone was to have him back, Giamma appreciated the gesture and agreed to join them. Just then, the person they had been waiting for finally showed up. A short, green-haired girl walked over and asked whether she had found the travel club's meeting place. The orange-haired boy politely invited her to take a seat. The two quickly began whispering, and the blue-eyed girl remarked that the applicant seemed far more ordinary than expected. Giamma simply watched the madness unfold, fully aware that he was stuck among lunatics. Yet the moment he studied the newcomer, a strangely familiar aura caught his attention. He also noticed her peculiar glasses-adjusting habit, almost as though she were secretly signaling him. Weapon enthusiastically thanked the girl for applying, but Ryoho suggested that she should begin by introducing herself. The senior's unnecessarily sharp tone earned her disapproving looks from everyone around the table. The applicant introduced herself as a second-year student from the city of Busan. The mention of Busan immediately made Giamma pay closer attention. Her repeated gestures confirmed Giamma's suspicion that she came from his own country. Giamma found it strange that a sand family existed there, especially since even his own surname had no existence on Earth. Trying to connect with her, Giamma brought up how often he had eaten pork rice soup back when he lived in Busan. The classmate sitting beside Giamma hated seeing them get comfortable, so she jabbed him with an elbow and reminded him to stay focused. After that warning, Giamma put on a stricter attitude and asked the newcomer to explain why she wanted to join. Hannah said she had spotted the bulletin board poster and understood that the club involved traveling and collecting dungeon achievements. The blue-eyed girl corrected her at once, insisting that travel was the club's purpose and dungeon work was only a side activity. Looking uncomfortable, Hannah held her arm and quietly apologized for getting the purpose wrong. Keeping her head lowered, the green-haired girl admitted that very few clubs were willing to take in a bum-class student like herself. Yet again, Saki received silent judgment for the way she had spoken. Feeling everyone's eyes on her, Saki changed direction and asked Hannah what weapon or equipment she used. Hannah replied that her fists were her only weapons, which made Saki wonder whether she could truly handle a dungeon. Hannah pushed back, pointing out that Saki's concern was pointless because dungeons were only secondary to begin with. The tension thickened while the two locked eyes, and for once, the blue-eyed girl had absolutely nothing to say. To prevent the disagreement from escalating, Ryojo chose to end the argument there. Once things calmed down, Hannah clarified that she needed the club for reasons beyond dungeon access. Her grades were involved too. Giamma studied her in silence. Years of dealing with all kinds of clients had taught him how to judge people's intentions. He suspected Hannah was concealing something and was far from the perfect recruit, but another applicant did not seem likely to appear, and the friend beside him appeared to share that opinion. With their options exhausted, Giamma officially accepted the rookie into the team. Hannah was thrilled to be accepted, especially after learning that being a year older allowed her to speak casually with them. Even while celebrating, she continued with those suspicious little glasses signals. Then Saki turned her most terrifying glare directly at Giamma. They agreed to drop formal speech with one another, keeping the polite language only for conversations with Chloe. Weapon gave Hannah the membership form and told her to complete it before the week ended. Hannah was not impressed at first, but her expression changed when she saw that the club's advisor was actually the academy principal. A mischievous smirk spread across Hannah's face as she imagined the fun ahead, and Giamma immediately noticed it. The moment Hannah left, Giamma folded his arms and asked whether anyone knew her real identity. His nearby classmate found the question odd, so Giamma explained that Hannah resembled someone from his past. His friend took the opportunity to mock Hannah by copying her strange glasses signal. The atmosphere changed the instant Giamma's phone buzzed with a message, drawing everyone's attention. Giamma said the message was a reply to a request he had sent to the academy principal, but after reading the message, the color drained from Giamma's face. The response was nothing like what he had anticipated. His shock was so intense that everyone nearby could practically feel the tension pouring off him. Giamma moved instantly. He stood and walked away as soon as the message came through, leaving the others both worried and desperate to know what had happened. The group started whispering, assuming that only something incredibly serious could make the director contact Giamma so urgently. None of them understood what Giamma was facing, least of all the terrifying fact that his family's memories and records were being erased in real time. Every document mentioning his parents had disappeared without a trace, which was probably the very danger Lei Shen had attempted to warn him about. Only records created after his academy enrollment still existed, and no matter how deeply Giamma searched his mind, he could no longer remember his parents' faces. He had avoided calling them before the semester exams because he did not want to worry them, but that concern was meaningless now. Desperate for proof, Giamma called his family's number, only to receive an automated response saying that no such number existed. For a moment, everything stopped. The flow of time, the cold wind, all of it. Crushed by the truth, Giamma clutched his phone and struggled to understand what had happened, alone in a world that no longer felt familiar. As the rain grew heavier, Giamma paced around desperately, searching for any location signal. Eventually, Giamma sank onto a bench and opened his gallery, only to watch even his photographs slowly vanish. The resonance from the sword spirit's blessing proved that this was not an illusion or some fabricated memory. To Giamma, it seemed as though the game master or the sword god had designed this nightmare specifically to torment him. Feeling the surrounding energy respond, Giamma unsheathed his sword, and the sky answered in the same frequency with blinding lightning and booming thunder. Still, Giamma tightened his grip on the blade and swore that he would personally make whoever did this pay one day. The rain continued pouring as the story moved to a different place. Rachel attracted boys everywhere because of her beauty. But even while remaining polite, she dismissed them by saying they were beneath her standards. The moment she entered the room, Rachel dropped into her chair with an obvious look of irritation. Abel noticed the strange mood and assumed the gloomy weather might be responsible. Rachel opened up to Abel, asking for advice and confessing that she had been unusually depressed recently. Rachel casually commented on her own figure and looked away, leaving Abel embarrassed and visibly uncomfortable. Soon afterward, Rachel shifted to Giamma's club and asked whether anything had happened to him during his time in Avalon. She remembered twisting her ankle and pointed out that Giamma had departed at the first light of morning. Because they were speaking openly, Abel admitted that she had once felt nothing for Giamma but had started seeing him differently. Rachel needed only one look at Abel's reactions to realize that her friend had fallen for Giamma too. Attempting to escape the embarrassing topic, Abel pretended not to know how the conversation reached it and redirected attention to the boys' club, explaining that she had tried to join Weapon but quit after being rejected. Abel asked how any of that connected to Rachel's insecurity, prompting Rachel to describe everything that had happened the day before. Rachel had been heading out for her usual morning coffee, just like she did back home, while comparing the summer heat between the two places. As she waited for her drink at the cafe, Rachel spotted Giamma in the middle of an interview. Giamma had been gazing at a bespectacled young woman with intense interest and a huge grin, and that sight stayed lodged in Rachel's mind. By the time Rachel finished explaining, she realized Abel was absolutely furious. Meanwhile, Giamma was still baffled by that world's strange naming conventions, but he showed up for the gathering he had planned with his friends. His arrival instantly lifted everyone's mood. Giamma first searched for Hannah, only to learn that she had skipped the dinner because she hated raw fish. A bizarre excuse for someone claiming to be from Busan. The others were thrilled, but Giamma kept his expectations low, though enjoying that familiar hometown vibe felt surprisingly pleasant. At the restaurant entrance, Chloe suddenly froze after recognizing their waiter as her own brother. Giamma found it suspicious that a member of such a rich family worked there and guessed he might be undercover on a mission, but then he noticed the boss arguing with him. Saki warned Giamma to stay out of the boss's argument with his employee and head directly to their table. After sitting down, everyone eagerly examined the menu, especially the potions and single-serving dishes. While the others enjoyed themselves, Chloe stayed gloomy, so Giamma tried comforting her by saying her brother probably had a reason for working there. Another friend commented that the prices were surprisingly cheap and seemed almost too good to be true. Giamma was not fully convinced about the prices, but because his meal was free, he kept quiet and let her summon the waiter. The waiter was called over to take their order. When the dishes reached the table, everyone was impressed by how fresh and appealing the food looked. But Giamma hardly touched his meal, which made Saki ask whether something was wrong with him. Giamma explained that the chef's poor slicing had damaged the fish and left its flesh unpleasantly wet. The waiter instantly understood that Giamma had just uttered the one criticism his boss could never tolerate. The boss soon stormed over and demanded that Giamma repeat his comment about the supposedly perfect slicing technique. Giamma refused to soften his words, calling the chef's technique awful and saying he should be embarrassed to charge premium prices for such mediocre work. Enraged, the boss challenged Giamma to prove his confidence by showing off his own knife skills. No chef, especially a master of his craft, would simply swallow an insult like that. His friends soon realized their simple celebration had spiraled into a full-blown duel, attracting curious diners from nearby tables. Giamma could not understand how the chef heard every insult perfectly while barely managing the local language. His friend panicked as soon as he rose, but Jiyama had already decided to see the challenge through. The chef bragged that 12 years of experience could not be shaken by a simple academy student, then promised to pay for their meal if Jiyama somehow won. Certain that Jiyama was only showing off for his friends, the chef pointed him toward the flounder behind them as his challenge fish. Jiyama ignored the flounder and chose the red sea bream instead, pointing to one of the restaurant's most expensive fish and leaving everyone stunned. Nox found the entire scene bizarre, but still encouraged the chef to let Jiyama try and simply watch the result. The chef assumed Nox had lost his mind and forgotten his place as an employee, but Nox firmly said Jiyama was trustworthy. Jiyama approached the cutting board, removed his uniform jacket, and remarked that it had been ages since he had sliced anything truly worth his time. As soon as Jiyama gripped the blade, the sword god's blessing awakened, letting him carve the fish within seconds and finish every precise cut in just minutes. The performance completely humbled the chef, who apologized for his arrogance and confessed that 12 years in the profession had never shown him technique this perfect. The chef immediately begged to become Jiyama's disciple, but Jiyama had no interest in that kind of attention, so he helped him stand and rejected the idea. Instead, Jiyama offered a handful of pointers, and the delighted chef instantly grabbed paper and a pen to write down every word. Jiyama admitted that the chef had decent overall ability, but his knife technique still needed serious improvement. He suggested using a left-handed sashimi knife instead, and the chef was left completely speechless. Jiyama pointed out that too much pressure was going into the right arm during crosscuts, crushing the tender meat for no reason, and that observation impressed the chef even more. But after giving away all that expert advice, Jiyama reminded the man that their deal still had to be honored. Since his advice had clearly earned him the bet, Jiyama raised the knife and announced that he would be serving customers for the rest of the day, with everyone getting their portions for free. Jiyama sliced through the fish with flawless ease, while the crowd gathered around as though they were watching a legendary performance. Jiyama was overjoyed to finally indulge in the thing he loved most, and even amid the noisy crowd, his friends watched him having the time of his life. Weapon did not want to miss out, so he got to work, while Saki pulled Chloe into the excitement as well. Wanting to surprise Chloe, her brother volunteered to teach her, fully aware that cooking was her biggest weakness, and she gladly agreed. Once the commotion settled, Jiyama stood beside a hallway window and wondered how a small celebration had become such a massive spectacle. Still, those 50 seconds of divine protection were plenty of time for him to prepare more than 3 fish. After constantly fighting disgusting magical beasts, working with fresh ingredients felt so relaxing that he seriously considered opening a sushi restaurant once he graduated. Nox soon arrived with the news that every last dish had been eaten and the owner was shutting the place down for the night. Nox said Chloe had sent him to check on Jiyama, which led Jiyama to ask what sort of work Nox had found recently. Nox immediately got irritated and reminded him that Jiyama himself had pushed him to find employment. Jiyama pretended that he had never forgotten and praised Nox for taking initiative, making Nox beam with pride as he talked about earning his own money. Nox then asked how to manage rude and drunken customers, so Jiyama used his considerable life experience to give him some practical advice. Over time, Nox realized that even though they were not especially close, every conversation with Jiyama taught him something useful. Jiyama carried himself with so much social experience that it was difficult to believe he and Nox were actually the same age. Nox changed topics and confessed that exposing family secrets was normally a serious crime, adding that he had attempted to warn Jiyama through Chloe, but she had never picked up. He also revealed that the audit investigation had ended without uncovering anything suspicious. However, their next target was far more powerful, so an official task force would be assembled to conduct the operation with maximum caution. Jiyama understood the message hidden beneath those words at once. The audit had stopped coming after him. Now, its sights were set on the Council of Elders. Jiyama thanked Nox for the warning, realizing how painful it must have been to reveal the secrets of his own family. Nox was touched that his effort mattered, accepted the handshake, and brushed it off, although he paused as if he wanted to add something before merely fixing his mask. Jiyama was simply happy to see the two siblings slowly repairing their relationship. Jiyama next asked Nox about San Hannah, who had recently joined their club and happened to be in the same class. Nox explained that the girl was anything but approachable and that he had his own doubts about her. She always finished exactly in the middle of the rankings, scoring average marks in both theory and practical tests, a pattern that was statistically impossible unless she was doing it deliberately. Noticing Jiyama's unusual curiosity, Nox teased him for caring about someone besides himself, irritating Jiyama until the panicked chef suddenly cut into their conversation. The chef had been hunting everywhere for the worker who abandoned his shift, but the moment he spotted Jiyama, his expression brightened, and he presented him with his own chef's knife. Jiyama eyed the knife suspiciously, thinking that a real swordsman never discards his weapon, but the chef clarified that the blade had simply become useless to him. The explanation satisfied Jiyama, so he accepted the present and drew the blade, instantly recognizing its superb craftsmanship and armament-level quality. Seeing the weapon brought back the lessons of his very first master. A genuine expert never uses his tools as an excuse. To a swordsman, a blade is practically family, and giving it a name represents an unbreakable commitment. The chef noticed Jiyama drifting into thought and asked whether anything was wrong, but Giamma quickly said he was merely deciding on the perfect name for the weapon. Drawing on fragments from his distant past, he named the weapon 10,000 Year Frost, but the moment also filled him with sadness as he remembered that his first family had vanished from the world's memory. At the same time, several powerful figures gathered for a secret meeting in a dark, secluded place. The organizer thanked them for coming, despite their packed schedules, but one student bluntly answered that nobody could refuse a professor's summons. The hooded figure, his face hidden behind a mask, smiled knowingly and confirmed that point before introducing himself as their professor. Clearly, none of them had gathered there to sit around and waste time. One student lost patience and warned the professor that he had better explain the meeting immediately, or he was walking out because he had more important things to do. When the room went quiet, the organizer asked whether the student even understood the proposal before speaking so confidently. Instead of backing down, the student burst out laughing and treated the entire situation like a comedy. His laughter completely dominated the room, prompting the short-tempered student to ask whether the professor had lost his mind or decided to become a comedian. The professor explained that he was laughing because he assumed their confidence came from having just signed a contract. Realizing everyone was turning him into a joke, the student exploded in fury, unwilling to stand there and be humiliated. The professor was delighted to learn that the student served Lord Permash, the famous commander of the 4th Legion, and that he wielded the remarkably rare Earth attribute. Every additional word from the professor pushed the demonic student deeper into rage. After completing his transformation, the boy became a monstrous creature and vowed to destroy everything. But the professor did not even flinch. The remaining students urged the professor to stop the chaos, while the white-haired woman observed the scene without saying a word. The demonic creature ignored every warning and comment from the others. The huge monster charged closer, yet the professor remained motionless and erased the entire threat with one effortless move, declaring that such childish people had no business holding that much power. The display left every person in the room frozen with fear. The professor merely adjusted his mask as though nothing unusual had happened. Having made his strength clear, he said they should complete the introductions and move directly to the real topic. The silver-haired woman immediately recognized him as the second commander. Meanwhile, Karun motioned for the instructor to step ahead. While introducing her, he joked that he occasionally forgot she had stopped being a cadet, then asked her to explain everything. The woman wasted no time and clarified that, despite the rumors, the Sword Emperor was not the one who killed her master. She and the professor had already agreed on revealing this information. She glanced at the professor for permission to continue, and when he offered no objection, she revealed that her master, the 5th commander, had actually been defeated by a cadet. According to her, the culprit was Leon, the hero destined to rise next. Elsewhere, Giamma sat absorbed in thought, filling a notebook while considering his dreams, the enigmatic instructor, and the game master. The Council of Elders had chosen Aditor to conduct the investigation alone. They were far more than an academy council. They were the highest-ranking nobles, who regarded factions like the Order as disposable servants and considered hunting down a cadet beneath them, fit only for dogs. Giamma remembered that this very conflict was why the faction controlling Leon in the game vanished halfway through the story. He remembered the council secretly preparing a scheme before Aditor exposed them, and now his own circumstances looked disturbingly similar. They planned to deal with Leon, leaving Giamma wondering who would eventually come after him. Now that Aditor was involved, the person pulling the strings would soon be exposed. Only the unknown instructor's identity remained unclear. Okori's remaining information also proved useful, and although he complained at first, he eventually completed every task written in the contract. Giamma knew the game allowed people to modify their appearances, but their eye color and overall build could not change much, meaning she should still be relatively easy to locate. His real obstacle was his shallow understanding of magic, forcing him to decide between waiting and studying further. As he wrestled with those thoughts, Giamma suddenly noticed that his hand had been writing in the notebook on its own. Bored with the whole process, he put the notebook aside and started idly spinning his pencil. The idea of launching a surprise attack entered his head, reminding him that recklessness and bravery could be separated by a very thin line, so he decided to work up the nerve to visit Professor Demian soon. Just when the boredom was settling in, two friends burst through the door, yelling and bickering over their usual nonsense. The girl attempted to ask what was going on, but someone cut her off before she could complete the question. Weapon urgently wanted his boss to know that July 1st was coming, insisting that the date was extremely important. Giamma assumed Weapon meant his birthday and started thanking him, only for the young man to dramatically spread his arms and reveal that July 1st marked the day Valor Watcham sealed Lincoln. When Weapon noticed Giamma's unexpected reaction, he asked whether something had happened. Saki told him to calm down because it was not worth making such a huge scene over. As Saki spoke, Giamma's thoughts turned to Altair Aditor, the mightiest mercenary known by the title Elder of the Mountain. The excited boy explained that July 1st was also the Holokin Academy Festival, an event where every hero, including Ranghand and All Mute, would appear. He suggested using the festival to improve the club's achievements and show respect to the Academy's board. The girl saw through him and assumed he only wanted to enjoy himself under the excuse of helping the club, while Giamma desperately hoped to stay out of the coming chaos. Suddenly, The red-haired girl turned to Giamma and asked whether he had made any plans for the festival. After Giamma said his schedule was empty, she gathered her courage and tried to ask him to go for a walk with her. But before she could finish, the loud young man interrupted and demanded everyone's help setting up a booth, totally unaware that his friend had been trying to ask Giamma out. Seeing her stumble and realizing she needed backup, Giamma supported his friend by calling the booth idea brilliant. After getting himself into trouble, Weapon understood that Giamma had only praised the idea to rescue him. The young woman became furious that Giamma had encouraged him and asked whether he only wanted to attend the festival to meet famous people. Giamma thought she was important too, but explained that he simply wanted to enjoy their remaining time together while they still could. The girl pressed him for a real answer, pointing out that he had dodged the same question before. Giamma realized that, deep in her subconscious, she was already aware that the Second Great Human-Demon War would begin in 3 years. Saki could tell that Giamma was concealing something from everyone and decided she would not allow him to evade the issue again. Giamma suddenly found himself trapped between two terrifyingly powerful people capable of wiping him out whenever they wanted. Luckily, Weapon knew exactly what Giamma was thinking, almost as though the two shared the same mind. It was almost like they could read each other's thoughts. Weapon created an over-the-top distraction to pull the girl's attention toward his real objective, leaving everyone startled by the sudden commotion. It worked quickly, and he soon gained a new ally, a newcomer who had joined the club after seeing his post. With that distraction, Weapon repaid his debt to his boss by successfully steering one of the girls toward the poster. Believing the club needed an undisputed hierarchy, Saki challenged Weapon to settle their positions in a duel. The rules were straightforward. If Weapon won, Saki would have to follow his orders without any complaints. Once the duel site was chosen, the two opponents stood opposite each other. Weapon entered the fight, determined to prove his superiority, whereas Saki treated the duel like nothing more than a casual game. Since Saki carried a bow but lacked true archery skills, Weapon assumed maintaining distance would be enough to win. Hana stepped in as the referee and started the match. Weapon instantly played his instrument, planning to weaken Saki with status debuffs and claim an easy victory. Saki merely dipped beneath the attack, seized her bow, and rushed directly at him. Weapon assumed she would never fire at close range, but Saki's combat experience quickly proved him wrong. Rather than firing arrows, she turned the bow into a melee weapon and slammed it into his body several times, leaving Weapon utterly stunned. She finished the duel with one devastating blow that launched Weapon far into the distance. Their friends had more or less predicted the result, even though a tiny bit of hope had remained. The moment she won, Saki called Giamma over and asked whether he had decided, proudly and adorably declaring herself the club's new leader. Giamma needed no further explanation. Seeing Weapon crumpled inside a bush told him everything. Meanwhile, only 4 days remained before the festival, and the travel club was scrambling to finish everything in time. Chloe practiced preparing heart-shaped eggs while Hana took care of the supplies. Weapon was assigned general affairs, and the amount of work nearly drove him insane. Despite handling public relations and design, Saki still attempted to cook a kimchi stew. Since she had never cooked anything before, frustration got the better of her, and she took it out on Weapon to keep him from whining. Giamma remembered their earlier sushi-making experience and realized that serving sushi would save them from most of these complications. His thoughts drifted back to his former life and the strange way he had entered the game Miracles of Blessing. From an outsider's perspective, the game looked ridiculous. But during that period, it had been a genuine source of comfort for him. Because this would be his last festival at the academy, he forced himself to hide the sadness on his face. Hana suddenly showed up and asked whether Giamma still remembered what he had said when he first joined the club. When she saw his confused expression, Hana assured him that forgetting was not a problem. She then announced that she was leaving and handed complete control of the club over to Saki. Giamma had a serious reason for leaving the club so abruptly. He needed to pay Professor Demian a visit. He gave the door a polite knock and waited for permission to come in. The professor appeared fond of him and offered him tea, but Giamma respectfully refused because of his allergy. Something sitting on the professor's desk immediately drew Giamma's eye. Demian explained that the object was a newly obtained sample. It looked like an ordinary stone, yet faint magical energy was sealed within it. Knowing Giamma was hardworking and likely curious, the professor even offered him a fragment to examine. Giamma wanted to dig deeper into the subject, particularly the meaning behind the term divine blessing. Demian appreciated his curiosity and revealed that he had researched the subject through a book, traveling to another country to pursue the answer. Feeling awkward, Giamma asked whether he was responsible for all that trouble, but the professor assured him that his own curiosity had driven the journey. Demian explained that the Academy classified blessings into 4 spirit types, then asked whether Giamma remembered that gods no longer existed in their world. Impressed by how much Giamma remembered, the professor offered him an assistant position, but Giamma turned it down. The professor clarified that the mythological era had been ruled by absolute beings known as gods, entities far beyond ordinary spirits. He then revealed that the sword god had ended that entire era, a detail that immediately made Giamma uncomfortable. Afterward, humanity began using the term divine blessing to honor that mysterious figure. Soon afterward, Giamma walked through the hallway, struggling to organize everything he had learned. He had walked in carrying a single question, only to leave with more than 100 new ones. Instead of finding answers, Giamma felt even more confused. especially because the professor's trip to another country seemed connected to him. Giamma loosened his coat and rested a hand against his stomach. He realized that leaving the sashimi sword behind had weakened his ability to sense things properly. Had the sword been with him, he would not have this strange sensation of everything inside him freezing over. The days leading up to the festival passed without any major trouble. With 3 days remaining, the tent setup had already made impressive progress. 2 days before the festival, the girls received their medieval-style uniforms. By the last day before the festival, the smell of their kimchi stew had completely won the group over. When the long-awaited day arrived, Giamma reflected on the more than 2 decades he had spent using his blade to rescue struggling restaurants. He had always turned down material rewards, choosing instead to do it for his own satisfaction and a touch of idealistic romance. Giamma admitted that he had started thinking this way rather late, possibly because of the influence his first master had on him. The memories were pleasant, but his friend quickly reminded him that opening time was just 10 minutes away. The whole group got ready to start serving meals and finally make some money. Saki encouraged everyone to stay calm, then glanced at Giamma, who answered with an awkward, shy look. The thought of this being their final festival together weighed on his chest, making him determined to enjoy every second of it. At last, the Academy Festival officially kicked off. Rachel and Abel were convinced their disguises were foolproof, so they walked around freely and even posted unfiltered pictures. The festival was loud and chaotic, but Rachel was having the time of her life. Because this was all new to her, Rachel wondered whether the Sword Emperor usually delivered his famous speech at events like this. Abel explained that her uncle had retired already and hated public appearances, especially when they involved giving speeches. As luck would have it, the girls spotted a flyer on the ground advertising the best stew a travel club had ever found. Rachel lit up the moment she read it, while Abel reacted with barely more than casual interest. The announcer's voice boomed across the festival grounds as this year's heroes of humanity's defense were introduced. Among those receiving trophies were India's famed King of Adventures and Vladimir, the warrior known as the one who walks through flames. The audience roared that this year's festival was something else, but the real explosion came when the crowd's favorite blonde woman stepped out. Her unique presence was impossible to miss, and she was already being tipped as the next addition to the 7 stars. Watching the chaos unfold, Weapon got so excited that the flyers in his grip were crushed without him even noticing. He was every bit as obsessed with All Mute as the rest of the crowd, and simply sharing the same venue with her had him over the moon. That happiness lasted about 5 seconds before someone grabbed him by the ear, leaving him completely humiliated. Saki hauled him back to the stall, telling him there was no time for fanboy nonsense, and reminding him that this whole mess had started with his idea. While he was making his way back, someone suddenly stumbled and hit the ground. The woman walked on without a second thought after knocking the young man down, as though nothing had happened. Realizing he might protest, Abel and Rachel stopped and put on an exaggerated look of surprise. Back at the club's food stall, customers were pouring in and business was booming. Bowl after bowl left the kitchen as customers enjoyed the stew and complimented its seasoning, while the trio struggled to manage the entire operation themselves. After receiving a few pointers, Chloe began chopping vegetables with impressive precision, leaving her teacher secretly beaming with pride. Chloe took full responsibility for preparing the ingredients, while Giamma handled every bit of the cooking. Giamma spent several minutes lost in his thoughts, completely missing the commotion as the young man was dragged back and dumped onto the floor once more. Rachel nearly charged toward him like he was an adorable, oversized teddy bear, but Chloe moved in first and guarded what she clearly considered her territory. The two girls instantly turned the moment into a territorial catfight, helped along by the cat ear headbands they were wearing. Abel could only lean against her friend's back while awkwardly watching the whole disaster unfold. When Giamma saw his friend return from flyer duty, dragged by the ear and accompanied by 2 extra guests, he was surprisingly thrilled. Rachel, meanwhile, could barely contain herself because she was finally about to try the beef stew. For the moment, things stayed calm, giving the 2 girls in the back a chance to quietly gossip about the cook boy. Giamma's face was practically glowing with excitement. He had only hoped his advertisement would attract them. He never imagined they would genuinely come. Despite the smooth operation, the orders were served at a slow pace, so the stall looked nearly deserted whenever another dish went out. At the back, Rachel filled Abel in and pointed out that the girl wearing glasses was the newcomer she had talked about earlier. When Rachel noticed Abel acting uninterested, she started teasing her under her breath until Abel's face turned red. The blonde girl then told her friend to relax and focus on enjoying the festival. Abel remembered that final exams and heavy preparation were coming soon, leaving them very little time for fun like this. Their conversation was interrupted when Saki came over to collect their order, and then came the order. Saki had caught part of their conversation, so she demanded to know what activity Abel was talking about, instantly turning the mood tense with one icy stare. Abel froze without a clue how to respond, while Rachel secretly enjoyed every second of the miniature argument. Weapon was having an equally rough time. His face remained slightly puffed up, yet he spotted 3 fresh orders waiting at the new table. Seeing him stumble around in that state made his friend genuinely worried. Even after being dragged around and scolded, Weapon remained thrilled that he had seen All Mute with his own eyes. Giamma could tell how deeply the boy idolized those fighters, but still told him to apply ice to his swelling whenever he got a moment off. Giamma continued thinking about the woman his friend worshipped, Con Elizabeth, who was being considered the next star to claim the spotlight. That world was no different when it came to America, which still stood as the strongest nation on the planet. People said old-fashioned heroes earned immortality through sacrifice, while modern heroes built legends by living them, making the world honor the former and celebrate the latter. Even then, not one of them matched the image Giamma had in mind. The thought of being shipped off to America made him shudder, especially when he pictured himself as some tight-clothed sashimi guy covered in flashy accessories. On top of that, even though nothing was official yet, the Sword Emperor could eventually bring him and that candidate face to face. He planned to reject the offer, figuring that avoiding her altogether would be the smartest move. All he wanted was to spend 3 days at the stall cooking stew, knowing that someone as famous as her would never bother eating there with so many eyes on her. Rachel kept enjoying the arguments behind the stall until Abel steered the conversation toward the boring classes taught by their sleepy-looking teacher. Saki took serious offense, unable to believe Abel would play so dirty, even as Abel insisted she was not criticizing the club's work and only meant that the outfit looked a little too flashy. As their argument continued, several customers quietly entered the stall without anyone noticing. The bodyguard questioned whether they had found the correct stall, but the young woman calmly confirmed it, saying the delicious smell gave the place away. Everyone at the stall, even the 3 girls still bickering in the back, finally realized that 2 new guests had arrived. Fans who normally chased after famous personalities sprang to their feet, eager to confirm whether one of their idols was really there. The visitor was the number 2 candidate, and she went straight to Giamma, asking whether he was the man who had dealt with her brothers. His first observation was her massive arsenal. Then he remembered that she was the elder sister of the troublesome twins he had disciplined. He was now standing before Mao Rang. Up close, Mao Rang found him even more handsome than expected and ordered her bodyguard to bring over a red box. She settled into her seat, planted one foot on the box to display her weapon, and finally started talking. While listening, Giamma recognized her weapon as Tempest Strike, an S-rank weapon, and figured revenge was probably her real reason for coming. Before he could even react, Chloe had taken an attack stance, but Giamma told her to stay out of it for now. Chloe clearly hated the order. She stayed silent, but her body language announced that she would not be lending a hand. The entire team immediately went on alert, and even the new girl with glasses straightened up, prepared for trouble. Mao Rang clarified that reopening the incident from months earlier was not why she had come. Giamma was skeptical, remarking that someone of her status probably had better things to do than wander around like the top candidate. That comment hit a nerve, because Mao Rang certainly did not want their first meeting to involve comparisons with someone else. She immediately caught every girl's attention when she announced that her conversation with Giamma was meant to be more personal. As she sat there rambling without pause, Giamma could only conclude that insanity was probably a family tradition. Mao Rang admitted that she was partly grateful because her 2 brothers had dragged the family's reputation through the mud. She had tried everything to control them, but nothing worked until Giamma taught them a harsh lesson, after which the twins finally settled down and the family got some peace. To Giamma, it sounded less like gratitude and more like a thank you note for babysitting, confirming that Mao Rang was desperate for the 7 stars position. Mao Rang was nearly as popular as Con Elizabeth, though she currently sat at the very bottom of the 7 stars candidate list. Since none of that concerned him, Giamma turned away and told her that she could leave once she had finished, because he still had plenty of work waiting. Back at his station, Giamma decided she was exactly like her brothers. Endless words with absolutely no sense behind them. The moment she opened her mouth again, Giamma realized she had come looking for a fight. With a smug little laugh, she congratulated them on opening a booth called Pao Chai, then dragged out Giamma's name while giving him a mocking farewell. Giamma could have ignored the provocation, but insulting his food crossed a line. He called her back, falling straight into her trap, and warned her never to disrespect the food he made again. Mao Rang answered by repeating the exact insult, only this time she stretched out every word even further. Giamma had wanted to keep things quiet and avoid attracting a crowd, but some insults were simply beyond forgiveness. The exchange ended with a duel challenge, and Giamma swore that whatever happened next, he would cut her into pieces. A duel between such a famous figure and a cadet inside the subdimensional space instantly became the must-see event of the festival. As everyone sprinted toward the arena, Leon alone turned around and walked the other way. Just thinking about entering that subdimensional space made his hands shake, and the idea of confronting that cadet terrified him even more. Once the spectators reached the arena, they filled the stands, most of them loudly backing Mao Rang. Still, a quiet group was secretly rooting for her opponent, though none of them dared say so out loud. Rachel and Abel watched with excitement, while Belle sighed that the boy somehow always found the middle of every disaster, though she quietly supported him regardless. Even the top-ranked hero candidate had her eyes fixed on whatever the number 2 candidate was planning. The violet-haired woman finally felt she had secured the attention she wanted. To her, the packed arena might as well have vanished, leaving only one viewer who mattered. Seeing her plan unfold perfectly, she kept pushing harder to hold her rival's gaze. Mao Rang then made an outrageous offer, suggesting that Giamma could become one of her concubines if he was interested. Her strategy was obvious: irritate him, beat him, and then make him remain at her side. Giamma immediately understood her game and called her out, saying she only wanted to erase the final blemish on the Iron King's family. That was when the duel officially started. Giamma unsheathed his blade and declared that Mao Rang would never rise to the level of a 7-star hero. She dismissed his words and immediately lunged forward, ready to strike. Her attack exploded in a blinding burst, forcing the entire audience to wait for the smoke to disappear before judging the outcome. Back at the stall, Chloe hacked away at the vegetables with such fury that they looked more like people she wanted to chop up. The newcomer wondered whether anyone was concerned about Giamma, but Weapon had complete faith in his leader and told the team to keep serving customers. Hana and Saki remained perfectly composed, certain that Giamma would be back before long. In the arena, Mao Rang's supporters grew puzzled when she stopped moving, convincing themselves that she was merely toying with Giamma. The truth was far worse. She was caught inside an illusion and could no longer separate reality from the effects of Giamma's technique. Giamma had quietly expanded his domain to a level worthy of a 7-star master, placing an impossible barrier directly inside her mind. Giamma did not even move. He just stood there and observed her. Mao Rang had heard the elite whisper about Giamma, but she had never expected to stand against the man chosen by the Sword Emperor himself. Years of being treated as Elizabeth's backup choice boiled inside her, and Giamma's relaxed expression finally drove her to unleash her full power. Mao Rang fired off her Hurricane Kick and Tempest Kick, yet Giamma barely reacted, slipping past every blow while remaining on defense. The spectators went wild over the exchange, while Giamma experienced it as nothing more than a casual stroll. Noticing his attention drift, Mao Rang smashed down with her hammer technique and cracked the arena floor apart. She followed with a celestial pierce aimed directly at his heart, but Giamma's sword stopped the attack with ease. A single touch seemed to restore the blade, while electricity surged through Giamma's entire body. Giamma vanished forward in a burst of speed, cutting through her limbs before her body could respond. Mao Rang screamed, overwhelmed by pain and fury, as the enormous difference between their abilities finally became clear. Determined to finish things immediately, Giamma settled into position and aimed his short blade straight ahead. Crying and refusing to surrender, Mao Rang poured every last bit of energy into one final attempt to resist. But Giamma moved beyond the crowd's vision, and in a single instant, his opponent's head was severed. The entire audience stared in shock, Rachel and even the #1 candidate included. The announcer officially named Giamma the winner, and back at the food stall, the blue-haired girl smiled in celebration because she had expected this result all along. After witnessing the exciting duel, Rachel was annoyed that their stew had been left untouched while they watched the battle. Rachel asked whether Abel regretted missing the meal, but her friend's dreamy expression made it obvious that seeing Giamma had been more than worth it. That blissful look convinced Rachel that Abel was genuinely starting to fall for him. Meanwhile, Mao Rang was so drained that she could hardly remain standing. Her worried bodyguard immediately asked whether she needed support. She explained that the battle had taken place inside dimensional space, so her body was not truly wounded, but losing to a 16-year-old had still crushed her international reputation. Her bodyguard admitted with amazement that Kang Giamma was an incredibly difficult opponent and was bound to rise even further. Mao Rang believed that once he reached those heights, her own reputation would return twice as strong. Her pride told her that losing to Giamma was still preferable to bowing before that spiteful woman. She was convinced Giamma existed on an untouchable level, like a mirage visible to the eyes but forever beyond one's reach. She remembered the prodigies from her cadet years, including Elizabeth and the 7-star heroes, yet Giamma stood in a league of his own. Clenching her fist, Mao Rang finally called Giamma what he truly was, a monster. The footage of the Continental Star's defeat spread across the internet almost instantly. Everyone was stunned that a veteran had fallen to a freshman, especially since the entire fight ended at unbelievable speed with nothing but a sashimi blade. The publicity sent their food stall's popularity through the roof, with everyone assuming the stew had to be legendary if someone that famous had eaten there. Giamma was soon branded the sashimi hero, a nickname he absolutely hated. Amid the chaos, the orange-haired boy started distributing queue numbers, but the line only grew longer and piled even more work onto Giamma and Chloe. A lot of visitors had shown up, only hoping to interview the cadet, forcing Saki to throw out several people who kept getting in the workers' way. That ridiculous title kept irritating Giamma, especially because every news report seemed obsessed with mentioning it. He had expected some strange nickname eventually, but why they had singled him out as the sashimi hero was completely beyond him. The system had sealed that title within the Miracle's blessing, and in the original story, it was meant for the Sword Emperor. However, with the Emperor's retirement, that title should have vanished completely. Even after the cleanup was finished, Ryozo kept mocking Giamma, saying they had ruined an honorable title by simply sticking sashimi in front of it. While Giamma obsessed over the title, his orange-haired friend was panicking about the stall, pointing out that hundreds still needed to be served, and they had already run out of queue numbers. As Giamma thought about how brutal the workload had become, he noticed Chloe squeak after accidentally scratching her hand. She insisted it was only a minor cut, but Giamma still worried that they were short-staffed and thought about taking over the cutting counter himself. Right then, Weapon and Nox showed up and volunteered to help with the workload. For Giamma, their help could not have come at a better moment. The moment they began using that irritating nickname, Giamma immediately told them to cut it out. Nox was more concerned about Chloe's little injury, though his strange stare had more to do with seeing her dressed as a waitress. Giamma disliked the way Nox was eyeing his sister, but there was no room for family drama when Saki reminded them that the stall was already drowning in work. Once the extra hands joined in, Chloe and Knox continued working at the cutting station. Weapon enthusiastically called customers forward, while Hannah handled her part brilliantly, and together they reduced the queue until nobody was left by sunset. With the crowd finally gone, Giamma grabbed the chance to sit and recover for a moment. Knox came over to report that the initial cleanup was finished and almost all their ingredients had been used up. Giamma thanked him for stepping in, admitting that he would never have handled the whole mess by himself. Knox cautiously asked whether Giamma was free, struggling to explain that the auditory family wished to speak with him. Giamma knew their leader was the legendary Old Man of the Mountain, considered the greatest mercenary ever, so he assumed the meeting concerned either the council or his use of mental domain during the duel. Knox stressed how serious the invitation was, since the chief had never before shown interest in an outsider. Even though Giamma understood how significant the invitation was, exhaustion had completely drained him. With Knox nervously waiting for his reply, Giamma stayed seated and bluntly declined, blaming his fatigue before saying goodbye and thanking him again. Elsewhere, the academy headmaster was working in her office when a blonde visitor entered after receiving permission. The visitor looked determined to have a casual but direct conversation, clearly unwilling to waste time with polite detours. Now the story jumps back to the events that happened before the festival. During the preparations, the orange-haired boy searched through costumes that might work for the entire group. The girls found the whole idea painfully dull and suspected he was only trying to impress the academy. Giamma got to his feet and took a closer look at the maid outfits his friend was showing off with pride. Weapon proudly pulled out a Mrs. Claw's costume from a box, but one glance at Giamma made him realize it probably was not suitable, since the outfit looked more like summer wear. Weapon immediately pictured the girls wearing it, and his imagination was so shamelessly obvious that everyone else caught on. That shameless display, along with the outrageous costumes, earned him a swift kick out of the room. After reprimanding her friend, Saki reluctantly settled on the maid outfit, even if wearing it made her feel embarrassed. Media was thrilled to see her old friend after 5 years apart and wanted to find out whether she was having fun at the festival. The confident blonde removed her glasses, clearly ready for a direct face-to-face conversation. Acting completely familiar, Media rested her hands on Elizabeth's shoulders, used her old nickname, and asked whether Giamma was the reason for her visit. The blonde demanded to know Giamma's true identity and how he had managed to manifest mental image mastery. Sitting comfortably, the director saw no reason to treat the matter as such a serious concern. Frustrated by the lack of an answer, the blonde struck the bookshelf and demanded to know whether Media was joking, accidentally sending several books crashing down. The director released her aura and coldly asked whether her friend had forgotten exactly who she was during those years apart. A terrifying pressure crushed Elizabeth, making her understand the director's true power. Someone even the sacred spear, absolute bow, and council of elders would never challenge. Elizabeth finally understood that the hero's rumors about a title-surpassing sage were no mere gossip. Media was called the Tyrant, and the power filling the room proved why. The director calmly invited her friend to sit, suggesting they would speak more comfortably that way. Media said she had no idea which rumors had made Elizabeth so interested in one student, then explained that her position required her to treat every student the same. Realizing she would not get anything useful from Media, the blonde rose and prepared to leave. Media simply told her friend to relax and enjoy the festival. At the door, the blonde asked whether Giamma would receive the same treatment, but the director plainly revealed that he meant far more to her than an ordinary student. The woman stormed out and slammed the door, never realizing what Media was truly interested in. Still gripping the doorknob outside, she wondered who this student could be to provoke such feelings, making her the latest person drawn to Giamma. By the festival's final day, the person responsible for the food stall idea was completely worn out. After apologizing for his delay, he learned from the boss that their shift ended in the morning, leaving the rest of the day free for sightseeing. And that instantly lifted his mood. Sensing her chance, Chloe cautiously tried to find out whether Giamma had anything planned for later. Giamma was aware that Chloe had handled most of the kitchen duties because his blade could only be used for 50 seconds. He quickly understood that Chloe wanted to explore the festival with him, so Giamma invited her before she could finish speaking, catching the attention of another girl nearby. The invitation touched Chloe deeply, and she could hardly believe something this wonderful was actually happening. Seeing how pleased she was, Giamma reflected that Chloe's blade technique had become impressive in just 2 days, and that she had worked tirelessly to keep the stall running. Giamma also caught Saki's reaction when she realized that she had not been part of the invitation. Because Giamma had always treated her in a way she disliked, he saw nothing unusual, but when Saki angrily turned around and snapped at the first person nearby, he assumed Weapon had become her target. Once their shift was over, everyone exchanged cheerful goodbyes, while Ryozo stayed grumpy. Possibly because he was exhausted, or perhaps because of yesterday's reporters. With half an hour still remaining before meeting Chloe, Giamma decided to take a short break. But even as he rested, his thoughts refused to slow down, until the sound of footsteps approached. A white-bearded old man with a mustache and cane asked whether he could take the seat beside Giamma and enjoy the festival's atmosphere. The old man complained that heat became harder to tolerate with age, but Giamma skipped the small talk and asked why the head of the auditory family had come to him. Altair smiled, impressed that Giamma had detected both his presence and the sword hidden inside his cane. When Altair asked whether he could guess the purpose of the visit, Giamma answered that it was probably connected to the Elder's order to take his life. Altair clarified that the family had already dealt with its internal issues, leaving Giamma to suspect the real topic was his mental image from the duel, though he could not imagine the leader visiting personally for something so minor. Altair tapped his cane against the ground, unleashing an inhuman aura and forming an illusion that Giamma spotted instantly. The old man then asked whether the two of them were dating, and Giamma answered without emotion that they were nothing more than friends. Altair rose and asked Giamma to watch over Chloe as a friend, while portraying her as wild and dangerous because of the training she had received from her family. The grandfather doubled down, calling Chloe a living time bomb and warning Giamma to keep his distance if he valued his life. Giamma sarcastically praised the old man's performance, having already realized that he was blending facts with lies to paint a fake picture of his granddaughter. Giamma tightened his grip on the blade and released a fragment of the sword god's blessing, shattering the illusion and exposing the nearby civilians as trained mercenaries awaiting their attack order. Once Altair realized Giamma could read through everyone's real intentions, he commanded his people to withdraw. The leader admitted that Giamma had surpassed what he expected, but Giamma himself considered the whole encounter a letdown. After Altair departed, Giamma stayed on the bench thinking over his lies and decided the old man was utterly despicable. Just then, Chloe called his name as she arrived, looking beautiful but completely drained while apologizing for being late. One look at her convinced Giamma that she could never be a bad person, so he reassured her that he had barely waited at all. After speaking with Giamma, the mercenary family's leader was clearly exhilarated. Giamma had identified every mercenary hiding among the civilians without even shifting his position in front of the old man. He had also responded to Altair's domain instantly, a feat so fascinating and frightening that labeling Giamma merely a genius almost sounded insulting. While talking with his red-haired grandson, the old man admitted he was fully satisfied now that he had witnessed Giamma's abilities personally. Leaning on his cane, he chuckled and said the long journey had been worth it, much to his grandson's delight. For the first time ever, the old man confessed that someone had made him feel true fear. At last, he understood why so many people felt that way about Giamma, and he laughed loudly while saying he wanted to meet the boy again. Meanwhile, Giamma could not shake the feeling that the academy was an incredibly bizarre place. Although his meeting with Chloe's grandfather still weighed on him, Giamma knew that revealing those details to anyone would be a terrible idea. When Chloe excitedly asked how they should spend their free time, Giamma reminded her that an event was planned after the parade. As soon as he mentioned the fireworks, Chloe's eyes sparkled and she dashed ahead without hesitation. Chloe was innocence itself, happily wearing her animal ears as she stopped to admire the breathtaking view of the entire academy from above. After walking around for a while, Giamma's energy ran out, so he started looking for somewhere to sit. Chloe kept asking whether he was tired already, even though they had barely walked. But Giamma hid the truth because he did not want to spoil her excitement. Still, Chloe soon understood that Giamma was exhausted because he had been carrying the burden for her, and she regretted not helping more, even if she was admittedly awkward with blades. Giamma looked at her and remembered that he had handled most of the kitchen work, even leaving halfway through the shift to visit the training grounds. Without Chloe's support, the food stall would never have survived the day. Giamma reached over, softly patted her head, and told her she had done an amazing job. His praise brought a gentle blush to Chloe's face as Giamma continued looking at her. She thanked him in a shaky voice, but Giamma brushed it off and said she did not need to thank him for something so small. Despite her embarrassment, Chloe summoned the little courage she had left and prepared to finally say what was on her mind. But the instant she worked up the courage to speak, the rest of the group suddenly showed up. Weapon was easily the most enthusiastic, rushing in while apologizing for arriving late at the meeting spot. Giamma found the whole thing suspicious because they had originally agreed to explore the festival separately. Weapon showed him a message from his boss, saying that the entire group had been instructed to gather at that exact location at 5. Giamma instantly recognized the trap and knew Saki was the only one devious enough to arrange it. He assumed she had a reason and decided to question her about it later. And just like that, Chloe's hoped-for private outing was ruined, leaving the entire group to watch the fireworks together. The group was having a wonderful time, and Weapon even pulled Giamma closer so he could see the fireworks properly. As everyone moved forward, Giamma saw that Chloe remained thrilled, while the girl addicted to his sweet red bean bars lingered behind them. The packed surroundings alone made Giamma uneasy. Huge crowds had never been his kind of environment. When he spotted an empty bench, Giamma immediately claimed it, once again proving that giant crowds were not for him. From the safety of his seat, he observed the crowd from afar, feeling strangely disconnected even while sitting among his own group. Chloe had clearly wanted to tell him something earlier, but now she was simply enjoying the moment, and her happiness was enough for Giamma. Then Giamma noticed couples gathering around him and realized he had somehow chosen the most romantic spot in the entire area. He had no memory of the original game ever feeling this aggressively romantic. In his previous life, he had never had the time to worry about romance. Those ideas existed only when he was controlling his character inside the game. He remembered being nervous at first, yet now the entire situation had become impossible for him to understand. Only 3 months into the academy, Giamma had already faced so many deadly situations that romance had never even found a place in his life. Recently, that pressure had intensified even further, making Jiyama feel more alone than ever. He felt trapped at the edge of his limits, with countless eyes monitoring his every move. Surviving on such a dangerously narrow margin demanded non-stop alertness, and that exhausting lifestyle was gradually pushing him away from the people he valued most. Suddenly, Jiyama glanced to the side and heard a girl sigh that she was utterly worn out. Still munching on her favorite sweet treat, the girl grumbled about hating crowds before collapsing onto the bench and saying her whole body felt like dead weight. She was one of the game's main heroines, and even though Jiyama had once controlled her character, her thoughts remained impossible for him to read. Still, Jiyama trusted her brilliant mind and knew she must have had a definite reason for going so far as to hack his phone. He sat next to her and studied her face, waiting for her to start the conversation herself. Catching him watching her so closely, she asked what exactly he was looking at. Jiyama realized he had never examined her this closely before, particularly not after her odd behavior over the last few days. Embarrassed by the staring, Jiyama quickly shifted his focus back to the couples around them. The girl muttered that Jiyama was hopelessly clueless, wondering how he could miss the obvious hint in such a romantic setting. Jiyama was not thrilled by the accusation, although his complete lack of a counterargument made it hard to deny. She had whispered the complaint merely to vent and never imagined that Jiyama's sharp hearing would catch it. Unable to endure the mystery any longer, Jiyama seized her shoulders and shook her, demanding to know why she had used his number to call the club members. He pressed her about whether the instructor was involved, making her face grow redder and redder while he held on to her. When she remained silent, Jiyama unknowingly squeezed harder. She begged him to be gentler, warning that his grip was starting to make her uncomfortable. When Jiyama still did not let go, she shoved him back and told him to stop because his grip had started to hurt. Jiyama remained utterly blind to her feelings, but his exceptional hearing caught every word. She clarified that neither the instructor nor any emergency had anything to do with her actions, which only made Jiyama more desperate to uncover her real motive. As the lights glittered and the festival began winding down, the girl noticed Jiyama's silence and nervously asked whether he was upset. But Jiyama's thoughts were elsewhere. He was concerned that he might have held her too forcefully. She was still acting unusual, and this strange behavior had continued for quite a while. The more Jiyama considered it, the more he wondered whether she was hiding some personal problem from everyone. The two sat on the bench, trapped in an uncomfortable silence, until Jiyama finally spoke with a hint of embarrassment. He confessed that the question was coming out of nowhere, but he needed to ask her something private. Aware of her explosive temper, he chose his words carefully, though his hesitation only made her more nervous. With a perfectly calm face, Jiyama asked whether she had feelings for anyone, and her cheeks immediately turned crimson. That reminded him of playing with Saki and the bond she had shared with him in the game. He had repeatedly picked her as his partner to trigger romantic shortcuts, remembering that she once described teasing as her way of showing closeness. But now she was acting just like her game version, even making the same expressions. So Jiyama concluded that Leon had to be her crush, and that she was blushing because he was on her mind. The moment he asked, she shot him a murderous glare, folded her arms, and complained that she had foolishly wasted time clinging to hope. That confused him, because this event had happened well before the final exams in the game, meaning his memory should have been accurate. Then he recalled her unusual exchange with Weapon, and wondered if he was actually the person she liked. With a disappointed smile, she chose to walk away and let him reflect on his own stupidity. While he wondered how an archer could hit with such frightening force, a notification appeared as soon as he was alone. Checking the stats screen, he saw that his martial aptitude had risen a little, probably because of the eternal frost gifted by Boss Mansoor. His synchronization rate had climbed after the dream and increased again following his battle with Mao Rang. Watching the festival wind down, he realized that this magical world was not completely foreign to Earth, since his ability to use a sword still carried over. He had stopped longing for his former life, especially because his only real human connection had been with a first master who abandoned him without mercy. The Academy and that man were no different. Both treated every situation as if it were an actual battle. A cold shiver suddenly swept through him, putting him on maximum alert when he sensed someone observing him. He detected a faint magical presence, assumed a villain was nearby, and readied himself without wasting a second. By combining the sword, God's protection resonance with transfer, he used the ground like a transport route and warped away in seconds. The result was far faster and more effective than he had anticipated. Once the ability took effect, he noticed a shadowy figure and rushed straight toward the person watching him. The target stared at him in terror, but Jiyama thrust his sword forward immediately, intent on removing the danger. A few seconds later, the silver-haired woman coughed violently and collapsed onto her knees. As he gripped his sword, thrilled by the confrontation, the short-haired woman looked up and screamed that she was unable to resist. Furious, she stared him down, clearly believing they could have talked things out before he launched a surprise attack. She claimed she had come to negotiate, but Jiyama knew this instructor had been after him since the Buffalo Dungeon, so he already classified her as a villain. With her shaking on the floor, he began a merciless interrogation to uncover why she had been impersonating Instructor Kim. She had previously admitted that she entered the academy under a disguise. Although she begged him not to kill her, he continued pressing her for the number of villains hiding inside the academy. He found it suspicious that she surrendered every detail simply to stay alive, yet he still questioned why they were pinning the 5th Commander's incident on Leon. She swore that she had no idea, but Jiyama doubted her honesty and started drawing his sword again. Panicking, she clarified that she could not be certain, But the culprit was probably a villain known by the codename Professor. According to her, that man masterminded nearly everything, leaving a low-ranking subordinate like her completely out of the loop. She realized he was much more insane than she had imagined. While he noticed her story seemed genuine and asked whether she wanted to live, one look into his eyes told her that he was completely serious. He gave her 2 conditions, the first being that she reveal every bit of information she had about the professor. Shaking and sweating with his blade against her, she admitted that Lord Korn served under that demon, but insisted she knew nothing beyond that. Just before cutting her down, he recognized that she was being truthful and chose to let her live. He understood that she meant the Legion's second commander, who assumed control of the Demon King's forces at the Academy after Lincoln was sealed away. She tried catching him off guard, but quickly saw that he remained focused and accepted that the 5th commander's defeat had stripped her of her villain position. All she wanted was a bargain, even though making one after repeated death threats was obviously dangerous. So Giamma revealed the second condition. If she wanted to survive and stay involved, she had to submit herself to him. Her eyes went wide, but Giamma's blade removed the pink core so swiftly that she may not even have noticed the pain. Those 2 seals appeared when a contract was made with a commander-class demon, marking the subordinate and allowing magical energy to be transferred. Her reaction proved she already understood the process, but he still declared that she was now a villain and that Choi Seol had to do anything necessary to survive. Because she had proven useful as an informant, he decided to discipline her properly another time. Once the matter was settled, his phone buzzed with a message from his female friend. She wanted to know his location, so he claimed he had made a quick bathroom trip and was returning already. The repeated demands for his location made him wonder whether another beating was waiting for him, especially since he had been slow to answer. He tried rushing out a reply before the fireworks began, but he was too late and wound up watching the entire display alone. Meanwhile, the rest of the team enjoyed the fireworks with Rachel, Abel, the director, and several other important guests. Even though she was watching from a distance, the girl was happy simply because she could keep messaging him. When she asked whether he had seen the fireworks, he lied that they were invisible from his spot. She then requested ice cream and recommended red bean. The orange-haired boy praised the festival, only to remember that their exam was just days away. He complained about the massive syllabus, saying he would need to study endlessly for a test he considered painfully dull. He smacked his book onto the table and accused them of trampling all over student rights. Saki, who had been sleeping close by, opened her eyes and immediately told him to keep quiet. He told her to sleep at home if she wanted peace, but Saki fired back that she could sleep anywhere and he was the one disturbing the entire room. The orange-haired boy insisted that his concerns were shared by everyone and that they still had to uncover the exam topics. Saki revealed that she already knew the contents and told him to stop yelling beside her head. The 2 exchanged blank stares, neither really understanding the other, while the boy became increasingly irritated by her answer. Chloe swiftly gave him a gentle slap, then apologized and pretended she had only been swatting a fly. Watching this unfold, Giamma started questioning why Smurgy had suddenly become so well-mannered lately. Then every phone in the room received a message, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. The notice came from Joaquin Academy and concerned the first semester's final practical exam. According to the announcement, the format had been altered. Each team would now contain 1 second-year and 2 first-year students. The academy would assign the teams automatically, leaving students no choice, and the exam would happen inside the special pavilion. Their team details would arrive by email beforehand, but the actual test would remain secret until everyone reached the venue on exam day. Smurgy was stunned that the academy had changed everything with barely 3 days remaining. Giamma was furious too, since he had expected a simple goblin dungeon clear in Gap Young and planned to gather materials there. While Giamma drifted into thought, Saki brought him back by asking whether he was feeling nervous. He denied being nervous and said he had merely been thinking things through. Saki admitted the change had surprised her as well, though she could not say it was completely unexpected. She reminded him that even the Sword Emperor had suffered injuries during the midterms on Scopuli Island. According to her, outside training always led to some kind of incident, making the academy the safest place for students. Giamma listened carefully, agreed with her logic, and admitted that it had helped clear his head. He thanked her, but Saki became flustered and told him to stop staring at her so intensely. She added that his confusion was not unique. Every travel club member was equally lost. She considered him painfully slow and warned that if the president lost his balance, the rest of them would suffer even more. Seeing his chance, Giamma asked her for a favor and wanted to know if she still possessed the academy staff list. She said she had panicked and erased the digital file because of data tracking, though a printed copy was still available. Giamma remarked that the document would simplify their investigation considerably. His words flustered Saki so badly that her cheeks turned red again. Saki asked whether disguised villains were hiding in the academy, while Chloe questioned if they were the ones who attacked the sword demon army in the dungeon. Giamma admitted he could not be certain because villains frequently alter their appearances, making identification difficult. Saki offered to prepare another list for comparison, and Giamma agreed, noting that the club existed to protect them, so identifying possible threats early made sense. The orange-haired boy asked whether whether they should proceed with the main plan, and the other two supported Giamma's idea. He thanked them for backing him, and Saki pointed out that information on the teachers and staff would be extremely valuable at this moment. The orange-haired student wondered why they had to make the whole process so complicated. Giamma remembered that this world periodically compressed fictional data to conserve space, and that quirk allowed them to identify individuals. Despite all the changes around him, his old experience with the game remained incredibly useful. Giamma asked the girl whether searching through the data like that was actually possible. She said it could be done, but questioned whether he was taking advantage of her generosity. Giamma felt uneasy because he knew the truth. He was dumping a huge workload on Japan's prime minister's daughter under the excuse of club activities. Having no money, influence, or honor to trade, Giamma asked what she wanted in exchange. Blushing with a smile, she said she would collect a small favor from him later. He asked what kind of favor she meant, but Saki told him it was nothing involving money or objects and that she would explain when the time came. Several days later, the table was buried beneath a mountain of papers. Giamma asked whether she had completed everything, and she proudly confirmed that she had printed the staff's personal details, including their questionable backgrounds. The orange-haired boy snapped Giamma out of his thoughts when he noticed the list, even recorded everyone's bathroom visits. He complained that such surveillance destroyed privacy and could create trouble later. But Saki reminded him he had approved the plan from day one and called him a hypocrite. Giamma placed a hand on his orange-haired friend's shoulder and argued that more information meant better protection. The boy admitted it still felt questionable, but agreed to go along with it because Giamma supported the idea. Chloe asked what would happen to the documents afterward, and Saki said they would burn every page so no evidence remained. As the discussion continued, Giamma studied the group's personalities. To him, Chloe was essentially a mercenary, while Saki changed her methods whenever her objectives demanded it, leaving both with blurry moral boundaries. His orange-haired classmate, however, still held on to at least a basic sense of decency. Either way, summer vacation was only a week away, and the travel club planned to hunt down the villain during the exams. Giamma asked whether anyone had further questions. A girl raised her hand and questioned the source of their information, while the orange-haired boy admitted he wanted to know that too. Giamma realized they had landed directly on the one subject he desperately wanted to dodge. He could not mention his secret connection to Choi Seol or their pursuit of Leon, since that would create misunderstandings and endanger Choi Seol if Chloe learned she lacked powers. Giamma said he could not disclose the details yet, but assured them that his sources were trustworthy and the informant would be revealed soon. With that, he officially opened the travel club's first meeting. Chloe handed Giamma a bottle of water, and he thanked her while admitting he was thirsty. She silently watched while he drank. The orange-haired boy identified an employee who had not been present the month before and called his movements suspicious. His classmate told him to pass over the document and continue reviewing the others, complimenting his talent for finding useful leads. Not long afterward, Joaquin Academy sent out the assigned exam teams. Giamma's team would be led by first-year student Hana and would include San from the second year. The announcement made one thing clear: switching teams was forbidden. A blonde girl messaged Giamma, happily pointing out that they had been grouped together once more. The moment he emptied the bottle, Giamma tossed it aside and dropped onto the couch. The orange-haired boy remarked that Giamma was probably about to be exhausted all over again. Chloe swallowed a curse when she realized he would be taking the exam with the blonde girl again. The orange-haired student believed Hana's presence meant the team would probably be fine. The bespectacled girl told them not to worry, promising to watch Giamma closely and keep him focused. Chloe immediately agreed. The orange-haired boy then asked who had been assigned to Saki's team. She said she had been paired with second-year Ario, with Leon serving as their team leader. The name Leon instantly silenced the room, with every gaze turning toward Giamma. Saki asked what had crossed his mind, but he brushed it off as nothing. A classmate asked whether the meeting could end, and Giamma agreed, wishing everyone luck for the written exam tomorrow. Most members departed, leaving Saki and the bespectacled girl alone in the room. The girl with glasses asked whether they still had any unfinished business. Saki sat back down and confronted her, asking why her name appeared on the staff list and what identity or secret she was concealing. The girl said nothing, carefully considering her response. Saki remarks that her colleagues' behavior and statements cannot be random, suggesting a secret motive lies behind them. She recalls that the girl never forced her opinions on anyone, a habit Saki had always found suspiciously strange. A moment later, Saki proposes using the official title listed in the documents and directly calls her Professor Hana. Hana quietly adjusts her glasses as she listens to Saki's words. Refusing to back down without the truth, Saki keeps her eyes locked on Hana and demands to know who she is really dealing with. Breaking the quiet room, Hana says she gets why the meeting left Saki on edge, but gently hints that she might be blowing things out of proportion. The blue-haired girl looks completely lost, simply listening as Hana continues her explanation. She points out that playing mind games with people just doesn't fit her style. Hana then brings her attention to the documents, which clearly show an overseas trip scheduled during the festival. Saki kicks herself for missing such an obvious detail, instantly suspecting that the records might have been altered. Still, faking that data seemed nearly impossible, since the subspace network updates it automatically, a domain strictly controlled by the Academy's director. That thought immediately makes Saki wonder if the director himself is mixed up in this whole shady plot. Snapping her out of her spiral, Hana shrugs and tells her that slip-ups happen, reminding Saki that she's human, not a robot. She notes that while she might not get Japanese naming customs, sharing the exact same name is totally common back home in Korea. Hana reassures her that it makes total sense she got worked up after seeing those files right after such a stressful meeting. Pushing her chair back, Hana gets up to head out, satisfied that their little mix-up has finally been cleared up. Standing completely still as Hana walks away, Saki silently swears to herself that she can never afford a screw-up like this again. Just before stepping out, Hana halts in her tracks to drop a little older sister wisdom. She points out that dense guys like Jiyama will never pick up on her subtle feelings, then casually tosses out a good luck wish for tomorrow's exam before stepping out. Now all by herself, Saki plays back the whole conversation in her head, her entire face flushing beet red at that parting shot. Cut over to Jiyama, who is sprawled out in bed as his phone alarm blares away. While the altered exam rules don't bother him much, he genuinely can't wrap his head around the fact that the blonde girl ended up as their squad leader. His plate was already overflowing with problems, and now he had the added migraine of being stuck with the single most unbearable person around. Having gamer knowledge on his side, Jiyama sees right through Rachel's flirty moves. She isn't into him. She just wants top-tier genetics for her bloodline. She carries that old maid trait as a backup plan while keeping her real sights locked on Leon, though Jiyama just crosses his fingers that things don't blow up. Right on cue, his phone lights up with a call from Saki. Jiyama shoots up in bed, picks up right away, and asks what's up and why on earth she's still awake at this hour. Glancing down at his screen while waiting for her to speak, he mentions that he ended up waking up super early and asks if she did too. Saki simply replies that getting a good night's sleep isn't really her thing anyway. Jiyama takes that in stride and quickly asks if she stumbled upon anything suspicious. Saki immediately hits back, asking if he honestly believes she only calls whenever disaster strikes. He silently admits she's got a point, though he knows she usually saves big talks for face-to-face meetings and never wastes time on casual late-night calls. Saki clarifies that she literally just rang to wish him luck on the test coming up in a few hours, then says she's about to drop the call. Before she can hang up, Jiyama quickly tosses the good luck right back at her. Noticing she hasn't actually cut the line, he presses the phone tighter to his ear to see if there's more. Saki whispers a quick thanks and insists that this time, she is definitely hanging up. Left staring blankly at his screen, Jiyama shakes off the weird interaction, gazes up at the moonlight, and reminds himself that it's time to lock in for the exam. Later on, the scene shifts to reveal an enormous, imposing structure. On the surface, it looks like your average academy building, but stepping inside reveals a completely insane environment. Strolling through Joaquin Academy's special pavilion, Jiyama reflects on how the founder built this entire zone just to recreate his brutal 20-year survival trek through Gehenna. It stands as a global wonder with a fully isolated ecosystem, right down to the imported alien weeds and rocks. Luckily, they left out the actual demonic beasts, despite this being a combat test, though Jiyama can't help feeling thrown off by how different it all is from the original game. Out of nowhere, Rachel comes sprinting in and lunges right at Jiyama, locking him into a suffocating hug. On pure instinct, Jiyama's hand instantly snaps to the weapon concealed under his shirt. Feeling him tense up, she steps back with a grin, noting that he feels noticeably stronger than when they last crossed paths. Right in the middle of their exchange, Hana walks up and asks if the group is already assembling. Jiyama says hello to his teammate, only to do a double take when he spots a B-rank crowbar clutched in her hands. When she casually confirms that this is indeed her weapon of choice, Jiyama internally screams, convinced their team is utterly doomed. Rachel immediately whines that Hana managed to show up late on day one. Bypassing Rachel's attitude completely, Hana politely recalls meeting her at the festival, says it's great to see her again, and showers her with praise, hoping she'll be a fantastic leader. The flattery completely breaks Rachel's tough act, leaving her blushing, while Jiyama watches in awe at how effortlessly Hana plays people. An instructor steps up and calls for quiet to break down the rules for the first-year final exam inside the pavilion. He announces that while it's a team-based challenge, it functions very differently from standard competitive tests. Their only objective is to step through the gate and hit the target checkpoint before the timer runs out to clear the stage. A few students mutter that this sounds like a cakewalk, and Rachel casually asks if all they have to do is sprint straight to the finish line. Jiyama knows better. If this were just a brainless foot race, they wouldn't dare call it a final exam. The proctor clarifies that while monsters won't be spawning, an artificial Gehenna mimicking the literal demon realm will be activated. Because the area has zero subspace barrier safety nets, he sternly warns the freshmen to stay on high alert. Some trainees shrug, wondering why they should stress if there are no beasts, while others start worrying about toxic air quality. Shouting down the chatter, the official declares that weapons are strictly banned to keep rookies from accidentally slaughtering each other. Jiyama thinks this rule is way more balanced than the midterms, though he questions how they plan to score them when subspace tech clashes with Gehenna. The administrator adds that each squad will have an escorting instructor to grade them and handle emergencies, noting that anyone wanting to quit just has to let their proctor know. He calls the staff forward, and a group of instructors begins stepping into view. Rachel groans that the setup sounds painfully dull, claiming teens should be brawling, while Hana happily points out that carrying less gear is a massive win. Just then, a white-haired proctor marches over to Jiyama's squad and orders them to surrender their weapons immediately. She freezes mid-sentence, looking stunned, and asks if he really is the famous Giamma. Her coworker chimes in, asking if she personally knows the kid. She explains that while they've never met, literally every instructor heard about Kamung Giamma's crazy feats during subspace training before officially introducing herself as their assigned supervisor. Giamma feels a headache coming on, realizing he's stuck with this unhinged woman while secretly packing a stolen demonic seal, but he knows he just has to power through. The instructor smugly notes that she knows she's gorgeous, playfully warning them to stop staring before she gets shy. Rachel instantly claps back with zero filter, declaring that the woman isn't cute at all and straight up looks like a potato. The proctor snaps right back, saying a fit body doesn't automatically make someone pretty, firing back by labeling Rachel an egg yolk. Pissed off, Rachel balls her fists and asks if she wants to throw hands right then and there. Closing the distance, the instructor smirks, asking if that's any way to talk to a sweet teacher, doubling down on calling her an egg yolk. Rachel scoffs in disbelief and strikes back by calling her a flat ironing board. Dropping the playful act, the instructor leans in with a cold glare, reminding the brat that she's the one running this squad and holding their final grades in her hands. Trying to cut the drama, Giamma interrupts and asks if they can finally move out, pointing out that everyone else is already inside. The instructor remarks that it makes no sense why Giamma isn't running the team, while Rachel mumbles under her breath about how much she hates her. Moments later, the squad teleports straight into Gate, one of the simulated Gehenna, a barren desert wasteland called the Desolate Land. Rachel immediately starts grumbling about how the supervisor is marching way out front instead of trailing behind them. The instructor mocks her, pointing out how loud she was outside compared to how she's now dragging her feet against the heavy amount of pressure. Stumbling through the sand, Rachel swears through gritted teeth that she's going to murder that woman. Giamma can tell the atmosphere here is unnatural, yet for some strange reason, he feels totally unaffected. Rachel, however, is getting crushed by her high mana sensitivity, making Giamma suspect the upcoming gates will be absolute hell. He notices their instructor is practically bouncing with energy, clearly thriving off her insane mana affinity. Watching their guide stride ahead, Giamma admits he was bracing for some hidden plot, but on the surface, everything seems surprisingly clean. With that demonic seal tucked away on him, he feels pretty confident that he's immune to whatever this place throws at him. Glancing back over his shoulder, he checks in on Hana to see if she's managing. Hana admits she's hanging in there, though she confesses it's completely draining her stamina. She's genuinely amazed that Giamma is strolling around effortlessly, only feeling a slight prickle on his skin. That's when it hits him that Hana doesn't possess much natural mana affinity either. Even though she's part of his club, Giamma still keeps his guard up around her, especially with Kyosu's intel flagging Hana as a prime suspect. She doesn't seem to be faking her struggle, and since he's stuck without his sashimi sword, he decides the smartest play is to just keep a quiet eye on her. Turning around, Giamma asks how much time has ticked by, and how long they've actually been walking. Hana checks and tells him that 25 minutes have already slipped away. Giamma realizes they're in a massive crunch. They only have 35 minutes left, and both girls are already running on fumes. It dawns on him that they are literally wandering around lost and bleeding away precious minutes. If they keep this up, they'll be disqualified instantly. Something he refuses to let happen, especially since he still has no clue what the final prize is. If only he had his sashimi sword, he could boost his perception and blast away the mana pressure, but the proctor had confiscated every single weapon. Right then, the image of a tracking hound pops into his head, and his eyes lock straight onto their instructor. He realizes the ultimate mana-sniffing bloodhound has been walking right in front of them the entire time. Suddenly, the instructor picks up on a scent and starts scanning the area. Giamma chuckles internally at the dog comparison while checking on his squad, forcing himself to focus on the objective. That's when he spots something hilarious. The blonde girl is literally counting 1, 2 out loud with every single step. Giamma checks in, asking Rachel if she's holding up okay. She grunts that she's fine, insisting that mana pressure like this just needs to be overpowered with pure brute strength. Giamma finds it comforting that everyone is slowly getting used to the mana pressure. The instructor turns around, surprised that Rachel adapted so fast, noting that while adjusting out in the wild is tough, she's handling it surprisingly well. Then she pivots to Giamma, demanding to know how he's been cruising along effortlessly from second one and what his secret is. He jokes that maybe it's just because his name sounds demonic, prompting the teacher to chuckle and praise his sense of humor. While they chat, the blonde keeps right on counting her paces in the background. The supervisor steps close to Giamma, whispering that she senses a heavy mana surge pulling from the northwest. She explains that if they maintain this pace in that direction for about 10 minutes, they'll hit the first checkpoint. With that dropped, she struts forward as if she didn't just save their entire run. Giamma still thinks she acts like a hyperactive pet, but he has to admit she's carrying their entire progress. He catches himself wondering if the other squads are holding up just as well. The proctor chimes in saying they're doing awesome, which immediately earns her a shut your face ironing board from Rachel. Around 32 minutes had ticked by since the start, and the squad just kept grinding forward. Meanwhile, over in another sector, Leon's squad was pushing ahead. Leon notes that they're closing in on the first checkpoint and orders his team to speed things up. A dark blue-haired girl gasps that they still have plenty of time on the clock and begs for a quick breather. Saki encourages her, saying they're practically there and asking her to push through, keeping a worried eye on her. A moment later, Saki calls out to Leon, telling him to stop. When Leon ignores her and keeps walking, She snaps, asking if he's blind to the fact that their teammate is collapsing and calling him out for being a heartless jerk. Leon shoots back that he isn't ignoring anything, but as the squad leader, he has a duty to keep the mission on track. Saki is stunned, scoffing at his twisted idea of what responsibility actually means. Leon tells her to take it however she likes, flatly stating he won't drag along dead weight who can't trust his lead, taking a jab at whatever soft culture her travel club runs on. Suddenly, he steps back and rests a heavy hand on Saki's shoulder. Leaning right into her ear, Leon whispers coldly that she shouldn't expect him to play nice like her little buddy. He turns and walks away while Saki glares after him, demanding to know why he's dragging Jiyama into this argument. Throughout the whole spat, their assigned instructor just stood back and enjoyed the show. Leon tosses back that he's simply stating the obvious. He isn't soft and considerate like Jiyama. Gently touching Saki's shoulder, the exhausted blue-haired girl apologizes for being a burden and promises to push herself. Their proctor notes that their leader clearly has issues, urging the girls to dig deep and keep up for their own sake. The girl nods, saying she'll give it her all since everyone here is grinding past their limits to chase their goals. Back with Jiyama, he remarks that over half an hour has gone by without spotting a single soul from the other teams. Rachel shoots him a wild look, almost like she wants to take a literal bite out of his shoulder. Annoyed, the instructor tells Rachel to snap out of her weird fantasies and remember their deserted island survival drill. She clarifies that this test follows the exact same logic, except each team's route is randomized and the subspace safety net cuts off past the entrance. Jiyama asks if all the paths converge at the next stage's entrance, pointing out that if so, they should have crossed paths with another group already. The teacher casually shrugs, guessing that most of the rookies probably tapped out and quit already. Rachel groans, saying all she wanted was an exam that actually pushed and built people up. Jiyama silently acknowledges that without their proctor guiding them, their squad would have been disqualified long ago. He speaks up, asking her how the students who drop out actually get rescued and brought back. Telling him to hang on, the proctor fishes a small device called a mana transceiver out of her pocket. She explains that hitting the main button pings their exact coordinates straight to the control room monitor, instantly alerting the rescue team on the main screen. Jiyama questions if a signal could even punch through, considering subspace tech is completely blocked here. The proctor laughs, teasing him that he's as nosy and curious as a cat. She admits she doesn't know the full tech specs, only that it's high-grade gear developed by the Heroes Association lab, just like the tactical pack she's wearing. Jiyama finds her answer solid, genuinely fascinated by the advanced gear. Artifacts like these held priceless, ancient power, which is why the Heroes Association kept tight control over them to regulate international equipment balances. Even so, handing out gadgets with that kind of tech to regular staff seemed pretty reckless to him. The instructor warns them not to get any funny ideas, complaining that if it breaks, it's coming out of her paycheck, so they should just chill. Before she can even wrap up her sentence, Rachel yells out that she spotted the checkpoint, letting the proctor smugly boast that getting lost was never an option with her around. Jiyama watches their proctor saunter off, still teasing Rachel as egg yolk while praising her sharp eyes. The instructor logs their official time at 48 minutes and 24 seconds out of the 1 hour limit, adding that the 1 hour countdown will reset the second Gate 2 opens. Both Rachel and Hana stand there in pure disbelief that they actually cleared the stage. And just like that, the squad is standing right at the threshold of Gate 2. The instructor admitted to Jiyama that she had never been anywhere like this before, so she was figuring things out too. She told him not to judge the door by its ordinary appearance, because the magic inside it was powerful enough to twist space itself. Jiyama wondered whether the door was actually as amazing as she claimed. The blonde insisted that nothing seemed to be behind it, and asked the instructor whether they should simply open the door and enter. The instructor told the blonde that opening the door was all she needed to do, and the timer would begin immediately afterward. The blonde checked once more, and the instructor gave her the same confirmation. The blonde gathered her courage and declared that, as the leader, she would be the one to open it. Jiyama and the rest of the group simply stood there, watching her. She swung the door open in one quick motion, casually remarking that nothing bad should happen. But the moment she tried to move ahead, she discovered that the floor simply did not exist. The blonde let out a terrified scream, only for the glasses-wearing girl to grab her before she plunged down. The blonde complained that she had nearly died, while the instructor admitted this was her first visit too, and that she knew little beyond one certainty. This was the second gate. She then explained that the timer was running and identified the place as Artificial Gehenna, the second gate called the Bridge of the Abyss. Jiyama noticed magic spreading through the area after the portal opened, which finally explained why the path had been completely empty. He understood that the exam was designed to make surrender seem like the safest option, forcing anyone without the correct answer to confront the danger directly. Meanwhile, Leon and his team had already reached the second stage. Saki glanced around, clearly amazed by the scenery. Once she studied the area, Saki noticed that the leader had moved forward without the slightest hesitation and wondered if he had visited this place before. Watching him carefully, the instructor concluded that Leon had exceptional resolve and mental strength. In another area, a man apologized for being unable to continue, while the girl beside him blamed herself for what had happened. Their leader watched them suffer, torn between abandoning the exam and forcing herself to continue. She had insisted earlier that she was all right, but making her teammates continue in that state was clearly impossible. She turned to the instructor and formally asked to withdraw her team from the final exam. The instructor nodded once and pushed the button. A new notice appeared on the screen, reporting another mid-exam surrender and adding the team to the growing list of dropouts. The orange-haired boy was among the eliminated students, complaining that he had thrown up the pizza he ate that morning. When he noticed Chloe, he asked whether her team had quit as well. Chloe clarified that they had not surrendered. Their allotted time had merely expired. Even with his face still pale, he said Chloe's result was impressive, since his team had been eliminated after literally circling the same spot. Chloe said Leon and Saki still appeared to be inside the test, making the boy wonder whether Leon had run into trouble. Chloe reminded him that he already knew perfectly well the boss was not someone they needed to worry about. With a hand on his chin, the boy claimed Saki was his real concern, even though his private thoughts made it obvious that Leon was the one he actually feared for. Leon never left anyone untouched. Getting close to him was like brushing against wet ink, and whether that stain helped or ruined, you depended on who you were. The orange-haired boy guessed that their classmates were probably thriving and told Chloe to come with him. When Chloe asked about their destination, he announced that they were heading out to track down the villains. He regretted being eliminated so soon, yet insisted they could still contribute by helping in any way possible. Chloe remarked that Smoke was increasingly resembling Leon, while Smoke privately wondered why she kept messing up his name. At the same time, Giamma's group was navigating a deadly section, with him repeatedly warning everyone that one wrong step could be fatal. Suddenly, Giamma halted and carefully scanned the area around him. The blonde suddenly stumbled into him, calling it a trust fall, before quickly jumping away and claiming she had only been joking. A little farther along, Hana asked whether crossing the bridge was the final challenge remaining. Giamma now understood why hardly anyone managed to get beyond this point. Even Giamma would have hesitated to cross that bridge without assistance from the subspace. Looking down at the river, the instructor revealed that the lake beneath them was generating the magical energy. Giamma called the instructor over and proposed that she lead the way across. As she stared at him, Giamma figured that bending the rules a little would not matter with no one watching, especially since he had already treated her like a tool once before. He argued that instructors existed to keep students safe, making her the obvious choice to go first. She protested that interfering would undermine the exam, but Giamma promised to accept responsibility and deal with the consequences afterward. The other two immediately supported Giamma, leaving all three of them looking at her as though her decision had already been made. She dropped to her knees and confessed that heights terrified her. Giamma offered her anything she desired for going first, with one exception. He would not hand over the demonic seal. She accepted, reminding him that a promise could not be withdrawn and claiming she would protect everyone by taking the lead. She insisted that the bridge was perfectly safe, though no one believed her after seeing her panic moments ago. She began crawling forward while repeatedly assuring them that the surface was secure, and the others followed. She stopped halfway and admitted she could not continue, prompting the blonde to wonder whether she was actually an instructor or merely a child pretending to be one. Giamma admitted that she had at least helped them reach that point and praised her as he moved past. The unexpected compliment energized her instantly. She sprang up and urged Giamma to put his faith in her. The blonde wondered whether Giamma had bribed her, since her attitude had changed so dramatically, but he asked where he would possibly find money for that. Rachel struggled to match the instructor's speed and told her to slow down, reminding her that she was supposed to lead the group. The instructor fired back that she was the one evaluating them, which meant she deserved to move ahead. The glasses-wearing girl pointed out how similar the two were, and Giamma agreed, while his teammate grumbled that their new friendship had only happened because of him. Determined not to fall behind, she hurried after the other two, who had already gained a considerable lead. Eventually, the group arrived at Artificial Gehenna's third gate, the Tower of Trial. Deep inside the tower, Leon's team had advanced far ahead and was now climbing a seemingly endless staircase. Saki realized they had encountered no other students at all, making first place seem guaranteed, so she could not understand Leon's desperate pace. The instructor urged them to endure a little longer because they were nearly there, but the dark blue-haired girl was exhausted and said her legs could go no farther. Saki told Leon to ease up and asked whether he could not see that everyone else had already reached their breaking point. Leon paused, considered her words, then turned around and bluntly said the issue was that they were simply too slow to keep up. To Saki's surprise, Leon then came back, admitted he had been too harsh, and confessed that he was exhausted and tense as well. Since the fifth floor was close, they could take a short break. He offered to inspect the next floor first, telling them to keep moving slowly instead of stopping altogether. The blue-haired girl, however, had become too exhausted even to remain standing. Tears filled her eyes as she told the instructor that she was unable to continue. The instructor crouched beside her and encouraged her to endure just a little more because the finish was close. Saki immediately lowered herself and offered her friend a ride, saying the stronger person should carry the weaker one, and telling her to climb on before she reconsidered. Saki knew she was struggling too, perhaps because of the magic filling the air, and never expected to push herself this far for another person. Her friend climbed onto her back and accepted the support. A strange sensation suddenly hit both girls, and at that exact moment, Giamma, elsewhere in the tower, sensed it too. The blonde asked Giamma whether he was frightened. After a brief silence, he denied being afraid, though his expression made it clear he had detected a serious disturbance inside. Meanwhile, both girls began sinking toward the floor, struggling to stay conscious without understanding the cause. Just before losing consciousness, Saki's final thought was of Jiyama. Jiyama kept ascending, weighed down by a powerful feeling that something terrible was approaching. He considered whether his instincts were trying to warn him, then dismissed it as nothing more than his imagination. The instructor volunteered to lead, while the blonde asked Jiyama whether he still had enough strength to continue. Jiyama assured her that he still had more than enough energy to keep climbing. As he surveyed the surroundings, Jiyama felt the structure looked like a piece torn directly from the magic tower. Then he spotted a set of footprints marking the staircase. Hana complained that she was already worn out and wondered why the exam had saved such a massive staircase for the very end. The situation puzzled Jiyama. He had seen nobody throughout the exam, yet the footprints suggested another team had definitely come this way. Suddenly, his foot landed on a smear of slime, making him wonder what he had stepped in. The moment he understood what it meant, Jiyama knew his original suspicion had been correct. Without wasting another second, he sprinted ahead and left the others behind. The instructor shouted after him and told the girls to stay put while she investigated, but Jiyama was already too far gone to hear anything. Elsewhere, Saki gradually opened her eyes, fighting to bring the blurry world into focus. She tried to understand what had happened, then noticed a sharp object embedded in her body and feared it had been coated with poison. A moment later, she saw Instructor Paul battling Leon nearby, convincing her that Leon really was the villain they had been warned about. Leon charged at Paul, but the instructor narrowly slipped past the incoming attack. Leon appeared behind him for another attack, yet Paul calmly remarked that his technique remained far beneath what he had expected. The dark-haired girl added that being a hero candidate did not change the fact that Leon was only human and needed extensive training before matching her strength. She wondered if Paul's control over Lord Permish's power was still incomplete, because she could not understand how someone as weak as Leon had managed to beat her. The instructor explained that Leon had grown stronger in a realm resembling the demon world, and the girl insisted that no vessel could be better suited than him. She said everything would proceed perfectly once the master adjusted to the possession, while Paul looked toward Saki and remarked that their new master would be delighted. The dark-haired girl walked over to Saki and asked whether she had finally regained consciousness. Saki begged silently for her life, thinking about how every day she had lived had felt like the same dull routine repeating endlessly. She had never entered the academy with dreams of becoming a hero. She had joined because she wanted a reason to bring her life to an end. The girl mockingly asked how convincing her performance had been, complained about Saki's disappointment, and violently pulled the blade from her body. After ridiculing Saki for being so weak, the girl said farewell and left her bleeding on the floor. Saki finally understood that the girl and the instructor were imposters, not genuine members of the academy. For the first time, Saki truly wanted to survive, and in that desperate moment, she prayed for someone to save her. A shadow drew near, and when Saki recognized Jiyama, she stretched out her hand and begged him to save her. The girl was caught off guard when Jiyama and the instructor suddenly appeared with the others. The instructor recognized the girl, then saw Leon and the other students sprawled motionless nearby and could not tell whether either was still alive. The girl taunted the instructor with a fake greeting and asked whether she wanted to use this chance to serve Lord Permish. She branded the instructor a traitor, but the instructor silently thought the accusation suited the girl better, since she had defected at the first chance. She planted her foot on Leon's head and told Jiyama to keep silent, sneering at the idea that an unarmed human could accomplish anything. She offered the instructor a bargain: kill Jiyama with one of the weapons in her bag, and she would put in a good word with the Lord. The instructor froze, unsure how to respond, but Jiyama raised a hand, told her to stay calm, and promised to take care of the situation himself. The sight made the girl erupt into cruel laughter. With no alternative left, the instructor reached into her bag, took something out, and called Jiyama's name. The girl smiled, convinced the deal had been accepted, but that confidence vanished almost instantly. The instructor announced that Jiyama was now her new master and ordered him to take the sword. Furious at their defiance, the girl shot them an enraged glare. Jiyama tightened his grip as the sword god's protection awakened inside him, and he prepared to annihilate everyone responsible for hurting Saki. He also swore to avenge every life lost in that place, and as his determination solidified, his entire aura changed. The male instructor said he would deal with Jiyama while unleashing his power, and Ariel agreed on the condition that the female instructor was spared. But before he could complete the attack, Jiyama cut the incoming strike straight down the middle. The instructor stared in surprise and admitted that even injuring Jiyama was proving incredibly difficult. He claimed Jiyama's abilities had enraged too many powerful people and announced that they would crush him on the spot. He asked whether Jiyama could sense the enormous magic saturating the area, boasting that this place gave him limitless power and guaranteed victory. He privately congratulated himself for forming a contract with Lord Permish and joining forces with Ariel. A fierce clash erupted across the entire area. A stray rock suddenly shot toward the female instructor, forcing her to lift a leg and avoid an attack that had not even been aimed at her. Once steady again, she wondered whether Paul could really control two elements simultaneously, and whether Jiyama would eventually be overwhelmed by that tremendous power. The male instructor yelled, demanding to know where Jiyama had gone, then mocked him for supposedly fearing the combined power of Akori and Permish. He declared that this was exactly the lesson a mere human needed: to remember where he belonged. Before his mockery could continue, a sudden wave of power cut through Paul. Stunned by the blow, He demanded to know where the arrogant brat had attacked from and how he had moved so fast. A second attack immediately tore through the air toward Paul. Paul desperately attempted to evade it, but the attack connected. Furious, he called Giamma a cowardly rat and demanded that he show himself instead of hiding until the tower came down. He began firing magic wildly in every direction, swearing that he would keep attacking until he found his target. Giamma remained calm, rushed directly at him, and landed another decisive blow that left the instructor gravely injured. Hunched over in agony, the instructor realized his mistake and regretted not cutting Giamma's throat when he had the chance. Staring at the body on the floor, he rejected the idea that he could suffer such a humiliating loss. His eyes filled with madness as he roared about how an ordinary human had dared to outwit him. A horrifying burst of energy amplified his strength tremendously, and he started screaming at Giamma like a madman. The female instructor gasped at the transformation, while even Ariel, who knew his powers well, recoiled in fear. The man moved forward, but Giamma only looked back at him with irritation. The crazed instructor charged in for a killing strike, leaving both women stunned by his reckless attack. Then a blinding burst of light erupted across the room. Before anyone could react, the man slammed into the floor, his body sliced perfectly in two. Giamma stood above the fallen man, gripping his sword in complete silence. The female instructor stared at him in disbelief, sensing that his very aura had transformed, and concluded that remaining beside Giamma was now the safest choice. Ariel was furious at her partner's stupidity, yelling that Giamma looked like an outright monster and ordering him to stay back. But he kept advancing through that terrifying aura, completely ignoring her, so she repeated the warning in sheer panic. Backing away one careful step at a time, she stared at his sword and wondered whether he could still be called human. Her mission was only to hand Giamma over to Lord Permish, but staying alive mattered far more to her right now. Escape briefly crossed her mind, yet she dismissed it at once because she knew Giamma could catch her effortlessly. She could not detect even a trace of magic from him, yet a purple aura spun around his body. Maybe his armor was blocking her senses, because none of this made any sense. Running out of options, Ariel seized Saki and warned that another step would get the girl killed. The female instructor watched in silence, unsure whether stepping in was the right move. Keeping Saki restrained, Ariel complained about her rotten luck and scanned the ground for the sword Saki had dropped. Out of nowhere, Saki opened her eyes and complained that Ariel's hold was painful, ordering her to release her. Then Saki turned the tables, snatching the nearby sword and jabbing Ariel with its edge. Ariel screamed in disbelief, demanding to know how that shameless little pest had touched her and why Saki was not dead already. Saki calmly revealed that she was an excellent actress and that her family trained its members to resist poison, meaning Ariel was the one who had failed to withstand the toxin. To rub salt in the wound, Saki repeated the very words Ariel had used earlier and said she was deeply disappointed in her. A few seconds later, Ariel hit the ground in defeat, muttered one last insult about Saki being a brat, and went completely limp. Saki nearly toppled over, but Giamma let his sword fall and caught her softly before she could crash down. Once the others reached them, the female instructor signaled everyone to keep quiet. Saki flinched and told him her shoulder was aching, asking him to loosen his grip a little. Remembering the wish Giamma had promised her a few days earlier, she settled deeper into his arms and quietly asked to remain there a little longer. Meanwhile, Saki eventually opened her eyes in a hospital bed. Weapon, the orange-haired boy beside her, greeted her awakening and asked whether she realized how long she had been out. When Saki asked how long she had been unconscious, Weapon told her 3 full days had passed. Walking closer, he jokingly wondered whether sleeping for that long was normal for her. Saki paid no attention to him as memories of the final exam came rushing back. Weapon snapped her back to reality by saying she now owed the club president, because Rachel had told him Giamma was the one who gave first aid to both her and Leon. He admitted that this surprised him too, since he had never known Giamma had a healing blessing. The doctors were equally impressed, calling the treatment almost flawless. Saki confirmed that Giamma had truly saved them, then recalled how she had asked him to stay beside her for a while. Weapon could only stare as Saki suddenly broke into a loud scream. Weapon asked what had gotten into her, while Saki panicked over how she could possibly face Giamma after that embarrassing moment. Weapon privately wondered whether this was post-traumatic stress disorder and what exactly had happened during the exam. Saki caught him staring and asked whether something was wrong. Still suspecting trauma, Weapon moved closer, told her to relax, and offered her favorite red bean sweets. Saki glanced from the sweet to Weapon, suddenly became perfectly calm, and launched her pillow straight into his face. She demanded to know whether he seriously expected forgiveness over one snack, then shouted at him to leave. A slightly offended Weapon walked out and slammed the door on his way. Alone again, Saki admitted she may have overreacted and planned to apologize later, though she was grateful to still be alive. Gazing at the beautiful moon, Saki suddenly burst into tears as the reality of surviving the final exam finally sank in. She ripped open the wrapper and ate the sweet through tears of pure happiness. Then she froze mid-bite, remembering that she still had to face Giamma, before smiling at the thought of thanking him someday. Elsewhere, Giamma strolled through the hallway with a calm expression, unconcerned about what came next. 3 days had passed since the final exam, and Giamma kept thinking about the serious injuries Leon and Saki had suffered. He remembered them standing on the edge of death, forcing him to activate every blessing he had. Thankfully, the gamble paid off. Once Giamma healed them, The blonde girl and the instructor took the injured pair away. He now stared toward Saki's room, his thoughts returning to the green-haired woman. Jiyama understood that this conflict had expanded beyond him, and that realization angered him because his friends had been dragged in and injured. Raw strength would not solve this anymore. Jiyama needed to reach for something far greater. At that moment, Weapon was tossed out of the room, whining that he had only been trying to help. Jiyama asked about the commotion, and Weapon explained that he was heading in for his turn to check on their classmate. As Jiyama moved toward the room, Weapon reported that Saki was awake and physically recovered because of him, although one issue remained. Jiyama immediately asked what sort of problem he meant. With a hand on his chin, Weapon diagnosed her with severe post-traumatic stress disorder, pointing out that she had screamed randomly and attacked him with a pillow. She had always been irritating, Weapon added, but now things were worse. She had even tossed her favorite sweet onto the floor. Jiyama silently concluded that if she was behaving like that, then she must have fully recovered. Jiyama changed the subject and asked about the investigation into the villains. Weapon said Rachel had joined the search and that they were nearly done. He held out a sheet of paper and asked Jiyama to inspect it. Jiyama accepted the paper and started going through the suspect list. None of the 6 names belonged to teachers, and Jiyama was certain more conspirators existed. He vowed to track them down and remove them. Without lowering the sheet, Jiyama asked whether Weapon trusted the list, and Weapon confidently said he was completely certain. Jiyama next asked whether Weapon had plans after class tomorrow. Weapon nodded and suggested that the whole group visit Saki together the following day. Jiyama stared at him over the paper and asked whether Weapon still failed to understand Saki, since visitors were the last thing she would enjoy. Weapon admitted that he got the point, then asked what Jiyama planned to do tomorrow. Yama crushed the paper in his fist and announced that the time had come for them to make their move. Elsewhere, one man asked whether Cladai, among the elders, was the mastermind behind the entire mess. The other person confirmed it, explaining that Cladai had persuaded the remaining elders and that they had also caused the demons to appear during the midterm exam. Sipping his coffee, the man asked whether they had attacked the final exams as well. The reply was that the investigation continued, with even the undertakers suspected of being involved. 2 men were not alone in the room. A striking woman was there with them. Her anger was so intense that she started pounding the floor, demanding to know whether those arrogant fools had joined the assault too. The man added that reports placed their last sighting on Avalon Island. The news only fueled the woman's fury, prompting the coffee-drinking man to tell Medea to calm herself. She shot back, asking whether he expected her to sit around sipping coffee just like him. Her responsibility was protecting every student, she explained, which was exactly why the situation had her so tense. Her eyes glowed red as she raged that some intruder had dared to pull off such an attack. Worse still, someone from the Council of Elders was involved, and that was the last straw. The green-haired woman pointed out that the attack had happened despite every precaution they had taken. The man set his cup down and reminded her that she was not the only angry person there. His granddaughter also studied at the academy. That did nothing to cool her temper. She stayed completely enraged. The white-haired man asked whether their evidence was solid enough. He confirmed that they had gathered 2 months of evidence and could execute every culprit without delay. The entire room fell silent for a brief moment. His eyes burned with anger as he quietly said that he understood. The woman feared the situation was about to spiral out of control, since no one could restrain him once his anger erupted. Without warning, he crushed the cup in his hand, making his fury impossible to miss. He was just about to continue when a sudden knock came from the door. Someone outside announced that they had arrived with an urgent matter. The door swung open, revealing Jiyama and Weapon as they entered the room. Weapon felt uneasy under the scrutiny of people far more experienced than him. Everyone inside turned their attention toward Jiyama and his partner. The director demanded an explanation, and Jiyama said they had come regarding what happened during the final exams. Weapon added that the document contained everything he had discovered about the exam and the villains hiding inside the academy. The 3 people in the room listened closely, recognizing how serious the discussion was. The director confirmed that he was Weapon and said this was their first face-to-face meeting, even though she already knew they belonged to the Travel Council. She then asked whether the people listed were probably the half-demons. Weapon agreed, explaining that their recent hiring and employment records remained suspicious even after being investigated. The woman became enraged at the names, saying her blessing had revealed that those employees did not actually belong to the academy. Jiyama figured that if the information came from the poet's blessing, it was probably accurate. The 2 men sitting nearby watched her carefully. Still holding the sheet, she demanded to know how they had printed the list and exactly how they had obtained it. She fixed both of them with a hard stare, warning that she would ask only once and ordering them to answer at once. Weapon glanced nervously at Jiyama, convinced they were finished, but Jiyama simply admitted that they had hacked the academy's network. Putting one hand on her hip, the director asked whether they had really broken into the most secure network in the world. Her expression froze when Jiyama confirmed that they had. Jiyama explained that, as president, he had ordered his partner to hack the system, adding that Weapon was excellent with computers and ranked 2nd in his class. Jiyama apologized and said they had kept it from her because the break was approaching and there was hardly any time left, hoping she would understand. The director held her head and considered overlooking the incident, since she already had more than enough problems on her plate. She acknowledged that their goal was noble, but firmly warned them not to repeat the stunt. The director explained that Giamma's past actions had earned enough trust for her to forgive this, while any other cadet would have been expelled on the spot. The nearer Giamma came to becoming the weapon he envisioned, the more clearly he proved what a loyal friend he was. Klinga complained that the whole situation was becoming a massive headache, making everyone else turn toward him. He asked the Sword Emperor whether he was not entitled to the details, then announced that he planned to visit Claudi's private mansion that very day. Giamma asked whether they were referring to the Elder. Klinga explained that the Council of Elders, led by Claudi, had tried to hurt their classmates. He nearly caught them using the auditors and solid evidence, but the rules stopped him. Giamma realized that even the Sword Emperor would struggle to confront the council head-on. After all, the council was one of the world's major pillars of power, and Klinga was not one of the 7-star heroes. He continued, warning that a direct strike against the elders would let the villains seize the academy immediately. The director added that they might lose all chances of finding the culprits, but insisted that the elders could not be allowed to act freely. Giamma proposed dealing with both sides simultaneously, suggesting they lure everyone into one location and simplify the operation. He took out his phone and immediately called the instructor. As soon as she picked up, Giamma asked whether every villain was unaware of the others' identities. She confirmed it, so Giamma instructed her to collect every name he mentioned from then on, because each one was a villain. She asked how he planned to pull that off. Giamma began explaining the plan, then ended the call once he had gotten his point across. He announced that the auditors would be raiding Claudi's mansion. Klinga asked whether Giamma and the director planned to break into the villain's meeting place. Giamma confirmed the plan, and Klinga conceded that it could genuinely succeed. The director questioned how he would assemble every villain, but Giamma said there was no time to waste and they had to leave now, promising to explain the details afterward. The man wiped his face and remarked that carrying out a plan before explaining it was certainly unusual, adding that Giamma acted more like an arbitrator than anything else. The Sword Emperor asked how many auditors had been sent from Cecily. The man replied that they had chosen the finest auditors, but warned that the mission would be tough because the council had escort knights and 8 auditors of its own. Giamma suddenly declared that he would accompany the auditors to Claudi's mansion. The director stared at him in disbelief, but Giamma argued that he had every reason to go since he was also a victim. Privately, Giamma knew he had to join in now that innocent people were being pulled into the conflict. His present strength clearly fell short, meaning he had to climb to the very top if he wanted to stop another incident. Then he revealed that he was the heir to the 7 stars and the Sword Emperor's successor, stunning everyone in the room. The Sword Emperor asked whether he was certain, and Giamma answered with a firm nod. Meanwhile, Giamma stood beside Weapon beneath the moonlight. Weapon asked whether Giamma truly intended to leave, and Giamma confirmed that he did. Giamma drew his sword and told his partner to wait there because he would return shortly. Weapon warned him not to go too far. Elsewhere, a man read a message, lost his temper, and kicked the wall while asking whether they took him for an idiot. His companion pointed out that the message was from their teacher and asked whether the man thought he was the boss now. They decided to leave immediately and prove who was really in control. Without warning, someone appeared, and the room erupted into a small commotion. The blue-haired man said he hated their teacher, but admitted they would still have to obey even the most ridiculous order. He wondered why he was the only one present and asked where the rest of the group had gone. After hearing a sound, he told his companion to investigate quickly, warning that the teacher would become a nuisance if they stayed around. The blue-haired man sensed no mana and told his partner to hold on for a moment, but the other man's body suddenly crumpled to the floor. Everyone present was left completely baffled by what they had just witnessed. Then a woman's figure stepped out of the darkness. The man demanded to know her identity, while the woman casually remarked that everything had been rather peaceful until now. It was the director, walking toward them while gripping the fallen man's head. In another location, a man walked along while remarking that Giamma was an unusually strange young man. Although he could not explain exactly what he meant, the man said that he could neither read the boy's thoughts nor judge his nature, yet he knew Giamma was fundamentally different. He added that Giamma's black eyes looked like sharp blades, as though every trace of humanity and emotion had been torn from them. A moment later, the man asked whether Giamma knew what separated humans from monsters, explaining that a monster placed its faith in only one ordinary person. Uncomfortable with the subject, Giamma asked what any of that had to do with what was happening now. Under the full moon, the tension deepened as the man warned Giamma not to become a monster himself. Suddenly, 8 fully armed and battle-ready figures emerged. Giamma looked at them and realized every one of them was incredibly powerful, exactly what he expected from the peak practitioners of night techniques. With that settled, the group started making its way toward the marked destination. Back in front of the principal, she casually let her defeated companion's head fall to the floor. Everyone nearby froze in disbelief, never suspecting that such a seasoned warrior was concealed beneath her harmless-looking appearance. Surrounded by purple energy, the blue-haired man told his comrades not to underestimate her, dismissing her as an old woman who had been crossing the line for more than 40 years. He sprang upward, fully prepared to take her down, and ordered her to disappear. But the principal effortlessly slipped away from his attack. With one counterattack, she knocked him down and cut him cleanly in 2. She lifted him up and told him that his outdated claims meant nothing anymore, before publicly teaching the arrogant student how the world actually worked. Among the 7-star heroes, she alone held no fixed position and was instead infamous as Media the Tyrant. The principal then invited the next fool who wanted a lesson. Someone else crept up behind her and demanded that she disappear, but she instantly cut him in half. The newly arrived Sword Emperor wondered whether that man had any idea where his limits were. The principal pointed out that he was ridiculously late to the scene. After looking over her clothes, the Sword Emperor asked if she still refused to replace that outfit, since she wore the same thing in nearly every battle like it was her official uniform. Media explained that she had never once abandoned those clothes. At that moment, a dark blue-haired man questioned their behavior and commanded everyone to unleash their full magical power. The Sword Emperor simply watched the principal, as though he already knew the next move, while she readied her attack and declared that this was exactly what made the whole situation even less forgivable. Meanwhile, in another area, a guard glanced through the window and grumbled that the light bulb had died yet again. The other guard explained that it had been running all night, so naturally it burned out this fast. He added that Lady Claddy had money to spare but was too stingy to hire help, expecting him to work as both a knight and an electrician. Since he was too distracted to notice the danger, the guard suddenly had his head severed. The attacker told the others that their task was complete as the guard's body crumpled onto the floor. While the attacker walked past the corpse, Giamma and the man accompanying him moved closer, with the other guards still chatting among themselves. One guard finally spotted them, pointed in their direction, and alerted the others. Giamma's companion ordered the auditors to open a route, and they immediately formed up around the pair for protection. Giamma shut his eyes when the knights began shouting that the auditors had breached the area. The knights rushed in, eager to punish Giamma, yet every attacker was badly wounded and sent crashing down. Still refusing to back off, they launched another assault and were flattened all over again. The final guard aimed his spear at them, but Giamma ignored him and continued forward, even though he hated being caught up in this mess. Like everyone before him, the last guard was defeated and dropped to the ground. Once every guard was down, Giamma's companion remarked that the supposedly secret facility was enormous. The boy asked whether he was not concerned, because executing an elder would be dangerous, even if they possessed undeniable proof. Resting a hand on his chin, the man answered that as members of the Auditor Parivar, they could not sit idle if the evidence was conclusive. He finished by assuring the boy that, as the next ranked member of the 7-star heroes, he would face absolutely no consequences. A masked figure informed them that the others had already entered Lady Claddy's office. All of a sudden, the group halted before a closed door. The man asked whether they had reached their destination, and the masked person confirmed that they had. For a brief moment, everyone remained silent, their eyes fixed on the entrance. The man observed that the silence was unnatural, meaning something inside had definitely gone wrong. He gestured for Giamma to take the lead and open it. The boy studied the entrance, stepped forward, pressed both hands against it, and told everyone to prepare before pushing the door open. The moment the door opened, a blinding light burst out and forced everyone to shield their eyes. The 3 men could only stare at the entrance in shock. Before they entered, someone hurried toward them and addressed the man as master. The man demanded an explanation, but before the newcomer could respond, a sudden attack obliterated their body in front of Giamma and the others. Inside the room, they discovered the rest of the group sprawled lifelessly across the floor. Nox was shaken by the sight of his fallen comrades, but the man ordered him to control himself. As he watched Nox, Giamma realized how painful it was to see their friends lying there without a sign of life. Just then, a pink-haired man appeared and mocked the head of the Auditor family, asking whether someone like him even possessed emotions. Furious, Nox shot back that those arrogant enemies were the ones who had murdered their friends. The pink-haired man coolly replied that interrupting grown-ups was considered rude. He said he would have preserved the bodies as keepsakes, but the unbearable odor changed his mind, so he suggested that the family head wash them properly and deal with their remains. When the man finally exploded in rage, the pink-haired one smirked and observed that he did, in fact, have feelings. A short while later, another figure arrived while speaking with his allies. Enraged, the man demanded to know how an elder could join forces with such worthless trash, no matter how desperate he was. The elder yelled that he should keep quiet, insisting that it was absurd for a mere butcher to preach to someone of his rank. The man told him that he ought to be ashamed of himself before the eyes of his ancestors. Sensing the tension rising, Giamma asked the man to calm himself. The annoyed elder started to respond, but his companion told him to let it go because arguing with those shameless fools was pointless. Even then, the elder could not calm down, since the man had dragged his father into the argument. The pink-haired man put a hand on the elder's head and, finally out of patience, reminded him that he had already ordered him to shut up. He lifted his arm and began advancing toward Giamma. The academy had produced a once-in-a-generation group of prodigies, yet one student had risen above them all and taken first place. That student was Giamma, and he was also a potential host. The pink-haired man approached with a threatening grin, saying that Leon had delivered Giamma into their hands and that they would give the boy a small lesson. He said Giamma was so valuable that even the Legion commanders had noticed him, though they were confident capturing him would be effortless. Giamma responded with the look of someone ready to punish them and suddenly unleashed his demonic energy. The pink-haired man was completely unable to understand what he was witnessing. The elder hated Giamma's cold stare and boasted that without Medea shielding him, he could easily put the boy in his place. Giamma never broke eye contact, silently deciding that this was the ideal chance to make those villains pay. Jiyama told his two allies to deal with the enemy's heads while he took care of the magic attacks. The pink-haired man said he had expected them to be unique, but apparently they were all crazy, then mocked Jiyama for planning to slice through everything with that pointed weapon. Jiyama understood that the sword god's protection appeared the instant he took up his blade. He drew his weapon and effectively confirmed their suspicion, causing the enemies to release their abilities. The pink-haired man ordered his allies to stop, convinced that such a barrage had already wiped the group out. His companions waited for the smoke to thin, eager to confirm that no one had survived. One enemy spotted them through the smoke and assumed they would be easy targets, only to be cut in half instantly, making it clear that Jiyama's group was completely serious. The enemies stared in disbelief when they saw that Jiyama had not even suffered a scratch. Following the original plan, the pink-haired man told everyone to focus on the group, and all of them attacked at once. When one enemy charged ahead, Nox moved straight toward him, prompting the opponent to warn his comrades about the approaching red-haired fighter. Without warning, another enemy appeared and struck at them. Unwilling to let his allies get hurt, Jiyama instantly sliced the attacker apart. Even Jiyama's companion was stunned that he had managed to slice through magic itself. The enemies were left speechless, with several of them insisting that what they had seen was impossible. The pink-haired man urged his allies to continue attacking, but when someone questioned his own involvement, he casually said that he was only watching. Nearby, a pink-haired girl wearing glasses asked her friend when they would receive another opportunity to use such gorgeous magic. The purple-haired girl agreed, and their abilities started merging together. Soon, the bespectacled girl questioned her friend's aim, complaining that their spells kept crashing into each other. The purple-haired girl fired back that the real incompetent was her, since she kept firing her own powers straight at her. Their argument kept escalating until the pink-haired girl completely blew her top. The purple-haired girl also reached her limit, while the man warned that ignoring the enemy for even a moment was practically asking to die. Another enemy walked up and accused the man of being distracted, but Jiyama suddenly appeared and split him in two. Nox completed the attack and asked whether those worthless idiots had ever learned to stay silent. The man joined the fight himself, striking his opponent and promising to teach him the proper meaning of respecting his elders. The elder proposed clearing the area so they could verify that every opponent was down. His companion agreed and illuminated the whole area. They searched the area for signs of victory, only to be stunned by the scene in front of them. Jiyama and his allies were standing without a scratch, while the defeated bodies belonged to their own side. The elder could only stare in shock as Jiyama started approaching him. The pink-haired man recognized Jiyama as the true danger and warned him to stop, threatening to execute the elder if he took another step. Jiyama paid no attention to the threat and continued forward. That forced the man to issue the same threat once again. Suddenly, Jiyama came to a halt and studied the pair. The pink-haired man noticed Jiyama's smile and, still wary of his intentions, let the elder go. Right then, someone remarked that the power was being used incorrectly. Jiyama watched the newly arrived masked figure address the enemies. The pink-haired man complained that they had been waiting forever and addressed the masked stranger as professor. As the mysterious man approached, he expressed disbelief that everyone except one person had died, admitting that this outcome was nowhere in his plans. He added that, for a teacher, nothing could be more satisfying than watching his students grow stronger. Meanwhile, Jiyama kept staring at the man, certain that he had seen him somewhere before. The pink-haired youth blamed the disaster on the professor's late arrival, but the professor coldly replied that his companions had simply been too weak. The young man refused to accept that answer and defended himself, insisting that his companions were down only because the professor arrived late and destroyed the entire plan. The professor mocked him by saying that empty barrels make the loudest noise, though even he had not expected this much racket. The young man moved toward the professor, accused him of hiding behind his mask, and then ripped it away to reveal his face. Elsewhere, the principal was still busy putting the students through their punishment. The dark blue-haired youth smiled and said he was willing to tell her anything, claiming that she only needed to ask. The principal immediately shut down his confidence and asked whether he honestly thought anyone cared about hearing him talk. After handling him, the Sword Emperor said the matter was settled, but admitted he remained suspicious because he had counted 6 people altogether. A deafening sound suddenly reached them, and the two realized it was coming from the demonic sword. Back with the professor, he called the student incredibly disrespectful, making the young man apologize and admit that he had gone far too far. While Jiyama and the other two watched, the elder asked whether Damien had come there to rescue him. The professor suddenly lowered his hood, exposing a head of striking green hair. Turning to Jiyama, he said it had been quite some time since their last meeting. Jiyama's eyes widened as the truth hit him. The person standing before him really was Damien. The professor asked whether Jiyama wanted to know how he had ended up there and offered an explanation so Jiyama would have no reason to remain angry. He explained that he had planted a listening spell on the female instructor, knowing her fear of death would make her cling to Jiyama whenever danger appeared. A visibly irritated man remarked that this person was the mastermind behind the entire incident. Ignoring everyone else, Jiyama asked whether Damien had mentioned the blessing to him before. The professor told him not to worry about that, praising him as a diligent student and genuine genius, while insisting that everything he had said earlier was true. Jiyama asked why he had orchestrated everything when he had never lied to him until now. Damien answered that the explanation was simple. He needed a vessel, and everything that happened here was merely an error in his calculations. With a snap of his fingers, he remarked that 2 more people still needed to be brought down. Giamma was speechless for a moment, then quickly warned his comrades to stay alert. Magical attacks began flying across the room. Yet Nox avoided every single one with perfect timing. The professor urged them to stop resisting because he disliked pointless fights, while the other man smoothly evaded the incoming attacks. Altair warned Nox to stay cautious, since the attacks could emerge from anywhere. Damien observed that they were evading the attacks impressively, especially considering they could not predict where the power would strike. Seeing the professor distracted, Giamma used the opening to move closer. The professor spotted him immediately and blocked the blow, but made no effort to counterattack. Damien stepped away while studying Giamma, saying that although the boy's limbs were inferior, he still considered him a vessel and wanted to take him intact. He snapped his fingers once more and asked Giamma to cooperate, just a bit. The elder stood behind them and simply watched, while the other man explained that approaching that technique would be extremely difficult. Giamma explained that the spell causes the air to explode at a chosen point, meaning anyone trying to cut through it could be caught in the resulting blast. The professor snapped his fingers again and remarked that Giamma really was unlike the others as the battle continued throughout the mansion. Giamma realized that the man activated the spell through hand gestures, yet the explosion's location remained impossible to predict. With only 15 seconds left, evasion alone would not save them. As explosions continued erupting everywhere, the professor kept calling the entire situation ridiculous. Then Giamma noticed a pattern and wondered whether the spheres truly detonated simultaneously. He rapidly avoided the attacks while studying them and realized that the explosions at the farthest points occurred later. Although the attacks seemed simultaneous, a tiny delay existed between them, and Giamma realized he could exploit that gap. The elder called the display impressive and urged the professor to wipe out every one of those disrespectful fools. Suddenly, one of the spheres changed course and flew straight toward the elder. The professor remarked that the elder's ally was quicker than he appeared. Unable to understand why he was being targeted, the elder asked whether the professor had not come to rescue him, but Damien dismissed the idea as absurd. The elder insisted that he had gathered all those villains for the professor's benefit, earning nothing but a look of utter contempt. Then Damien started laughing and asked whether the elder truly believed he would waste time rescuing someone incapable of thinking for himself. Damien continued by declaring that the elder had no worth at all and was nothing more than a parasite living off others. He piled insult upon insult, finally adding that the elder's father must be crying wherever he was. As he closes the distance, he reveals that the elder was only a decoy, because even he could never take on the Sword Emperor, the Academy Principal, and an Auditor simultaneously. Still flicking his fingers as he approaches, he explains that he sealed the others in so they could not escape, then mocks the elder as a cowardly loser who is always running from trouble. Once he is standing beside the elder, Damien casually says that none of this matters anymore, since he has already accomplished what he came for. The elder condemns the professor for his arrogance, but Damien coldly tells him that those are going to be his last words. Then, without warning, something changes and everyone in the room goes completely still. Even Altair and Nox are caught in that moment of stunned silence. Giamma spots a flaw hidden within the professor's ability. A thread-like line appears to be linked to the magic, so cutting it once should immediately shut the entire ability down. He adjusts his blade into position and sends out a lightning-fast slash. Damien misses the attack completely, too absorbed in finishing off the elder to notice anything else. But the moment he tries to fire his ability at the elder, Damien discovers that it has stopped responding. The elder stares at the scene, completely unable to process what he is witnessing. Damien repeatedly snaps his fingers and demands an explanation, but every attempt to trigger the attack ends in failure. Then he glances sideways and finally notices Giamma's sword lodged in the area. Understanding the trick at last, Damien admits that Giamma is far smarter than he expected. Giamma moves ahead and informs his allies that dealing with the professor is his responsibility alone. As Giamma steadily approaches, Damien realizes that losing focus during a fight was a terrible mistake, while Giamma remarks that the professor is about to be the one hitting the floor. Minutes before this, Giamma reflected on how strangely time could behave, because examining the professor's magic had felt like it took less than a second. The link controlling the explosion suddenly revealed itself, and Giamma instantly understood that severing it would be enough to defeat his opponent. Back in the present, the professor is left staring in disbelief at the impossible sight before him. He snaps again, and insists the earlier failure was mere chance, yet his power still refuses to activate. Giamma advances toward the professor as he feels both the sword god's divine blessing and the blessing of transfer activating within him. Since he had grasped the structure of the magic, every detail remained visible to him while the resonance continued. The professor keeps forcing his ability to start, but whenever Damien is close to restoring control, Giamma cuts the connecting line yet again. The entire room watches in stunned silence, with even the professor frozen as he struggles to understand how Giamma can see those invisible lines. Seeing the battle turn this way, the elder senses trouble and quietly looks toward the nearest exit. The professor insists that no ordinary human could possibly perceive such a line. He gathers his strength again and vows to wipe them all out in one attack, visible line or not. Smirking as he charges a destructive blow, the professor boasts about reducing the whole building to rubble. only for Jiyama to slice every line apart in one motion. Jiyama does nothing but stare while the professor stands speechless, still stunned that all his threads were severed. The professor shuts his eyes and forces out even more energy, summoning fresh spheres, but Jiyama instantly slices through the lines, guiding them as well. While the two men lock eyes, Jiyama privately decides that this entire fight is becoming a pointless waste of time. The professor desperately clicks his fingers and orders the spheres to explode, but Jiyama cuts them apart one after another, his mind drifting back to earlier memories. Driven completely mad with desperation, the professor snaps so violently that he hurts his own hand, briefly celebrating when he assumes the attack has finally activated. Auditory fears the whole group will die if even one sphere detonates, but Jiyama moves before the disaster can happen. The professor can only stare in confusion at the bundled spheres, unable to understand when Jiyama suddenly arrived directly in front of him. Jiyama's expression turns deadly, serious as he lands another strike, grouping the orbs together until one detonates beside the professor and sends his lifeless body crashing to the floor. Once the fight is over, Jiyama returns his sword to its sheath and surveys, everyone sprawled across the floor. The elder attempts to slip away, but Nox blocks him with a blade at his throat, determined to avenge their fallen comrades. The elder warns that the nobles will never overlook this, but Auditory clamps a hand over his mouth and says a traitor to humanity should not be talking so much. Jiyama unsheathes his blade and walks toward the elder while the man continues hurling abuse, dismissing him as worthless garbage. Rather than killing him outright, Jiyama heals the elder after each slash, turning the punishment into a vicious repeating cycle. Broken by the endless pain and furious at his torment, the elder finally begs them to finish him off. Jiyama grants him that final request and leaves the elder dead on the ground. Altair points out that Nox is surprisingly composed, and Nox replies that repeated exposure has simply made scenes like this familiar to him. When his grandfather asks for more details, Nox recalls that he had personally experienced the pressure of Jiyama Blade before. He admits that arrogance once pushed him to challenge Jiyama, yet even as a recognized genius, he could not leave so much as a mark on him. Nox continues by describing how powerless he had been that day, adding that he finally understands Chloe's claim that Jiyama surpasses the entire Auditory family. According to Nox, Jiyama is the strongest person he has ever encountered because he knows exactly how to use his strength. Nox lowers his hood, revealing his red hair, and proudly declares that he will serve as Jiyama's shadow, a decision he knows he will never regret. Just then, the Sword Emperor and the principal arrive at the location. The principal is horrified when she reaches the upper floor and sees the carnage, while even the Sword Emperor looks genuinely shaken. Throughout it all, Jiyama simply stands with his back facing them. The Sword Emperor asks for an explanation of what took place. A man says the scene is exactly what it appears to be. The villains launched an ambush, but they dealt with it all, even though some people were lost. Outraged, the principal asks whether the Auditor family's elite were truly defeated, and how any of this could possibly make sense, though she says the dead villains on the floor are hardly worth questioning anymore. The man explains that someone known as Professor appeared to be the mastermind who led the infiltrators and dispatched those troops. Before the principal can lash out, the Sword Emperor raises a hand to restrain her and says he wants to hear the entire account first. Remaining inside the mansion, he carefully listens to every detail. The man adds that the entire incident was arranged according to Professor's plan. With her hands planted on her hips, the principal calls the situation completely insane as everyone keeps staring at the bodies scattered below. The Sword Emperor realizes that Jiyama wields a blade without emotion or any sense of right and wrong, yet he cannot deny the extraordinary talent the boy possesses. He thinks that a blade without guidance can soon turn into a disaster, and exceptional talent only makes proper direction more important. The man looks toward the Sword Emperor and asks whether anyone could be better suited for that responsibility. Rubbing his chin, the man proposes bringing Jiyama along during the vacation, believing he might accomplish something the Nibelung family has pursued for generations. They keep debating the idea with Jiyama still present in the room. Several days later, someone brings up spending the vacation with their family on a Hawaiian island. Chloe comes downstairs while listening to the girls excitedly discuss the trip. Jiyama stands below, wondering how the Sword Emperor and Principal intend to deal with cleaning up the aftermath. Because an elder had died in the incident, the fallout would be difficult to contain, even if his connection to the villains could be proven. Jiyama suddenly notices Chloe and overhears her saying that she does not want to spend the break away from him. Feeling someone else nearby, he turns around and finds Saki standing there. Before Jiyama can say hello, Chloe gets there first and checks whether her friend is feeling better. Saki asks whether Jiyama came early, privately regretting that she was not there before him, then quickly assures Chloe that she has recovered. Chloe says she made sure to use plenty of medicine and apply it correctly. Saki then takes a seat beside Jiyama. After they sit quietly for a while, Jiyama asks what the doctors told her at the hospital. With a faint blush, Saki explains that she only needs to come back for several regular checkups. With the vacation nearing, Jiyama asks whether she plans to return to Japan for further treatment. Instead of answering directly, Saki asks where Jiyama intends to spend the break. Jiyama says he has nothing planned and will simply remain at the academy. Both girls stare at him in disbelief, while the blue-haired one asks whether he seriously plans to spend the whole month at school. Jiyama calmly explains that he has nowhere else to be, leaving Saki briefly speechless as she searches for a response. She leans closer and points out that his appearance has changed, especially the increased amount of white in his hair. Chloe agrees, confirming that Jiyama clearly has more white strands than he did before. Meanwhile, Jiyama gets ready to step into the shower. Staring at his reflection, he notices how rapidly his body is changing and sees that several calluses have already formed. In his previous life, those calluses had represented progress. Now they are nothing more than evidence of the lives he has taken. Still, Jiyama feels no remorse, believing those people genuinely deserve the lesson they received. As he removes his shirt, a sudden wave of disgust rises inside him. He braces both hands against the wall while the water pours over him. Whenever Jiyama held his sword, hesitation never entered his mind. He once believed the blessing was responsible, yet lately, his body itself has begun moving before he can even think. The blessing was not controlling him. His body's instincts were taking over on their own. Even his parents had vanished without leaving behind a single trace, almost as though they had never existed. Back with Chloe and Seiki, Jiyama remains trapped in those same thoughts. Saki calls his name and asks what is bothering him, pointing out that he normally does not zone out so deeply. Jiyama brushes it off, saying it is nothing important. Chloe asks whether he plans to spend the vacation conquering dungeons instead of relaxing at home, but Saki answers on his behalf, saying that of course he will, because he is Jiyama. She jokes that Jiyama would probably announce his plan to cut down every monster he meets, then asks whether that sounds like him, and Chloe immediately agrees. Jiyama tells both of them to cut it out, insisting he is not nearly that terrible. He tunes out the remaining jokes and recalls someone once saying that monsters often believe they are perfectly normal. Jiyama wonders aloud whether he is the same way, leaving the girls confused and asking him to explain. Jiyama begins explaining what it means to be something other than normal. Saki confirms that he absolutely fits that description, then asks Chloe whether she agrees. The red-haired girl says the whole school already knows how unusual Jiyama is, a response he clearly does not appreciate. Altair's warning continues echoing in his mind. He had begged Jiyama not to turn into a monster. After thinking it over, Jiyama says he may actually take several weeks of complete rest during the vacation. Chloe adds that she wants to remain at the academy as well. Saki blushes faintly and starts asking Jiyama about his vacation plans, but someone interrupts her. Someone enters with the Sword Emperor and orders the class to sit down and settle in. The instructor announces that summer vacation starts today, but warns the excited students to behave with dignity outside Joaquin Academy because their actions reflect on the school's reputation. She remarks that the class is unusually energetic, then moves aside so the Sword Emperor can take over. Several students fear another hour-long lecture from him, and one classmate says that outcome is extremely likely. The Sword Emperor calls for silence, says he looks forward to seeing their progress next semester, and ends the speech almost immediately. The students erupt in cheers, laughing that this was exactly what they expected from him. And just like that, summer vacation officially gets underway. Chloe wishes Jiyama an enjoyable vacation, and he politely wishes her the same. That is when Jiyama notices Chloe's brother waiting by the doorway. The boy lowers his head and closes his eyes, quietly listening to everything being said. He tells his sister that he is excited to see her improve even further, and wishes her a good vacation, then quickly leaves when he notices her moving toward the exit. At the doorway, Chloe pauses to wish everyone a wonderful vacation. Jiyama continues watching Chloe, and Saki notices that something about the moment feels strange. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor arrives and tells Saki to leave ahead of them because he has something to discuss first. Saki understands the unspoken message and quietly leaves. Once Saki is gone, the Sword Emperor asks Jiyama whether he has made any vacation plans. Jiyama answers that he plans to stay at the academy and continue training. The Emperor argues that Jiyama has likely exhausted what he can learn alone and asks whether he would rather accompany him. Jiyama gives him a serious look and asks where exactly he intends to take him. The Sword Emperor reveals that their destination is the Nibelung estate. She wanders around the area while repeatedly checking her phone. After searching the classrooms and corridors without success, she decides to look in another part of the academy. When she reaches the bench, she discovers that Jiyama is missing from there too. Assuming Jiyama would remain at school, she hesitates to go home and leave him by himself, so she messages him to ask whether he is awake. She suddenly recalls the day Jiyama protected her and realizes that she is alone only because everyone else has already gone home. A little later, Saki heads toward the boys' dormitory to check whether Jiyama is inside. Near his door, Saki's cheeks redden as she silently blames Jiyama for ignoring her message. She considers knocking, but loses her nerve almost immediately. Convincing herself that Jiyama is probably exhausted, she chooses not to disturb him. After all, it is the first day of vacation, so sleeping late is hardly unusual. Meanwhile, Jiyama is already on a bus, slightly anxious about heading into the countryside. He remembers the Sword Emperor saying that now Jiyama had chosen to inherit his legacy. Proper training could finally begin. On top of that, the Auditor family had created an even more urgent problem. Their actions had given everyone justification to destroy the family, but the Elder Council's leaders suspected that Jiyama was responsible. The Emperor had decided that the vacation was the perfect time to move, since fewer people would be watching them. Although the Auditor family tried to contain the information leak, the truth was bound to surface sooner or later, because they could not stop the information from spreading. Staying somewhere beyond the Elder's reach was their safest choice. Jiyama knows that the Nibelung estate belongs to a heroic family with 7 centuries of history, and is also where Aaron Nibelung was born. The territory functioned almost like its own country, ruled by the Sword Emperor's very presence, so no sane person would ever attempt an invasion. Thinking back to his agreement, Jiyama remains convinced that accepting the offer was the right move. The Emperor instructed him to leave the very next day as a deception tactic and told him to get ready. Before Jiyama departed, the Sword Emperor firmly banned him from using electronic devices until he arrived at the Nebelung residence. When Jiyama asks how he is supposed to navigate there, the older man tells him not to worry. Someone will meet him at the appropriate time. Back in the present, a blonde girl spots Jiyama and asks her friend whether he is the same boy they saw at the festival. Her friend confirms that it is Jiyama, the guy who battled Iron Kick. The blonde girl gushes about how much better looking he is in person, while Jiyama silently begs them to stop because every word reaches his ears. She wonders whether to approach him, and her friend pushes her forward by joking that he could be her future husband, leaving Jiyama certain the situation is about to become even more embarrassing. Fortunately, another passenger boards the bus and cuts the blonde girl's conversation short. A young woman sits directly beside Jiyama, bringing the other girl's gossip to an immediate end. With so many empty seats around, he could not figure out why she had picked the one beside him, so he asked her what she wanted. The yellow-eyed girl reminded him that her grandfather had already told him she was supposed to be his guide. That brought back the Sword Emperor's earlier comment about a guide, and Jiyama admitted that he had heard about it. She told Jiyama to quit staring because it was making her uneasy, which made him think that line should have come from him instead. Later, the yellow-eyed girl asked him to share more about himself, and he understood why, considering they were practically in her own territory. Right at that moment, the bus pulled away. A boy nearby whispered that Abel looked even more incredible in real life, then casually asked whether she and Jiyama were a couple, which immediately sent her face glowing red. Abel suddenly realized this was their first time alone together since that day, and simply sitting beside him felt strangely awkward. A small wave of jealousy hit her as she noticed how easily Jiyama connected with everyone else, while he always seemed to maintain a gap with her. The bus hit a pothole hard enough to throw everyone around, and Abel immediately began feeling nauseous. She had always hated travel sickness, remembering how, as a child, she refused to get on a bus until her father put an anti-nausea patch on her neck. A full decade had gone by since then. Losing her parents had shattered Abel, while her grandfather was broken by the death of his son, and their house became painfully quiet and empty. Jiyama pulled her out of those dark memories by asking whether she felt carsick, then offered her a small patch. When she asked about it, he explained that it was medicine for motion sickness. The patch reminded her of her father, and after Jiyama asked whether she knew how to apply it, Abel nodded and used it. She secured it against her neck. After some time on the road, they finally arrived. Abel apologized for dozing off, while Jiyama privately joked that she made a terrible guide by taking the medicine and instantly knocking herself out. Still, he wisely kept the detail about her drooling all over his shoulder to himself. Abel said they were all set and could leave. She clarified that she wanted to avoid any rumors, but warned him to stay cautious because the airport was full of people keeping an eye on him. Jiyama leaned back and argued that they were hardly celebrities worth recognizing, but Abel insisted that someone was always tailing her. The moment they entered the airport, they noticed a group of reporters lying in wait like hunters ready to pounce. The journalists fired questions at them without hesitation, leaving Jiyama stunned that they had really tracked him down. One reporter demanded to know why he had come to the airport. A second reporter said the entire hero community was following his every move, while another asked what he planned to do during his vacation. Jiyama had no idea how the press learned about him, but he knew he could not expose even one detail. The reporters clearly had no intention of moving without a statement, and with his location needing to stay hidden, Jiyama chose a quick solution. As Abel looked away to keep her identity hidden, Jiyama confidently announced that he was heading to the United States. He knew it was an enormous lie, but protecting himself mattered more in that moment. Before the reporters could dig any deeper, Abel seized Jiyama's hand and dragged him away, yelling that they had to hurry or they would miss the flight. Eventually, the two of them reached their destination. As he recovered from the trip, Jiyama decided that using Abel's private jet would have saved them a great deal of trouble. Abel caught him staring and asked what had his attention, only to glance back and discover that he was looking at a poster featuring her face, making her blush immediately. Jiyama found it surprising that someone from one of the world's most powerful families still flew economy. They soon continued on their way, and when they arrived, the breathtaking scenery left Jiyama impressed. Abel greeted her grandfather and asked whether he had waited long, but he explained that he had timed his arrival to match theirs before congratulating them on handling their first trip so well. When Abel asked about Gaines, Siegfried said he should be arriving soon. A moment later, Abel flushed when she heard her grandfather call her darling, reminding him that she had already forbidden that nickname. Siegfried said he had used that name for her forever, and no matter how grown up she became, she would remain his little darling. A little farther on, a convoy of cars came into view, followed by numerous security guards stepping out. The Sword Emperor privately considered the entire welcome ridiculously over the top. An elegant caped man stepped out of one vehicle, and Jiyama immediately watched Abel to see how she would react. The man calmly moved to the front, where he and Siegfried exchanged looks filled with obvious dislike. He bowed and welcomed the Sword Emperor and Abel, with the guards joining him and greeting them. Siegfried brushed off the grand reception as unnecessary, but Gaines replied that it was nothing compared to the welcome humanity's hero truly deserved. After spotting Jiyama, Gaines asked whether he was the famous sashimi knife hero, only for Siegfried to cut him off immediately. Siegfried stepped closer and explained that he could not reveal anything yet, asking them to keep the matter confidential for the time being. Gaines accepted the explanation and told everyone to follow him, since he would guide them back. Giamma could tell that the man held a high position, but he certainly did not look like an ordinary butler. He immediately asked Abel for an explanation, and after hesitating over how to put it, she revealed that the man was Switzerland's president. Once that was settled, everyone climbed into the cars and set off. Sometime later, Abel called out to Giamma and pointed out that their destination was already visible. He glanced outside without expecting much, only to find himself looking at the Sigurd family's castle. After they arrived, Siegfried thanked Gaines for arranging the security, while Gaines joked that he was simply happy to escape his office for a while. Giamma noticed Gaines walking toward him. Once he reached him, the man apologized for the delayed introduction and identified himself as Gaines Sebastian. Giamma shook his hand and introduced himself, after which Gaines said meeting him personally was an honor and hoped they could build a strong relationship. Siegfried cut in and told him that was enough, reminding him that Giamma was still just a young man. The president laughed, apologized, and confessed that Giamma's talent had simply caught his attention. He bowed again, announced that he would be leaving, and the three of them watched him depart. The moment Gaines was out of sight, Siegfried asked Giamma for his opinion of the president. Giamma said Gaines seemed unusually relaxed for someone serving as president. Siegfried laughed and said that was exactly how Gaines appeared for the moment, before explaining that the entire world was watching to see his successor and asking what Giamma thought Gaines felt about hosting him. Siegfried explained that Gaines relied on logic instead of feelings, meaning he would stay silent whenever silence served his interests. He warned that the higher Giamma rose, the more people like Gaines he would encounter, so he had to question them, study them, and use their position when required. That was the burden of being a seven-star hero. He could not reject useful favors, yet he also could not become dependent on them, because without boundaries, both respect and authority would disappear. Abel admitted that the whole matter sounded rather complicated to her. Siegfried assured him that he would eventually adapt, which was one reason he had brought him there, then pointed out that they were probably hungry and suggested dinner. Giamma said he wanted to remain outside a little longer and take in the scenery. Siegfried agreed, and he and Abel soon headed inside, leaving Giamma to watch the sunset until the door shut behind them. At 5 the next morning, someone pulled open the curtains in Giamma's room. It was Xiao, the maid, who greeted him good morning and informed him that the Sword King was already waiting downstairs. By 6, Giamma was downstairs at the table, already having breakfast with them. Noticing him struggle with the utensils, Abel asked whether forks and knives still bothered him, but the butler Karen reminded her that talking during meals was discouraged. Embarrassed by the correction, Abel quietly returned to her meal. By 7, Giamma had already been sent outside to chop firewood. Before he knew it, 4 days had gone by. The castle's routine was beginning to feel normal, although the complete lack of phone signal remained deeply unfortunate. Seeing that a huge mansion was managed by only 2 servants, he finally understood why Abel lived so economically. The real reason was simpler. The Sword Emperor was just stingy, forcing Giamma to chop the wood himself. Even so, the clean air and beautiful scenery made the hard work worthwhile, as long as that was the full price. Training took place every day at 4 in the afternoon. Siegfried explained that Giamma's blessing already had a finished foundation, but its overwhelming power could not be increased yet, so he first needed to learn how to communicate with his own inner self. Giamma understood that meditation would refine his blessing, but he still could not see why meditating required a trip to the opposite side of the planet. When Giamma complained about his aching legs, Siegfried dismissed it by telling him he was too young to whine. A sudden knock interrupted them. The 2 measured knocks told Giamma that Karen was outside. The butler bowed and said he had an important matter to report to the Sword Emperor before moving closer to Siegfried. The news sent Siegfried into an instant rage, and he called Richa insane until Karen reminded him that Giamma was standing right there. Siegfried composed himself and admitted that he had overreacted, while Giamma wondered who this Richa person was. Siegfried ended the lesson, announced that he was heading out, and said he might not return until after dinner. As Siegfried left, Giamma remained completely lost about what had just happened. Back inside, Giamma admitted that he had expected far more from training under humanity's strongest man. It felt bizarre that they were neither working out nor raiding dungeons, and Giamma feared the boredom of this place was slowly driving him crazy. Since he was currently in Switzerland, Giamma figured that dungeon could not be too far away. Glancing at the sword beside him, he considered himself fortunate. The dungeon required 3 entrants, and its reward was rumored to be exceptionally rare. Another knock suddenly sounded at the door. 3 knocks made him assume Xiao had come for him, so he wondered whether dinner was ready and asked her to wait while he came outside. But when he opened the door, Abel, not Xiao, was standing there. Giamma was ready to talk, while Abel shyly asked whether she could enter the room. Earlier, Abel had been standing in front of a mirror, studying her reflection. She realized that 4 days had already passed since Giamma came to Sigurd Castle. Although she saw him daily, her mind kept returning to the moment she watched him struggle through a meal. That was when she had asked whether handling a fork and knife made him uncomfortable. Karen had immediately shut down the conversation by declaring that meals were not for talking, and Siegfried had scolded her too. Abel felt as though everyone in that house was determined to stop her from saying anything. That memory led her back to childhood, when her grandfather warned her never to place her life in the hands of a man weaker than himself. Young Abel had innocently answered that nobody could possibly be stronger than her grandfather, making him burst out laughing. Returning to the present, Abel realized that her grandfather had repeated that advice throughout her childhood. As her thoughts turned to Jayama, she remembered Siegfried's words from a few days earlier. Her grandfather had explained that raw strength was not enough. She had to be careful about which men she chose. Power alone meant nothing, and their personalities deserved just as much attention. Siegfried warned that a person who offers help without hesitation might be more dangerous than someone openly aiming a blade. He told her to be most cautious around people who helped others without seeking anything in return, because such people were the hardest to understand. The sudden warning seemed strange to Abel, so she asked why he had started talking about it out of nowhere. Siegfried dismissed it as nothing more than an old man's caution, then summoned Karen and Shial. He ordered them to treat Jayama as a guest who had come to train and make sure nobody disturbed him. Back in the present again, Abel could not understand why those words affected her so deeply. Simply sharing the castle with Jayama made her ridiculously happy, but his constant kindness only made everything harder for her. As she stared at the cape Jayama had gifted her, her grandfather's warning about selfless people came rushing back. She wrestled with the decision, unable to choose between returning the cape immediately or waiting for a better moment. Shiel suddenly called out from behind her, startling Abel badly. The maid informed her that her grandfather had been called away for an emergency and would not return until very late. Confused, Abel asked why Shia felt the need to tell her that. The maid simply answered that Abel looked as though she wanted to know. Abel remained puzzled for a moment, then suddenly understood what the maid was implying. Clutching the cape, Abel sprang up and ran, while the maid smiled after realizing her hint had worked. As she hurried along, Abel briefly wondered whether to continue or retreat, but she quickly rejected the thought of turning around. Her grandfather was rarely away, so this was the perfect, and perhaps only, chance to return the cape to Jayama. During her dash, Abel ran straight into Karen, who immediately studied her after seeing her hurry toward him. Then Abel remembered Siegfried's strict order that Gayama was not to be disturbed. She slipped the cape behind her back and pretended that spending so much time at the academy had made her forget how to find her way around the house. When she tried to leave, Karen asked whether she was retreating yet again. She turned back in confusion and asked what he meant. Sharon pointed out that Abel always hesitated at crucial moments, abandoning her goal just before reaching it. He added that Arian's wish was for her to grow into someone who no longer fled from difficult moments. Those words brought her father to mind, and Abel tightened her grip on the cape. Strengthened by that memory, she moved forward instead of backing down. Returning to the present, she asked permission to enter, believing the room would be vacant. After stepping inside, Abel quietly congratulated herself for following through. When she offered the cape back, Jayama told her she could have kept it, though he still thanked her for returning it. His simple thanks made Abel blush awkwardly. Oblivious to her embarrassment, Jayama turned around and suggested that they leave. Abel cut him off, sprang to her feet, and asked whether he had plans for the next afternoon. Confused, Jayama asked why, but Abel refused to let him dodge the question and demanded a simple yes or no answer. Jayama said he would be available because the Sword Emperor would be away, privately admitting that he could not endure sitting around any longer. That reminded him that he also needed to ask Abel for a favor. He invited her to lunch the following day, explaining that he wanted to try something new while they were in Switzerland. The unexpected invitation made Abel go bright red, and she nervously asked whether he was calling it a date. After regaining her composure, she accepted and suggested a Japanese restaurant in Geneva that she knew. Jayama turned down the sushi idea, saying that being in Switzerland made him want to taste the local cuisine instead. When Abel asked whether he disliked sushi, he explained that he had already eaten it recently with the travel club members. Abel immediately understood who he meant, stepped toward him angrily, and asked whether Saki was one of those members. Jayama began wondering whether the two girls had a bad history, and even suspected it might explain Saki's transfer to the wolf class. He hurried to clarify that Weapon and Chloe had been there too, adding that both he and Chloe were simply big fans of fish. That explanation only made Abel angrier, and she hurled the cape straight at him. Gayama was left completely baffled about what had made her explode so suddenly. She almost called him a cheater, but stopped herself, told him to be on time tomorrow, and walked away. As Abel marched away, Jayama could only wonder what was going on in her head, because he understood her less than ever. Behind the door, Abel reminded herself that she had only meant to ask him out. It was supposed to be nothing more than a simple walk, like in Patahini Chala or Wahi outing date bungay. Elsewhere, a man informed Siegfried that he had reached the destination at last. Siegfried waved away the formalities and ordered him to explain what was happening. The man reported that the target had suddenly shown up and was forcing the president to disclose the identity of the person brought by the Sword Emperor, though the president had refused to expose the secret. After hearing the report, Siegfried said he would take care of everything from there. The visitor was already inside, behaving as though the place belonged to him. The Sword Emperor drew a slow breath, doing his best not to lose his temper. Inside the room, he spotted a man seated at the far end while several guards remained prostrated around him. The man flicked his cigar aside and greeted him by pointing out how many years had passed. Even after steadying himself with a breath, Siegfried could barely stay composed when he realized they had been apart for nearly a decade. That man was Risha de Murat, a 7 stars hero who carried the title of Spear Saint. Siegfried stepped closer and demanded to know what chaos Murat was creating, adding that he did not remember them being such good friends. Risha laughed and said losing an arm must have finally made Siegfried mature, because he used to act like an arrogant little girl. Siegfried pulled out his sword and shot back that old age had made Risha talk like a woman, so he would gladly use this chance to make him one for real. The Emperor's eyes burned with hatred, and Murat answered with an equally vicious glare. Their crushing auras flooded the room as Siegfried said he had always known Murat was an idiot, but never expected him to be stupid enough to invade his homeland. Gaines stayed frozen in the corner, wisely deciding not to get involved in their mess. Murat mocked Siegfried for lacking courage, asking whether he was scared before repeating the promise to make him a woman. Siegfried was not impressed in the slightest, and wondered aloud how someone this stupid had earned a 7 stars title. Furious, Murat rose to his feet and insulted the Nibelung family, making both warriors release their overwhelming power at once. Watching them, Gaines privately questioned whether either man could still be called human. The Sword Emperor embodied the highest level of technique, while the Spear Saint possessed such overwhelming physical power that he hardly needed technique at all. Gaines wondered whether anyone could challenge monsters like them, then suddenly remembered the location they were standing in. With a fight seconds away, Gaines hurriedly reminded them that this was the president's residence. Murat cooled off a little and conceded that he might have let his temper run wild. He clarified that he had come for answers, not entertainment, and would leave quietly if Siegfried told him the truth. Murat reminded him that the death of Aegor, one of the 5 generals, was already common knowledge. The news stunned Gaines. A general could not simply die of natural causes, leaving him desperate to know who had killed Aegor, and how and why it happened. Seeing Gaines's reaction, Murat joked that neutral Switzerland was probably late to the news, then brushed the matter aside. He went on to reveal that his investigation had linked Siegfried to Aegor's death. Still, the conclusion seemed impossible, because everyone knew Siegfried alone should not have been capable of defeating her. Annoyed by the accusation, Siegfried demanded that Murat explain what he was hinting at. Murat then mentioned Kang Jioma, the Sashimi Sword Saint, while once again releasing his energy as a show of force. Despite the years that had passed, Siegfried was still every bit the monster he had always been. The moment Jioma's name came up, Siegfried exploded with rage, drawing his sword and flooding the room with blinding light. Risha stared at the display and wondered how this could be the strength of a man who had recently lost an arm. The force made the whole room shake beneath Gaines's feet. The guards kneeling on the floor could not withstand the pressure and passed out one after another. Risha realized that Nibelung had somehow become even more powerful, while Gaines feared their argument would turn into a full-scale war. Siegfried threatened to rip out Murat's tongue for bringing this kind of trouble into his country. But privately, Siegfried intended to kill the Spear Saint outright, instead of letting the association turn Jiama into its target. Gaines desperately yelled from the sidelines that Siegfried could not go through with it, but the Emperor was barely holding his fury back. As he lit another cigar, Risha joked that age must have driven the Sword Emperor insane, since he had become far more short-tempered than before. After seeing Siegfried's extreme reaction to the boy, Risha decided to step back and study the situation instead of provoking him further. Risha stood and observed that Kangaloma must be someone special if Siegfried was guarding him and Rachel, his niece, had fallen for him. He joked that if Giloma ended up marrying Rachel, seeing Siegfried's expression would be priceless. Before leaving, Risha asked them to pass along his regards to Medea and her twin sister and tell them he was fine. After Richard left, Siegfried apologized for losing control, but Gaines assured him that it was nothing to worry about. A little later, Gaines asked whether Siegfried was available sometime next week for the dinner they had previously planned. Thinking Gaines was shamelessly trying to pursue Jayama, Siegfried simply said he would be occupied that day. Gaines reminded him that no specific day had been chosen, so Siegfried hurriedly changed his answer and declared the entire week unavailable. Back at the castle, Abel and Jayama had just gotten out of bed. Abel took her time choosing from an enormous wardrobe, while Jayama grabbed the single set of clothes he possessed. Abel carefully fixed her hair and tested shoe after shoe for the right combination, while Jayama focused only on his white hair and wore the first pair he spotted. At last, the two of them were dressed and ready to head out for dinner. While leaving, Jayama reminded himself that he had accepted the dinner simply to relax, but Abel's intense reaction made him question whether he had pushed things too far. Still, they would be stuck together for several more weeks, so clearing the awkwardness seemed like the smarter choice. There was another reason too. The undead dungeon was in Switzerland. Despite being ranked only D, the dungeon hid a secret boss called the Lich King Draugr. Jayama recalled that his master had introduced him to the game, but quickly got bored, leaving him to continue alone until he eventually stopped playing. That was why he had never faced Draugr himself and had no idea how the boss attacked. Since the dungeon required a party of 3, he intended to recruit Abel, because handling that huge horde alone within 50 seconds was impossible. He decided to ask her about it later. When they finally met, Jayama was caught off guard by how dazzling Abel looked. Abel praised his punctuality, then immediately questioned his extremely casual outfit. Jayama calmly explained that it was literally the only outfit in his possession. Abel told him not to worry about the clothes, and motioned for him to come along to the car. When Jayama asked about her driver's license and Abel admitted she did not have one, he wondered if she was actually planning to drive illegally, earning an angry shout from her. At that moment, a car stopped beside them, and Shia climbed out. After greeting them, Shia promised to take them safely to Geneva. Once inside the car, Abel thanked Shia for making time despite her packed schedule. Shia said she would take it slightly easy with Giamma in the car, making him believe she was a responsible driver. But when Shia predicted they would arrive in around 30 minutes, Giamma was baffled, since his own journey from the airport had taken 3 hours. Shia announced their departure and floored the accelerator, launching Giamma violently against the back of his seat. The ride began with calm scenery, but the car soon flew over a hill, sending every nearby animal, and one poor rabbit, into panic. Abel happily enjoyed the wind, but the insane speed nearly finished Giamma, who was fighting just to keep his neck from snapping backward. Then Sheil hit the brakes, making everything even more terrifying. After crashing back onto the road, she swung the car sharply into the lane. One look at the speedometer told Giamma they were tearing down a twisting mountain road at 200 kilometers per hour, proving to him that this maid was utterly insane. Amazed that Abel was not even slightly carsick, Giamma asked how she could handle it, and she replied that slow cars were what made her nauseous. Eventually, Shia announced that they were almost there. Excited to be back in Geneva, Abel stood up inside the moving car and shouted about how long it had been, immediately earning a furious warning from Shia. Back at the castle, Siegfried complained that dealing with that brute had made him feel 10 years older. Karen heard him and asked whether he was feeling okay. Siegfried said strange things were bound to happen after living for so long, but midway through, he remembered his earlier threat about making Kang Giamma his niece's husband. He quickly added that he would never sit back and allow such a situation to happen again. Siegfried later asked whether Giamma had really trained non-stop while he was away, and Karen confirmed that he had. Siegfried considered the boy a true genius for not running from hard training and figured he could clear the trial within a month at this pace. Snapping back to reality, he asked where the youngsters had gone, only to learn from Karen that they had already left for downtown Geneva. Siegfried froze in disbelief, crushing the handle of his teacup as he demanded that Karen repeat himself. When no answer came, he roared loudly enough to shake the estate, still unable to accept that the two had really gone out. They had gone out without him. Meanwhile, Abel and Giamma finally reached Geneva. Sheil told them she would come back at 5 in the evening to collect them and urged them to enjoy themselves. As Sheil sped away, Abel noticed Giamma staring at something, grabbed his hand, and hurried him along because their reservation time was near. While walking through the city, Abel instructed him not to wander far from her. After noticing the crowd watching them, Giamma asked whether they could keep a little more distance between them. Abel refused, explaining that European streets were confusing and he would quickly lose his way. She insisted she was staying near him only to guide him, while the strangers were staring simply because their hair colors were unusual. But Giamma felt that even his striking hair was insignificant compared with the attention a blessing could draw. He remembered the snowflower blessing from the game. It made every enemy hesitate at the beginning of battle and reduced their action bars by 2 points. That was Abel's personal blessing, one of the game's strongest crowd control abilities, and seeing its effect in real life amazed him. He had nearly forgotten that Abel was the reason he had ever spent money on the game, which made him wonder why he now felt so relaxed around her. He wondered whether he had always been this comfortable with her, or had somehow built up an immunity to her charm. A little later, Abel pointed out that they had reached the restaurant. Giamma asked whether they were eating at a sushi place, but Abel told him to wait and find out inside. After taking their seats, Abel ordered her regular meal from the waiter. Giamma guessed she must come there often, and Abel explained that she had frequently visited with her parents as a child, lowering her gaze as the memory surfaced. Realizing he had touched a painful subject, Giamma fell silent before changing the topic and asking about a dish called raclette. Abel explained that raclette was meat or sausages covered in melted cheese, while Giamma silently craved a proper serving of kimchi. Abel looked at him and somehow asked whether kimchi was on his mind. Giamma was stunned and jokingly concluded that Abel had to be psychic. Soon, the waiter served their food and wished them an enjoyable dinner. Giamma noticed a knife embedded in one piece of meat and immediately decided he never wanted a repeat of that experience. When he glanced at Abel, he realized that in quiet moments like this, she seemed surprisingly normal. Abel noticed his gaze and apologized, saying she had been taking pictures without realizing he was watching. Giamma told her it was no problem and observed that she seemed to really like photography. Abel admitted she had only recently joined Instagram, then shyly asked whether he wanted her username. But Giamma brushed it off, saying social media was not his thing, and Abel clearly looked disappointed. A moment later, Abel heard Giamma call out to her and asked what was wrong. Giamma awkwardly asked whether Abel could cut his meat. Those words triggered a distant voice in Abel's mind and pulled her back into a childhood memory. As a child, Abel had insisted she knew how to handle a knife and could cut the meat herself, but her father stopped her, explaining that Nebelung children could not hold blades until they turned 7. Abel refused to believe him, arguing that her grandfather had said her father held a sword on his very first birthday. Imitating Siegfried, little Abel proudly repeated that her father was a genius destined to become part of Nibelung history, making both parents burst out laughing. Her father took the plate, claimed grandfather had remembered wrong, and promised to cut the meat into tiny bites. Abel protested that she was old enough and hated being treated like a little kid all the time. Her mother asked whether she understood the meaning behind it, explaining that letting someone handle your food showed deep trust and affection, and that her father did it because he wanted Abel's love. Still confused, Abel asked why, and her mother replied that eating was one of life's most important things. Her mother said Abel would understand once she became a grown lady, and asked her to let her father have his way for one day. The little girl laughed and agreed. Returning to the present, Abel finally understood that her mother had spoken out of fear that her daughter might get injured. Giamma remained frozen with his plate held out, having no idea what was happening. He could not understand why she had suddenly started crying and wondered whether he had made a mistake, since he had only asked for help because of the sword God-blessing manifestation. Abel apologized and explained that an old memory had overwhelmed her, promising to tell him the story later and asking him to give her a moment. Giamma stared at the perfectly sliced meat and thought every piece had been cut flawlessly. Afterward, they started eating without saying a word. The silence stretched on, leaving the meal feeling painfully awkward. To break the silence, Abel asked why he had not asked about her tears and whether he genuinely felt no curiosity. Giamma replied that she must have had a reason, but he did not think it was his place to dig into her personal matters. Abel pointed out that he was friendly with everyone else, so she could not understand why he behaved so differently around her. Since she knew he was the academy's top student, Abel laughed and concluded that he really had zero interest in her. Back at the academy, Saki checked her phone and discovered that Giamma was on his way to the United States. She rushed to the computers, but they still could not track him down, leaving Saki visibly disappointed. Her disappointment followed her everywhere. In class, inside the silent club room, and even while she practiced archery. She calmly drew the bowstring, using her training to push those thoughts out of her mind. After finally regaining her focus, she landed another accurate shot among countless tries. But hitting the target was not enough for Saki. She wanted to settle this situation herself. It might not have been the wisest plan, but with her passport and a sweet red bean snack in hand, Saki resolved to fly to the United States. Meanwhile, Abel's memories returned once more, taking her back to the day she received her first sword and was named heir to the Saint of the Sword family. Whispers echoed all around her, with everyone constantly hyping her up to surpass her father and reminding her to become unstoppable now that she carried the title of the Sword of Nebelung. As she stared down at the blade in her hands, her thoughts slipped back to a completely different memory. Startled by the sudden flash of memory, she glanced around and spotted Giamma chilling by a campfire. He casually told her to dig in while the food was still piping hot. For the first time in her entire life, someone was actually treating her like a regular human being instead of just another Nebelung. He expected absolutely nothing from her, yet still showed her genuine warmth. Snapping back to reality, Abel straight up asked him if he really didn't care about her in the slightest. The sudden question caught Giamma completely off guard, leaving him at a total loss for words. She admitted she originally believed he had some deep, master plan behind keeping his rank 1 status a secret. But after spending time around him, she figured out the truth. He simply couldn't be bothered to deal with her back then. She went on to ask if he assumed everyone was a prodigy like him, though she quickly admitted that probably wasn't true. She began explaining that normal folks like her still carried the duty to protect people, but Giamma abruptly shut her down by yelling her name. He called her out directly, telling her that she was only rambling like that because of her own deep-rooted insecurities. While she stood there bewildered by his bluntness, Giamma didn't hold back and pressed on. He pointed out how everyone loved calling him built different, but to him, that praise felt more like a straight-up insult. He challenged her, asking if she'd still make those claims if she actually knew the brutal struggles and hellish life he had to survive. From his perspective, Abel was basically throwing her own hard work in the trash by passing off everything as mere natural talent, saying that brought back memories of his own brutal past, when everyone branded him a knife-wielding genius while turning a blind eye to the agonizing grind behind it. Nobody ever witnessed him clutching blades with torn, bloody hands, slicing through endless waves of enemies atop a growing mountain of corpses. History was repeating itself with the sword god's blessing, a power enabling him to clash with monstrosities he could never beat on his own. Everyone treated this strength as a divine gift, ignoring the fact that it was slowly chewing up his physical body and sanity. Because real power always demands a heavy toll. With the original timeline completely derailed, tomorrow was a total mystery, leaving him with a single mission: just stay alive. Abel's sudden apology instantly snapped him out of his spiraling thoughts. He brushed it off, telling her it was fine and that they should just get back to eating. Between bites, he quietly reflected on how he never anticipated that stopping the blessing's trigger would backfire this hard. The atmosphere had turned so heavy that he swallowed the question he originally wanted to bring up. He couldn't even bring himself to comfort her, blaming his own detached and hyperlogical mindset. Breaking the heavy silence, Abel shared that exactly 10 years ago on this very day, both her parents had gone missing inside a dungeon. That explained her desperation for this vacation, as officially entering a dungeon required certified academy student credentials. She confessed that this break was everything to her, carrying an overwhelming amount of pressure. When Giamma asked if it was some death trap dungeon, she admitted she was baffled too, since it was only a low-rank zone where seasoned fighters shouldn't just vanish. Hearing the word parents instantly triggered Giamma's memory of an old photo where he was the sole survivor among his loved ones. Without missing a beat, he announced that he was coming along, casually claiming he needed to run a couple of dungeons over the break anyway. Abel protested, saying this was none of his concern and that she shouldn't involve him. She refused to drag him into her own family mess. Giamma pushed back, reminding her that he was freeloading under her family's roof, so this was just his way of settling the score. Hearing his reassuring words, Abel's composure shattered and tears started streaming down her face. Deep down, Giamma knew this wasn't pure compassion. It was a cold, calculated move designed to set him up with major long-term gains. He was painfully aware that the higher his sync rate climbed, the more his humanity was bleeding out. With his heart already turning into a cold, calculating machine, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster he would become in the end. Following a quiet pause, he asked for the dungeon's exact location. Through her tears, Abel managed to reply that they went missing inside the undead dungeon. Shortly after, they hopped back into the car and began the drive back to the estate. During the ride, Giamma kept dead silent, while Abel, who had been a nervous wreck earlier, dozed off peacefully in the back. Shia quietly thanked Giamma, mentioning it had been ages since she last saw Abel sleep this peacefully. Glancing into the rearview mirror, she noticed a faint smile on Abel's face and remarked that the girl seemed genuinely happy today. That made Giamma wonder if she carried that very same smile during the survival exam. He agreed with Shia's observation as they continued rolling down the road toward the castle. Meanwhile, across the globe in the US, Saki was grumbling about how they were running late as usual. Catching sight of a few locals ahead, she walked over for directions, flashing Giamma's picture to see if anyone recognized him. Judging by their blank stares, she realized the guy was a nobody in this region, meaning her manhunt was going to be an uphill battle. Just as she turned around to walk away, one of the guys told her to hold up, claiming he might recognize him if she gave him another look. When she politely turned him down, the creep grabbed her arm tightly, barking that she should show respect when someone was being nice. He actually raised his fist to discipline her, demanding she let people finish their sentences. Out of nowhere, Rachel intercepted his raised wrist in an iron grip, squeezing it until it cracked and asking if he had a death wish, while Weapon dialed the cops. The thugs instantly scrambled, and Rachel flipped the switch from psycho to cheerful bestie, beaming about how hyped she was to see Saki. Later, over food at a diner, Rachel was still buzzing over how thrilling the fight was, while Weapon questioned what on earth was urgent enough to bring Saki all the way to the States. Dodging the full explanation, Saki simply made it clear that she was already in town, so they had to back her up. Weapon had zero desire to get involved, but Rachel teased him, asking if he was seriously going to pass up on all the action. Saki doubled down, reminding him that the deal was done and there was no backing out now. Resigning himself to his fate, Weapon asked for their next stop, though Saki confessed she was basically winging it based on a handful of leads. When pressed about what leads they actually had, she revealed their first move was infiltrating the Lancelot Company. Outside, Weapon rolled up in his ride, proudly declaring the car's name to be the Speedwagon. Despite the goofy name, the girls played along, acting hyped before jumping in as they set course for New York. Saki capped it off by declaring that their manhunt for Kang Giamma was officially underway. Back on the road, Shia brought up the undead dungeon, asking Giamma if he was familiar with it. He confirmed he knew about it, recalling Abel's explanation that it sat right along the border of Switzerland and France. It wasn't a high-profile dungeon, yet international hero regulations strictly demanded a minimum team of 3 to enter. At the moment, Giamma figured Abel was better prepared than him on the details, hoping the run would go smoothly. While showing him intel on her phone, Abel suddenly realized just how close she was leaning into him. Both quickly stepped back in awkward silence, with Giamma breaking the tension by complimenting how well she'd done her homework. Flustered by the close proximity, Abel's mind was racing, but she pulled herself together and confirmed she was ready. Puzzled, he pointed out that they needed a 3-man squad to clear entry, questioning who their third member was. Abel brushed off his worries, explaining that a veteran hero hired by the association would be joining their party, and that veteran hero happened to be none other than Shia. Giamma always sensed something was off about her, but he never pegged their aggressive maid as an elite top 10% hero. Sitting in the car, he double-checked if she was genuinely tagging along on the raid. Shia confirmed it, humbly adding that even if her skills weren't on their level, she'd make sure not to hold them back. She asked if he was aware that she was actually a graduate of the Woking Academy. Once he nodded, she explained that her admission into the academy, and honestly, her entire life, was entirely owed to the Nibelung family. A decade ago, Abel's late parents had adopted her straight out of an orphanage. Shia was among the fortunate few taken in, and she forever carried deep gratitude toward the family for recognizing potential in an ordinary maid, and sponsoring her to attend the prestigious academy. Giamma noted that her natural talent had to be crazy, but she humbly shot it down, saying she was just an average nobody next to him. Circling back, Shia explained she specifically volunteered for this raid because it meant searching for Abel's parents, the very people who gave her purpose in life. Switching gears, she brought up that she had also come from the common class, which made her feel super proud seeing his achievements in the news, and that was why she respected him so much. Right after praising him, she roasted his fashion sense, telling him he should have dressed sharper and that Abel was probably secretly cringing. Back at the fortress, Giamma knocked on the grand doors and announced himself to Siegfried. The moment he got the green light, he stepped inside, mentioning he had been called in. Sensing the heavy tension in the room, he couldn't help but wonder what was going down. Siegfried offered him a seat, stating they had some serious business to go over. Before addressing the main issue, he casually grilled Giamma about what he and Abel were up to yesterday. Caught completely off guard, Giamma choked up for a second before clarifying they just had lunch together. Siegfried let out a hearty laugh of relief, brushing it off by saying friends grab lunch all the time. His smile quickly vanished, firmly adding that he expected a heads up next time they planned another outing. Once Giamma nodded in agreement, Siegfried laughed again, prompting the kid to finally ask what this summon was really about. Admitting he got sidetracked, Siegfried shifted into full serious mode and got straight down to business. He warned that while it wasn't a crisis yet, a potential threat was brewing, sliding a file over for Jiyama to check out. The paper listed all of Jiyama's personal info: his name, birth date, faction, combat class, student ID, and accumulated points. Siegfried asked if he noticed anything bizarre, but Jiyama thought it looked like standard profile data. Siegfried told him to open his eyes wider and focus directly on the hero points breakdown. By official treaty between the association and the academy, active students weren't allowed to have hero points tallied, yet his score was fully tracked right there. Jiyama asked if they were breaking the law. Siegfried clarified that while not technically illegal, it was an unheard of anomaly. A student was supposed to just study under the academy's scope, which meant the association was already treating him like an active pro instead of a regular kid. This was almost certainly orchestrated by the association leader and his second-in-command, Risha Demirat. Hearing those names, Jiyama racked his brain, trying to guess why the Spear Saint and top brass would pull a stunt like this. He wondered if it had anything to do with the recent buzz surrounding his upcoming trip to the States. Seeing him stress, Siegfried told him not to sweat it too much, since it was just point tracking, probably triggered by his wild festival clash with Malin. He joked that Jiyama should have taken it easy on her, but promised to handle the whole mess personally as his guardian. Jiyama paused for a beat, letting the weight of having an actual guardian sink in. It reminded him of the bond he once shared with his first master in his previous life, making this whole situation way more intriguing. Right then, a knock broke the silence as someone apologized for barging in. It was Abel, the Emperor's own granddaughter. Looking slightly flustered, she blurted out that she had something crucial to tell Jiyama before their departure, catching both men off guard. Jiyama felt a chill run down his spine as her grandfather gripped his teacup with lethal intensity. Though visibly suspicious, the Emperor took a deep breath and proclaimed his absolute trust in Jiyama to look after Abel. Abel beamed at his blessing, while Jiyama was internally sweating bullets. The scene then cuts right back over to the road trip. Saki was staring out the window, praying that time would fly by faster. Her blonde buddy asked what the plan was if Jiyama had already bounced from the city, which only dragged her mood down further. Even then, Saki kept quiet about the fact that she was actively tracking his GPS coordinates with her elite hacking skills. Rachel bluntly asked if she was so obsessed with the guy that she was turning into a full-on stalker, and Saki proudly owned up to it. Rachel didn't know whether to applaud her brutal honesty or be terrified by her absolute audacity. Their car kept cruising non-stop across highways through the day and into the dead of night. To kill the boredom and lift the mood, Rachel blasted tracks from her playlist to keep everyone hyped. Cities blurred past as they swapped drivers, but the road trip remained exhausting for Saki, who kept crashing out and waking back up. Eventually, someone shook her awake, telling her to take off her eye mask because something huge had popped up. The moment she yanked her mask off, Saki's jaw dropped at what she saw. Towering right in front of her was a colossal billboard showcasing the undisputed #1 hero prospect looking completely majestic. Back inside the castle walls, Karen poured tea and checked on the Sword Emperor, but Siegfried muttered that he couldn't possibly relax given the stakes. Looking puzzled, the butler pressed further. He asked why the Emperor didn't forbid the kids from going, fearing the dungeon run might trigger Abel's trauma and arguing the Emperor should have escorted them personally. Catching himself, getting emotional, Karen quickly bowed and apologized for stepping out of line. Siegfried explained that while he understood the worry, they had to respect her autonomy since she wasn't some helpless little girl anymore. He pointed out that she couldn't stay chained to the past forever, and babying her on this mission would only stunt her development. On top of that, with Jiyama by her side, not a single enemy in that dungeon stood a ghost of a chance. Hearing such unshakable faith in the young boy left Karen completely stunned. Siegfried went on, saying that even labeling Jiyama as the genius of the century didn't do justice to the true monster sleeping inside him. Hearing that, Karen finally understood just how monstrously high his master held Jiyama in regard. Putting full faith in the Emperor's legendary eye for talent, the butler dropped his objections and agreed that Abel was in the safest hands possible with Jiyama. Grinning, Siegfried remarked that Karen was always the one who understood him best. Meanwhile, the system pinged Jiyama with a brand new quest requiring him to track down 7 memory fragments. Staring at the prompt, Jiyama realized the system was now autonomously dishing out quests, which likely tied directly into the mystery behind the Sword God's blessing. On top of that, running this undead dungeon raid would boost his sync rate, though facing the Lich King Draugr was going to be a nightmare. Even if they slaughtered the fodder zombies, the Lich King could infinitely revive them in massive hordes. It was the absolute worst-case combat scenario for Jiyama, meaning Abel and Shia would have to pull their weight and stall for time. Going toe-to-toe with an S-rank, Lich was no joke, and this clash could easily get as fatal as their fight with Agori, especially if he had to unleash that eerie power once more. The prospect unnerved him, considering he barely grasped how that power worked and could feel his humanity eroding every single time he tapped into it. Still, knowing Abel had spent 10 painful years clinging to the hope of recovering her parents' remains, Jiyama swore not to let his inner demon sabotage her mission. Taking a quick breather from her sword drills, Abel asked Jiyama how her form was looking. Met with dead silence, she yelled at him again, clearly ticked off that he was zoning out after promising to watch her stance. Swallowing her annoyance, Abel went right back to swinging her sword, declaring she refused to be dead weight to the people backing her up. While Giamma didn't claim to be a master swordsman, he respected the grind of pure repetition, seeing in her fiery eyes that her blade was forged through pure blood and sweat rather than cheap genius. The next morning, the whole squad assembled outside as Abel said her goodbyes to her grandfather. Watching Siegfried stay cool as a cucumber, Giamma assumed the old man wasn't worried because the dungeon was just a D rank. Shia leaned in and whispered that deep down. The Sword Emperor was sweating more than anyone standing there. Right before they took off, Siegfried pulled Giamma aside and told the kid that he was placing all his faith in his hands. As the carriage rolled away, Siegfried stood side by side with Charon watching them disappear, before declaring that it was time to handle their own business. When Charon questioned the wisdom of visiting the association without warning, Siegfried said he was merely honoring Murat's old invitation. Noticing the butler's unease, Siegfried explained that the association's investigation into Giamma demanded a serious warning, because adults were supposed to remove obstacles from the younger generation's path. When Karen pointed out that Siegfried had not fought on the front lines for 20 years, he laughed, addressed him as Rakshasa Charon, and said he would finally depend on that legendary strength again. Meanwhile, Ik Shandar limousine high vapor behad kamoshi se age bardariti. Inside the vehicle, the three companions watched the scenery slip past while waiting for their destination to appear. After entering the city, Shia led them through the streets and announced that they were just a short distance away. With just one night left before the dungeon expedition, Giamma noticed Shia and Abel looking tense about the long-awaited moment, while he felt disturbingly calm. The kind of silence that comes before a storm. A little later, they finally reached the Lancelot Company, and everyone felt relieved to be there. Rachel, still hiding her appearance, wondered whether the disguise was really necessary, but Saki warned that exposing who they were would create unnecessary problems. Remembering their earlier uncertainty about Giamma's presence in New York, Saki said they could not assume anything until they confirmed it with their own eyes, and then she ordered everyone to go inside. Their confidence lasted barely a moment before all three ended up on a park bench, while Rachel laughed at how effortlessly they had been kicked out. Wanting to repair the mess, Rachel eagerly suggested hacking the system to skip the reservation line, but Saki immediately rejected the idea. Achanak pas me payanak tamaka hua, or Niantran kochika ik truck havame o chelker, footpat berkarde chode larkiki or jarahata. Rachel reacted in a flash, tearing a street sign out of the ground with her power and throwing it in front of the truck to slow its momentum. Realizing the sign could not support the truck for long, Saki told Weapon to help, while Rachel raced toward the scene. Saki pulled out her laptop and rapidly hijacked the traffic network, switching every nearby signal to red, so incoming cars had to brake and a huge collision was avoided. The terrified boy looked up and found Rachel holding the massive truck over his head while checking whether he was hurt. Next to her, Weapon played his flute, boosting Rachel's physical power until holding the truck became effortless. Once Saki saw that nobody had been hurt, she finally let out the breath she had been holding. Later, the news explained that a burst tire had flipped the truck and praised three young heroes for saving everyone from a deadly accident. As they watched the report, an assistant told All Mute that the three heroes were the very same people who had caused a scene in the lobby while insisting on meeting her. The moment All Mute saw the footage, it brought a particular cadet to mind. The assistant pointed out their remarkable potential and asked whether she should arrange a meeting. All Mute agreed and told her to schedule it before leaving. After dropping them at their destination, the driver promised to return for them later and drove back toward the city. The group now stood before a D-rank dungeon crawling with undead creatures. Abel stared at the gloomy entrance and questioned whether they had come to the correct dungeon, but Shia assured him she had verified the location several times. Giamma could hardly believe this place was D-rank, especially when the Buffalo dungeon seemed like a palace beside it. He noticed a stone nearby and asked the others about it. Abel identified it as an inscription and asked whether he could decipher it, but Giamma admitted that he could not read it. Abel added that she could not decipher it either, since the writing was not in any European language. Shia joined the discussion and guessed that the symbols resembled runic script. Since Shia seemed familiar with the symbols, the others asked whether she could translate them. She said the academy had taught her a little of it, but someone had deliberately cut away the upper half with a sword, leaving only the lower section readable. Before translating it aloud, she cautioned them that some details might not be completely accurate. According to the inscription, anyone who disturbed the dead would perish, while the one who granted them peace would become their king. Abel did not understand what a king of the dead meant, but Giamma recognized the clue as a reference to a drawer. She'll apologized for the incomplete translation, but Giamma reassured her that what she had discovered was already plenty. The group exchanged uneasy looks, and then Abel announced that they could go in. The moment they entered, horrifying screams rang out all around them. They continued forward despite the sounds, until Abel finally admitted that the constant screaming was getting to her. Giamma suspected that these random screams alone were enough to keep everyone away from the dungeon. Without warning, 3 zombies emerged directly in their path. Keeping her guard up, Shia looked behind them and noticed 2 additional zombies approaching from the rear. The group immediately realized that the monsters had somehow surrounded them without being noticed. Shia volunteered to handle the zombies, but Abel cut in before she could finish and claimed the first turn for herself. Abel explained that the fight would test their endurance, and she would hand things over to Shill once exhaustion caught up with her. Shia accepted the strategy, But Giamma became uneasy when Abel calmly shut her eyes. Abel silently realized that not a single one of these enemies was the target she had come here to find. She activated her Snowflower blessing at once and swept her sword across the battlefield. Right before the blade connected, she whispered an apology and released her technique. Snow Right, Requiem White. Once the monsters vanished, Abel wished them eternal rest and slid her sword back into its sheath. Giamma could only stare, stunned by how easily Abel had destroyed them. He had never seen her this powerful in the game, and guessed that this timeline had changed because she was now the best student in her class. Abel remained absorbed in thought while staring at the bodies, until Shaya's warning about more approaching zombies brought her back to reality. She immediately dashed toward the approaching enemies. Before she reached the zombies, Giamma called after her and asked why she apologized before killing them. While cutting through the undead, Abel explained that these creatures had once been human despite their current monstrous forms. For reasons nobody understood, this was the only dungeon that transformed every entrant into an undead being. Abel believed the dungeon concealed an important secret, and Giamma agreed, already knowing that the secret was a draught. She wondered why the association labeled them demonic beasts when they had never harmed anyone beyond the dungeon's walls. The association had marked them as dangerous, regardless of their real threat level, which explained why everyone stayed away. Even then, Abel could not bring herself to think of them as mere demonic beasts. They had come with a mission and had no choice but to fight, so Abel at least wanted to send these former humans off peacefully. Watching her, Giamma saw a swordswoman who carried both mercy and violence in equal measure, proving that her noble heritage was genuine. Abel turned back, apologized for rambling, and told everyone they should continue forward. Clearly unsettled, she killed another undead while once again asking it to forgive her. Another zombie crept toward them from behind, but Abel swiftly cut it down and offered another apology. Guarding the rear, Giamma watched Abel eliminate another zombie and politely wish it peaceful rest. The whole scene felt suspicious to him. The monsters moved so slowly that it seemed like they were deliberately drawing the group deeper inside. When Giamma saw Abel already struggling to breathe, he understood that this fight truly would come down to endurance. He activated Transfer Blessing together with Sword God's sensitivity, enduring the flood of sensations so he could survey the route ahead. While tracing the dungeon's layout, he wondered whether meditation had sharpened his perception this much. His vision had become both clearer and more far-reaching, allowing him to pinpoint the resting place of the Draegr Lich King. Then he sensed something in the distance, waving in their direction. He immediately warned Shaya and Abel that a human-shaped figure was standing farther ahead. They asked whether it was actually human, but he clarified that it merely had a human-like shape. Choosing to investigate, they advanced carefully and slowly until a hidden figure emerged from the darkness. They aimed the flashlight ahead and discovered a pair of feet in the darkness. Shia lifted the beam upward and revealed a zombie covering its eyes against the sudden light. Still unsure, Shia asked whether the figure was genuinely human. Before anyone could answer, a flash erupted beside her. Giamma had drawn his sword too quickly to follow and cut the zombie down. Back at Lancelot Company, Saki desperately asked whether Almut had really never visited the place, and the answer confirmed her worst suspicion. Weapon brought up the reports saying that he was headed to the United States, but Almut admitted the story had only been a cover. When Saki asked whether the entire story had been fake, Almut confirmed it, and Rachel immediately lost control laughing. Irritated, Saki demanded an explanation, so Rachel pretended she was only laughing because she felt terribly disappointed about missing him. As the meeting ended, Almut apologized for failing to assist her juniors and asked Rachel who she was. Rachel introduced herself as Rachel Demura. After a moment's thought, Almut realized Rachel belonged to the Spear Saint family and complimented her impressive power. Almut then asked Rachel what she intended to do after graduating. After playfully teasing Saki about romance, Rachel admitted that she had not decided on her own future yet. Almut asked whether Rachel wanted to become a hero, but Rachel insisted that career did not interest her. Still, remembering how she had rescued the boy, Rachel confessed that helping someone in that way had been surprisingly enjoyable. Almut gave her a warm smile and said that she understood. Weapon said that meeting Almut had still been wonderful despite the disappointing outcome, then checked whether Saki was okay. Saki assured them she was fine and demanded that this entire trip remain secret, a condition both others accepted. After saying goodbye, Saki told them they would meet again at the academy. Saki walked down the street with her head lowered, completely absorbed in her thoughts. She had imagined this possibility before, but facing the truth in reality was deeply humiliating. Saki kept wondering why Rachel had laughed earlier, but eventually let it go and decided to ask her after they returned to Korea. The man suddenly began glowing with an eerie green light as something started changing inside him. His jaw appeared to be restoring itself so he could talk again, meaning Giamma's blood tip regeneration blessing had activated. Giamma wondered if he had reacted too harshly, but he had drawn his sword only because the man might have been infected, even though he showed no desire to attack. If he really was infected, they could discuss everything after his jaw finished healing. The undead man soon started expressing his gratitude to the noble knight. Giamma's decision had clearly paid off, because repairing the man's jaw had made conversation possible. The girls stared at the young man, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Once his jaw had been restored, the man greeted them politely and introduced himself. Michelin insisted that he meant no harm, but Shiles moved in front of Abel anyway in case the undead man launched a cowardly attack. Michelin politely apologized in case his rough appearance or behavior had frightened the noble ladies. He explained that he had passed countless years simply watching visitors arrive and leave. Most visitors were too occupied to notice him, but his long life had allowed him to witness almost everything. When they asked how long he had been there, he guessed around 689 years, while admitting he had no idea how he had lasted so long. Giamma could tell the man was thrilled to speak at last, but he also wanted him to understand that 7 centuries of confinement were hardly something to celebrate. Making his seriousness clear, Giamma ordered him to answer only the questions they asked. Abel asked Giamma to stop being so severe with the unusually gentle undead man. It was understandable, though, because without someone stopping him, he could probably keep talking forever. Despite trusting him somewhat, Abel still warned everyone not to make any sudden moves. After noticing her striking eyes, the man became suspicious and asked whether she descended from the Sword Saint. She immediately asked whether he had ever met, or even known, the first patriarch of her family. The man claimed he had been close to the Sword Saint, perhaps a friend, or maybe something as close as a cousin. Michelin considered their meeting an incredible coincidence and took it as proof that God had not completely forsaken him. The girl's attention sharpened as she listened to his words. He recalled a Sword Saint descendant visiting roughly 10 years earlier, adding that in his 700 years of existence, that pair had been the most beautiful couple he had ever witnessed. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and everyone froze as the girl stepped beside him. She drew her sword without the slightest hesitation and demanded that he recount every single detail. He began at the very start, describing how effortlessly that group had cut through the undead. Every member of the party was incredibly powerful, tearing through anything that appeared before them. The silver-haired man was their captain, and unlike the others, he appeared to respect the undead as living, or once living, beings. Whenever they got distracted, he ordered them to stop chatting and concentrate on the mission. The golden-eyed man was always beside a blue-haired woman, and the two handled every monster they met with surprising gentleness. At one point, one of the undead appeared to be clutching photographs of its family. The woman was overwhelmed with compassion, and the man understood that ending the creature's suffering was the kindest option. The undead woman gripped her necklace while struggling to remember her daughter, and her husband stood beside her, encouraging her to remain strong. Meanwhile, their vassals continued slaughtering the undead to open a route forward. Michelin watched the entire scene unfold before him. The couple showed kindness, but their vassals were merciless, leaving Michelin convinced that his own life was in danger. That changed when one vassal asked the captain about the tombstone's warning. Anyone disturbing the dead's rest would join the dead themselves. One of the vassals dismissed them as nothing but demonic beasts. The captain still ordered everyone to proceed carefully and respect the sanctuary, reminding them that the dead had families and loved ones too. The silver-haired, golden-eyed captain pitied every undead they defeated and prayed that each one would find peace. That compassion stayed with Michelin and completely changed the way he saw the captain. The vassals saw only monsters, but the captain continued to recognize the humanity within them. In his eyes, the undead were not attacking them. They were desperately calling for someone to save them. Returning to the present, Michelin continued sharing every memory he had with the young woman. When he noticed her silence, he began wondering whether he had revealed more than she could handle. After all, 700 years with his mouth sealed had forced him to struggle constantly just to remain sane. With a decaying jaw that made speech impossible, he had been trapped inside his thoughts in endless loneliness. Now, however, he owed his chance to speak again to the young man. He had caught the name Kang Giamma, and centuries spent doing nothing but listening had left his hearing incredibly sharp. Michelin also had the strange feeling that he had encountered the black-haired, black-eyed young man somewhere in the past. The girl still had another question for Michelin, though she admitted she was struggling to arrange her thoughts. She seemed determined to hide behind emotional armor and act as though none of this affected her. She felt grateful because his testimony had allowed her to confirm something she had long believed. It was the suspicion she had carried for years. Her parents had truly been inside this dungeon. That much was now certain. With that confirmation, she asked whether Michelin knew where her parents had gone. He added that her parents had always shown respect, just like she did, and that similarity was what revealed her lineage to him. Maybe seeing her bow made him feel guilty, as though he had acted like a coward without realizing it. She refused to linger on that thought and instead asked for more memories, explaining that even the smallest detail mattered to her. He said the memory existed clearly in his mind, and that the couple had definitely left after uttering certain words. They had spoken about breaking the Reaper's shackles, and the instant those words came up, a piercing pain shot through Giamma. Sensing that something was off, Giamma asked the old man whether he had come across any sealed doors nearby. The man said there was one roughly 20 minutes away and offered to lead them there. The three immediately headed that way, although Giamma still wasn't sure whether the old man's story could be trusted. Giamma knew little about breaking those shackles, but if a Reaper was connected to them, there was only one place it could be hiding. While they moved forward, Abel demanded to know what was really going on and asked Giamma not to hide anything. Giamma admitted that it looked like her parents had become entangled in something far beyond their limits. He placed both hands on her shoulders and tried to steady her, promising that he would save them if he had the chance, though his attempt at comfort sounded strangely unfamiliar to her. He then told everyone to stay alert, since the area was home to S-rank demonic beasts and served as the place where everything had been sealed away. Their enemy, he explained, was a cunning demon that used a staff to keep enlarging its army. And Abel's own parents would oppose it because of its monstrous nature. Shia asked him to slow down for a second. She knew he was being honest, but he really didn't have to deliver it so harshly. According to his research, Giamma couldn't afford any delay and had to reach that place immediately. He understood Abel's doubts perfectly, but this was not the moment to argue about where the information came from. They needed to figure out their next move. Shia accepted his point, admitting that he was right and that their priority should be destroying the evil before escaping. So the group followed the undead Michelin, who knew every corner of the area by heart. Giamma suddenly halted and asked whether Michelin knew anything about a demonic beast. Even after spending 700 years there, Michelin had never once heard of anything like that. Still, he remembered a tombstone near the entrance, and that detail immediately made Giamma suspect the location. Shia thought that was odd, pointing out that the inscription's front portion was damaged beyond proper reading. The old man assured them there was no need to worry because he remembered the complete message perfectly. After centuries without anyone to talk to, he had developed the habit of occasionally referring to himself in the third person. He insisted that his memory was excellent, appearances notwithstanding, though he admitted he'd become slightly forgetful recently. Then he repeated the inscription word for word. Beyond this point rests the dead, within a sanctuary meant for peace. But an unexpected curse eventually descends upon this place, trapping death itself and forcing its victims to live on while rotting under the illusion of immortality. As he went on, the true nature of the curse became clearer, and the two girls grew more horrified with every word. He said the dead were waiting for a human who could free them, promising that anyone who helped would earn a blessing, while the foolish would remain trapped forever in immortal misery. Shia now understood that the missing part of the inscription must have contained something truly grim, while Abel became even more disturbed by the revelation. Guilt began to weigh on Abel, as she realized that the undead she had killed were not simply monsters. They had been begging for salvation too. She recalled the old man's words. Only a living person could free them from the curse in their chains. A sudden realization hit Abel, bringing her to an abrupt stop. At last, she asked the question that truly mattered. Had her father been trying to break the curse all along? The undead old man told them that their current path was probably the correct one. Giamma kept his expectations low, but it seemed they might finally uncover some clues about the epitaph. He then questioned the old man about his life before death and about the experience of meeting the first sword saint. The undead man apologized and admitted he couldn't remember, leaving Giamma puzzled since he had just recited the epitaph perfectly. The old man clarified that he remembered the epitaph only because that memory was relatively recent. That led Giamma to suspect that the Draugr was the curse described in the epitaph, and Shile agreed with his conclusion. The undead man added that the curse's core might not be inside the human host at all, but within the demon itself. And if so, they had found a valuable lead. Shil fell silent at the thought of an S-rank beast constantly expanding its forces, because an enemy at that level was nothing short of enormous. Unable to hold back her concerns, she asked whether their small group could really handle it, and Giamma understood why she was doubtful. Giamma let her finish without interrupting. Shia proposed searching only until they located Abel's parents, after which the association could handle everything else. Giamma remained firm, openly rejecting the idea of backing down as he turned around to see how the others reacted. He warned that waiting for the association would cost them precious time, prompting Shiley to ask whether he truly intended to confront the S-rank beast. Giamma gave her a straightforward answer. Yes, they were going in, and anyone uncomfortable with that could stay behind while he went alone. Hearing that, Abel realized their summer break was already limited, which meant they had very little time left to act. Giamma, however, believed the girl was merely using Abel's situation to justify getting involved. At the heart of it, both his search through the Demon Stone and Abel's personal quest came down to the same thing. Answers, most likely waiting beyond that door. Abel told Shia that they had to take the chance, because with Giamma beside them, an S-rank enemy wasn't completely impossible to defeat. Shia still wasn't entirely convinced, even though Giamma's confidence was absolute. Still, she asked Giamma for one promise. If the danger became too great, he had to order everyone to retreat immediately. While the two girls continued talking, the old man pointed out that the door was secured with a padlock and required a key. Giamma immediately told everyone to move away, drew his blade, and activated the sword God's blessing. One swing was all it took. His sword cut straight through the door, permanently solving the lock problem and stunning everyone with its efficiency. Abel had expected a ridiculous display like this, so she was simply thrilled to watch Giamma work. With the entrance cleared, Giamma led everyone onward without another second of delay. A little farther in, the group ran into several monsters. Before Giamma could even react, Abel rushed in, defeated the monsters herself, and apologized as though she had stolen his job. But Abel dropped her guard for a moment, allowing a zombie to sneak close until Shile hurled her needles and stopped the attack just in time. Still distracted, Abel kept chopping through enemies while continuing to apologize. Shia realized words wouldn't fix the problem, so she moved beside Abel and decided to cover her from then on. Giamma watched Shil handle the situation and approved of her response, seeing the disciplined attitude he expected from a veteran. Then something else about her caught Giamma's eye. her uniform. She'll explained that she preferred the academy uniform because it offered better protection than most combat vests. Giamma said he had only asked because he mistook her for a cadet, prompting her to joke that she might as well enroll again. After the brief silence, Abel checked whether Shia had managed to calm down. Shia lowered her head and admitted that, dangerous as the mission was, she was putting her trust in Giamma. Seeing how discouraged Shil was, Abel told her that she understood feeling unable to catch up with Giamma, but soon his enemies would be just as overwhelmed by the difference in skill. Abel was scared of confronting an S-rank demon too, yet she still believed in Giamma's strength, and Shia eventually agreed because there wasn't much choice left. As they continued deeper, the undead old man located the staircase leading to the lower level. Recognizing it as the correct route, Giamma praised the old man for doing well. Sensing that Giamma was about to leave him behind, the old man insisted that he wanted to come along and would have no regrets, even if the journey killed him. Giamma knew the old man had little left to lose, so he simply moved on and promised that the mission would be fast. He explained that the Draugr's army would keep growing, making speed essential. Abel and Shiley would handle the minions while he faced the Draugr himself. When the old man was left out of the battle plan, he proudly declared that he could still serve as a strategist despite lacking combat power, making Abel laugh. The joking ended quickly, and the group returned to the mission, cautiously descending the seemingly endless staircase into the depths. Giamma considered Old Michelin a useful guide since he navigated them through the darkness flawlessly. Though, to be fair, getting lost on a straight staircase was already difficult. The undead man suddenly stopped them and announced that they had arrived, explaining that his undead nature allowed him to sense the souls imprisoned inside. On the surface, such presences had been rare. He hadn't sensed even 20 in centuries. But this floor was overflowing with them to the point that their presence felt almost tangible. Giamma asked for an estimate, never expecting the old man to answer that there could be more than 100,000. Once a fluorescent light brightened the room, Giamma finally saw just how massive their problem really was. Giamma immediately ordered everyone to ready their weapons. There was no time to process the sheer number of undead, because they had already started advancing and closing in from every direction. Things became even worse when Old Michelin pointed Giamma toward the room's center, where a commanding figure sat on a throne while controlling the concentrated dark energy. That figure was the S-rank demonic beast himself, Draugr, the Lich King. Radiating terrifying pressure, the creature rose from his throne, let his crown fall, and stood before them with a sword in hand. Giamma quickly spotted the problem. The king was holding a sword, not the Reaper's staff. Instinctively, he glanced behind him and found Abel staring at the supposed demon in total disbelief. Her confused whisper filled the room with tension, leaving Giamma staring at the dungeon boss in shock. Abel knew exactly who stood before them. With absolute certainty, she recognized the demon as her father, or whatever remained of him. Abel covered part of her face with one hand, desperately trying to understand the nightmare unfolding around her. The sight of that figure shattered any hope that this reunion would be simple. She still loved the father she remembered, but there was nothing she could do about what he had become. Thankfully, her friend was beside her to ease the burden. Giamma could tell this entity was unlike any Draugr he had ever faced, and the horrifying truth was that Abel's father had become evil in its purest form. Had he known the truth beforehand, Giamma would never have allowed Abel and Shile to witness such a devastating sight. For now, the safest choice was retreat, especially with Abel barely holding herself together. He ordered everyone to regain their composure immediately, reminding them that they had no time to lose. But the enemy's malice was already closing in, and the entire situation looked ready to fall apart. The evil entity drove its sword into the floor, sending corruption surging across the entire area. The ground shook so violently that it felt as though the floor beneath them was dissolving into nothingness. In the confusion, Giamma lost track of Abel and was forced away from her. When he looked below, 100 undead monsters were waiting for him, meaning he would have to fight them alone. Elsewhere, Shia prepared to reach Abel, fully willing to risk her life for her companion. Furious after seeing the girls cut off from him, Giamma became so distracted that he almost failed to notice the undead horde lunging at him from every side. Giamma knew the painful truth behind Abel's childhood better than anyone. The adults in her life abandoned her day after day, always promising that they would be back shortly. The little girl was repeatedly left behind, and even though she knew their promises were lies, she usually acted as if she believed them, because questioning the adults only earned her a scolding. Her father was one of those adults, and he would soothe her by saying that mastering swordsmanship was all she needed to do before she could join him. Abel would make him seal the promise with their special pinky gesture, the ritual that represented their bond as father and daughter, and he never refused. She watched her parents disappear behind the closing door, left alone with nothing but emptiness and promises that would never come true. Whenever the door creaked open, hope immediately returned to her heart as she imagined her parents finally coming home. She kept waiting through days, weeks, and eventually an entire year without giving up. After 3 years, her faith started crumbling, and 6 years later, that same door had become a symbol of bitterness. Her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, raised her under his protection, but even he couldn't fill the emptiness inside her. Eventually, he told her to let go of that resentment and take up the sword. Before Abel realized it, a decade had passed since her parents disappeared, Yet the pain inside that void had never faded. That house had become impossible to endure, and every glance at the door only reopened her wounds, so Abel finally stopped waiting and chose to act. Now Abel clutched her sword with murderous resolve, prepared to cut down anything that stood between her and the truth, alive or undead. She would no longer remain a helpless child sitting around and waiting for her parents to return. She had to witness the truth herself and confront the man who had left his own daughter behind. The false hope and sorrow had vanished from her face, replaced by tightly controlled fury that pushed her through every undead in her way. Abel cut through every enemy ahead with sharp, rapid, and perfectly controlled strikes. She had devoted herself to the sword, making the destruction of enemies second nature. And anyone hoping to keep their limbs attached would be wise not to stand in her way. The undead continued rushing at her even after being torn apart, but Abel refused to slow down or let anything block her advance. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jiyama fought his own enemies while wondering where Abel was finding such incredible strength. Every year of her training seemed to have led to this one moment, as she wielded her blade harder than ever in pursuit of the truth. Jiyama saw a deadly enemy ahead, but Abel still saw the beloved father she had spent years longing for. Monsters reached for her from every side, yet Abel only pushed herself to run faster. She shouted for him, desperately hoping to awaken the man he used to be and find even a trace of her father within the monster. For a moment, she was once again the little girl sprinting toward her father's open arms. After all these years, she only wanted to let that frightened child inside her cry out, just like during her nightmares, waiting for him to embrace her and promise that everything would be okay. But the loving father she remembered was gone, replaced by nothing more than a cold stare inside an empty shell. Abel refused to give in and charged forward, right as the creature finally made its first move. Another monster lunged for her, only to be annihilated by an unseen attack that caught Abel off guard. She dodged the blast and allowed herself one brief spark of hope, that perhaps some part of her father's humanity still survived. Chunks of the undead creature crashed down around her, knocking Abel off balance and sending her sprawling onto the floor. She rejected any assistance and dragged herself upright, calling out to her father and begging for even the smallest response. A single look would have been enough. Instead of answering, he lifted his sword and warned her without words that another step would bring down his blade. Tears ran down Abel's face as time seemed to race forward and crawl painfully slowly all at once. The enemy prepared to finish her with one strike, while Abel stood motionless, willing to accept death if that was where her fate led. Some part of Abel still believed he wouldn't follow through, but her friends reached her at the last possible moment and stopped the tragedy. Jiyama arrived just before disaster struck, while Shiel moved forward to give Abel every bit of support she had. Abel thanked her friend, deeply grateful that she had arrived at exactly the right moment. Meanwhile, Jiyama told Abel to stop falling apart, reminding her that he needed her by his side and that there was no room for weakness now. He reminded her that her father was trapped by a hellish curse, so they had to rescue him instead of sacrificing her own life and losing their last chance to speak with him. Those words rekindled a small but powerful spark of hope inside Abel. Calling out to Jiyama, she agreed to let him handle the boss while she and Shil guarded the rear, just as they had planned. She asked for just one promise, that he would do everything he could to protect her father. Jiyama understood what she was asking and vowed to give it his all, although he could promise no certain result. He had recovered his former strength and was now fighting at maximum output. The sword god's blessing, his pain immunity, and manifestation were running together at the same time. Although the pain immunity had been set for 60 seconds, he had barely 45 seconds left in total. Before the ruler of death, Jiyama studied the Draugr, planned his route in an instant, and charged ahead without wasting even a heartbeat. With the countdown rapidly shrinking, Jiyama had no choice but to move at full speed. An entire army of undead blocked his path, but he carved through them with surprising ease. The Immortal King was close enough to reach, and Jiyama decided to find out whether even he could be cut by releasing the sword god's divine power. Back at the rear, the group that had volunteered to hold the line was having a brutal time. The undead kept appearing without pause, making the defense nearly impossible, yet nobody could afford to show fear. Shia and Miss Abel kept attacking every monster they could reach, while the pink-haired girl noticed that the creatures were gathering near the entrance. The old man wondered whether Jiyama needed their support, but that concern was pointless. He was the only one there who could destroy the entire world in a single move. All the girls could do was stare in amazement while the undead became more and more frantic. Abel worried as Jiyama handled the entire battlefield alone, squeezing every last second from his magic as though he could fight in every direction at once. Jiyama had to position his domain with perfect accuracy, since his target was slowly moving farther from him. He had already marked every point he needed to cut, viewing his enemy like a giant fish ready to be carved up. As he advanced, he continued dropping the endlessly respawning undead, unleashing the 1,000-year ice sword technique at lightning speed so that everything was struck together. Clutching his short blade, Giamma tried to make the most of his time inside the confined area. Watching from afar, the girls were unsettled by the bizarre intensity of his glowing aura. A newcomer recognized something oddly familiar about the black-haired, black-eyed young man and wondered what had taken place during the past 700 years. The fight continued to explode around him, but Giamma kept pushing forward and slicing through anything that blocked his path. His opponent answered with a sword technique of his own, exactly what one would expect from the Sword Emperor's descendant. Abel watched both Giamma and the defenders behind her, but during a crucial clash, her sword finally broke under the force of the impact. She recalled the advice she had received, memorized the feel of the hilt in her palm so it could give her courage whenever doubt took over. She did not completely understand the lesson, but she chose to trust it, determined to become stronger for Giamma and save her father from the dreadful curse. At the same time, Giamma's window was closing fast. Every wasted second reduced the time he could use the blessing before the agony returned. Once he reached his rival and their blades collided, Giamma sliced through both the monster's weapon and the arm holding it. But the severed arm instantly grew back, allowing the enemy to wield two swords while pouring out an outrageous amount of demonic energy. Giamma quickly understood that ordinary cuts meant nothing when the enemy could regenerate endlessly. Then a glowing mark revealed the perfect target, and Giamma's eyes flashed red when he saw the Reaper Staff and the demonic stone lodged in his rival's chest, the real core of its immortality. The discovery startled Giamma enough to make him drop his small dagger, and now just 4 seconds remained. 3 seconds before the limit, he seized the blade he still had and poured every bit of strength into one final attack. At 2 seconds, the enemy sensed his desperation and unleashed a burst of demonic aura. When the final second arrived, Giamma disappeared from sight, preparing a catastrophic strike his opponent could never block. The great undead and the Lord of Death had been waiting for a chosen warrior capable of severing immortality's chains. They all assumed the Sword Saint would bring this nightmare to an end, so the man ordered his forces to rip him apart if that was what it took. The undead became restless because the complicated writing on the tomb declared the Sword Saint to be their commander. But just as the Lord of the Dead fell under the crown's influence, an unexpected event unfolded. His wife could do nothing but scream as a spear drove straight through his chest. Moments later, she met the same cruel end, her heart being ripped apart. He wished he could have said farewell, never once believing that his story would end this way. This tragedy left their daughter waiting for decades, never receiving the answers she deserved. Meanwhile, the staff secretly examined everyone, desperately searching for the strongest body to claim. As the man grieved for his beloved, the entity continued hunting for a powerful host through whom its rule could carry on. They selected him almost immediately, convinced that he was the Sword Saint, until he finally saw the real one. The youngsters standing before him carried more power and resolve than he had managed to gain throughout his whole lifetime. Even then, he wanted to test them, because they had awakened an emotion he had not experienced for years. His soul recognized that this person could set it free, but his body kept moving against his will, certain that this was the one everyone had awaited. The broken sword revealed the truth, yet Giamma had already streaked past him like lightning. While rushing past, Giamma sensed a familiar shift and immediately knew that trouble had begun. The timer was once again turning against him, keeping him trapped beneath the overwhelming pain instead of letting him push further. Although her sword was shattered, the young woman still felt she had to rush in and help Giamma. Shia had no idea what was going on, especially after seeing Abel sprint forward in sheer desperation. Abel suddenly felt an overwhelming pull, as if someone nearby was crying out for her assistance. At that very instant, the last few seconds began, and the pain crossed every tolerable limit. His immunity blessing expired, making Giamma cough violently, even though the sword god's blessing was still burning within him. He kept advancing toward his rival through the agony, but then the man raised his sword in an unusual stance. Suddenly, Shil arrived and saw every undead creature lowering itself in a bow. The old man finally understood. Events had moved too quickly, but the human capable of breaking the curse and severing immortality's chains was standing right before them. The man lifted his sword and called for the Sword Saint to appear, causing Abel to move toward her father. Giamma forced himself onward through the agony, the radiant blessing of the sword god still shining in his eyes. The enemy recognized the king's presence, wished him glory, and asked him to protect Abel before dying right in front of her. At the last possible moment, Giamma destroyed the core inside the immortality crystal and released everyone from the terrible curse. Shile shielded her face from the blinding radiance and remained ready for danger, even though she still could not understand the situation. Nearby, people started glowing, cried out in relief, and then dissolved into dust. The pink-haired girl was baffled until she noticed that almost every undead creature had become a radiant spirit, floating away like glittering fairy dust. Even the comic-looking figure thanked Lord Michelin, claiming he was still fine and not ready to leave, while wishing everyone eternal peace and rest. Giamma had accomplished his mission, but the victory had pushed his body to the limit, and he pretended everything was fine so Abel would not panic. From afar, Abel stared at the enormous light, struggling to understand what she was witnessing. The moment she recognized her father's back, hope filled her heart, and she ran toward him with tears in her eyes. She wanted to speak before the light claimed him, but her father said nothing as he approached, desperately wishing to reclaim his humanity before finding eternal rest. While walking toward her, He gently passed the young girl the sacred sword he had carried for countless years. That gesture brought back his promise that they would train together once more, leaving Abel wide-eyed and unable to process the storm of emotions inside her. The light moved in and started pulling her father away, while the daughter, who had waited for decades, desperately wished she could say more than a simple greeting. But Abel could only watch him disappear into the light, clutching the sword he had given her and memorizing his last smile. She was taken back to childhood, remembering her father telling her that it was time for them to return. Once her father had almost completely vanished, Abel dropped to her knees, gripping the sword and sobbing as she realized they would never go home together. The Immortality Demon Stone had absorbed the resentment and wishes of hundreds of thousands of the dead. Its description stated that the sinister energy imprisoning the dead had now been cleansed. Jiyama could not understand how an object so tiny had managed to ruin the lives of so many people. Soon after, he glanced at his friend's swollen eyes and could picture the pain she had endured while saying farewell to her father. Just then, terrible pain tore through Jiyama's body, and he realized that using so much power would probably leave him unconscious for several days. Suddenly, Shao rushed over to make sure Abel had not been injured. The girl insisted she was okay, but the two of them soon became concerned about Mr. Michelin. Shia explained that Michelin had been climbing the stairs beside her before suddenly coming to a halt. When she turned around and spotted a spark, she ran back immediately, and both girls arrived just in time to see that the man was fading after reaching his absolute limit. Abel could not bear losing so many people together, but the undead man told her not to look so heartbroken, saying that after 700 exhausting years, he only wanted some rest. While saying this, his body slowly began to disappear. Even as he dissolved, he looked toward the black-haired, black-eyed youth and felt certain that the face was familiar. He dug through his memories and finally recalled an old campfire conversation with a young sword saint. Back then, the girl had said that everyone thought her master was extraordinary, though she personally believed he was simply a gifted idiot. Michelin warned her not to insult such a promising hero unless she wanted divine punishment, but she maintained that he was only a normal human, unusually kind, talented, and a little stupid. Michelin revealed that the man was the progenitor hero and worried that he might fail to recognize him someday. The young woman then said his black hair and black eyes would make him easy to identify, but begged Michelin to keep that detail completely secret. Returning to the present, Michelin understood that the progenitor hero was standing right in front of him, so he waved goodbye while regretting that he would leave without properly introducing himself. Shia noticed his fixed gaze and asked whether he had some message he wanted to send to Jiyama. He replied that he had sworn to carry a secret to the grave, meaning that a simple thank you was all he needed to say. While Abel watched another person fade away, the man offered his final message. The future was now in their hands. Immediately afterward, his body became luminous dust and scattered into the wind. The pink-haired girl took an object from her pocket and gave it to Abel, saying she had discovered it on the stairs. When Abel opened the necklace, she found a photograph inside, proving that the man had remained lucid until his final moment. Holding the relic close, she asked Shil to return with her since they still had much to do and both wanted to go home. They finally departed from the cursed dungeon, but the people leaving it were no longer the same ones who had entered. A heavy silence settled over the three of them, and even Jiyama's attempts at conversation could not lift the mood. Without warning, the last of his strength disappeared, and he collapsed while walking. Shia hurried over anxiously, but he assured her that a short rest was all he needed. Holding the necklace like a treasured charm, Abel sincerely thanked Jiyama for all his help. Jiyama looked at her from the corner of his eye and realized that, despite everything he had done to protect her, her pain had not disappeared. With nothing useful left to say, he accepted her gratitude and dragged himself inside, using whatever strength remained. Meanwhile, Shia recounted the Undead Dungeons events while the Sword Emperor quietly sipped his tea. He understood exactly what had happened, yet the grief of losing someone close still weighed heavily on him. He praised the girl for her efforts and told her to rest until she had recovered from the shock. Shil asked whether the family head had been aware of all this from the beginning. After taking another sip of tea, he revealed that he had known about his son's condition for more than 8 years. He confessed that he had damaged the monolingual stone tablet at the dungeon entrance, because only the true sword saint could solve the problem, and he was not strong enough to subjugate it alone. He told Shia that he truly regarded her as his granddaughter and once again urged her to rest. The moment he was alone with his tea, the image of his son Orion seated upon the undead king's throne returned to him. Back then, he had damaged the tablet to stop the troops from being slaughtered, choosing to wait patiently for the prophesied person who could finally break the brutal cycle. Staring into his cup, he admitted that the boy had completed his role perfectly and quietly wished for his son to rest at last.